Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Old Mike. Cassius gently tapped the table. Here you go. A set of keys was tossed over. Cassius caught them and nodded. He was about to walk down the inner passage when he noticed Old Mike reading the Baishuan Morning Post. He leaned over to take a look. Oh, it really was the paper. Old Mike noticed Cassius's gaze and lowered the newspaper. The world's been chaotic lately. Apparently, there was a gang fight last night and at least a dozen people were killed. It was the Blackfire gang, right? Cassius remarked with a faint smile. Yeah, that's what it says in the paper. Old Mike shook his head. It's for the best since the people who died were all gang members anyway. Just let them fight each other to death. Cassius fell silent for a moment and coughed twice. What's wrong? Are you catching a cold? It's nothing, I'll go in first. See you later. Cassius picked up his shoulder bag, grabbed a towel from the wall, and walked into the passage. Half an hour later, in the empty training room, 7 to 8 teenagers were practicing combat techniques under Cassius's guidance. After several lessons, they were starting to show some proficiency. Although they hadn't fully grasped the techniques, they were nearing the beginner level. Keep going. I'm going to walk around and correct your movements. Cassius stopped demonstrating and walked around to the side, counting out loud as he studied each person's posture and movements. Tifa's movements were undoubtedly the most standard. This girl had both talent and diligence and showed promise. As for Phil and Milo, although they weren't impressive at first, they were starting to show improvement. They were diligent students and didn't slack off. Their good constitution also caught Cassius's eye, but he was going to continue observing them for a while longer. Over the past half-month, more than 100 people had come to learn from Cassius. Only 5 demonstrated some talent. 2 of them were too old, and the remaining 3 were Phil, Milo, and Tifa. Tifa was the most talented, followed by Milo, and then Phil. But even then, Phil's constitution hovered around the middle-bottom level, while Tifa's constitution was around the middle-advanced level. Cassius's current approach was to have them practice some simple explosive techniques for a while, see where their progress was by testing them, before deciding whether to teach them more advanced skills. He hoped whatever progress they made would be satisfactory. The combat training session ended at dusk. Goodbye, coach. See you tomorrow, coach. The teenagers waved and left. Coach, I'm leaving too. Tifa waved her hand. See you later. Cassius nodded. He noticed Phil waving back as if Tifa was saying goodbye to him. That kid is still in puberty, I guess. Cassius shook his head. Let's leave, Phil. Your brother's car should be waiting outside. Thanks for the ride, by the way. It's no problem, coach. Let's go. Phil scratched his head and whispered a few words to Milo. Cassius and Phil pushed open the door and walked out. A long black sedan with silver frame decorations was parked on the street. The car's hood had a pale gold crescent emblem, marking it as a high-end car from the Heights Noya series. The window rolled down, and a young man in a tweed jacket, black bowler hat, and gold-rimmed glasses waved. Phil, Mr. Li Wei, over here. The two quickly slid into the back seat. Phil, how's your training with Mr. Li Wei going? Matthew asked his brother from the driver's seat. He slowly pressed down on the accelerator. It's going all right. I'm doing my best, Phil said. He scratched his head, feeling a bit defeated as he had lost to Tifa yesterday. Okay. Matthew didn't probe any further and quickly changed the topic. Mr. Li Wei, I found a nice detached house for you. Since it's still light outside, we can drive over to check it out. Thanks, Matthew. Cassius nodded. But you don't have to be so formal and call me Mr. Li Wei. We were brothers when we were drinking the other day. Calling me MR makes us sound so distant. Matthew laughed. Haha, all right then, Li Wei. The black sedan sped by. On the other side, Milo walked home. He carried a large backpack, its zipper partially open to accommodate the light yellow wooden sword handle sticking out. Most of Milo's time had been taken up by boxing practice at the Gracie Martial Arts Hall with Phil, leaving him less time for the kendo club. For instance, he had planned on skipping the martial arts gym today but was pulled back by Phil after less than an hour. Honestly, Milo wasn't very interested in boxing, he much preferred swordsmanship. Having a weapon made him feel cooler. He imagined drawing his sword swiftly against his enemies and whipping out a couple random slashes, before sheathing the sword back elegantly. His enemies would have no choice but to flee in defeat. Lost in thought, Milo couldn't help mimicking slashing motions with his right hand. Despite his love for the kendo club, Phil's offer had been too tempting to refuse. What boy would turn down a complete set of Captain Hung Lee comics, especially when you throw in a limited edition? Milo, the sword enthusiast, was easily bribed. After all, that complete set of Captain Hung Lee comics wouldn't just be for him. If the boys in his class found out, they would go crazy for it. Milo could already imagine his elevated status in class in a few days. Soon, he would be surrounded by dozens of loyal followers. Haha, Milo chuckled to himself. At 6:30 p.m., there were a few remnants of light in the sky as the sun gradually set. Milo walked along the gray street toward Bailuo Street. He skidded to a halt. 2 thuggish young men emerged from a dim alley ahead. One had dyed yellow hair, the other a nose ring. Their eyes met, and Milo instantly sensed danger. He had heard stories at school about thugs lurking around Edelweiss Middle School extorting money from students, and beating them if they refused or had no money. Milo didn't have any money on him now. He gulped, turned on his heel, and ran. Hey, where are you going? A thug blocked his path. Smoking, puffing from the cigarette in his mouth, this guy wore a blue jacket with metal chains draped over his shoulders. Milo froze. 3 of them surrounded him, the one in the blue jacket, the one with yellow hair, and the one with a nose ring who was blocking the way. What are you waiting for? Hand over the money. With each step they took, they closed in on him, with the guy in the blue jacket pulling out a pocket knife and spinning it in his hand. Milo hefted his backpack. I don't have any money. No money? Then you know the drill. We're gonna beat you up. The guy with the nose ring cracked his neck, smirking as he lurched forward. Crap. Milo cursed inwardly. He suddenly remembered the wooden sword in his backpack. Unlike the bamboo sword used in sports, that was a wooden sword used in kendo practice, capable of causing real harm. With his skills in kendo, he might be able to take out these 3 thugs. Fired up, he quickly pulled the wooden sword from his bag. It was about 120 centimeters long. Wow, a kendo student. The guy with yellow hair rushed forward, and Milo brought the long wooden sword down with both hands. But with a snap, the wooden sword was kicked out of his hands. Pfft, what a joke. The wooden sword hit the ground, and the 3 immediately pounced on Milo. Since he had dared to resist, they hit him even harder. Punches and kicks rained down on him. Milo instinctively protected his vitals, several places on his body screaming in pain. As he blocked 2 punches with his forearms, he discovered he was using the defensive techniques Cassius had taught him. I might not have a sword anymore, but I still have my fists? Milo was struck with a realization. He charged forward, squeezing through the gaps between the 3 thugs. He ducked, his shoulder lowered, before whipping around and punching the guy with yellow hair square in the chest. Ugh. The guy grunted, clutching his chest. What the fuck? How dare you fight back? Damn you. The guy in the blue jacket charged, pocket knife unfolded and out, the blade gleaming in the sunlight. Enraged, he started stabbing recklessly. Knife. Milo's eyes widened in fear, but he quickly remembered the moves Cassius had taught him. He twisted his body, dodging to the side, and then slapped the attacker's wrist, forcing him to drop the knife on the ground. Without him realizing it, Milo had used an explosive technique, a simple speed-based one Cassius had shown him. It was surprisingly effective. Adrenaline surged through Milo. He roared and charged at the thugs, fists flying. If Cassius had been there, he would have shaken his head. Sometimes, Milo used proper combat techniques, but he was mostly throwing punches helter-skelter. Against a more skilled opponent, he would have been beaten in the blink of an eye, but his opponents were just a few teenage thugs, not real gang members, and far less capable than Milo. Without the knife, the 3 thugs were quickly overpowered. Milo's ferocity and his flurry of punches, along with the occasional sharp combat move, completely intimidated them. Faces black and blue, they ended up running away, shouting as they went. Milo even chased after them for over 100 meters before stopping, out of fear that he might get hurt if he continued. He picked up his black backpack from the ground. Breathing heavily from the adrenaline rush, he held the wooden sword in his left hand as his right hand was slightly scraped. A rush of exhilaration he had never felt before rushed up from his tailbone to his brain. He shivered excitedly as he stood on the street. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Milo felt just like Captain Hungly from his comics. 1 punch to defeat a rascal, 1 kick to dispatch an enemy. Having each punch land, and hearing the satisfying thud of a kick gave him a much more exhilarating thrill than kendo sparring sessions. Looking at the long wooden sword and his red clenched fist, he was hit with an epiphany. How could the way of the sword be so inconvenient? From today onward, I'm going to train hard in martial arts. What about this place? It's a bit out of the way. Matthew pointed at a detached house up ahead. Cassius got out of the car and looked up. The house, surrounded by a low gray-white wall, occupied a significant area. There was a solid iron gate circling the residence with a shiny metal mailbox standing by it. The 3 of them walked closer and noticed a stone path leading from the gate all the way to the house. They pushed open the gate and entered a small courtyard with green grass, flower beds, and a few ornamental trees around the edges. A 3-story house, alight in gold from dusk's glow, stood in the center of the courtyard. Its tile roof had a mix of different warm tones. Cassius nodded slightly. He liked its warm reddish-brown color. The owner of this house is moving to East Sea County soon, and since they're in a rush, the price is quite low. They're looking to sell quickly, so the whole place is just 150,000 Hungly Federation dollars, Matthew explained as they walked. Cassius nodded again, clearly satisfied. Oh, and there's a pretty big basement here too. It used to be a storage room, but I think it'll clean up quite nicely, Matthew added. He mentioned there were some drawbacks, like how it was pretty isolated with very few neighbors, transportation wasn't very convenient, and it was far from Baishuan City's central district. But Cassius didn't mind. He needed some quiet place, and the fewer neighbors the better. As for transportation, the distance from Jessica Apartments to Hungta Street wasn't that much farther from this house to Hungta Street. Plus, the house was still within city limits, with a bus stop a few hundred meters away. They went in to check out the inside. Cassius liked the layout so much, he immediately decided to take it. Thanks a lot. No problem. We're friends, aren't we? Matthew said with a smile. At this point, they really were friends. Cassius had saved Matthew's younger brother, and Matthew had helped Cassius find information on the coin antique and the Langson grass. Now, he had found a house that suited Cassius's tastes perfectly. Their mutual assistance had brought them closer together. Standing in the empty living room, Matthew said, "I have some reliable contacts in a few renovation and furniture companies. I'll give you their details. Just give them my name, and they'll give you a good discount." They left the house and walked into the courtyard, still chatting. Matthew had some news about the Crown Star coin Cassius had asked him to find. A White Rose Antique Appraisal Convention was going to take place in the Central District Museum tomorrow. It was a comprehensive exchange convention hosted by the external company White Rose Antiques. The White Rose Antiques was well known in the eastern 6 counties. The appraisal convention would include exhibitions, charity donations, auctions, and a banquet. It wasn't a regular antique exhibition but a novel concept borrowed from abroad. Over 100 of the Crown Star coins Cassius wanted would be displayed there. The White Rose Antique Company had collected them because even though they did not have significant antique value, they were good enough for display. As Kahn & Company's general manager, Matthew had received an invitation and could take Cassius to the exhibition. Cassius was intrigued. This was an excellent opportunity. With so many antiques in one place, one or two of them might have lingering attachment energy. Whether he bought it or stole it, he wanted them in his hands. Cassius had never struggled with obtaining legendary antiques, he had difficulty tracking them down. He used to wander through various antique shops, hoping to stumble upon one by chance. But with such a good opportunity in front of him, he readily agreed. 3 minutes later. "See you tomorrow," Matthew said at the door, with Phil beside him. Cassius hesitated. Matthew playfully tapped his hat. "Get in." Cassius shook his head wryly, opened the car door, and got in. Matthew had been joking, he wouldn't leave Cassius to spend the night in an empty house. Settling into the soft back seat, Cassius crossed his arms and closed his eyes. He could sense Matthew's goodwill. Matthew genuinely wanted to be friends, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to such lengths, and Cassius needed his connections. A friendship which they mutually benefited from was just perfect. A few minutes later, the car arrived at the entrance of Jessica Apartments on Flag Street, and Cassius stepped out. The driver's side window rolled down, and Phil waved lightly. "See you tomorrow, coach." "See you tomorrow," Cassius replied, turning around and heading toward the apartment building. Phil had just arrived at class with his backpack the next day when Milo mysteriously pulled him aside and solemnly declared, "I'm done with sword training." Phil stared wide-eyed. "Why?" "Because I'm going to train martial arts." Milo grinned proudly and recounted the events of the previous evening with some embellishments. Then he crossed his arms, wearing a cool expression. Phil eagerly played along. "Dang, that's impressive. Did you really beat up those 3 punks all by yourself?" "Nov. L. B /JNN. Of course. Look at this." Milo pulled Phil into a corner and secretly reached into his pocket. Phil panicked. "Dude, it's broad daylight? Why are you being so sketchy? What on earth are you thinking? Look at my prize." Milo triumphantly presented a pocket knife. The 3 punks had fled so quickly the previous evening that they had left the knife behind, which Milo had brought home as a trophy. "Whoa, you really fought off 3 guys." Phil flashed a quick thumbs up. He greatly admired superheroes and was similarly influenced by the popular comic Captain Hungly. "But seriously, why did you stick the knife in your pants?" Phil looked skeptically at Milo. "Well, I need to have it on me, right? Besides, it's not like it's in my underwear." Milo's clothes had shallow pockets, except for one long inner pocket in his pants which he used to keep his pocket money safe from being lost or stolen. Now, it served as the pocket knife's sheath. The 2 friends chatted in the corner, and the topic gradually shifted to the recent ranking matches in the school's combat club. Phil wanted to participate to see where his progress was at, while Milo planned to quit the kendo club and apply to join the combat club. If that didn't happen, then he'd simply remain clubless. Ever since that incident, Milo was fueled with determination. If he wanted to learn real skills, he needed to train with Coach Li Wei. The fact that all those years of kendo practice had been rendered useless by a punk's kick had been a significant blow to him. Ring. The clear sound of a bell rang out. A large hand slapped down on a metal alarm clock. Cassius quickly sat up and glanced at the clock. 7:05 a.m. He was back on track with his routine. As per his usual routine, he brushed his teeth, washed his face, and made breakfast. The only difference was that Cassius skipped his herbal bath today because Matthew had told him that the White Rose Antique Appraisal Convention would start early, leaving him no time for morning exercise. 20 minutes later, Cassius finished his milk. He glanced out the window. The car hadn't arrived yet. He turned back to stare at the black bag beside the sofa. As usual, he laid out the 4 antiques on the coffee table. Touching them lightly, he felt a cool sensation seep into his skin. Cassius let his fingers glide across each antique, keeping an eye on the top right corner of his vision. The lingering attachment energy had increased by 0.1. Lingering attachment energy, 3.8. The energy was still replenishing even on the 2nd day. If this keeps up for another 5 days, I'd essentially get an extra legendary antique for free, Cassius thought, satisfied as he replaced the item. Honk, honk, honk. A series of honks sounded outside. Cassius looked out the window and saw a long car parked by the roadside. He quickly pulled on his suit jacket from the sofa, grabbed the pocket watch pendant from the coffee table, and headed downstairs. "Coming?" Cassius called out as he strode toward the car. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Matthew's handsome face and another striking profile in the passenger seat. A graceful black-haired woman with an impressive figure sat by Matthew's side. She gazed deeply with her large, enchanting eyes. A prominent black tear mole at the corner of her elongated eye added to her allure. Li Wei, this is Violet. Cassius narrowed his eyes slightly. Hello. Hello. Violet's tone was so cold it practically froze. The car door opened, and Cassius sat inside, folding his arms across his chest. From time to time, his eyes flicked to Violet in the front passenger seat. He wasn't looking at her because of her graceful figure or beauty, but because he could sense the killing intent emanating from her. This killing intent wasn't directed at him, but was a natural aura formed over many years. Subtle though it may be, it couldn't escape Cassius's heightened senses. Violet wasn't Matthew's mistress or secretary, she was his bodyguard. She must be associated with the Ace of Spades. Duststorm's previous assassination attempt on Phil had failed because Cassius had been there. They likely wouldn't give up so easily, and their operations against Khan and Company were probably still ongoing. Ace of Spades probably sent this woman, codenamed Violet, to protect Khan and Company's general manager, Matthew. The car started and soon pulled into the broad street, heading straight towards the central district where the city museum was. The drive was uneventful, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived. Cassius got out of the car, shielding his eyes from the sun as he looked around. They were in a grey-white rectangular plaza that had circular flower beds with flowers and shrubs blooming in them decorated the edges. Lampposts illuminated nearby. A circular white stone fountain was planted right in the center of the plaza, the tiles glistening in the sunlight. The fountain's centerpiece was a 5 to 6 meter tall bronze statue of Baishuan City's first mayor. Citizens, seated on the black benches nearby, were either sunbathing and chatting or feeding pigeons with breadcrumbs. Bang, bang. The car doors closed and Matthew and Violet also got out. The pair seemed like a couple with one looking elegantly handsome, and the other exuding a refined beauty. Cassius, on the other hand, looked like a bodyguard. Let's go inside and take a look, Matthew said as he pulled a black invitation trimmed in gold from his pocket. As they started walking, a security guard in a blue uniform approached. Upon spotting the invitation in Matthew's hand, he quickened his steps. Once he confirmed their identities, he assured them he would have his men guard their car to prevent any damage. The security guard then respectfully watched them leave. This wasn't just an antique exhibition, this was a high society gathering. With even the museum security showing such enthusiasm, the White Rose Company had probably promised some substantial benefits. After walking along the white stone path and taking a few turns, they arrived at a large, imposing museum with large glass panes on the sides. A blue carpet stretched from the entrance all the way inside. There were about 20 security guards in blue uniforms patrolling the area. Some carried rubber batons. Matthew. Avril. Long time no see. Likewise. A young man in a suit standing near the entrance came closer, also holding a black invitation to the antique exhibition. He seemed to be a friend of Matthew's. Didn't you go to East Sea County with your father for business? When did you come back? Matthew asked. He was also quite happy to see him. The rubber business over there isn't doing so well, so my dad stayed to manage the branch, and I came back to handle the main company's affairs in Baileo County. I've been so busy lately that I haven't had time to catch up with you. I finally found some time to attend today's White Rose Antique exhibition. Who would have thought I'd run into you? Avril said with a smile. Perfect timing, let's go together. Matthew smiled. They were clearly more than just ordinary friends. With how close they were probably childhood friends. And these two are. Avril glanced at Violet and Cassius. Oh, they're here to see the antique exhibition. Matthew introduced, these are my friends. This is Violet, and that's Li Wei. The four of them chatted at the entrance for another 3 to 4 minutes before heading into the museum. After having their invitations checked, they entered the exhibition hall without any trouble. The museum's interior was spacious. The White Rose Antique Company had coordinated with the museum, temporarily renting the West Exhibition Hall for their themed antique exhibition. It had cost a hefty sum, but they had money and, above all, they wanted to make a grand impression. Baishuan City Museum had the best location, the largest area, and the most comprehensive facilities. The White Rose Antique Exhibition had to be held here in order to maintain its prestige and attract high society attendees. Mr. Matthew. Matthew's here. As soon as they entered the exhibition hall, numerous pairs of eyes gravitated toward them. Khan and Company was a big business in Baishuan City, making impressive profits from the liquor trade. Naturally, Matthew had a high status. He immediately put on a perfect smile and walked over gracefully. Avril and Violet followed him, leaving Cassius to stand alone. Matthew had already told him that he was here to network and that Cassius was free to explore on his own for now. Matthew would inquire with the organizers about the items on display after the morning exhibition, because generally, they weren't up for sale until later. Otherwise, the high society guests would have nothing to look at. Cassius took a moment to survey the hall. The museum's layout was indeed expansive. The main hall where he stood was supported by large marble columns. Tall display counters, each covered by a glass case showcasing an exhibit, was spread out over the gray-black floor. He could tell at a glance that there were at least hundreds of items in the main hall alone. There were also many side halls, each with a specific theme, such as oil paintings or porcelain vases. It looked like the White Rose Antique Company's collection surpassed the museum's. No wonder it boasted such prominence. Cassius quickly moved to the side and walked along the wall. About 10 meters ahead, a pretty girl in a black dress with a metal nameplate on her chest was in the midst of explaining the story behind the glass-encased exhibit to a small group. "Excuse me, miss, is there an exhibition area for ancient coins, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om? I'm sorry, sir, we don't have a dedicated area for those. The coin exhibits are mixed in with the statues and landscape paintings and are in a single hall. If you want to see them, it's the third side hall ahead," the girl said, smiling politely. "Thank you." Cassius immediately headed toward his destination. He quickly entered a side hall, where landscape paintings adorned the walls. Below each painting hung a small plaque detailing the artist's background and the price. Various artifacts encased in glass were displayed in front of these paintings. As he strolled around, Cassius examined each exhibit closely until he found what he was looking for, a rectangular display next to a marble pillar, showcasing antique coins neatly arranged under the glass. Sunlight shone on it, highlighting the embossed crown emblem with a tilted cross above it on the coin's surface. Another coin lay face down beside it, displaying the number 50. This was it. The Cross of Crown Star. 150 years ago, the Duchy of Lant in northern Hungary Federation erupted in a bloody revolution. Emperor Wally IV was guillotined, and the spectators threw coins stained with blood. The description beside the display matched what the old man had told him. Cassius first glanced at the exhibit and then at the few people in the hall, who were engrossed in the paintings on the walls. No one was paying any attention to him. He lightly tapped the base of the glass case. It made a muffled thud. His finger had acted like a bullet, breaking a tiny gap between the glass and the base. A bitter airflow began flowing out, and Cassius's eyes lit up. He withdrew his hand quietly. Unfortunately, the glass case was tightly secured to the base. To open it, he would need to remove the entire case. Otherwise, he would have absorbed the lingering energy from the Cross of Crown Star first, and then considered purchasing the coin. Once he was sure no one was watching him, Cassius repeated his method on the other displays. His precise control allowed him to drill small holes in the adhesive without disturbing the glass surface. The operation was quiet and discreet. In just 5 to 6 minutes, he had examined all the displays in the side hall. However, none of the artifacts contained lingering attachment energy. Cassius turned his attention to the other side halls. Certain that his actions would fly under the radar, he continued his search. There weren't any cameras, and no one seemed to take notice of his movements. Even if they did, all they would see was him touching the edge of the glass cases, and not tampering with the artifacts themselves. With renewed confidence, his movements became quicker. Highly efficient, he searched 5 side halls in short order but still found nothing. Cassius felt a bit frustrated. This expansive white rose antique exhibition had only given him one item with lingering attachment energy, the Cross of Crown Star. Would searching for such artifacts in the future be like finding a needle in a haystack? Would he have to rely entirely on luck? Despite his frustration, he pressed on. Finally, in the second to last hall, hall number 9, he felt a faint tremor. He clicked his tongue and looked down to see a crude bronze ring in the display. Hideous though it may be, the bitter taste in his mouth confirmed this was an antique with lingering attachment energy. Taking a deep breath, Cassius noted the location before moving to the last hall. 5 minutes later, he returned to the main hall. Elegantly dressed socialites wandered about the cavernous room, chatting and sipping hot tea. There were also groups of handsome young men and women dressed in stylish clothing strolling around and examining the exhibits. The only ones who looked like actual collectors were about the dozen balding middle-aged or elderly gentlemen. Wearing casual light yellow shirts and reading glasses, they moved from display to display, their focus trained entirely on the artifacts. Cassius mimicked them and started from one corner of the hall before gradually moving to other areas. With his hunched posture, he was practically screaming to onlookers that he was someone taciturn and antisocial. People, still in the midst of their conversations, naturally stepped aside when he approached and scrutinized the displays. Cassius would quickly tap the edges of the cases, the soft sound allowing him to determine authenticity in seconds. Because the main hall had more exhibits and people, Cassius was exceedingly cautious. He acted nonchalant, waiting for the moment when no one was watching before quickly bending down to check. It took him half an hour to complete his search. This entire White Rose antique exhibition isn't even as good as the artifacts on Duststorm's transport trucks, Cassius thought, somewhat sardonically. Only 2 items with lingering attachment energy turned up in this round of searching. One was the Crown Star coin he had already identified, and the other was the bronze ring in Hall 9. While it was something, the overall yield was uncertain because it all depended on just how authentic the Crown Star coins were. Out of more than 100 coins, who knew how many contained lingering attachment energy? If it was like last time, a single authentic Crown Star coin held about 0.2 units of lingering attachment energy, which was equivalent to half a regular legendary antique. Hopefully, there would be more this time. As he was lost in thought, a commotion broke out nearby. "That dumb bitch slapped me? Get her." A young man with black hair furiously clutched his left cheek, a red handprint clearly visible. A tall and cold figure stood opposite him. It was Matthew's bodyguard Violet, the woman with the teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye. It was indeed quite a striking feature because that was all Cassius could remember of her face. Without hesitation, one of the young man's bodyguards from several meters away charged at Violet. His powerful fist was aimed right for her chest. "Oh, This guy knows some combat moves, Cassius noted as he walked over, narrowing his eyes. Violet stepped back, sidestepping the punch quickly. Her long, toned leg swung up, delivering a swift kick to the bodyguard's waist. She knows some combat techniques too, but she's not very advanced, probably around combat arts level 3, Cassius thought as he casually approached. Seeing as how the ace of spades wouldn't have such weak bodyguards, she must be more adept with firearms. Meanwhile, 2 more bodyguards rushed over, joining the first. All 3 seemed to be around combat arts levels 2 or 3. Violet was trapped. Damn it, I couldn't bring my gun inside. This isn't good. Violet narrowed her eyes, heart sinking. Suddenly, a tall figure pushed through the crowd, forcing his way in. Make way, he commanded. Cassius came closer. The black-haired young man stumbled 2 steps back, looking slightly nervous. Are you with that woman? One of the bodyguards stepped in front of the young man. Her? I guess you could say that, Cassius deadpanned, cracking his thick neck. What's going on here? Not far away, 3 or 4 security guards in blue uniforms holding black rubber batons ran in. Beat both of them up before security gets here. Emboldened by the numbers, the young man yelled, fury surging through him. Getting slapped in public was something he could not tolerate? That's funny. I was thinking the same thing. Cassius sneered. He had barely finished speaking when he vanished. The last thing the bodyguard in front of the young man saw was a blur before a large shadow overwhelmed his field of vision. A sharp pain shot through his abdomen, causing him to double over in agony. On the other side, the 2 bodyguards facing off against Violet froze. 2 large hands shot out from behind, lifting them like chickens. They didn't even get a chance to struggle before they were knocked out. Cassius lowered his arms, letting the 2 bodies drop to the floor. He then backhanded the young man, knocking him down. Why you? The young man stammered, cheek red. He wanted to say something tough but was afraid of getting hit again. He settled on stuttering. Cassius stood coldly, the murmurs around him helping him piece together what had happened. It was the classic case of a rich kid trying to flirt with someone he found attractive, not realizing that the girl was a killer with a bad temper. She had retaliated with a slap, leading to the scene Cassius had witnessed. It made sense. The White Rose Antiques exhibition was more of a social gathering for the rich, with many wealthy businessmen and heirs mingling. Where there were rich people, there would be those so-called socialites. It was common for rich kids to chat up socialites, as both parties had their motives, one was hungry for the body and the other hungry for money. This black-haired youth probably mistook Violet for one of those socialites and tried to do just that. Violet, being naturally aloof, ignored him. Mistaking her aloofness for playing hard to get, he kept pestering her, only to be slapped. The young man, unable to contain his anger, called for his bodyguards to act on the spot. He didn't seem to have learned social etiquette. If Matthew had been in this situation, he wouldn't have acted out so brazenly. He would have restrained himself and dealt with it in private later. He also would have never called his bodyguards to hit someone in public, especially in such a high-profile setting like the White Rose Antiques exhibition, where many influential people were present. Such actions would lead to social ostracism and a loss of connections. There were rules and regulations when it came to these things. After acting rashly and arrogantly despite being in the wrong, the black-haired youth deserved to be hit by Cassius. 3 blue-uniformed security guards finally arrived. What's going on here? The young man pointed at Cassius. He hit me in front of everyone. Hit you? The lead security guard raised an eyebrow, looking at Cassius and Violet. What's this about hitting? You just accused him without any evidence to back up your claims. Does that mean that if I accuse you of murder, does that make you a murderer? Ridiculous. The security guard wasn't playing by the book. What? The young man lay stunned on the ground. Look at my bodyguards? And my face. The young man gestured at the bodies strewn on the floor and then jabbed at his cheek. Yeah, I see it. But how does this prove anything? How do I know you didn't get beaten because you were the ones who started it? The security guard captain and his 2 subordinates walked over. You? Why you? The young man was so angry his nostrils flared. Stop stalling and get up. The captain ordered, take the unconscious ones to the security office. A few more security guards arrived, swiftly taking the young man and his 3 bodyguards away. 2 minutes later, the security captain nodded after hearing the witnesses' testimonies, and headed to the security office. He wasn't any ordinary guard, he had sharp instincts. With 3 bodyguards taken down in an instant, what could they possibly do with their batons? How could they fight against the tall and muscular Cassius? More importantly, Cassius and Violet had entered the hall with their young master Avril. Avril's father owned a rubber company, with a secondary business in security, making it the 2nd largest security company in Baishuan City. The guards for the exhibition were the same as the ones for the museum's security which Avril's family business handled. If a clueless rich kid clashed with the young master's friends, needless to say, security would be on the master's side. Not to mention that the young man was in the wrong. Even if he had been right, between helping a rich kid and getting fired by the young master, or supporting the young master's friend and thus securing a bright future, the choice was a no-brainer. The security captain smiled, touching the shield-shaped badge on his chest. This company's black emblem had never seemed so fitting. Pushing through the crowd, the security captain made his way to Matthew and Avril, who had just arrived. Manager, your friend was in a bit of trouble, but not to worry, it's been taken care of now. He puffed out his chest, showing off the company emblem. Friend? Oh, Avril looked puzzled at first, then glanced at Matthew. He patted the captain's shoulder. I see, thank you. It was no problem. None at all. Just so you know, manager, the ones who started the fight have been taken to the security office. I'll be off now. The security captain had been around long enough to know not to hang around too long if he wanted to avoid annoying Avril. After a brief introduction, he quickly made his exit. 5 minutes later, the four regrouped. So, let me get this straight. This happened because Miss Violet is just too beautiful, Matthew said with a mix of helplessness and amusement. Violet is indeed beautiful, Avril complimented. In the sunlight, Violet's tall and curvy figure was pleasing to look at. Her legs and hips formed an eye-catching curve, her silky black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her delicate, beautiful face had a seductive mole near her eye. The cold demeanor of a killer only added to her appeal. Even Avril, who has had his fair share of women, found himself tempted. No wonder the young man couldn't hold back. While Matthew and Avril admired Violet, the latter had her eyes trained on Cassius, not for any romantic reason but because of his displayed power. As one of Ace of Spades' killers, Violet was skilled in fighting with a gun and decent in close combat, and was roughly at the level of a third-stage federal combat arts practitioner. Cassius had effortlessly taken down the young man's bodyguards, at least one of whom was also at the third-stage level. Violet hadn't seen how Cassius moved even as she stood on the sidelines as an observer. Simple deduction suggested he was at least a 4th or 5th degree combat arts practitioner, making him an expert. Plus, his physique and muscles hinted at an even greater strength. Cassius noticed Violet's gaze but didn't acknowledge it. His mind was on the 2 legendary antiques he wanted. He had only helped earlier because he needed Matthew to negotiate later. The rest of the time passed uneventfully. Matthew mingled with various people while Cassius wandered around, killing time. As it approached noon, the first half of the antique exhibition came to a close. Matthew and his companions went up to the organizer of the White Rose Antiques exhibition through another contact. This was the advantage of having a wide network. Connections are a valuable resource. The two men negotiated in a spacious side hall of the museum. Manager Tom, my friend is interested in the antique coin in Cabinet 32 of Side Hall 3 and the bronze ring in Cabinet 21 of Side Hall 9. Is there any way to purchase them in advance? I'm sorry, Mr. Matthew. The rules of the White Rose Antiques exhibition stipulate that no antiques can be sold before the exhibition ends. Only auction items are available for purchase. Is there any way to make an exception? My friend is very keen on those 2 pieces and is quite anxious to acquire them. I understand, but we'd have empty displays if we sell those items. It'd be rather unsightly. I know you have your own constraints, but I'm sure there's room for negotiations. Matthew was not angry and instead spoke in a calm and refined manner with Manager Tom. He smiled pleasantly all the while. Tom initially thought to rebuke Matthew loudly with, "How dare you insult me by trying to bribe me?" However, the money was just too tempting. Under the sunlight, he shook Matthew's hand with a broad smile. "Pleasure doing business with you. Thank you for your generous help, Manager Tom." Half an hour later, both Cassius and Tom got what they wanted. As for the White Rose Antiques exhibition's rules, well, rules were rigid, but not people. An empty display? Just move some pieces from another one that had more items. Rearrange it a little here and a little there, and it'll look the same. These were minor issues. What mattered was the money in hand. How could one be successful if they couldn't adapt and be flexible? Manager Tom personally saw them off at the museum entrance. "Have a nice day. Goodbye." Matthew waved. The 3 of them got into the car, and it soon merged smoothly into traffic. In the comfortable back seat, Cassius unwrapped the tightly bundled up black bag to reveal the 2 antiques he had secured. Fortunately, the coins and rings were small. If they had been fragile items like porcelain vases or sculptures, they would have had to wait a day or 2. Cassius looked up at him and said gratefully, "Thank you, Matthew." "No problem. It didn't cost much. And you've already thanked me several times. No need to make a fuss over such small matters between friends," Matthew replied with a smile. "I'll drop you off at your new place. I already informed the renovation and furniture people this morning, so they should already be there. You can discuss your preferences with them." "Okay." Cassius didn't make a fuss. Matthew was truly a valuable friend. Who wouldn't like a wealthy and influential friend who can do things under the table like Matthew? As the car moved forward, Cassius began examining his antiques. First, he looked at the Crown Star coins, which were kept in a plastic bottle so he wouldn't lose them. He unscrewed the bottle and a bitter taste spread in his mouth. "There seems to be a lot, at least 3, Cassius estimated, based on what he knew of authentic pieces. As he checked each coin, it was indeed true. There were 4 coins in total, each with 0.2 units of lingering attachment energy, which added up to 0.8 units of energy. His right hand felt a bit numb. Cassius exhaled a breath of murky air and glanced at the top right corner of his interface, his face lighting up with joy. Lingering attachment energy, 3.8 plus 0.8 equals 4.6. It had surpassed 4 units. And he still had 1 more item to absorb. He quickly retrieved the ugly bronze ring from the bag. As soon as he held it, his body froze. Jackpot? It wasn't a lingering attachment antique, it was a legendary antique. Cassius's eyes widened in surprise. Compared to ordinary antiques, lingering attachment antiques were rare, and legendary antiques even rarer. He had seen thousands of antiques, encountered fewer than 10 lingering attachment antiques, and only 2 legendary antiques. He had really hit the jackpot this time. Cassius tamped down on his excitement and looked at the top right corner, where a ring symbol had appeared next to the Wind Elephant pendant. The two symbols were parallel to each other, but the ring symbol was slightly faint, possibly because he hadn't yet performed the time travel. Lingering attachment energy, 4.6 plus 0.6 equals 5.2. He had surpassed 5 units. With so much lingering attachment energy, he could perform at least 2 time travels. Plus, with the newly acquired bronze ring, he might not have to wait until the shadow demons manifested to perform a time travel. He could use it to enhance his strength in advance. The more he thought about it, the more feasible the idea seemed. I'll think about what to do next once I'm home, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Suddenly, the car jolted violently as if something had crashed into them. The three of them were startled, and Cassius's gaze immediately snapped to the right. A black car had collided with them. At the same time, a handgun barrel extended from the gap in the window. Bang! A bullet shot out instantly. A massive black shadow lunged at them from the back seat. Matthew started, all the color draining from his face as if his soul had left him. He peeked to his right and saw a muscular hand, veins bulging, extending from the back seat. The hand pressed firmly against Matthew's temple, solid as a rock. Thud! The hand opened slightly. A slightly blood-stained bullet clattered to the floor. Violet gaped in disbelief from where she was sitting in the front passenger seat. What the hell? He blocked the bullet with his hand? That's insane. Crash! Crash! The left side of the car shook violently as another black car came from behind and slammed into the rear end. Matthew quickly straightened the steering wheel, trying to control his car. Vroom! The black car on the left accelerated again and careened toward them. Matthew jerked the steering wheel sharply, the car door scraping by with a screech. The black car's window rolled down, and an arm holding a gun extended out. It was aimed right at Matthew. Cassius narrowed his eyes and was about to shield Matthew on the left when a gunshot echoed inside the car. Violet had pulled out a large-caliber handgun from who knew where and fired off a shot. The glass of the car on the left shattered with a clink as blood spattered across the broken window. Violet had killed them. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out from both sides. Grabbing the back of their heads with his large hands, Cassius forced the two in the front seats to duck down. Bullets flew wildly, destroying the car windows, before finally hitting his strong arm with a dull thud. Blood splattered from his upper arm and forearm. Damn it! Skins torn again. Cassius cursed under his breath, then shook both hands. His muscular body, like twisted steel rods, forced the bullets embedded in his arm to pop out and fall to the carpet with a plop. He quickly scanned the surroundings. Aside from the two black cars sandwiching them, there were also two more charging in from behind. The four cars formed an encirclement, forcing Matthew's luxury car forward. Crash! Crash! 2 more crashes followed. The cars behind rammed frantically into their luxury car. Inside, the vehicle shook violently, and the 3 of them were jostled around as if they were speeding over a gravel road, their heads knocking against the hard surfaces. Stop the car! Cassius shouted. Bang! 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 More bullets broke through the rear glass, hitting Cassius in the back. It wasn't very painful, it felt like being pricked by needles, but it wasn't comfortable either. I would if I could. Matthew had to use all his strength to keep the car steady, the steering wheel spinning like a ship's helm. The car's entire outer shell was deformed from the collisions. The silver framework decorations around the car were strewn all over. If it weren't for the fact that the Heisenauer series was a high-end model, and Matthew's car had been specially reinforced, it would have fallen apart from the continuous crashes. Thud! Cassius's head slammed into the roof again. The whole car veered and spun, making a big circle before managing to straighten out on the road. The car was heavily damaged and it could no longer drive fast. The 4 cars slowed down and had them tightly surrounded. Thud! Cassius's head hit the roof once more. Given his tall stature, his head inevitably bumped into the roof whenever the car jolted. Damn it, I've had enough. Cassius slapped the metal door on the right side and shouted, Matthew, open the door. Swish, swish, swish. Bullets whizzed by. Matthew ducked and shouted, what are you going to do? Don't worry about me, just open the door. I can't. The door's all warped from the collisions. Matthew frantically smashed his finger on the driver's side button, but the lock for the back door wouldn't budge. Shit. Cassius's temper flared. He refused to be trapped in this tin can, getting picked off by the surrounding gunfire. He took a deep breath, his muscular lines bulging. Accelerated blood flow. Cassius's eyes turned blood red as he kicked the back door hard. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Bang! A huge footprint protruded out from the door. What the hell? In the black car on the right, 2 assassins in black clothes stared at the luxury car's rear. There was another loud bang. With a kick, the car door flew off. Bang! It first hit the body of the car on the right. Clang! Then soared backward, like a giant flying dart, and lodged itself into the hood of the car behind. At the same time, Cassius grabbed the edges of the front and rear seats, planting his strong legs on the carpet, and took a sprinter's starting position. Boom! A hulking shadow flew through the air like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. The luxury car shook violently. Matthew, who had been thrown around, regained control of the spinning steering wheel and looked at the now empty back seat. Where is he? He should be there. Violet's narrow eyes were filled with shock. A tall figure had materialized on the roof of the black car to their right. Despite the car swaying wildly, his thick tree trunk-like legs remained rooted to its surface, steady as a rock. What the hell is going on? Why is there a person standing on car number 2? The passengers in the other 3 black cars gaped at the scene in front of them, and the black-clad assassins inside raised their guns, firing rapidly. Dozens of bullets hit Cassius, turning the only black suit he had into tattered rags. The bullets broke through his skin but couldn't get past his tough, steel-like muscles and remained embedded there. Thud, thud, thud. His heart, in the accelerated blood flow state, pumped blood quickly, spreading strength throughout his body. The contours of Cassius's muscles turned slightly black, and a torrent of power surged out. His right hand became a black blur. Azure wind flow, severing flow. His hand, wrapped in white gas, slashed at the black car's roof like a high-speed cutting saw, producing a shower of sparks. He ripped off a large piece of the roof. The assassin in the passenger seat looked up sharply and met a pair of blood-red, vicious eyes. Time to feast. Cassius's arm struck down like a black python, grabbing and lifting the poor, unfortunate soul in the passenger seat up by the head. Bang, bang, bang. His companion's continuous gunfire accidentally hit him, riddling him with bullets. Blood spurted out like blooming red flowers. Such fragile bodies. Cassius gazed at the corpse in his hand. By this point, he was nothing but bullet holes and gushing blood. He tossed it backward. Crash. The corpse crashed through the windshield of one of the cars, coincidentally knocking out the driver. The car swerved wildly and plunged off the road and into the river. No. Cassius lifted the 2 assassins in the back seat and swung them out like sledgehammers. Their bodies sailed through the air and hit the ground with a splat, blood oozing out. The last assassin in the driver's seat tried to jump out to escape, but a black shadow slammed down like a hammer. With a loud thud, he cracked the assassin's skull. Rat-a-tat-tat. A string of sounds distinctly different from ordinary gunfire rang out. It turned out the car behind them had brought out a light machine gun that had been well concealed from under the seat and started recklessly firing. They had completely forgotten about their mission to assassinate Matthew. Their only thought now was to kill that monster. Bullets from the light machine gun whizzed through the air at high speed. Sensing danger, Cassius dodged to the side, but 2 bullets still hit him. Blood poured out from the wounds. He wasn't trained in hardening Qigong. His tough skin and muscles were a result of his second-level accelerated blood flow. Cassius still had to avoid getting hit by machine gun bullets. While not fatal, they would affect his combat ability. Tat-tat-tat-tat. A man in black wearing sunglasses stood atop the car behind them and was firing the light machine gun at them. Accelerated blood flow, second stage. The blood vessels in Cassius's eyes spread like tree branches. He felt a powerful force circulate throughout his muscles. He stomped heavily on the car's roof and shot forward like a cannonball, his legs clamped together like a pillar as he aimed right for the car. Crash! His powerful feet slammed into the gunman's chest and broke his ribs. The man's chest caved in as he choked up blood. Cassius, at the peak of his second-level accelerated blood flow state, was flexible and squeezed through the car window. Thud! Bang! Nu! Ah! The car shook violently, with muffled sounds of struggle coming from inside. The car door opened, and a panicked assassin tried to jump out, but a large hand yanked him back in. Smash! A bloodied head crashed through the side window, dangling lifelessly by the neck. The driverless car began to slow down as the rear car door was kicked open. A figure bounded out like a cheetah and raced down the road, quickly catching up to the moving cars ahead. The bright sunlight shone down on a human figure chasing 2 speeding vehicles. It was a bizarre and surreal scene to behold. Violet glanced at the only remaining car on the left, then stared at Cassius sprinting toward them. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but no words came. In the driver's seat, Matthew swallowed hard, wiping blood from his forehead. What kind of ultra-powerful friend did I just make? As they watched, the assassin's furious shouts and gunfire continued. Like he was some kind of tank, Cassius slammed hard into the car, causing it to slide sideways with a loud bang. The car door was distorted. Black tire marks were burned into the road. Turn the wheel, turn the wheel. Step on the gas, don't let that monster catch up. Bang, another slam. The car grew increasingly misshapen. It spun like a top, throwing the assassins inside into chaos. They had toyed with Cassius's car earlier, but it was now their turn to be terrified. Cassius stomped the ground, his muscles expanding and contracting as he charged again. He crashed through the car door, his solid arm forcing its way inside like a wall. The unlucky assassins in the back seat groaned as they had their bones cracked. Pushed out the left door, they tumbled out and rolled dozens of meters before stopping. They were dead. These assassins were not covert martial arts practitioners, which meant their physical prowess was only slightly above normal and they had to rely mainly on firearms. Ordinary people would be severely injured after falling from a moving car, let alone these 2 who were already badly hurt. Screech! The heavily damaged Heights Noya car came to a stop. Matthew and Violet quickly got out and ran to the black car about 50 meters away. A muffled sound came from inside, and blood splashed across the front windshield. Warm blood slowly dripped down. Click. The driver's door opened. A tall figure stepped out and stood on the black road. In the bright midday sun, his muscles glistened faintly like cast iron. Cassius, still in his accelerated blood flow state, stood over 6 feet tall, with bulging veins like twisted steel bars. His large frame blocked the sunlight, casting a wide shadow. He gave off an inexplicable sense of awe and grandeur. Several thumb-sized bullet holes on his body oozed a mixture of blood and sweat. Li Wei, are you okay? Matthew's voice was shaky. His smooth-talking persona had given way to a stuttering one. His heart pounded wildly. This isn't something that can be explained by the Federation's 5-stage system? Violet bit her full, wet lower lip. It's just a scratch. Cassius took a deep breath, his muscles shuddering. Bullets clattered to the ground, the sound ringing crisply on the hard surface. He brushed a hand over his chest, and the holes left by the machine gun began to close. They weren't healing. Cassius was using his accelerated blood flow to force his muscles to stop the bleeding. This kind of power is only seen in those who have truly mastered the essence of the Covert Martial Arts. Violet's gaze lingered on Cassius's strong physique. As a member of Bailu County's Ace of Spades, she was aware there were things beyond normal understanding. She knew the Covert Martial Arts existed, and there were experts in their organization. But she had never seen someone as monstrous as Cassius, who could withstand even light machine gun bullets. In the Ace of Spades, experts who specialized in close combat could handle 4 or 5 gunmen by themselves. But Cassius had slaughtered a dozen gunmen and was even ramming into cars like a rhino. Cassius deactivated his accelerated blood flow state and exhaled. What do we do with all these bodies and car wreckage? Leave them. Khan and Company and the Ace of Spades will take care of it. We have people in the city police department. Matthew wiped the blood from his forehead. Are you hurt? Cassius squinted at him. Just a scratch. A piece of glass cut my forehead. I'll get it bandaged at the hospital. But you, with all those bullet holes, should get checked out too. Despite Cassius's formidable defense, Matthew thought it was best for him to get a thorough checkup. The three of them crawled back into the rather wrecked car and headed to a private hospital on the outskirts of the city, Qingtang Private Hospital, the third best hospital in the city. Khan and Company held a 51% stake there. Ouch, that really hurts. Matthew's face twisted in pain as he walked out with white bandages on his forehead. The alcohol disinfection had been quite painful. Done. Seated on a metal seat outside, Cassius casually flipped through a newspaper with his legs crossed. He looked up at Matthew. Matthew plopped down between Cassius and Violet. How come you look fine? Where are your bandages? The doctor said it was just a superficial wound. All he did was disinfect it with alcohol and put on a few band-aids. Cassius shrugged and went back to reading his newspaper. You truly are a monster. You were shot dozens of times, and all you got was a superficial wound that you only need to cover with band-aids. Unbelievable. Matthew rubbed his forehead. Violet, who was beside him, also shook her head helplessly, seemingly in agreement. They rested in the reclining chairs for a while. The faint scent of alcohol permeated the hospital air. Dust Storm really went all out today. A dozen killers, 4 cars, and even a light machine gun. Matthew wiped his face, shaking his head self-deprecatingly. They must think very highly of me. Fear still lingered in his heart as he recalled the earlier assassination attempt. If even one stray bullet in that shower of gunfire had hit something vital, Matthew would have died instantly. He wasn't like Cassius, a martial artist with physical abilities beyond human limits, or even like Violet, a trained killer with some measure of combat skills. He was an ordinary person. Finding himself at the heart of a grand assassination attempt naturally left him terrified. Duststorm isn't just targeting Khan and Company, their real target is us, Violet said. According to internal intelligence, Duststorm has activities in 8 cities in Bailu County and has provoked many organizations, including the Ace of Spades. It seems they want to challenge all the underground forces in Bailu County. I don't know where they get their confidence. Today's incident is only an example of one of their provocations. Violet then began to casually mention some recent underground events. Although Cassius seemed engrossed with the newspaper, he was actually listening closely. The events Violet mentioned seemed to match the numerous deaths and explosions reported in the Bailu County newspaper, confirming that Duststorm was behind them. Half an hour later, Cassius put down the newspaper and asked, "How long are we going to wait here? I already called my father when we arrived at the hospital. He should be here soon." Matthew glanced at his watch. It was 1:02 p.m. "I also informed my superior, Whitebird. He should be arriving with Mr. Jason," Violet added in a soft voice. For the past half hour, she had been sneaking glances at Cassius from the corner of her eye. Cassius, with his keen senses, noticed but chose not to confront her. Violet wasn't peeking at him because of some frivolous reason like she was checking him out. She seemed to be assessing something, waiting for something. Finally, after another 10 minutes, at around 1:20 p.m., a set of hurried footsteps came thundering up from the hospital stairs. A burly middle-aged man in a white shirt and brown vest walked up, his meticulously styled hair a bit disheveled. He spotted the 3 people sitting on the recliners and hurried over. "Is my son all right?" Cassius very sensibly made room for him. "A head injury." Jason frowned at the bandage on Matthew's forehead. "It's nothing serious. I didn't get shot, it's just a small cut from broken glass. The doctor disinfected and bandaged me up and they said it should heal in half a month. I won't even have a scar." Afraid that his father was still worried, Matthew jumped up from the recliner to show off just how uninjured he was. The Hudson family wasn't a centuries-old wealthy merchant family. It had only been in the last couple of decades that Jason had made his fortune and Matthew had endured his fair share of hardships as a child too. Because the family had struggled together, Jason and Matthew's bond was deep with none of that cliched father-son melodrama. The two embraced each other tightly in the hallway. Jason had been out of his mind with worry after seeing the Riverside Road on his way to the hospital. All of those scattered, tragic bodies, mangled car wreckage, and bullet marks everywhere. He knew a fierce battle had taken place. Even though the Ace of Spades elite killer Violet had been there, she might not have been able to completely protect Matthew. He might have escaped with his life but probably not with all 4 limbs attached. Jason had been prepared for the worst but was relieved to find his son relatively unharmed, the only battle wound being a scrape. Feeling reassured, he turned to Violet. "Thank you, Miss Violet. If it weren't for the Ace of Spades sending someone to protect my son." A cold voice cut Jason off. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. The one who really protected your son this time was Mr. Li Wei." Violet shook her head, looking over at Cassius. "He's far stronger than I am. Without him, both Matthew and I would have perished in the dust storm attack." Violet then recounted the events straight without embellishing anything. Just the truth. Jason's eyes widened as he listened, his gaze shifting between Cassius and Violet, the astonishment growing. Withstanding bullets, and from a light machine gun too. Is this guy even human? Jason finally noticed the few bandages on Cassius, 2 on his arm and 1 on his palm, the latter of which was from catching a bullet aimed at Matthew's temple. How incredible. And the cars with their shattered metal frameworks and twisted bodies. Did Cassius smash them with his bare fists? This wasn't a human being, this was a walking tank. As shocked as he was, Jason was grateful that Cassius was their friend and ally. The stronger the ally, the better. He thanked Cassius warmly, his status already shooting up in his mind. A self-made businessman with a silver tongue, Jason bonded quickly with Cassius and even started calling him nephew. The smile never left his face. It was a stark contrast from the stern and meticulous man with the eagle-like visage that Cassius first encountered. Cassius supposed that having a solid foundation of strength and ability allowed him to be adaptable to any kind of situation. "Don't worry, uncle. I'll keep an eye on Phil and make sure he learns some combat skills so he can defend himself," Cassius replied in his usual manner. "That would be great. Thank you, Li Wei." Jason nodded. His demeanor suddenly turned serious, his voice suffused with suppressed anger. "Dust storm attacked my sons twice. This means war? We need to make them pay." "Yes, we do." A man in a black casual suit appeared at the stairwell. His wide-brimmed hat, trimmed in black, obscured his entire face. He also wore black leather boots and carried a black cane. The only unique feature was his white gloves. Made of fine, soft fabric, they were adorned with a red heart and the letter J on it. "You've come, Whitebird," Jason said. "Yes. I had to deal with the car wrecks by the river, so there was a delay." The man shuffled over. His gaze swept over the 4 people, finally stopping on Cassius. Violet quickly stood up and whispered something to Whitebird. "Sorry, everyone, I need to report to my superior." She flashed a perfect smile before walking over to a corner with Whitebird. All the while, as she relayed the assassination details, Whitebird nodded occasionally. He gazed at Cassius, expression thoughtful. After a moment, they returned. After exchanging a few words, they headed to the hospital's conference room. With Jason, the chairman of Khan & Company, around, there was no place in Greenvine Hospital they couldn't go. Cassius sat on the red chair, finding the soft cushion quite comfortable. The spacious conference hall was bright with fresh air. The curtains were drawn aside, revealing the blue sky and a few white clouds outside the window. Like Jason, Whitebird first thanked Cassius for his help. Without him, Violet would have been killed by the Dust Storm assassins. Whitebird then spoke with Jason about Dust Storm. For 20 to 30 minutes, they discussed a plan of retaliation against Dust Storm, whose arrogance had only grown, as well as their recent activities. Jason was invited to join the counterattack. After all, the Ace of Spades were professionals when it came to killing and destroying things. They made no effort to try to hide what they were talking about despite having an outsider, Cassius, there. Instead, they spoke openly about confidential matters. Whitebird shared some of the intel he had received. 3 days ago, the Firefox in Oak City was attacked by Dust Storm assassins. Almost everyone was wiped out. The few who escaped were severely injured and died shortly after. We did manage to get some information from them just before they died. They said the killers were bioengineered humans who possessed little to no fear of getting shot, couldn't feel any pain, and continued fighting even with broken limbs. The bioengineered humans were reminiscent of something that happened in the comic Captain Hungley, where an evil scientist experimented on people, creating pain-insensitive, high self-healing biohumans, then brainwashing them into killers. Bioengineered humans? Is Dust Storm doing some secret dark technology? Is this why they've been so active and provocative lately? Jason was astonished. Dust Storm wasn't as simple as they seemed. Beside him, Cassius frowned. He couldn't be sure, but these bioengineered humans seemed a little too similar to the cloaked men from the ruthless battle. The same fearlessness, pain insensitivity, and high healing ability, they were pretty much the same except they were the modern versions of them. Apart from the Covert Martial Arts, there were other mysterious paths in this world. Right now, whether Dust Storm's biohumans and the cloaked men were one and the same was up in the air. Cassius was utterly confused and knew that he needed to learn more about Dust Storm. While Whitebird and Jason continued their discussion, Cassius pondered deeply, lost in thought. About 5 to 6 minutes later, everyone stood up from their seats, opened the doors, and walked into the hospital hallway. Cassius was nearly at the door when a deep male voice called from behind. "Mr. Li Wei, a moment." Cassius turned. "Is there something you need?" Whitebird smiled. 10 minutes later, in the conference room, Cassius had joined the Ace of Spades organization. It happened quickly and without much fanfare. Cassius had already been eyeing Ace of Spades from the very beginning. Like Sandstorm, they dealt in antiques, making it an excellent place to search for antiques with lingering attachments. Additionally, Ace of Spades was well-informed and a significant organization in Bailio County, even operating in parts of the 6 eastern counties of the Hongli Federation. As the saying goes, it's good to have a big tree behind you for shade. Now that Cassius had information linking Sandstorm and the Cloaked Man, it all but confirmed for him that Ace of Spades was the holder of valuable intelligence. It would be wise for him to either join or, at the very least, cooperate with them. Meanwhile, Whitebird's invitation was very enthusiastic. He knew that Cassius was a formidable man with extraordinary skills and capable of withstanding light machine gun bullets. Such talent was exactly what Ace of Spades desired. Their interests aligned perfectly. In addition, Whitebird wanted to use Cassius's strength to increase his own influence. After all, he had worked with Khan & Company for over a decade. Since Cassius was a friend of Matthew's, this made them natural allies, fully capable of supporting each other. The Ace of Spades, as an organization, also needed a distribution of power, and Whitebird needed a heavyweight ally. The Ace of Spades, as the name suggested, was related to playing cards. The 2 jokers were the leaders of the organization. The 16 high-level members of the organization were comprised of the aces, kings, queens, and jacks of each suit, spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. This was an underground force with thousands of members, ranking highly among all organizations in the 6 eastern counties. Excluding the 2 jokers, the remaining 16 high-level members were divided accordingly into the 4 suits, AKQJ. Each group managed different aspects of the organization, some dealt with antique sales, some with the transportation of contraband, others with intelligence, and some with assassination, among many other specialized tasks. As the Jack of Hearts, Whitebird was primarily responsible for assassination operations, making him Ace of Spades' second in command in this aspect. He had led many killers and was well known in the Eastern Federation's underworld. Due to the high success rate of his assassination missions, Whitebird was quite reputable. Since the Jack of Spades was not very involved in these affairs, Whitebird was effectively the head of the assassination department. He had always thrived in this role, but Duststorm's meteoric rise in power had caused him significant trouble. First, there were numerous attacks targeting the Ace of Spades, followed by the sudden death of a high-ranking member. Coincidentally, the deceased was the Jack of Diamonds, the assassination department's 4th in command, who died while assisting the antique sales department on a transport mission. Being the only killer among the 4 high-ranking members of the assassination department, the Jack of Diamonds was essentially the department's face. Many suspected that Duststorm orchestrated the attack to kill the strongest assassin in the department to intimidate everyone in the Ace of Spades. And they had done it. Duststorm's rabid dog-like actions had shaken up the Ace of Spades so badly that no one had stepped forward to fill the Jack of Diamonds position. That role had remained vacant for a month. What was once a coveted position had turned into a hot potato. No one dared to sit in it until Duststorm's arrogance had been quelled. In hindsight, who could blame them? But as the person in charge of the assassination department, Whitebird was embarrassed. He planned to find a powerful enough external ally, someone strong enough to stabilize the department. He had been searching fruitlessly for a month. But that was going to change today. I'm looking forward to working with you. Likewise. Standing by the open window, and illuminated by the golden sunlight, Cassius and Whitebird shook hands like decades-long old friends. Cassius had a rough understanding of the Ace of Spades organization from their conversation, and he asked, Whitebird, won't there be objections to directly appointing me to the assassination department? Ordinarily, it wouldn't be allowed. Traditionally, we promote high-level members from within, usually those who have served for at least 10 years or have made significant contributions. But special times call for special measures. Besides, nothing good comes out of being rigid all the time. Whitebird paused. You have the strength, I have the position, and people keep passing the Jack of Diamonds spot back and forth. When I propose your appointment in a few days, most of the high-ranking members won't object. And even if there are, you just need to beat them up. Pain has a way of bringing clarity. Whitebird's cunning smile made him look like an old fox. I'm good at that? Cassius nodded confidently. The high-ranking members and some elite members of the assassination department will soon be arriving at Baishuan City to attend a small meeting. You might need to make an appearance, but I'm sure you won't disappoint me. Whitebird smiled faintly. Someone will notify you before the meeting. And my request. Once you become the Jack of Diamonds, it will be a trivial matter, Whitebird said, pinching his thumb and index finger together. The assassination and antique departments have always had a good relationship. We frequently exchange personnel. What you're asking for is a minor issue. Then I feel at ease. Cassius smiled. His request was small. It would be normal for an antique enthusiast to want to see the antique department's warehouse in the Ace of Spades organization, right? Just like how it'd be normal to touch an item that tickled his fancy, and if he really liked it, it was only natural to buy it for a price. Once Cassius became a high-ranking member of the assassination department, no one in the antique department would bat an eye at such small matters. On the contrary, they might even praise him for being so diligent and proactively patrolling the warehouse to prevent theft. So, are we good to work together? Cassius extended his hand. We are? Backlit against the sunlight, the two shook hands for the second time. A minute later, Cassius and Whitebird strolled out of the conference room. Violet was waiting at the door while Jason and Matthew sat on a bench, resting. As the five of them walked together, Matthew casually asked, "What were you two talking about in there?" "Nothing much. Mr. Whitebird just wanted to thank me. After all, however indirectly, I did save Violet's life," Cassius replied without hesitation. Joining the Ace of Spades organization was not something that should be publicly broadcasted. He couldn't tell Matthew. The more people who knew, the greater the risk. They all went down the stairs together with Cassius beside Jason and Matthew, while Whitebird chatted with Violet. Occasionally, they glanced over at Cassius, pointing and whispering. Violet wore a complicated expression on her face. She opened her mouth a few times as if wanting to say something but eventually just nodded helplessly. Several black cars were parked at the entrance of the Greenvine Hospital. A young man in a suit, who appeared to be a secretary, approached Matthew and Jason, whispering something in their ears. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. "There's trouble at the Jackson factory?" "All right, I understand," Jason said, glancing at his son. "Matthew, you go check out the Jackson factory. I need to head to City Hall. The mayor and deputy mayor want to discuss something with me." "What about Li Wei?" Matthew asked. "I can take Mr. Li Wei," a melodious voice chimed in. A graceful figure walked over. "Thanks," Matthew said. Cassius turned to look at Violet, who smiled at him, eyes narrowed. The charming mole at the corner of her eye was much more pronounced. 5 minutes later, Cassius and Violet were in the black car as it drove off. They sat in silence. Cassius was a man of few words, and Violet, as an assassin, was equally aloof. With nothing to talk about, they could only listen to the car engine's hum. In the soft back seat, Cassius fiddled with a bronze ring. It was crude and ugly, but in there was a node that ordinary antiques with lingering attachments lacked. As crucial as the energy from lingering attachments was, the nodes were even more so. Cassius wondered what era the time travel node would take him to. He was curious but something held him back. At present, he had enough lingering attachment energy stored, plus he owned two legendary antiques, the bronze ring and the Wind Elephant tusk pendant. Cassius was torn between which to use first. One path led to the third stage of Li Wei's revenge, while the other was a complete enigma. It was clear that Li Wei's enemies, the cloaked men, were numerous, powerful, and challenging to kill. They were elusive, non-human entities. Without immense power, it would be difficult to make any headway against them. Even activating the second-level accelerated blood flow might not suffice. After all, even sect leader Bellin. Therefore, it might be wiser to first use the other legendary antique to give himself a quick power boost. Once he had a stronger foundation, he could embark on the third stage of the Wind Elephant tusk pendant. Cassius still had some unresolved feelings about the era from 70 years ago. Fortunately, he now had enough energy. While Cassius was deep in thought, the car suddenly stopped. A cold and pleasant voice spoke from the driver's seat. "Master Li Wei, we've arrived at your destination." Cassius looked up. "What did you call me?" "Master Li Wei," Violet stammered, looking somewhat shy. Hearing such words coming out of someone with a cold, beautiful face as her was rather unexpected. Whitebird must have told her. Cassius thought. He tapped his arm and said, "Don't call me Master Li Wei. Call me Wind Elephant. Wind Elephant will be my code name from today, just like Whitebird." "Mad Elephant." Violet looked puzzled. "Yes, Wind Elephant," Cassius confirmed. "All right, I understand, Master Mad Elephant." Violet misheard, wind, as, mad. And the midday sunlight, a black shoe stepped out of the car and onto the gray and white pavement. Cassius got out, taking a moment to survey his surroundings. This area was part of a residential neighborhood, though on the outskirts of the city, so it wasn't densely populated. The streets were spacious, with some moss growing on the slightly damaged bricks. "Let me accompany you, Master Wind Elephant," Violet said as she followed suit. "Once we're done, I can take you wherever you need to go. Mr. Whitebird instructed me to be your driver from now on." "Let's not be so formal." "That's too much," Cassius said, feeling awkward. "Just call me boss when we're out in public." With Cassius's takeover of the assassination department's Jack of Diamonds position imminent, this made him the fourth in command and Violet's superior. "Got it, boss," Violet replied, relief rushing through her. Cassius joining the Ace of Spades and then becoming a boss, it had all happened quite suddenly. It felt a little humiliating for her, a cold-blooded assassin, to call Cassius sir all the time. "All right, let's go." Letting the memory of his previous visit guide him, Cassius led the way. Violet slammed the car door and followed him. After just a 3-minute walk, they arrived at his future house. The iron gate was open, and several trucks, loaded with furniture covered by sky blue tarps, were parked outside. A few people were standing around, chatting and smoking. When the workers spotted Cassius coming their way, a beautiful secretary in tow, they quickly realized he was the client. A bald man in a suit hurriedly stubbed out his cigarette and came over, fixing his clothes as he walked. "Are you Mr. Li Wei, Mr. Matthew's friend? I'm from the Natural Wood Furniture Company." The man introduced himself, his company, and then the furniture they were delivering. The Natural Wood Furniture Company's main style was Rococo, and they offered a wide range of items, from sofas and lamps to tables, chairs, and cabinets. Known for its light and delicate curves, this style often uses shell motifs, ruffles, and floral patterns. The colors were usually soft, with cream and white floral designs as the primary tones. When the man unveiled the furniture, it was indeed elegant and somewhat ornate, though not as fancy or flamboyant as the Baroque style. Cassius nodded. He wasn't particular about furniture styles, trusting Matthew's tastes. Next, he met with a representative, a project manager, from a renovation company. This company, which was owned by Kahn & Company, was the second largest in Baishuan City. The project manager brought a thick portfolio showcasing various home renovation styles, both interior and exterior. Cassius flipped through the book, which had designs like floral edging around windows and intricate wrought iron decorations on rooftops. There were tile structures in square, round, fish scale, acorn, diamond, and many other overlapping shapes. While beautiful, Cassius wasn't very knowledgeable about such details, so he relinquished the project to the manager, with the only requirement being a speedy completion. The manager assured Cassius that, as Matthew's friend, they would complete the renovations within 3 days. Maybe 2, including today. Cassius couldn't help but marvel at how efficient things were with connections. For an average person, the same job might take weeks, but 3 days? That wouldn't even be enough time to clean an entire house, as any other lousy renovation company would know. With the house matters settled, Cassius got back into the black car, with Violet once again as his driver. Where to next, boss? Flag Street. Wait, on second thought, let's go to the Central District, Cassius decided, remembering he had ordered a large batch of clothes from a tailor shop there a few days ago. Half an hour later, he was back in the car with a mountain of clothes in the back seat, waving goodbye to the delighted shop owner. Next, they went to Jessica Apartments on Flag Street. The car stopped at the corner. Wait here for a bit, Cassius told Violet. I need to drop these clothes off and then head to Hunta Street. He carried the clothes upstairs to his 4th-floor apartment, dumping them on the sofa. Grabbing a shoulder bag he had prepared beforehand, he went back downstairs. Just as he was about to leave, he paused for a second, fingers resting on the cold doorknob. He returned to his room, grabbed 3 small bottles of ointment from his wardrobe, and stuffed them into his bag. He exited his room and walked down the stairs once more. A minute later, the car door closed with a thud. Covert Martial Arts Hall near Edelweiss Middle School on Hunta Street, Cassius instructed from the back seat. 10 minutes later, they arrived. Never did Cassius appreciate how much time a car saved than he did today. The journey took half the time compared to if he walked here on his own. Sure, he could run faster than a car, but it wasn't like he could show off his superhuman abilities in the city. Having a car was practical and he wouldn't need to buy one himself since Ace of Spades would likely provide one. Cassius preferred to drive rather than have Violet drive him around. He valued his privacy above all else and had many secrets. Being alone gave him more freedom. As for Violet, she was originally a coldly aloof assassin, so she should focus on her primary job. Cassius was well aware that Whitebird had assigned Violet to him for other reasons. A beautiful, cold, and stunning full-time secretary paired with a young, vigorous, and powerful martial artist, something was almost guaranteed to happen between them. If there was work, the secretary would handle it. If there was no work, the secretary would be the one getting handled. Violet's current role felt much like a seductive spy. The sudden shift in her role had left her feeling awkward and shy, but once she had a few days to adjust, coupled with guidance from her former boss Whitebird, it was likely that Cassius wouldn't be able to resist her advances when the time came. While he wasn't particularly vulnerable to feminine charms, Cassius didn't want his focus diverted to irrelevant matters. It would be better to make his stance clear to Whitebird early on, so Violet wouldn't need to be a full-time secretary and driver. She could serve as a liaison instead. We're here. You can go back now, no need to wait for me, Cassius said as he got out of the car and headed into the Covert Martial Arts Hall. The black car drove off and disappeared. Cassius pushed the door open and entered. The gym looked the same as before. Old Mike was reading a newspaper. A recently released model magazine featuring a very provocative-looking swimsuit model splashed across the cover behind it. Hey, Coach Li Wei, Old Mike said, tossing a set of keys from the drawer to Cassius. Cassius nodded and walked away silently. On the way to the locker room, various people greeted him, and some who were a little closer to him asked after his injuries. Shooting a quick glance at the bandage on his burly arm, Cassius explained he had fallen and scraped his arm against some rocks. The woman who had inquired teased him about being clumsy, tittering afterward. Cassius was exasperated. Should he tell her he had been ambushed by a dozen assassins, and the bandaged spots were actually wounds from getting shot by a light machine gun? Clumsy? If that were true, he would have been dead a long time ago. After making a few random comments, Cassius finally made it to the locker room. He changed into combat attire and headed to his private training room. Today was going to be different than usual. Instead of the usual group of 7 or 8 students, only Tifa, Phil, and Milo were expected. Over the past half a month, Cassius had weeded out most of the students that showed talent, leaving just these 3. After his experiences with time travel and various other events, Cassius was considering reviving the Wind Elephant Sect's teachings in the real world. But for now, he wanted to see if he had the ability to teach disciples. Even if it was a trial run, Cassius had some standards such as having at least the average constitution, a diligent and eager personality, and decent comprehension. These were the only ones who managed to pass Cassius's criteria. About 10 minutes later, one after another, Tifa and the others arrived. Cassius and the 3 students sat cross-legged on the floor in the spacious training room. Light streamed through the windows, filling the room with sunlight. "Coach, why is it just the 3 of us today?" Milo asked, scratching his head in confusion. "Because I have money now and no longer need to work as a combat coach at Grayseal Martial Arts Hall, training dozens of students, for extra cash," Cassius thought but didn't say. Instead, he coughed lightly, surveying the 3 of them. "I want to teach you some real-world skills," Cassius said slowly. "From now on, the 4 of us will be the only ones using this training room. I won't be taking any additional students." Real-world skills. Tifa's eyes lit up. She knew how effective Cassius's combat and explosive techniques were from his previous teachings. Were those just the basics? Milo's eyes also brightened. Since his epiphany in the alley, he'd seen the light on how troublesome using a sword was and wanted to learn martial arts. He aspired to become a superhuman like Captain Hung Lee from his comics. Phil was also interested. It hadn't been that long ago since he survived the assassination attempt, and the fear and helplessness from that time still haunted him to the point where he had nightmares about it. It would be an invaluable skill to learn some self-defense. "Yes, real-world skills," Cassius affirmed as he stood up. "I previously taught you 2 explosive techniques, one for speed and one for strength. The most they can increase is by 1.3 times. He looked at Tifa, who nodded in acknowledgement. But those were just the watered-down versions. The full versions of the speed and strength explosive techniques can amplify your abilities by about 1.5 times. Cassius explained further, detailing the special force exertion technique which utilized specific muscle groups. 1.5 times, Tifa murmured to herself. "Yes. If you can master these 2 explosive techniques, and your body can handle it, then congratulations, you will have reached the peak of the Federation's 5-stage combat system." Cassius recalled his conversation with Lisa during his first time travel experience. Tifa knew, very well, how significant these 5 stages were. "Does that mean we'll be at the Federation's 5-stage level?" Someone at the 5th stage was a master in combat, a top-level practitioner who had perfected their pugilism. The combat coach at Edelweiss Middle School was only at the 2nd stage, and those at the 3rd and 4th stages appeared mostly at major Federation combat competitions. Yet, the way Cassius nonchalantly spoke about reaching the peak of the 5 stages, he acted like it was nothing. "Heh." Cassius sneered, shaking his head. "Most of the Federation's 5-stage classification is for the sake of competition. What I want to teach you is the art of killing. If you somehow master the basic combat arts I teach but can't even surpass the Federation's 4th or 5th stage, I'd be too ashamed to even look at myself in the mirror n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Hearing this, the 3 students exchanged looks of disbelief. Practitioners at the Federation's 5-stage level, to their understanding, were the pinnacle of martial arts. What kind of person was Cassius to be so dismissive of these practitioners? Could he really withstand bullets with his body? Even Milo, an enormous superhero comics fan, found it hard to believe that anyone could withstand metal bullets with just flesh and blood. How could flesh be tougher than steel? Cassius smiled at their stunned silence. The time had come for him to show off, even if he didn't really want to. He had anticipated this reaction since the 3 had no exposure to the supernatural. Who would believe in extraordinary abilities or shadow demons without having ever witnessed them? Cassius shook his head. "I know you don't believe it now, but you'll see soon enough." He then clenched his fist and gently blew on it. As he rubbed his hands together, a tornado sphere began forming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sunlight, a faint white stream of air began to emerge from his fingers, the air visibly rippling. The air quickly wrapped around his palm and fingers, rotating rapidly to form a top-shaped whirlpool. Tifa, Milo, and Phil looked on, astonished, as the air spun faster and faster until it formed a flat, white sphere. The basketball-sized sphere emitted a fierce wind. Just as it seemed ready to explode, it suddenly contracted, shrinking to the size of an apple. The wind died down, leaving only a spinning white ball in Cassius's palm. Whoa, it worked this time. Cassius was a bit surprised himself. The last time he tried to perform the Azure Wind Flow, the spiraling energy ball had exploded. But, to his shock, it had worked this time. Ignoring the 3 people beside him, he closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the changes in airflow within his palm. The rotation, the wind force, the eye of the storm. Numerous insights flashed through his mind in quick succession, firmly etched in his memory. After just a few seconds, the swirling airflow in his palm began to destabilize. The energy ball wobbled, and Cassius's arm ached from the intense spiraling. His skin felt like it was seconds away from peeling off. "It's still too much?" He clenched his 5 fingers, and a loud bang exploded out as the white tornado sphere burst apart, sending a strong wind sweeping within a dozen meters radius. The 3 of them had to close their eyes against the blast, their clothes fluttering and sticking tightly to their skin from the gust. Phew. Cassius exhaled lightly, the blood vessels in his eyes receding rapidly until they looked normal again. This unexpected success in condensing the spiraling energy ball had given him some important, some especially detailed, insights. His chances of success in future attempts would be much higher, albeit not by a lot. However minimal it was, progress was still progress and just as precious. He looked at the 3 dumbfounded people standing 2 meters away. He held up his right palm. "Did you see that?" "Yes," they answered in unison. "Do you want to learn?" "Yes." "Well, too bad." "No way." Cassius shook his head. You have to be, at minimum, a pugilist who has surpassed the limits of the human body. Otherwise, you're not even qualified to learn it. Coach, what is a pugilist? Tifa asked. Don't call me coach anymore, call me master. You should have already called me that the moment I showed you the azure wind flow, Cassius said. He paused slightly before he continued. You must have heard of the Federation's 5-stage system, right? Yes. The three nodded. There's another name we call the Federation's 5-stage system, Cassius recalled Lisa's words. Amateur. Amateur. Tifa was shocked. How could a combat master who at the peak of the pugilist level just be considered an amateur? If there's an amateur level, then there must be a professional level, right? Milo asked curiously. Correct. The professional level is above the amateur level. Cassius began to elaborate. There is some overlap between the two. The peak of the amateur level is the Federation's 5th stage, which is about the same as the professional stage's mid-level. In other words, if you reach the peak of the professional stage, you will be half a level higher than the Federation's 5th stage. He gestured with his hand. Like I said earlier, if you can master the two explosive techniques of speed and strength, you will have reached the peak of the amateur level, the Federation's 5th stage. If you can't beat someone at an ordinary 4th or 5th stage with this kind of strength, then you might as well quit, Cassius said as he sauntered over to the window and pulled the curtain. These two explosive techniques are based off of a martial art I practice called the Wind Elephant Sect's Basic Combat Arts, which has a complete framework for deadly combat techniques. The combat moves I taught you in the past few days come from there, which is the foundation for everything. Milo was taken aback when he heard this. When he fought those three thugs in the alley, all of those sharp combat moves he doled out, the strikes, hooks, thrusts, and straight punches were what really hurt them. Cassius walked back and stood in the center so he could face the three. The professional level is a process of constantly tempering the body and pushing its limits. To strengthen the body, you must master combat techniques, do actual combat training, and use medicinal baths on a daily basis until your physique gets stronger and surpasses ordinary people's. Once you reach a bottleneck, you've reached the limits of the human body. His gaze swept over the three, who stared blankly back at him. Once you break through this limit, you can control your body's blood circulation with your mind, doubling your speed and strength in an instant. Your perception expands, your reaction speed increases, and your dynamic vision and hearing evolve. At that point, you become superhuman. The whites of Cassius's eyes suddenly turned red, and he vanished, leaving behind only a black afterimage. Where is he? Where did he go? Milo shouted. Tifa and Phil, who were sitting on the ground, were just about to look around when a pair of rough hands pressed on their cheeks, and Cassius's head squeezed in between them. I'm right here. They jumped to their feet. Tifa was about to speak, but a large shadow loomed over them like a python and swallowed the air. There was a loud thud. Tifa's bangs fluttered wildly as she stared wide-eyed. She swallowed hard and looked around her. Phil and Milo were standing at her side, looking equally shocked. Cassius had thrown 3 punches in a split second. To have the strength to fight 100 or even 1,000, with a punch that can pierce through metal armor, and movements so swift that you can catch a flying sparrow, this is what it means to be a pugilist. 2 minutes later. Master, I want to learn combat arts. 3 fervent gazes from 3 directions fell on Cassius. You want to learn, huh? All right, let's see if you have the resolve to walk this path first, Cassius said with a smile. He reached into his bag and after a bit of rummaging around, he procured 3 bottles. The bottles were transparent, containing a sticky ointment inside. Take 1 each. Cassius shook the bottles. The 3 exchanged glances and did as they were told. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. What is this, master? Tifa asked. Wind Elephant Ointment, used to temper the body and stimulate muscle growth. Don't worry, other than a bit of stinging during practice, there aren't any major side effects, Cassius replied honestly. It was true, the Wind Elephant Ointment didn't have any significant side effects, with the only drawback being the stinging sensation it caused when practicing the elephant soul. The first time Cassius used the ointment, the stinging wasn't too bad because it was at the beginning of the practice when the pain was the weakest. Not to mention, the Wind Elephant Ointment from that era was too diluted and impure. But the 3 bottles in Cassius's hands now were different. They contained sufficient, even excessive, amounts of Langson grass. Because the stinging sensation from the ointment and the medicinal baths were due in large part to Langson grass, which stimulated muscles and skin, Cassius wasn't sure how strong the stinging sensation would be for the 3 of them. He figured it shouldn't be too bad. After all, it was their first time using it, and the pain should be minor. 10 minutes later, the training room was filled with cries and wails. I can't take it anymore. It's itchy and painful. It feels like 100 needles are stabbing me all over. My butt is on fire. I need to go to the bathroom. Sit down. Cassius shouted, shoving Milo back down. When he tried to stand, Milo plopped back onto the floor. Milo bounced up and down thrice, as if he were sitting on a bed of hot coals. Why does it feel like needles are poking my butt? He was on the verge of tears. What's a grown man crying like this for? Where's your dignity? Cassius scolded. When I used this ointment for the first time, I didn't even flinch. It was actually enjoyable. The truth was, when Cassius used it back then, it didn't hurt at all. It had felt like he had been submerged in a hot spring, warmth spreading through his entire body. Look at your senior sister Tifa. She can take it, so what's your excuse? Cassius pointed out. Tifa was indeed showing great resilience. Though her brow was furrowed and she bit her lip, she didn't utter a single sound. Her body trembled slightly, clearly enduring the pain. She was handling it much better than Milo and Phil. If Sis Tifa can do it, then so can I, Phil said, sweat pouring down his forehead as he tried to control his breathing. He closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. Smack! A large hand slapped his shoulder. Ah, ow. Phil jumped up as if pricked by a porcupine, his face contorted in pain, snot dripping from his nose. He collided into Milo, who was beside him. Milo quickly stepped aside, his arms trembling. He was hyperventilating and his eyes were enormous. Master, don't touch me, it hurts. Phil cried out. Phil, don't bump into me, it hurts. Milo echoed. Their red eyes brimmed with tears. Does it really hurt that much? Cassius said, shaking his head. All right, I was just trying to tell you not to close your eyes. The next thing you have to do is mimic my movements. Watch carefully. He couldn't help thinking, these modern ointments are really potent? He then guided the three through the initial steps of the elephant soul technique, reminding them to keep their breathing steady. Gradually, their expressions calmed. They now felt what Cassius once felt, the sensation of soaking in a hot spring. Warmth spread through their skin, seeping into their muscles, bones, meridians, and blood. After a while, they opened their eyes. The afternoon sunlight had turned to a dusky yellow, as if the sun was 10 minutes away from setting. How do you feel? Cassius asked from where he stood at the window. Strange. My body feels lighter. Tifa looked down at her hands and lightly jumped on the spot. My vision is clearer, and my sense of smell too, Milo said, sniffing the air like a dog. Phil had quite an imagination. It's like taking a cold shower after a hot and sweaty summer day. Go home so you can get used to this feeling without any disturbances. It's late now. I want you to come to me every day for your ointment training from now on, Cassius instructed as he collected the 3 bottles. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them walked down the hallway, a new spring in their steps. This is amazing, Tifa marveled. She peeked over at Cassius's tall figure, bag slung over his shoulder, walking behind them. In the shadows, he had an inexplicable, untouchable aura of mystery. Our teacher seems to be full of mysteries. The 3 parted ways as they each headed back home. From that day onward, Tifa, Phil, and Milo officially started following Cassius, practicing the combat techniques of the Wind Elephant Sect. They trained in basic combat arts daily and used the ointment to practice the elephant soul. 3 days later, the renovations for Cassius's new home were finally complete. While the walls and floor tiles remained mostly unchanged, there were other small improvements made, and the courtyard was rearranged. Cassius moved in that day, leaving behind the remaining rent at Madame Jessica's place. He considered it a small expense for a few months' stay. He also kept the room to use as an occasional resting place. That evening, Cassius drove home from the Grey Seal Martial Arts Hall in a new car he had acquired from Ace of Spades. Though not as luxurious as Matthew's Heights Nahr series, it was still a decent vehicle. Cassius felt comfortable in it, appreciating the seat, the layout of the driver's area, and the understated, elegant interior. If he were driving by the river on Sunset Boulevard as he listened to long, crooning songs, what a beautiful experience that would be. But even though he wasn't by the river, he was still on Sunset Boulevard. His car, bathed in white moonlight, sped forward. The car's radio played the melodic tunes of an unknown band. The sun today feels wonderful, with even the evening bringing a gentle breeze. Hair defies the wind, reaching so high. Candies and spices sway and laugh. In quiet moments, everything's full. But why can't I feel joy in the crowd? Cassius's head swayed lightly to the music. He wasn't some cold machine. He enjoyed moments of freedom and happiness when he was alone. If anyone dared to disturb Cassius at this moment, they would get a front row seat of what a mad elephant would look like. Unfortunately, there was indeed such a fool today. Bang, bang, bang. Twisted creatures emerged from the shadows, brandishing inhuman claws. They chased the car, slashing at the brand new doors and scratching off the beautiful paint as sparks flew. The windows shattered. Their goal was to stop the car, and announce to the parasitized Cassius, the Grim Reaper has come knocking. Screech. The car came to an abrupt halt, leaving black skid marks. A pack of shadow demons surrounded the car, their claws out like hyenas. Boom! One excited, bloodthirsty shadow demon was thrown into the air, tumbling across the ground for dozens of meters. A strong, marble-like arm retracted from the window. With a click, a man with eyes burning red like flames stepped out. His muscular, statue-like body stood tall. The Grim Reaper had opened the door. On the silent highway, the sky was caught between dusk and night. A dark cloud, driven by the gale, pushed away the last remnants of light. Cassius took stock of his situation. These intruders had come out of nowhere and had him and his car surrounded. A strange sense of familiarity washed over him as he glanced at his own shadow on the right. The black mass seemed to wriggle as if provoked. Shadow demons. He realized what was happening instantly. Under the dim light, 5 figures, dressed in human attire, stood on the roadside like dark statues. They looked no different from ordinary people, except their shadows wriggled like chaotic, viscous liquid under the moonlight. Their arms had mutated, with 5 bony fingers protruding outward that were almost twice as long and looked more like 5 blades than appendages. Their combat style was likely different as well. When they attacked, they moved more like beasts. During the chase, their twisted, savage forms exhibited movements impossible for a human body. Numerous pieces of information surged through Cassius's mind. His expression turned grim. He knew dark creatures like these were not to be trifled with. Those cloaked men he had met in the ruthless massacre, for instance, had been fearless with their bodies that regenerated at incredible speeds, and explosive strength that were comparable to pugilists. The shadow demons standing before him probably weren't much different. Each one was at least at the level of a pugilist, perhaps even possessing second or third level accelerated blood flow. Cassius understood the rules of the shadow demons. Every time the shadow demons won a battle, their physical attributes and skills would accumulate, becoming terrifying powerful entities. If Cassius lost, they would use his body to resurrect and gain all his abilities and skills. Exhaling slowly, Cassius noticed the shadow demon he had just sent flying was getting up as if nothing had happened. With a few light jumps, it returned to the highway. This is seriously troublesome, he muttered. Although the enemy far outnumbered him, Cassius, at his second level accelerated blood flow, was confident he could fight them. He immediately adopted the combat stance of the wind elephant. One foot stumped forward, while he lightly put his other foot a step back. He raised his strong arms up to either side, guarding like a boxer. Broad shoulders spread wide, every muscle in his body were like steel springs as it pulsed powerfully outward. He inhaled fiercely, his body bending like a drawn bow, chest puffed out. His body expanded violently, ripping his clothes apart and exposing his slightly dark skin. The blue veins on his muscular upper body looked like black snakes writhing all over. A cross-shaped vein pulsed at his brow. Cassius opened his eyes wide as they turned bloodshot. In an instant, he adjusted his state to the second stage of accelerated blood flow, unleashing his full power without any reservation. If he didn't, facing off against these formidable dark creatures would have spelled certain death for him. Come on, let me see what you're made of. A hot, faint white breath shot out from his nose as he exhaled, and he heightened his focus to the level needed in a life-and-death battle. Any slight movement around him would trigger Cassius's most ferocious, mercurial, lethal attack. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly leaped toward him, charging with inhuman speed, its sharp claws gleaming coldly. As the first shadow demon moved, the others charged forward a beat later. They ran and jumped, their massive claws swinging like blades reflecting in the moonlight. Here they come? Despite how hard Cassius's heart was pounding, he did not assume his usual aggressive offensive stance. Instead, he adopted a rare defensive posture, something he only did against powerful foes. Tap 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 tap. The first shadow demon swung its iron claws viciously. Use only 70% of your strength. Save 30% to deal with the others, Cassius thought. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer and clearer his thoughts were. When getting besieged by strong enemies, it was absolutely crucial to get a sense of the overall situation. The gain or loss in one opponent's attack or defense was practically negligible. I'll push this shadow demon away first. His right foot stumped on the ground, leaving a shallow dent in the road. His right fist shot out like a cannonball. Crack 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 crack. Boom. 2 meters away, a tall, inhuman shadow demon stood motionless. Inch by inch, its arms shattered, its blade-like fingers twisting and snapping. Blood seeped through the gaps formed by muscles, skin, and bone, and dripped slowly down. Not only that, where there should have been a head on the shadow demon's neck was an empty space, blood spurting like a fountain. The head was nowhere to be seen. Thud. The shadow demon fell straight down. How is this possible? I only used 70% of my strength. I didn't even use the ultimate move, Azure Wind Flow. It was just a regular punch at the second stage of accelerated blood flow. And somehow I killed one shadow demon? Cassius furrowed his brows in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. He momentarily forgot he was in the middle of a shadow demon's attack. Shing! Hiss 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 hiss. Several claws slashed at Cassius's chest, shoulders, and back, tearing at his skin in their attempt to disembowel him, but it seemed ineffective. All they managed to do was scratch his skin, they couldn't even draw any blood. Their power was far less than that of a bullet. Whoosh! A shadow cut through the air, 5 blade-like fingers aiming quickly and accurately at Cassius's neck. But what seemed quick to an ordinary person was more like a grandma slowly lifting her arm to Cassius in his second stage of accelerated blood flow. Snap! Cassius countered, grabbing the claw midair. He squeezed hard, the sound of bones breaking audible. Thick red blood trickled out between his fingers. Why are these bodies so fragile? He released his grip as he frowned. The shadow demon's arm was crushed into a ball of a mix of flesh, bones, and muscles. Boom! He kicked the shadow demon away, sending it flying dozens of meters. It crashed and rolled on the ground, blood spurting out. Such useless opponents. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. These shadow demons were merely at the professional level. Where were the 6 breakthrough pugilist-level shadow demons he had been expecting? Roar! A shadow demon came at him from behind. Cassius turned swiftly, his hands striking like pythons. Crack! Rip! The shadow demon was torn in half, blood spewing into the air. As a shower of blood came down on him, Cassius turned his head. He looked at the remaining 3 shadow demons, his eyes burning with anger from being deceived. Where were his formidable enemies? Were these all just a bunch of weaklings? How infuriating! Thud! He stumped on the road, and a pit appeared from the impact. He charged, his fist punching through a shadow demon, blood and flesh spraying out in a wide arc. Cassius flung the shadow demon aside. A bunch of useless bodies that haven't even reached the human limit. He turned to the remaining 2 shadow demons. How do you plan to block my punch? One after the other, the two shadow demons, sensing danger, turned on their heels to flee. They ran fast under the moonlight. The one at the back suddenly fell. A tall figure leaped over it. The other remaining shadow demon's heart pounded as it saw the ground ahead, where a large, twisted shadow was approaching, swallowing its own shadow. It ran a few more steps before everything went black. At 7:30 p.m., on the edge of the city, at Cassius's new home, a black car, battered and worn, drove out of a secluded alley and puttered into the yard. Moments later, a man came out to close the iron gate, scanning around as if afraid of being followed. Cassius shut the gate and locked it. He walked along the stone path to the black car in the yard. Under the moonlight, he glanced at his torn clothes, then went inside to change. His earlier burst of power had shredded his shirt. With only the collar remaining, he looked like he was wearing a black choker. Black lamp posts stood on either side of the yard, each resembling a street lamp. The soft yellow light at the top emitted a gentle glow. Cassius glanced at the car he had just acquired yesterday. The black paint on its body was now battered, with visible claw marks carved all over. 3 windows on either side were shattered, the jagged edges of glass still clinging to the frames. For fuck's sake, he couldn't help but curse. If his attackers had been a group of superhuman monsters, it might have made sense. But the group had turned out to only have just 1 beginner-level shadow demon and 5 mid-tier professional lackeys. For someone at Cassius's second-level accelerated blood flow stage, anyone below a pugilist was no real challenge. The only notable opponent had been the single shadow demon he had initially punched through the window, the one with a faint red glow in its eyes. Cassius realized he had been overly cautious. His knowledge of dark creatures was limited, and the precedent set by the cloaked man, along with the misdirection from the red-eyed shadow demon, had led him to believe it had been a life-or-death battle. He had unleashed his full power right from the start, resulting in a fight that barely constituted as a fight where he dispatched his enemies with ease. Tonight's encounter didn't even match the intensity of the Duststorm's assassination attempt a few days ago, where the dozen gunmen had posed a more significant threat. Feeling pitiful, he traced his fingers along the scratches on the car. Cassius opened the rear door and dragged out 2 adult males. He slung one over each shoulder and walked steadily toward the basement of his house. Out of the 6 shadow demons, Cassius had killed 4 in his anger and surprise, leaving 2 alive for interrogation. He had initially planned to load the dead bodies into his car and dispose of the evidence in the canola field on the outskirts of Baishuan City. However, the 4 dead had started to melt before he could move them, eventually dissolving into black liquid and then into black ash that dissipated into the air. Cassius squatted down beside them and scrutinized them, noting the differences between the cloaked men and the shadow demons. Both were eerie and terrifying, invoking a terror from deep within his heart. Despite his second-level accelerated blood flow state, he still felt a trace of fear when facing these relatively weak shadow demons. He wasn't used to this feeling, but perhaps it was a human instinct to fear dark creatures. In the spacious basement, specially remodeled by the renovation company to include a small training area as per Cassius's request, he dropped the 2 shadow demons onto the floor with a thud. Using sturdy nylon ropes, he bound them to the butterfly machine and the standing punching bag. With these heavy pieces of equipment bolted to the floor, not even a pugilist could escape once restrained. Satisfied with his work, Cassius glanced at the ropes. Those might not be strong enough to hold, so he decided to buy a chain tomorrow to ensure the shadow demons were tightly bound. Closing the basement door with a bang, Cassius turned on the light by the door and walked over, his muscular frame moving with purpose. The interrogation began. Gore. Arg. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ugh. Screams and roars filled the basement, but Cassius remained unmoved. After a ruthless session of torture, he washed the blood off his hands in the bathroom. The shadow demons could communicate, though not as Cassius had expected. The regular shadow demon had the intelligence of a 4 or 5-year-old child, while the red-eyed shadow demon had an adult's intellect. The regular shadow demon offered no useful information, but the red-eyed one provided some insights. Cassius understood why the red-eyed shadow demon had been silent during the fight. It was a natural disdain for humans, much like how humans don't converse with their livestock. A predator hunting its prey only needed to do 2 things: killing and consuming. For the shadow demons, humans were nothing but food. When Cassius asked if shadow demons killed humans for their flesh, the response was negative. He tried to probe further, but the shadow demon couldn't answer. It seemed any crucial information about the shadow demons couldn't be disclosed, and only superficial details could be shared. Halfway through the interrogation, Cassius shifted his focus from the shadow demons to his old adversaries, the cloaked men. This time, the red-eyed shadow demon spoke freely, and Cassius learned valuable information about the cloaked men. The cloaked men's real name was Dead Blood. More specifically, their species were known as Dead Blood. Cassius, who had fought against Dead Blood, was quite familiar with their strength and characteristics. They were a kind of anomaly with dual forms, fearless, and possessed a powerful regenerative ability. Other than that, Cassius had obtained some other information. For instance, Dead Blood was actually a mass of blood that could enter the human body and establish a bizarre symbiotic state, providing the host with immense strength and extraordinary regenerative capabilities. But it didn't come without a cost. The more the host relied on and used the power, the more Dead Blood took over the host's blood circulatory system, eventually replacing human blood entirely and gaining complete control over the host. The blood could even confuse and control the host's brain. Some dead blood, after gaining full control, would drain the host dry before searching for another host. In that case, the former host would quickly shrivel up like a mummy and die. However, if they found the perfect body, dead blood might not want to leave. It may even try to live as a human. In other words, the cloaked men had attacked the Wind Elephant Sect in the ruthless battle that night for that very purpose. The covert martial artists' strong bodies and abundant vitality were precisely what they craved. A pugilist's body was undoubtedly an excellent vessel, which meant that after his third and fourth senior brothers died, their bodies would have been controlled by dead blood. Rage surged through Cassius. Death was the final fate for covert martial artists, and yet, dead blood used its evil and filthy nature to manipulate seekers of the Dao of the covert martial arts. Their corpses wouldn't be able to rest in peace. No one wanted to be treated that way after death, and there was no way that Cassius could accept having his body invaded by a lump of filthy blood, nor his brain manipulated by sinister blood flowers. After hearing this, Cassius's thoughts immediately went to Duststorm. Ace of Spades Switebird mentioned that Duststorm had a group of combat personnel similar to the biohumans in Captain Hungly comics. They seemed almost identical to dead blood. Was that where Duststorm got their confidence from? Were their higher UPS a group of humans controlled by dead blood, and the organization a dark creature group fronting as an underground force? Or perhaps, Duststorm discovered how useful dead blood was and allied themselves with them to create a force of highly powerful regenerative combatants. Were the two currently still working together? Regardless, Cassius thought that they were doomed to fail. Duststorm would eventually get themselves trapped if they continued down that road. Well, everyone had their own opinions. Cassius may have felt that it was dangerous, but perhaps Duststorm liked taking that risk. Duststorm had originally been a small, obscure underground force, and it had only been recently that they shot up to power, seizing vast territories and making a lot of money. Perhaps much of it could be attributed to dead blood. Cassius sat on the Rococo-style sofa, gathering his scattered thoughts together, and decided to buy some mercury the next day. After extracting this particular detail from the shadow demon, he found out that mercury had a certain suppressive effect on shadow demons and dead blood. Unlike how sunlight can turn vampires to ash in horror movies, the most the substance could do was suppress them. The dark creatures loathed mercury as it weakened them, but other than that, it didn't play too critical of a role. Cassius sat in thought for a while before going down to the entrance of the basement to check. Once he confirmed it was locked, he returned to his bedroom. The light from the third floor's window on the right glowed a pale yellow, like it was the only lighthouse amidst the surrounding shadows. The next morning, Cassius awoke to the crisp sound of birdsong and gently rubbed his forehead. With the bright sunlight streaming through the window, he realized that it was. He turned to check the clock on the bedside table and saw it was past 8 in the morning. Cassius probably wasn't accustomed to the recent change in residence yet, hence the later wake-up time. Throwing off the covers, he got up and took a cold shower. With a white towel draped around his neck, Cassius examined his muscular body in the mirror. The scratches on his arms and chest had healed, leaving only faint white scars and dots. Since his physique had surpassed human limits, his recovery from minor injuries was naturally much faster than ordinary people. Once he was dressed and groomed, Cassius went to the living room to make breakfast. Unlike in Jessica Apartments, where the screeching horns of passing vehicles on Flag Street could often be heard, his new house was tranquil. All he heard was the rustling of leaves in the breeze and the chirping of a couple of birds perched in the treetops. There were some obvious disadvantages though. The place was on the city outskirts and the population was sparse. There weren't dozens of bustling breakfast spots like on Flag Street, which meant Cassius had to make his own breakfast. Fortunately, he was a pretty good cook, so he wasn't worried. In no time, a fragrant piece of buttered toast was on the table. Fried eggs, grilled sausages, and a vegetable salad followed a few minutes later, along with a cup of hot milk. Cassius sat down immediately and started chowing down. The table was near a window, offering a view of the street beyond the low wall. There was a certain charm in eating while gazing out of a window. 5 minutes later, the plates were clean. As usual, Cassius took out a black bag from beside the sofa and placed 4 antiques on the coffee table, one by one. He gently stroked them, but no lingering attachment energy surged out. As expected, he couldn't help sighing. The 4 antiques could restore lingering attachment, but they were limited to lasting only for 4 days. This gave Cassius about 0.1 lingering attachment energy each morning. He glanced at the top right corner. Lingering attachment, 5.4. Not bad. 0.4 of lingering attachment energy was almost equal to 1 antique with lingering attachment, which meant that Cassius essentially got 1 for free. He put the antiques back into the bag and set it aside, then stepped into the basement to begin the morning's interrogation. The shadow demons couldn't reveal certain things, but Cassius could still indirectly question them to glean some information. It just takes some time. Moreover, the information he extracted could be ambiguous. But it hadn't been easy for him to capture these shadow demons, so he had to make the most with what he had. He may not have such an opportunity in the future again, and he was eager to know about that dark world. Thus, another round of intense interrogation began in the dungeon. Cassius didn't push the shadow demons too far and gave them a break every now and then. During that time, he soaked in medicinal baths and practiced covert martial arts until noon. As struggling sounds came from the basement, a car horn blared at the courtyard entrance. Cassius left the dungeon and looked out from the first-floor window. A black sedan was parked to the right of the iron gate and a tall, coldly beautiful woman was peering inside the house. It was Violet. Cassius opened the window and called out, "Hold on a moment." When he caught sight of his hands, which were drenched in blood, he felt he probably shouldn't open the door, so he went back to the washroom to clean off the blood. He cleaned up the blood drops on the floor for good measure. Click. The bluish-black iron gate swung open to one side. Cassius got straight to the point. "Is there something Whitebird needs from me?" "Boss, Lord Whitebird requested that I inform you of the small gathering in Baishuan City that the Ace of Spades Assassination Department is having on 158 Bainan Street. It starts around 1:30 p.m. Also, it's best not to let anyone outside of our circle know about this, as the assassins from the dust storm have been quite uncontrollable lately." Violet glanced at Cassius. She seemed to detect a faint, but familiar, scent from him. "Blood. A gathering? All right, I understand." Cassius nodded slightly. Whitebird had essentially organized this assassination department gathering to confirm Cassius's high-level status. In other words, if he was acknowledged at the gathering, he would become the Jack of Diamonds. He absolutely could not miss it. "I'm off then, boss," Violet said. After a few times of interacting with him, she could sense Cassius was someone who was rather cold and taciturn. She understood that her boss had a strong sense of independence and disliked having someone hovering around and disturbing him. Violet turned and was about to head for the driver's seat of the sedan. "Wait, give me a second. I'll change and ride with you." After exchanging looks with Violet, Cassius explained, "My car, I accidentally broke it. I don't think it'll run." He coughed twice and continued, "By the way, doesn't Ace of Spades have a car repair business? Could you help me get in touch and have my Black Cloud sedan repaired? The car's broken? Didn't we just deliver it to you the night before?" "It's barely been 2 days, Violet said, puzzled. The Black Cloud sedan was of mid to high quality. How serious of a collision could it be to render it inoperable? I accidentally flipped it over into a ditch and broke all the glass. If it can't be fixed, I can just get the same model as a replacement. That would be fine," he said as he led Violet to the courtyard. On the open ground at the edge of the courtyard, a battered Black Cloud sedan sat under the sun. Just as Cassius described, 3 of its 4 side windows were shattered, with jagged edges protruding out. The black paint also had scratch marks, exposing the silvery white metal underneath. It looked pretty badly damaged. How did it end up like this? Violet walked over, examining the rearview mirrors and glass. What is this?" She crouched slightly, her white fingers slowly brushing over the car body where there were 5 deep and evenly spaced claw marks. Glancing to the side, she noticed many such claw marks etched into the black paint of the Black Cloud sedan. Not only had they scratched the paint, but they had also seemingly gouged out the underlying metal. There were faint, but still visible, traces of black blood around the area. This was a car crash? Who the hell would believe that? The marks on the car clearly looked like it had been damaged in a battle. It didn't look like it had been struck by firearms, but something like claws from a large animal. Violet took a deep breath and opened her mouth to speak when Cassius stepped in to explain. "I wasn't used to driving such a high-end car for the first time, so I accidentally flipped it into a ditch on the way back. I tried to pull it back onto the road, but there wasn't a good place on the surface to grip onto. I tried several times but nothing worked. Those claw marks are actually from me n/o/val/b/n.c//om. You made those? What kind of joke?" Violet suddenly paused. Cassius's words sounded a bit absurd, but were they reasonable? "Yes, actually. If a car flipped into a ditch, a normal person would crawl out and call a towing company. But Cassius definitely wasn't normal. Because what normal person could withstand bullets from a light machine gun? And could a normal person sprint after a car, slam into it so hard that it slid sideways? Different people had different ways of solving problems. People's physiques couldn't be generalized. Cassius flipping the car back onto the road by himself, his fingers leaving marks on the steel, could also be considered quite normal. After all, that assassination attempt had happened a scant few days ago. "Okay, maybe I just haven't seen enough of the world yet." Violet swallowed back the words she was about to say. "What do you think? Ace of Spades can probably fix it, right?" Cassius probed. Violet paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, but I don't have connections there, so you'll need to talk to Lord Whitebird. As long as it comes from him, it'll be done." She stood up, wiping the black grime from her fingers. "All right." Cassius nodded. Immediately, he went back to the building and changed into a loose formal outfit. It was a black trench coat, which looked more appropriate. According to what Whitebird had told him, the assassination department gathering was unlikely to be peaceful, and he would likely have to deal with a few troublemakers. The coat was loose enough to allow Cassius to move freely. If he activated the stage 2 of accelerated blood flow, the coat would explode regardless. However, Cassius didn't believe there was anyone in Ace of Spades' assassination organization who could push him to his limits. After all, the previous top assassin, Jack of Diamonds, had been shot dead by Duststorm, which meant they had only just become a pugilist. Maybe not even that. If the strongest assassin was like that, the other assassins in the organization likely weren't much stronger. Cassius was going there to support Whitebird and secure a high-level position while he was at it. He was quite interested in the Jack of Diamonds position. Cassius had already figured that the Ace of Spades antique department wouldn't refuse assistance from an expert in the assassination department. After changing clothes upstairs, he went to the basement and knocked out each of the 2 shadow demons with a single punch. Then he quickly left the residence and got into Violet's car, which drove toward the outskirts of the city. On the outskirts of Baishuan City on Zionjai Street, a black sedan stopped by the roadside, and a tall young man in a black trench coat stepped out. His body was bathed in golden sunlight, his coat reflecting faintly. Despite how large the coat was, his shoulders were so broad and muscular that the corners lifted up stiffly. The white shirt underneath clung to his firm chest, highlighting the contours of his muscles. The young man's blank expression gave off an unapproachable aura. He glanced around at the streets. At the moment, Violet spoke to Cassius in a pleasant voice through the window of the car. Boss, Binan Road is about 100 meters ahead of Zionjai Street. It's a riverside residential area, and the assassination department gathering is there. Someone should be there to meet you. Because it's a meeting between the higher UPS, I won't be able to go, but the car will be waiting here. Once you're done, you can come back here. I understand. Cassius nodded slightly. Also, here's your identification. Violet flicked her hand, and something flew over. Cassius caught it and looked down. It was a paper playing card, the Jack of Diamonds. I'm off. Cassius casually slipped the card into his trench coat pocket and began walking along the sidewalk. He was close to the city limits where he wouldn't be able to spot any tall buildings. There were only low, gray houses, some with yards, others were used white pickets to enclose gardens. What caught his eye were the strings of triangular flags hanging in the windows of the houses, along with wooden candle holders adorned with lights. The decorations were themed around the Holy Spirit or forest animals. A large wooden basin was placed in the middle of the fenced areas, where it had been collecting rainwater for the past few days. The customs carried some religious significance and were related to the Holy Bath festival that Cassius had seen before. The wooden basins were prepared for the Holy Bath. Citizens would place them outdoors on the day of the festival, collecting rainwater to perform the ritual. Truthfully, the rainwater wasn't particularly clean, and only those who were slightly more educated knew it contained bacteria, but traditions and customs have always had historical significance. Walking past Zionjai Street, Cassius turned a corner and arrived at Binan Road. There were even less people here and it looked more like a town than a city. The street was wide, with only the occasional passerby. He slowly came to a halt before a white stone flower bed over 3 meters in diameter, connecting 4 roads in each direction. Wildflowers and grass grew in dense patches within the flower bed. Come out, Cassius said, as expected from the expert who is going to replace Jack of Diamonds. You sensed my presence instantly. A voice came from behind the flower bed, belonging to a man in a blue and white striped jacket. He lifted his head and stared intently at Cassius. He had an average appearance. Slightly tan, he had classic deep-set features, a prominent aquiline nose, and bright green eyes. The most striking feature was his slightly narrow eyes, which inexplicably felt like being pricked by needles. The man looked at Cassius. How did you notice me? I lowered both my breath and heartbeat to the minimum and didn't even move. As a killer from Ace of Spades' assassination department, he naturally had stealth techniques. Mastering breath-holding techniques gave one the ability to better ambush their targets. However, his breath-holding technique didn't seem very effective. Judging by the oppressive aura exuding out from the tall, strong man before him, he was definitely not an ordinary person. He was likely a master of similar techniques. How? Cassius raised an eyebrow and said expressionlessly, your shadow. The man with the aquiline nose was taken aback. Huh? What? Your shadow? Can't even get that. Cassius repeated. The aquiline-nosed man glanced down to his left and indeed saw his shadow sticking out. He was speechless. He had thought the other party was an expert in the art of breath-holding stealth technique and had detected him, but he had made a novice mistake. So that's it. The man's green eyes flickered. It's getting late. Mr. Wind Elephant, please come with me. He turned immediately, gesturing at Cassius. Without warning, the man with the aquiline nose shifted. He whipped around and charged at Cassius, his right hand pulling out a sharp object. He was going to stab him. Out of nowhere, a petite figure sprang out from behind the flower bed, rushing quickly at Cassius's back. Both assailants closed in around him in an instant, and they were so close that Cassius could even see the excitement in the aquiline-nosed man's green eyes. Bang! Bang! With 2 thuds, both bodies crumpled to the ground, one after the other. Cassius expressionlessly rotated his right wrist. In a flash, he had punched the aquiline-nosed man's shoulder and then spun around, yanking and striking down the other. To Cassius, who had superhuman reflexes, the 2 assassins' supposed sneak attacks were utterly childish. If I can dodge bullets from firearms, what makes you think I can't dodge human assassins? He glanced down, noticing the sharp object the aquiline-nosed man had been holding had fallen to the floor. It was a black plastic dagger, a child's toy. It had little to no lethality. They must have been sent by the other higher UPS to test me. Cassius stepped forward and crushed the dagger underfoot, then picked up one person with one hand. Just before his hand landed on his shoulder though, he discovered something. The aquiline-nosed man in his right hand shrank. The 1.75-meter frame suddenly became less than 1.7 meters, and the muscular build turned slender. When he lifted the body up, it felt more like it belonged to a woman. Cassius shook his hand hard, flinging off the aquiline-nosed man's disguise to reveal a woman in disguise. No, judging by the age, she was but a young girl, with striking features and glossy lips. Cassius glanced at the other attacker in his left hand. She was also a pretty girl, with soft pink lips and slightly curly brown hair hanging down to her shoulders. Her skin was like a white, translucent jelly. The two looked very similar. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. They must be twin sisters, around 18 years old? Cassius shook his head and slapped the slightly darker-skinned girl awake. Where's the gathering? Huh. The girl awoke, confused. The first thing she noticed was the other assailant in Cassius's left hand. She began struggling and called out, "Brother! Brother?" Cassius looked at the cute girl in his left hand, eyebrow raised. He supposed it was normal for assassins to know a thing or two about makeup. Be honest. He gave the girl's neck a light pinch with his right hand. "Tell me your name first. Or code name." "Ah, Li Guang, my name is Li Guang." It hurt, and the girl dared not continue struggling. "Very well." Cassius maintained a blank expression. "I don't care which higher-up from the assassination department sent you, I just want you to take me there. No funny business. You don't want your brother to suffer, do you, Li Guang?" The girl swallowed nervously as she looked at Cassius's towering figure. 2 minutes later, Li Guang was lying on Cassius's right shoulder, her little head slightly raised to give directions. "Take the road on the left." She dared not resist in the slightest since she could tell that the powerful arm gripping her waist was immensely strong. It was like solid granite and Li Guang feared her slender waist would snap if she struggled. "Follow this dirt road to the end. It's the isolated yard with 5 trees at the entrance," Li Guang reminded him as she was jostled around. Cassius gazed ahead, seeing the end of the grey path leading to a lush green forest. At the forest's edge was a courtyard around 50 meters away from some yellow-white houses. 2 people in the courtyard quietly guarded the entrance. "I see it." Smack. He gently karate-chopped the girl's slender neck. Li Guang grunted softly and passed out on the spot. With one assassin on each shoulder, Cassius strode forward with large steps. A single-story building in the courtyard with a spacious living room slowly came into view as he passed the entrance. The layout was simple. 4 tall, light yellow chairs were placed around a long table. There were already 3 people seated. A man in a casual black suit from head to toe sat in one of them. He was Cassius's temporary ally, Whitebird. Another was a tall middle-aged man with a thin, black handlebar mustache above his lips, a small goatee on his chin, and sideburns that blended into his beard. The last one sat at the head of the table. He was an elegant, rigid old gentleman wearing a black tailcoat and a wide-brimmed top hat. His slightly squinted eyes made him look as if he were dozing off. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the mahogany table. "Whitebird, where is that wind elephant you mentioned?" The man with the handlebar mustache suddenly spoke, tapping the table with his right hand. "He should be arriving soon. After all, you sent someone to pick him up. It should only take a few more minutes, don't worry, Red Fang." Whitebird gazed at the man with the mustache calmly. The two exchanged glances and although their expressions didn't change on the outside, they both inwardly let out a cold laugh. Red Fang was amused because he had specifically instructed his 2 subordinates to teach this wind elephant a lesson. He suspected that they were engaged in a skirmish right now. The light and dark twin assassins were extremely skilled in close combat and assassination. Even without guns, they were top-tier killers. Soon, they'd probably see a disheveled Jack of Diamonds, which would also indirectly humiliate Whitebird. Meanwhile, Whitebird remained as steady as a mountain, also sneering inwardly. He was well aware that Red Fang had sent out his top twin assassins, likely intending to cause trouble for Li Wei and embarrass him in the process. However, Red Fang had targeted the wrong person. Li Wei wasn't human, he was a bullet-resistant monster wearing human skin. He was a powerhouse Whitebird had deliberately brought in from the outside and into the assassination organization. He was looking forward to seeing the splendid expression on Red Fang's face later. "Please come in," a voice called from outside. "He's here." Whitebird and Red Fang coldly exchanged glances. With a bang, the closed wooden door was kicked open. Red Fang raised an eyebrow and opened his mouth to start reprimanding. Thud, thud. 2 slender figures hit the ground gently. The newcomer's tall body blocked the brilliant sunlight from outside the door, casting a large shadow over the room. He glanced at his watch. 1:31 p.m. Sorry, I'm a minute late. Li Guang, Lian. Red Fang immediately recognized his 2 subordinates. His heart surged with emotion, causing his brow to furrow involuntarily. "Haha, just as I expected." Whitebird crossed his arms, glancing at Red Fang. He looked at Cassius's strong physique and nodded in satisfaction. "The meeting hasn't started yet, has it?" Cassius asked. "No, it hasn't," Whitebird replied. "That's good. I just have a quick question before we begin." Cassius's gaze casually swept over the other 2. "Who do these assassins on the ground belong to?" "One of them is named Li Guang." He stepped forward a few paces, his towering frame exuding an intense pressure. Cassius turned his gaze to the gentleman in the main seat and asked bluntly, "Was it you?" The old man didn't seem to hear him. His eyes remained closed. "Guess not." Cassius shifted his gaze to Red Fang. "So, they're your subordinates, huh?" At Cassius's blasé tone, inexplicable anger ballooned inside Red Fang at the audacity of being belittled. He stood up with a clatter. Thud. Red Fang flew back instantly, knocking over the light yellow chair behind him and rolling across the open floor. He crashed into the corner. He didn't even get a chance to cry out in pain when he came back to his senses. A figure crossed several meters in a single leap, landing heavily with both feet on Red Fang. With a thud, the dust stirred and the ground shook, making his back tingle. "Then they must be your subordinates." A voice, devoid of joy or sorrow, came from above, the owner's looming tall shadow swallowing Red Fang in darkness. Like dark clouds overhead, it gave off a feeling of oppressive dread. Whoosh! A fist enveloped in swirling air currents came down like a pile driver. It rapidly enlarged in Red Fang's vision. No. Whoosh! The air currents blasted wildly, causing the fabric of Red Fang's collar to ripple like waves and his black mustache to flail erratically. The fist froze just a centimeter from his forehead, but it didn't stop the surrounding air currents from biting into his skin painfully. They split into two and shot out to either side, stirring a large patch of dust on the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Red Fang's eyes widened as he gasped for breath. In that instant, he felt death's gaze from within the dark shadow above. Every organ and every cell in his body told him that if the punch hadn't stopped in time, he would have died. His head would have exploded like a watermelon. Red Fang had wanted to scare Cassius, but Cassius responded in kind, making sure that his intimidation would leave a deeper, more unforgettable impression than Red Fang's. Sir, may I ask for your name or code name? Me, Red Fang. Please get up, Mr. Red Fang. It was just a harmless, little prank to commemorate our first meeting. Cassius extended his hand with a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce myself. Code name, Wind Elephant, Assassination Department's Jack of Diamonds. Red Fang lay on the ground. He stared up at that grinning face, and felt like he had the breath punched out of him. Just a moment ago, Li Wei had been a domineering force, but an elegant aura had quickly taken its place. If he hadn't just been kicked away, Red Fang might have bought into Li Wei's bright smile and believed it had been a prank. He hesitated, a bit conflicted. He didn't want to put his hand out. Cassius leaned slightly forward. What's wrong? Too embarrassed to take it. His kind smile never wavered, though his eyes narrowed slightly. A familiar sense of danger swept through Red Fang's heart again, and he swallowed hard. His right hand shot out, grabbed Cassius's palm and, with a swish, was pulled to his feet. How about it, Mr. Red Fang? Surely, my little joke just now didn't scare you, did it? Cassius lightly patted Red Fang's chest, brushing off the large gray shoe prints with his hand. No, just a little joke, I get it. Red Fang breathed heavily. That blow from Cassius, on the other hand, was no joke. While it didn't break any bones, it definitely left bruises. His chest still stung faintly. Somehow, it hurt more after Cassius patted him twice. I'm glad to hear that. Let's sit down. Cassius released his hand with a faint smile, glancing at the mahogany table beside him. The two of them made their way over to the long table. Cassius sat on the right side of the table facing the entrance, in Red Fang's original seat, leaving him no choice but to gloomily sit in the high-backed chair prepared for Cassius. After sitting down, Cassius looked up to exchange glances with Whitebird opposite him. The two nodded at each other slightly. Whitebird cleared his throat and said loudly, "The two people outside, come in and carry the twin assassins on the ground to the side room." "Yes, sir." Two people immediately entered, lifting the two on the ground, and quickly headed back out. Red Fang turned to watch. His mouth opened, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately stayed silent. The wooden door closed again, and the sunlight streaming through the nearby window lit up the living room. The air carried a faint floral fragrance mixed with a hint of an earthy scent. At the other end of the living room, there were shadows on the floor. As the breeze stirred, the shadows followed the leaves' movement, casting dappled patterns. "Everyone's here, so let's start the meeting." Whitebird tapped the table with his gloved fingers. The old gentleman slumped in the head seat made a nasally sound. He opened his eyes drowsily and asked, "Is everyone here?" "Yes, everyone's here, sir," Whitebird replied. The old man, codename Sir, nodded and placed his hands on the table. He wore a pair of white gloves where a Jack of Spades symbol was imprinted on the soft, delicate fabric. He was the Assassination Department's hidden boss. Sir truly lived up to his reputation as someone who avoided getting himself involved since he seemed to have slept through the whole commotion caused by Cassius. Cassius certainly was under no illusion that the old Sir had actually been asleep. Lastly, seated to Cassius's left was Red Fang, the third Jack of Clubs. "All right, then the meeting will now officially begin." As Whitebird spoke, he reached into his pocket. He took out a rectangular playing card. He didn't place it on the table, and instead waited for Sir to slowly put down his Jack of Spades card. Whitebird then placed his Jack of Hearts down, followed by Red Fang's Jack of Clubs. Cassius also reached into his chest pocket and took out a paper card, placing it face up on the table, the Jack of Diamonds. "This is the first time in a month that we have the Assassination Department fully assembled. The Jack of Diamonds position has been vacant for over a month. Fortunately, we now have a new member filling it." As Whitebird spoke, he turned and said, "Let us welcome the new Jack of Diamonds, Wind Elephant." Whitebird immediately began to clap, followed by Sir who clapped slowly. Red Fang reluctantly moved his hands. Clap, 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 clap. A moment later, Whitebird tossed a black box to Cassius. Placing it on the table, Cassius opened it to reveal a pile of white gloves nestled on the left, all of which had the Jack of Diamonds logo on the soft fabric. On the right was a metal card with rounded edges, featuring an intricate border design and some indecipherable patterns. It was a gold and silver Jack of Diamonds playing card. "That represents your identity, Wind Elephant," Whitebird said. Cassius shrugged and immediately took out a pair of gloves and put them on. He then closed the box and placed it gently by his leg. I've already explained Ace of Spades operations and some details about the assassination department to you, so let's get to the situation at hand. Whitebird shifted his gaze away from Cassius. What I will be speaking to next mainly concerns Duststorm. He coughed twice to clear his throat. First is our plan of retaliation against Duststorm. Everyone has likely experienced it over the past few months. Those Duststorm people are as annoying as hyenas, constantly harassing our Ace of Spades operations. They've even cut off half of the antique department's transport routes. Our two leaders are infuriated and feel that Duststorm should pay an equivalent price, so they've assigned this task to our assassination department and requested that other departments cooperate with us as we move out. Here is a draft of what we will do. As Whitebird spoke, he handed over 3 stacks of documents which Cassius accepted. He rifled through them. It was information on Duststorm, complete with images showing the areas in Byleo County that their forces had either covered or infiltrated, getting several other counties involved as well. The document also listed out Duststorm's military departments, with notes on some key members written out beside them, as well as their antique transport routes, contraband transport routes, weapons transport routes, and various other aspects. Ace of Spades was truly a seasoned powerhouse. Once they got serious about taking action, it was impossible for Duststorm to keep their secrets secret. As the saying goes, know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will emerge out of every battle victorious. Extensive information was only half the success. Cassius raised his head and glanced at Whitebird. With such detailed intelligence, we should be able to deal some severe damage, maybe even destroy Duststorm, right? N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Whitebird shook his head, looking somewhat helpless. I've told you this before, but the biggest obstacle to the plan's success is Duststorm's bioengineered experts. I don't know where Duststorm got this dark technology. It doesn't matter how much you shoot at them, you can empty out a whole case of bullets into their body and they still won't die. Red Fang temporarily set aside his grievances to rant about Duststorm. Things hadn't been peaceful for him either, as many of his subordinates had clashed with Duststorm, resulting in significant casualties. Those present had to attribute the bizarre phenomenon of Duststorm's ability to quickly regenerate powerful limbs to dark technology. At least for now. After all, in the era of rapid technological advancement, no one knew what strange things could come out of it. Like the super soldier serum in Captain Hungly, a serum injection could turn a short, scrawny man into someone tall, strong, and handsome. Many people, rational adults like scientists and politicians, and not just comic-reading kids in Cassius's era, believed such technology existed in real life. Duststorm's rise to power has been nothing but swift in the past few months, and in their efforts to recruit and expand, their numbers are now at over 1,000. Although the quality varies, they have scaled up to the level of a large organization. They are extremely active and aggressive in all 6 eastern counties. More than a dozen organizations and forces have suffered under them. But we might be able to use this to our advantage. We don't necessarily have to fight them one-on-one. Instead, we can unite with the other forces to fight against Duststorm. It's not like they have any allies. Whitebird interlaced his fingers, his eyelids drooping slightly. It's certainly a possibility. The Cyclops Gang in Huifeng County, the Sea Mountain Society in East Sea County, and the Black Sword Organization in Shuiyun County all seem to have personal grudges against Duststorm. They could potentially be an ally. Red Fang pondered for a moment before saying, but it's hard to say. After all, Duststorm is relatively far from them, and their grievances are minor. They might not necessarily join forces against Duststorm. On the contrary, they might even be delighted to see them drain all of Ace of Spades' strength because they developed so quickly into a major powerhouse. Otherwise, small to medium powerhouses like Haitian Society and the rest would have been happy to do Ace of Spades a favor. So we're back where we started, Duststorm's bioengineered humans. Whitebird tapped the table lightly, his frustration poorly concealed. Cassius saw an opening. I actually have some information on them, he said smoothly. The 3 turned their attention to him. Oh, tell us more. Mercury. It can weaken their regeneration ability. Cassius recounted the information he had extracted from the Shadow Demon. Mercury. Whitebird gazed at Cassius, seemingly wanting him to elaborate and provide more information. Sorry, that's all I know. I don't have anything more specific. You can send someone to test that theory out first. Cassius spread his hands. As the newly joined 4th high-ranking member of the assassination organization, he was equal in status with the other 3. Despite how the 4 high-ranking members might wield different powers, they were identical in terms of status. Only the king and queen had higher positions than the other 12 high-ranking members. Therefore, if Cassius didn't want to divulge specific information, the other 3 couldn't force him. All right. Anyway, thank you for your intel, Wind Elephant. Whitebird paused slightly. As you may have noticed, there's another matter. Not only do these documents contain information about Duststorm's power, it also details their antique transport routes, although we've only got a portion of it. We've already confirmed one of Duststorm's antique operation warehouse locations, which is north of Black Sand City. The intelligence department is still working hard to pinpoint the exact address. Once we have it, our assassination department will likely have to coordinate with them to take down the warehouse and avenge our antiques department. In recent months, the Ace of Spades antique transport department had suffered some particularly heavy losses. Many routes had been harassed or cut off by dust storm, leaving their warehouses empty since they could not replenish their antiques. Business was rumored to have been halved. If they didn't strike now and put an end to Duststorm's arrogance, Ace of Spades' antique transport department wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. Whitebird's gaze slowly swept over the other three at the table. Regardless of whatever conflicts we've had in the past, I hope we can work together when it comes time to face Duststorm. Red Fang hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Wind Elephant, we'll probably need you to take down Duststorm's operation warehouse. I'll have Violet notify you immediately once we have the details. Whitebird's gaze was serious as he looked over at him. They had two monsters right now, Duststorm's bioengineered humans who were virtually impervious to bullets and Cassius who could withstand bullets from a light machine gun with his bare body. Why not just sit back and let a stronger monster defeat a monster? I'm counting on you, said Whitebird. Don't worry. This is nothing. Cassius shook his head, a glint seemingly flashing in his narrowed eyes. I only have a small request. After we've taken down Duststorm's warehouse, I'd like to pick a few antiques to add to my collection. You know how much I like them. If that's all, then there's no problem. Whitebird smiled. Cassius was indeed a valuable ally. Cassius also smiled, 2 rows of neat white teeth reflecting the sunlight. He was always up for helping others out. A few hours later, on Zionjai Street, a figure in a large overcoat walked briskly over. A black car parked on the roadside slowly rolled down the driver's window. Violet glanced at the figure from inside the car. Cassius held a suitcase in each iconic white-gloved hand. Violet turned her head back. Looks like you were successful. Click. The rear door of the car opened. Cassius bent down and placed the 2 boxes on the carpet. Congratulations, boss, Violet said from the driver's seat. Cassius didn't answer, and merely nodded. After a moment, he said, take me home. No, on second thought, go to the Covert Martial Arts Hall first. He raised his right hand and glanced at the watch on his wrist. Okay. The car rumbled alive and drove toward Hunta Street. In the back seat, Cassius opened the box he had previously opened which contained the pile of gloves and metal playing cards. He pulled out one of the cards and examined it. The workmanship was exquisite. It was scaled down proportionally so that it was fairly light and could be carried around. This item wasn't just for show, it was meant to act as a deterrent. It was similar to how some major gangs, after rising to a certain level, would have a dress code. One of their requirements for their members might be for them to shout a line before they kill, such as, by order of XXX. The cards acted like a business card for gangs, accumulating the organization's deterrent power. Ace of Spades had a similar gang business card. The lower-level members or assassins mostly wore spade-shaped badges as a means of identification, while the 12 high-ranking members naturally had the metal playing cards and swan silk white gloves on their hands. Imagine a meeting where 14 people, all high-ranking members of Ace of Spades, and all with serious expressions, powerful auras, and white gloves on their hands sat around a long table. It gave off an inexplicable sense of professionalism and solemnity. Banishing that strange scene from his mind, Cassius opened another box, which was crammed full of green Hungly Federation bills, $1 million that Whitebird gave him after the meeting. It was supposed to be Cassius's fee for his upcoming actions against Duststorm. Moreover, this was just a deposit. If they were successful in taking down Duststorm's antique transshipment warehouse, then Cassius would receive an additional $2 million Federation dollars. Ace of Spades operated somewhat like a commercial company. Except in certain special situations, members were paid when assigned to perform a task by the organization. As the 4th in command of the Assassination Department and the newly appointed Diamond J, Cassius's price for undertaking a task was naturally high, especially against Duststorm, who was currently at the height of their power. 3 million Hungly Federation dollars was quite normal. Frankly, this was considered a small amount. Since Cassius was acting on Ace of Spades' behalf, his asking price couldn't be too outrageous. If Ace of Spades sent Cassius over to help with some other organizations, then he'd make much more money. Despite Ace of Spades taking a cut, he'd still have more money overall compared to before. As the saying goes, it's good to have a big tree for shade. Whether it was obtaining antique resources or earning money, Cassius needed Ace of Spades as support. He had his own plans. A dozen minutes later, the car stopped on Hunta Street. Cassius didn't enter the martial arts hall and instead, waited at the entrance. He forgot to bring ointment when he went to the Assassination Department meeting at noon, and by the time it ended, Phil and the others were about to finish school. Cassius simply asked Violet to drive all the way to Covert Martial Arts Hall so he could bring his 3 prospective apprentices to his new home. That saved him the hassle of making an extra trip back and forth. 5 minutes later, 3 more figures were crammed in the back seat. Cassius sat in the passenger seat. Tifa asked curiously, "Teacher, did you buy a car?" Cassius paused slightly before saying, "Sort of." Although Violet was driving this black cloud sedan now, it should be his in about half an hour. Sitting on the side in the back, Phil seemed to be staring at Violet's side profile in the driver's seat. This beautiful older sister looked familiar. Was she friends with his brother Matthew? "Let's go to my house," Cassius said, folding his arms across his chest. Half an hour later, in the courtyard of Cassius's new home, Violet stared dumbfoundedly ahead at the battered, dilapidated black cloud sedan. "You want me to drive this car back, boss?" She turned her head to look at the side, where Cassius was leaning against another black cloud sedan. That one was intact. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, his face maintaining a serious and indifferent expression. He gave her a thumbs up with his right hand. You can do it, he encouraged her earnestly. This isn't about whether I can do it or not. This car flipped into a ditch and is so busted up that it might fall apart as soon as it hits the road. If the fuel tank is leaking, it might explode as soon as I step on the gas, Violet complained inwardly. Cassius seemed to notice Violet's frustration. He said, this black cloud sedan looks a bit worse for wear, but that's on the outside. The internal structure and engine are still fine. I remember flipping the car on Ruecklin Avenue and driving it back 4 to 5 kilometers without any problems. Cassius paused before continuing. I mainly need to use it to take these 3 students home today. You can't possibly expect me to drive them around in this wreck, right? Or would you prefer to wait until about 6 or 7 tonight to give them a lift? In that case, I'll drive this car back. Violet decisively opened the broken door of the driver's seat and plopped herself down. If there was one thing she absolutely hated, it was being alone with hyperactive kids. Thump, thump, thump. The heavily damaged black cloud sedan started up, its rear shuddering and the metal joints creaking. It really did look as though it was a few hundred meters away from falling completely apart. Violet's face suddenly popped up from the shattered car window. Boss, did you really drive it 4 or 5 kilometers without any issues? Cassius nodded. Of course. A moment later, Violet drove the car away, her face stormy and resentful. Cassius closed the iron gate and parked the new black cloud sedan in its original position. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned around. Phil and the other 2 were practicing their combat moves in the first-floor living room. They were still basic combat moves, but with some differences. There were some combos, where they used 2 or 3 moves in succession, included now. Cassius had every intention to start teaching Tifa and the others Wind Elephant basic combat arts. This was merely the warm-up. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Ha! Phil exhaled softly, his feet spreading wide to balance himself. His left hand at his side clenched into a fist, and using about 70% of his strength, he thrust his right hand straight forward. With his arm hanging in the air to keep him steady, he took another deep breath. Suddenly, he heard a thud. It sounded close. Phil glanced around. What was that? He didn't see any tables or chairs on the ground, so nothing had fallen. Cassius stood not far from the 3, watching each person's punching technique closely. Phil shook his head, pulled his arm back, and shuffled his feet around to change his stance. He was about to throw a punch when he heard another thud. Phil was about to look around. Pat. Someone's palm landed on his head. At some point, Cassius had come up to his side. Focus on practicing. But, Master, I only turned my head because I heard something falling down just now, Phil defended himself. Probably a mouse. Don't get distracted. Cassius glanced at the other 2. Look how composed Tifa and Milo are. Don't go craning your neck at every little noise. He looked at Phil and said with some earnestness, if your mind isn't calm, you won't be able to practice any combat techniques well. Bang, 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 bang. A continuous series of dull thuds emitted from the basement, seemingly in response to what Cassius had just said. Beside him, Milo and Tifa paused in their practice of combat moves, and looked curiously toward the source of the sound. Cassius's face visibly turned livid, his thick eyebrows twitching. Those 2 dim mice. He turned away, right hand clenched into a thick fist. His tone was flat as he said, you guys keep practicing. I'm going to catch those mice. In the living room, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Half a minute later, just as they were setting up to resume their combat practice, 2 heavy thuds came from the basement. Bang, bang. The dull thuds sounded like a boxer hitting a freestanding punching bag at full power with his gloves on. A moment later, the 3 saw Cassius's tall figure emerge from the basement, his hands hanging at his sides, expressionless. Thick liquid dripped down from his knuckles. It looked like blood. The 3's eyes widened. Cassius seemed to notice their gazes and raised his hand, saying nonchalantly, this basement used to be a granary, and there were 2 fat mice causing trouble, but everything is fine now since I've killed them. He sped-walked toward the bathroom. Milo pursed his lips. Would killing 2 mice cause such a commotion? He didn't know, and he didn't dare ask more. Cassius returned after half a minute of hand-washing. He immediately called the 3 to stop and produced 3 small bottles of training ointment. Grab one and apply the ointment for half an hour as usual. Time crept by, and the once bright sunlight outside dipped below the horizon. Carried by the wind, the clouds gathered together, a faint red line visible at their base. The entire sky turned orange-yellow, with the light advancing inch by inch. We're done for the day. I'll take you guys home. Cassius stood at the door, one eye on his watch. He strolled out, got in and started the new car. The other 3 slid into the back seat. This time, Cassius took the 3 to the front of the Grayseal Martial Arts Hall on Hunta Street. He knew where Phil lived, but he hadn't asked about nor visited Milo's and Tifa's homes. Rather than waste his time by driving around, it was better to let the 3 of them walk home themselves. Since they lived near the Edelweiss School District, it would take them long to get home if they started walking from Hunta Street. By the time Cassius returned a half-hour later, it was pitch black, and the street lights on both sides of the street had flickered on. He drove the black cloud sedan straight in after opening the front gate. The car door closed shut with a click, and when Cassius turned back around to close the gate, he caught sight of a beautiful woman walking in. She wore a black dress, which hugged her body and nicely outlined her curvaceous figure. Black stockings adorned her legs, making her look very stylish and sexy. It's not a good idea to barge into someone's home at night. Shrouded in the shadows, Cassius looked like a statue. Sorry. The woman's apology was polite, but her next words shocked him to his core. You've been parasitized by a shadow. With a swish, Cassius vanished from his spot, like a phantom behind the woman, his right hand slowly reaching out. The woman raised her hands to prove she was non-threatening. I know you're well versed in combat moves, and you're likely very strong, but could you please let me finish talking? 10 minutes later, on the Rococo-style living room sofa, the woman and Cassius sat facing each other, with a tea table between them bearing cups of black tea. They were already half empty. Cassius put down the black tea in his hand and summarized what she had told him. So, you're from a secret organization called the Shadowless Clan, and you want me to join because most of the members are like me, humans parasitized by shadow demons. Yes, that's right. You probably already know the assimilation rules of shadow demons. There are 9 opportunities, and each time you lose to the shadow demon, some part of your body gets assimilated. Before I invite you to join the organization, I'd like to ask what your assimilation rate is. The woman took a sip of tea and continued, it's best not to exceed 70%. Once it does, that would. Wait. Cassius cut the woman off abruptly. He slowly raised his head, a frown on his face. What is an assimilation rate? The woman wore a similar perplexed expression. 5 minutes later, Cassius finally understood. His shadow demon was completely different from ordinary shadow demons. Other people had 9 opportunities to get gradually assimilated by the shadow demons. He, on the other hand, had only 1 chance, and if he lost, he would be instantly replaced. Each of the 9 manifestations was extremely dangerous. Any ordinary person would be deep in the pits of despair. Fortunately, Cassius had a cheat that he could use to exploit a loophole and dramatically increase his strength with the time difference. Not only did this temporarily render the shadow demon harmless, it even became a valuable resource, serving as Cassius's double experience package. All Cassius had to say was, he was extremely lucky. Additionally, Cassius had a rough understanding of this Shadowless clan's strength. From what was revealed to him so far, they seemed about on par with, maybe even weaker than, Duststorm. Because ordinary shadow demons couldn't all copy 100% of their host's strength like Cassius's could, this meant their rewards for defeating the shadow demons were severely diminished. Just as Cassius was lost in thought, the woman in black smoothly interjected, join us, Mr. Li Wei. I know you're skilled and that you've made quite a name for yourself with your combat moves at the martial arts hall near Edelweiss School. But we're up against a group of ferocious monsters with those shadow demons. These inhuman beings kill and they eat people. They see the fragile bodies of humans as mere prey, and even a trained combat expert has no hope in fighting a claw-level shadow demon one-on-one. This is the absolute limitation of the human body. The woman in black grew increasingly fretful. Even the elite combat members of our Shadowless clan can't handle them in a one-on-one battle. They have to rely on support from other members with firearms just to barely hold them off. So, Mr. Li Wei, please don't get overly confident in your own strength. If you come across a shadow demon, it will hurt you. On the opposite sofa, Cassius's expression remained unchanged. He took a small sip of tea. Are you done? The woman raised her eyebrows. She couldn't resist adding, there's something I want to tell you. According to intelligence received by the Shadowless clan, Baishuan City has 5 steel claw-level shadow demons and 1 red eye-level shadow demon lurking around, ready to hunt humans or us parasitized ones at any given moment. The shadow demon's massive mobilization has already caught the attention of our Shadowless clan, and headquarters is planning to send half of the elite members from the eastern 6 counties to constantly monitor them. After all, they have enough power to wipe out a mid-sized organization. Cassius jerked his head up. You're saying there are 5 steel claw-level shadow demons and 1 red eye-level shadow demon in Baishuan City? Yes, so join our Shadowless clan. The woman in black looked closely at Cassius, as if trying to see a hint of fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, she found none. Cassius stood up. Without thinking, he blurted out, actually, never mind. Come with me for a moment. As bewildered as she was, the woman still followed Cassius. A basement door suddenly appeared before her eyes. The iron door clanged open. Gazing into the dark basement, the woman hesitated, but after a moment's pause, she followed Cassius inside. Click, click. The lights on both sides of the basement switched on, and the soft yellow glow quickly chased away the darkness. The woman looked around. The basement appeared to be quite spacious and seemed fairly well decorated. Cabinets, desks, sofas, and other furniture, along with a few white vases filled with fresh flowers, were placed in the corners. The walls were painted light blue, with 2 landscape paintings framed in gold, one of a forest and the other of a sunset river scene. Everything looked normal. His taste in furniture seemed decent. The woman didn't know what Cassius wanted to show her in the basement. Perhaps it was some special information about the shadow demons? Mr. Li Wei, why did you bring me to the basement? She asked Cassius curiously. To show you something good, Cassius said expressionlessly. Something seemed to occur to him as he added, Miss Teresa, you should mentally prepare yourself. And try not to get too excited. Something good? Could it be some kind of treasure? Teresa was puzzled, but she figured Cassius wouldn't harm her. He was a combat expert, and if he really wanted to do something to her, he would have already done so. Why go through the unnecessary trouble of taking her to the basement being all cloak and dagger? Over here, come on. Cassius pointed to a pale yellow curtain on one side of the basement. This was part of the renovation company's design layout, a rod attached above for the curtain to hang from where it could divide the vast space of the basement into one side for leisure and the other for training. As they walked over, Teresa seemed to catch a faint whiff of blood in the air. She sniffed around. She was right, and the closer she got, the stronger it became. At that moment, a deep curiosity arose in her heart. Was there something behind the curtain? Over here. With a swish, Cassius pulled back the curtain and walked in. Teresa took a deep breath and stepped inside. As soon as she did, she felt a pair of evil eyes fix on her. Her heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable fear surged within her. It felt like walking through the forest alone at night and suddenly seeing a pair of blood-red eyes full of animalistic killing intent floating in the darkness. An instinctive fear flooded through her, sending a tingling electric sensation from her soles, up her spine, and straight to her brain. Teresa froze in place, her neck turning inch by inch, like gears without lubrication, as she slowly looked over. A pair of dilated light red pupils met her own. She stood in place, everything around her blurring and fading away until all that remained in her vision were those pupils. Beside her, Cassius frowned slightly at the scene. Teresa seemed to be experiencing some kind of stress response, like how some animals in nature freeze when encountering a predator. Their minds go blank and their muscles stiffen, rendering them unable to move. The automatic fear that comes from their natural predator was too strong. In the eyes of shadow demons, ordinary humans were just food that could move. As a member of the Shadowless clan, Teresa had naturally undergone some training and could also use firearms. Her willpower and physical fitness were certainly much better than the average person's. And yet, after having the shadow demon watch her, and only her, she still showed a stress response, freezing in place like a fish on a chopping board and at the mercy of others. If it were an ordinary person, it would likely be even worse. They might have even wet themselves as soon as they laid eyes upon it. In that case, even humans armed with guns might not pose a threat to shadow demons. Only those like Cassius, who surpassed human limits and reached a pugilist or higher stage, could suppress such fear. This was the natural hierarchy of life. Cassius looked at the petrified Teresa. He had no choice but to walk several steps forward and give the shadow demon a solid slap. Smack! A crisp sound instantly echoed throughout the basement. Teresa seemed to snap back to reality, her whole body jolting as cold sweat soaked her back, drenching her black undergarments. She couldn't stop gasping for breath, her words tripping over themselves. SHSH shadow demon? Our red eye level? Oh my god! Teresa nearly screamed. In those few seconds, she felt as if she had traveled to hell and back. When she came back to her senses, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. It was terrifying. Miss Teresa, please don't shout. I might not live near anyone, but I can't guarantee that there won't be people passing by. It won't do me any good if there's a misunderstanding here. I don't want the police knocking on my door in a few days to search my house, Cassius said as he yanked the shadow demon's hair back. Behave. He kicked it again. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Teresa finally reacted. Wait, something doesn't seem right. She shot a suspicious glance at Cassius before looking at the shadow demon on the ground. This was the body of a tall, strong man. The red eyes couldn't have been faked and that terrifying aura was undoubtedly from a red eye level shadow demon. But now, that same shadow demon seemed somewhat downcast and pathetic. It looked utterly defeated. Chained to the gym equipment, with its hands bound, it couldn't move a muscle. A large bump swelled on its head, with black and red bloodstains covering half of its face. There was a glaringly bright red palm print on its left cheek. This is a shadow demon. Teresa slapped a hand over her mouth, eyes wide. She could hardly believe that the tattered, beggar-like man before her was the red eye-level shadow demon that hunted in the night, danced in a sea of blood, and slaughtered humans as effortlessly as crushing an ant. It seemed to have heard her as the shadow demon lifted its head to shoot Teresa a displeased look. Startled once more, she backed up 2 steps, fear lingering inside her. What are you looking at? Damn it! Behave. Another heavy slap came down, and another bright red handprint bloomed on the shadow demon's right cheek. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, but it didn't dare look at Cassius. He was just too strong. This morning's brutal beating and training was still fresh in its memory. This is. Teresa noticed a steel claw-level shadow demon huddled beside the red eye level 1. That one also looked weak and lethargic, with signs that it had been beaten. Miss Teresa, didn't you just say that there are 5 steel claw-level shadow demons and 1 red eye-level shadow demon lurking in Baishuan City? Cassius turned his head, his tone calm as he recounted the facts. If I'm not mistaken, then that team of shadow demons that came all the way to Baishuan City to hunt, is right here. Teresa inhaled sharply. Although she had vaguely suspected it earlier, hearing it coming out of Cassius's mouth still left her extremely shocked. She clutched her head in an attempt to steady herself. Mr. Li Wei, what about the other 4? Cassius didn't answer. He just looked at her impassively. Teresa smacked her forehead when she saw his expression. What a foolish question. If even the leading red eye level shadow demon had been captured, the fate of the other steel claw level shadow demons were most likely. Crack. All right, give me a moment to process this, Teresa muttered to herself, stepping back a little to lean against the blue wall. Unknowingly, she had started addressing Cassius with honorifics. 10 minutes later, the two were seated on a beige sofa. The teacup in Teresa's hand was already empty, but she kept absent-mindedly raising it to her lips and then putting it down again. So, what you're saying is that you were attacked by shadow demons on your way home last night, and they severely damaged your new car. You, in a fit of rage, took down the 4 shadow demons attacking you and then caught 2 for questioning. Cassius sipped his tea, nodding slightly. Yes, that's basically it. There might have been some discrepancies, but it was more or less close to the actual situation. Well, you are truly brave. Teresa looked at Cassius's towering physique and couldn't help but give a wry smile. I've just done some martial arts training and have a knack for close combat. Cassius waved it off, sounding almost modest. Teresa pursed her lips, as if wanting to say something, but something seemed to be holding her back. Finally, she made up her mind. Mr. Li Wei, with your skills, why don't you join forces with our Shadowless clan? Although our Shadowless clan was founded by those possessed by shadow demons, it's still a significant force. If you join, then wealth, status, power, and... Teresa prattled on, mainly introducing the specifics of the Shadowless clan, seemingly trying to highlight its strength to entice Cassius to join. On the opposite sofa, Cassius's expression did not change as she talked. Having just become a top executive Jack of Diamonds in the Ace of Spades assassination department, Teresa's words held little real appeal for him. If all the Shadowless clan had was the superficial strength she described, it seemed rather weak. Teresa had previously mentioned how one Red Eye level shadow demon leading 5 Steel Claw level shadow demons had caused such a big stir in the Shadowless clan that they had to send half of their elite members from the 6 eastern counties. Did that mean that the Shadowless clan's power in all of the 6 eastern counties of the Hungly Federation was only double that of 1 Red Eye level and 5 Steel Claw level shadow demons? Or did the Shadowless clan have other forces and experts hidden deep within, its elite members merely acting as the front? Just because Cassius doubted the Shadowless clan's strength didn't mean he was going to cut all ties with them. After all, they had all been possessed by shadow demons, and the greater the number of people, the greater their understanding of their common experiences, which would help clarify some rules, something Cassius very much needed. While joining the Shadowless clan was unnecessary, collaborating and exchanging information with them could prove beneficial. It never hurt to have additional options, friends, and backup plans. The two continued chatting for a while, with Teresa maintaining a deferential attitude, constantly using honorifics to address him. However, Cassius was clearly not the type to be easily swayed by a few compliments. He made it clear, at the very end, that he had no desire to join. Although a bit disappointed, Teresa didn't push further, and only suggested that they exchange intelligence and cooperate in the future, to which Cassius agreed. Finally, Teresa made a request. She wanted to purchase the 2 shadow demons from Cassius on behalf of the Shadowless clan. When Cassius asked what they would be used for, Teresa said they would be dissected so they could study the shadow demon's structure and to test their principles. It cost about 2 million Hungly Federation dollars for the Steel Claw level and 10 million for the Red Eye level. As tempting as it was, Cassius rejected the initial request, and only agreed to sell one of them, namely the Steel Claw level shadow demon that couldn't communicate. As for the other Red Eye level one that could, he felt it still had a lot of information about the dark world it had yet to disclose. Since Cassius wasn't short on money, he saw no need to sell the shadow demon for a little cash. To be honest, he hadn't sold the Steel Claw level shadow demon for money either. He just wanted to do this favor for the Shadowless clan since it would be easier to work together in the future. With the ball in Cassius's court, Teresa had no choice but to acquiesce. If he had any inclination to sell, he would have. She couldn't force him. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Li Wei. Have a good night. Teresa shook hands with Cassius in the courtyard. As the evening breeze blew, she was about to say some other pleasantries when faint voices came from outside the wall. Hugo, is this the place? Yes, it is. Teresa should have gone in to talk by now. Let's go into. Oh, should we ring the doorbell at the entrance? What's the point of that? Let's just climb over the wall. That wouldn't be right though. This is someone else's home. What's wrong with it? 5 Steel Claw level shadow demons, and a Red Eye level are still skulking around Baishuan City. That Li Wei guy may know some combat moves, but he'd die if he encountered a shadow demon. We're here to protect him. Alright. Immediately, there was the sound of people climbing over the wall. The 4 elite members were agile and leaped onto the wall with ease. We're up. Now let's get down. Hugo was the last to come up. The other 3 seemed rooted in place. They did not respond. What's wrong? He turned his head in confusion and froze on the spot. In the courtyard, shrouded in the shadows beside the car, a man in a black coat with white gloves stood, quietly looking over. Silent, eerie, mysterious. Especially those intense blood-red eyes. They were cold and indifferent, with a strong oppressive aura and killing intent. And there was even an inhuman tint in those pupils, pointing to an inhuman, bloodthirsty brutality. A shadow demon? Red Eye level? Oh my god. Hugo was so scared he could hardly breathe, feeling the aura crushing his chest inch by inch. He, like the other 3, were so terrified they couldn't move. In that moment, the scene at the residence was a bit eerie. It resembled a frozen black and white painting, with the man in the coat standing quietly in the shadows, while the 4 men perched stupidly on the wall, each with a dazed expression like a statue. Run! Someone broke free and shouted. Immediately, the air exploded with the sound of feet landing outside the wall. Then 3 more thumps followed, one of which sounded different. One unlucky fellow had apparently fallen in fright, accompanied by a pained grunt. Damn, my shoe came off. Run, it's a red eye level. What's more important, your shoe or your life? What about Teresa? The organization will remember her brave sacrifice. Oh no, my shoe came off too. Stop dawdling. Ugh, just grab it and run. The next day, at Cassius's new home in the Pale Courtyard. I'm looking forward to working with you in the future. Why yes. Two hands clasped together, one belonged to Cassius, who had a faint smile on his face, and the other to a somewhat frightened Hugo. Standing quietly beside them were 4 other members of the Shadowless clan, all looking very uncomfortable. The only person who seemed unfazed was Teresa, who was still in her black dress, holding a box in her hand. The previous night, the Shadowless clan members had been scared out of their wits, even losing their shoes in the process. After returning to their base in Baishuan City, they immediately reported Teresa's death, along with their encounter with the Shadow Demon. Before the news could spread, however, Teresa, who had supposedly died a hero, casually strolled back in. This caused quite a stir, as the entire base went on high alert, fearful that the Shadow Demons had forced Teresa into revealing their location. They suspected the Shadow Demons were lurking in the dark, ready to attack at any moment. The misunderstanding made the atmosphere tense for a time, but was soon cleared up. What Hugo and the others saw was not a Shadow Demon, but a covert martial arts expert who had surpassed human limits. As for the Shadow Demon's supposed attack on the base, that was going to be next to impossible to do since Cassius had wiped out the squad the previous day. Although Hugo and the elite members were embarrassed, Teresa came bearing good news. Cassius was willing to sell the captured Sharp Claw level Shadow Demon for 2 million Hungly Federation dollars, with the transaction to be completed the next day. The ferocity and brutality of Shadow Demons were far beyond human imagination. Even if they were defeated, they could escape by merely vanishing into the darkness. Killing a Shadow Demon was not difficult, but capturing one alive was a different story altogether. The fact that Teresa could purchase a Sharp Claw level Shadow Demon from Cassius was quite an achievement in and of itself. This simple achievement landed her a promotion without a problem. Unfortunately, Cassius had other uses for the red-eyed Shadow Demon, so it wasn't available for trade. Otherwise, that would have been enough to jump 2 to 3 levels up, and maybe even get a middle management position at the headquarters. Teresa shook away the fantasies. She knew the decision wasn't in her hands. Both Shadow Demons had been captured by Cassius, and it was up to him if he wanted to sell them or not. Here is the 2 million, Mr. Li Wei. Teresa stepped forward and handed the box to Cassius. He accepted it and went inside, returning with a white burlap sack that appeared to contain a human-shaped object. Since the sack had been used to store herbs previously, the sack stunk of a strong medicinal herb scent. Cassius had repurposed it for the occasion. Take a look. He pulled down the sack, revealing an awkward-looking and miserable man bound in chains. He was gagged and his face and forehead were covered in bruises. Upon seeing the sunlight, he instinctively shut his eyes and lowered his head, as if it was too much for him. Teresa and Hugo examined the man closely. He looked like a normal human, except for his elongated hands and sharp nails. The shadow behind him squirmed and crawled under his body, exuding an evil aura in the darkness. Teresa and Hugo exchanged glances, confirming their suspicions. She nodded. No doubt, it's a Sharp Claw level Shadow Demon. All right, it's all yours. In the end, Cassius helped them by knocking out the Shadow Demon by chopping his hand down on its neck. Although it was bound in chains, it was better to be safe than sorry. He didn't trust Hugo and the so-called elite members of the Shadowless clan to do it themselves, fearing they might mess things up. 5 minutes later, a boxy silver van drove away from the residence. Cassius watched for a while before going back inside. He went up to the 3rd floor, took out an herb packet, and got ready to take an herbal bath. Huff, huff, huff. It sounded like an ox was panting with the heavy breathing that echoed in the basement. Cassius was in a half-squat horse stance, his toes lightly touching the ground, his head hanging down, and his body slightly leaning forward with his hands pressed together. This peculiar stance demanded a lot out of his stamina. Sweat dripped from his upper body, soaking his gray training pants. His strong muscles were red, like he was a lobster being boiled. Sniff, huff, sniff, huff, sniff, huff. His breathing gradually accelerated, starting from normal to high speed, like some high-end fan, eventually merging into a continuous flow. A faint white mist blew out of his nostrils. Cassius's eyes flew open as he exhaled a breath of turbid air. His raised toes settled back on the ground as he straightened his body. His muscles contracted and released, flinging off sweat in a misty spray. He glanced at the top right corner. Elephant soul incomplete, bug bite 43.2%, total 3 stages. Since returning from the time travel era, the progress bar of the elephant soul had increased by about 0.1%. It was a slow and arduous process. Cassius's current level was somewhere between the 2nd and 3rd stage. He still had a considerable way to go before reaching 66%. He estimated that once he exceeded 66.7%, the 3rd node of accelerated blood flow would likely be activated. With 3 nodes circulating simultaneously, his covert martial arts would run automatically, even during his sleep. Though not as efficient as him actively practicing, it had the advantage of constant improvement. He had already experienced some of these benefits. With 2 nodes activated, a gentle warmth circulated through his body, accelerating his healing and blood supply. Although not as effective as activating the 3 nodes, it did help him recover from a gunshot wound within a day. This was the hidden benefit of the 2 blood nodes. Cassius twisted his neck and walked over to the exercise equipment. He unlocked the iron lock, removed the chains from the shadow demon, and tossed them aside. I'm going to give you one chance to get past me and through the curtain. If you can do that, I'll let you go. Face expressionless, he moved several steps away from the partition curtain. On the opposite end, the red-eyed shadow demon stood up. In the dim basement, his light red eyes looked like a beast's as he stared at Cassius. Voice hoarse and grating, he croaked, really, n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Why would I lie to you? Of course. I'm telling the truth. Cassius grinned. His white teeth sent chills down the shadow demon's spine. Thud. Bang. Ugh. A few minutes later, the shadow demon was dragged back to the exercise equipment like a dead dog. Cassius wrapped a metal chain around it and then squatted down. He was disappointed. I gave you a chance, but you're so useless. He gently hit the shadow demon's left cheek. Better luck next time. Cassius slowly rose to his full height and patted his chest. His rock-hard chest muscles had 2 or 3 white crisscross marks from the shadow demon furiously slashing its claws at him. They weren't bleeding at least. The red-eyed shadow demon was quite strong, at least comparable to a pugilist. The only reason why Cassius dared to let it loose was because he was confident in his higher realm. He wasn't doing it to humiliate the demon, he just needed a sparring partner. He hadn't encountered any pugilists at his level in the real world, possibly due to the suppression of the Dao of the Covert Martial Arts by technological development or some other hidden reason. The other reason why Cassius fought with the shadow demon was to understand it better. Knowing your enemy was the key to any victory. It wasn't just one or a couple of shadow demon, they were a large group hiding among humans. As someone who had been parasitized by them, Cassius knew it was only a matter of time before they came for him, and he knew he needed to be ready when that day came. At 2 p.m., Cassius lay on a reclining chair, on a small balcony of a yellow house, basking in the warm sunlight. The sky was a pure blue. Music drifted in from the room in the distance where a black vinyl record spun on the table. It was a newly popular record in the Hungly Federation, a 12-inch disc capable of holding multiple songs. A gentle breeze brushed his face as Cassius, dressed in casual clothes, took out a bronze ring from his pocket, his eyes flickering slightly. The ring glimmered faintly in the sunlight. His thoughts were clear. The second manifestation of the shadow demon had passed, and the third was 2 months away, but Cassius couldn't wait that long. He was planning to enhance his strength through another time travel session. With sufficient lingering attachment energy and the Wind Elephant Tusk Pendant's 3rd time travel as a backup, he had no problem undertaking another journey. He eyed the top right corner of his vision. Lingering attachment energy, 5.4. Feeling assured, he slowly raised his hand. A drop of blood fell on the bronze ring. Instantly, a cold, numbing sensation spread through his body in response to the ring. Cassius blinked, and everything around him seemed frozen, like insects trapped in amber. A falling leaf hung suspended in the air. Buzz. It was like being struck by a hammer. Cassius's head shook violently. The world spun, the colors blurring together as if water had been poured over a delicate oil painting. Cassius clenched his right fist, struggling to maintain his sanity against the dizziness. Whoosh. A strong gale swept through the city, leaving a twisting trail in the rain and mist. Raindrops hit the gray-bricked streets, creating a thin haze hovering above the ground. Lightning shattered the sky, thunder rumbled, and dark clouds covered Nington City. 50 years ago, July 7th, year 106 of the Hungly Federation. East Sea County, Nington City, Liza Street. This was the bustling East Sea County. Decades ago, multiple ports were built, leading to a booming economy. This was especially the case 20 years ago when stable sea routes were established, and wealth flowed into East Sea County. All kinds of luxury goods were shipped here. Nington City, though not the core city of East Sea County, ranked 3rd or 4th in economic development, making it quite prosperous. The most noticeable features of the city were its tall buildings with tea-colored glass exteriors, giant product or celebrity billboards, and towering smokestacks. It also had numerous theaters, churches, stock exchanges, and exquisite mansions. Here, the rich enjoyed their power. A large ball was being held in Jasmine Mansion on Liza Street. Hosted by Charles Roche, the boss of Coughlin Company, he had invited some socialites to attend. As the men and women in formal attire danced to the music, bright chandelier lights cast down on them, their shadows shifting and moving across the polished floor. The shadows of gentlemen and socialites seemed to merge together. Seated on a yellow sofa at the side, a beautiful girl in a red dress looked uneasily at the dance floor. She was alone tonight, and did not have a dance partner, making her feel out of place. She glanced to her right, at the edge of the dance floor. A young, handsome man was quietly watching ahead, a glass of red wine in hand. He wore a well-fitted casual suit that accentuated his tall, strong figure. His face was fair and handsome, with slicked-back hair revealing a full forehead. The man exuded an air of elegance and authority. His name was Charles, the 20-year-old millionaire and owner of Coughlin Company. Today was his birthday party. He didn't seem to have any family, and invited many of Nington's elite for company. Among the guests were many unmarried, beautiful women hoping to catch the attention of the single millionaire. However, his aloof personality made approaching him difficult, or so the girl thought. Charles walked over and offered his hand. "You don't have a dance partner tonight, do you, Miss Emily?" May I have this honor? Oh, of course. Excited, Emily hopped up and stretched out her hand. Soon, the dance floor welcomed a new pair of dancing figures, and they became the highlight of the night. The party ended a half hour later, and the guests left, leaving only Emily and Charles behind in the hall. The two stood by the window, listening to the rain as they sipped wine. They gradually warmed up to each other. Flash! A bright lightning bolt cut through the dark sky. In the dim hall, Charles's shadow was cast on the floor, resembling a black bat gnawing and sucking blood. Rumble! Thunder roared like cannons. In the rain-soaked night, a man holding a black umbrella and a bag walked toward the mansion. Dressed in a black suit with a wide-brimmed hat covering most of his face, he gave off an enigmatic aura. His leather shoes splashed in the water as he approached the mansion's side wall. He glanced around and pulled something out of the bag. A bronze and silver mechanical crossbow. The edges were thick, with intricate patterns carved on the metal surface, and a barrel-like rotary drum hanging underneath. The drum was filled with silver bolts glinting in the light. The corner of the mechanical crossbow had a small inscription in cursive script, Frenzy Steam. The man looked down, then froze. Splash! Rain poured down, creating a mist that blurred everything around him. Raindrops drummed on the umbrella, making a series of pitter-patters. The umbrella tilted back slightly, revealing a pair of cold, indifferent eyes. Helsing, Blood Race, Hunt, Black Rain Manor. He murmured to himself, gently weighing the crossbow in his hand. And Frenzy Steam. A torrent of information crashed into his mind. Twilight was the name of this body's original owner. Unlike Li Wei, the owner of the Wind Elephant Tusk pendant, Twilight was a man. A real man? Even Cassius found himself admiring this tough guy. Originally a resident of a region bordering the Hungly Federation, Twilight lived with his parents and a cute little sister. Although the family wasn't wealthy, the four of them lived happily. However, 10 years ago, on a certain day, a conflict arose between the Hungly Federation and a neighboring country which escalated into a small-scale war. Bombs rained down, leaving ruins in their wake. Countless lives were lost in the chaos, including Twilight's parents. His parents died, and his hometown was destroyed. At just 10 years old, Twilight and his 5-year-old sister became orphans. They were taken into the Tomorrow orphanage. However, Tomorrow did not exist in that orphanage. This was not a warm home, this was a place filled with only filth and crime. Young Twilight had a stubborn streak and fought fiercely to protect his sister. 3 years later, Twilight spotted and seized the opportunity to escape the orphanage with his sister. The two wandered across the Federation, where he did odd jobs here and there. Since he wasn't of working age, he could only take on low-paying, under-the-table work. They huddled in a leaky shack, gnawing on stale bread. Over the following years, he was extorted by thugs, exploited by shop owners, chased by dogs, and ridiculed by children. Yet, Twilight never let life beat him down. Despite his name, his heart held the light of dawn. He didn't believe in fate, the only thing he believed in was himself. He even scrimped and saved to send his sister to school, making time to study amid his busy work schedule. Life was hard and exhausting, but he was hopeful. Eventually, Twilight got into college, working part-time to change his destiny. A few years later, he graduated, and finally caught a glimpse of a brighter future. But fate had a cruel joke in store for him. His sister fell terminally ill, the cause of her illness going back to when they spent years as children living in that leaky shack. Twilight wanted to save his sister, but he needed an astronomical amount of money, far beyond what he could borrow or earn. Desperate, he tried every possible thing, and just as he hit his darkest hour, he stumbled upon a piece of fantastical news. There were rumors of a place called Black Rain Manor up in the coastal mountains of East Sea County where, as long as you found it, it would grant you anything you desired, including money. It sounded like an urban legend, but with no other options, Twilight went. By some miracle, he found the manor shrouded in mist and rain. It housed an organization called Helsing, which resembled an assassin's guild. But its true nature was far more complex. The manor seemed to be a sentient being as it issued missions to Helsing. Rather than killing people, these missions tasked them with hunting dark creatures that hid themselves among humans. If a Helsing successfully completed their missions, they could choose any reward from the manor: wealth, longevity, even mysterious powers beyond human imagination. Twilight had no choice but to accept. After the Helsings gave him basic training in using a mechanical crossbow, they sent him on his way. After half a month, Twilight returned, gravely injured but victorious, to Black Rain Manor. He had miraculously completed the novice mission. Without hesitation, Twilight exchanged his reward for a large sum of money. But when he rushed to the hospital full of hope, he was hit with a devastating blow. His sister had died while he was in the middle of his mission. From that moment on, Twilight was alone in the world. He held a funeral for her. There was a time when he completed task after task for Black Rain Manor, hoping it might have the power to resurrect the dead. The period Cassius had arrived in was Twilight's 5th mission when he was hunting the Blood Race. During this mission, Twilight would meet the second most important woman in his life. After getting severely wounded in his escape after killing a Blood Race member who had hidden itself among humans, a blonde woman named Julia would save him, at which point a bond would form between them. Twilight continued his missions, growing stronger in the hopes that he could revive his sister. But an old man, after hearing about his situation, informed him that Black Rain Manor, despite its mystic powers, couldn't bring people back from the dead, for he had tried and failed to revive a girl he once cared for. Crushed, Twilight contemplated leaving Black Rain Manor. He didn't want to risk his life on these missions anymore. He wanted to live peacefully with Julia in a remote town. However, Helsings must complete their missions regularly. Defiance would only bring the decaying knights who roamed the Black Rain Manor down on them. Twilight had no choice but to continue his tormenting tasks. During one of his missions, he learned about a potion that could induce a state of false death. The decaying knights would think the Helsing to be dead and consequently leave. Twilight endured countless hardships to obtain said potion. He chose a secluded place, took the potion, and entered the state of false death. As expected, the decaying knights left, believing he had died. A day later, Twilight awoke, elated. He hurried home to tell Julia the good news, only to find his home in ruins and Julia's lifeless body. The power of Black Rain Manor had grown immensely over time. The marked ones weren't the ones affected, their loved ones were too. When the decaying knights left, they had left to kill Julia. Twilight fell into despair for the second time. His regret, grief, and sorrow were overwhelming, but above all, he burned with a fiery desire for revenge. Twilight wasn't intimidated by the powerful and mysterious Black Rain Manor. He began targeting it, forming a team of like-minded individuals to fight against the tide. They battled all manner of beings, from dark creatures to decaying knights to the Helsings sent by the manor. One day, he came across information in the ancient ruins which stated that killing all the decaying knights would shut down the manor. A massive uprising ensued. Although Twilight died in the end, the manor was gravely damaged. As the rainy night settled, Cassius couldn't help admiring his bravery. Twilight endured countless hardships from childhood to death, but never bowed to fate. A true warrior loved life in spite of its harshness, and Twilight was such a man. He fought his entire life for himself and his family. Twilight had left a simple wish in the bronze ring: destroy Black Rain Manor. I understand, Cassius murmured. He raised his right hand, which bore an old bronze ring. This ring, picked from a garbage pile by Twilight's sister during their struggle to survive in the leaky shack, was not valuable. It was just a common trinket found in street stalls. Yet, Twilight cherished it like it was a precious treasure. Cassius clenched his fist and smiled faintly. Thunder roared through the clouds, and rain poured heavily down. The thick rain became increasingly dense until everything became a transparent blur. A man stood in an alley beside Jasmine Mansion with an umbrella held aloft. Black Rain Mansion truly is a magical place. It can even enhance physical quality and combat skills, so long as you complete the missions? Cassius was intrigued. He wondered if there was a price to pay for such enhancements and whether he could retain these powers in the real world. He lifted the bag in his right hand, feeling its considerable weight. Twilight had learned to use the violent steam-powered mechanical crossbow in Black Rain Manor. It came with various arrowheads silver-plated, poisoned, barbed, and triangular, as well as a range of agile movement techniques, some close combat skills, and dagger fighting techniques. The current Twilight was about as strong as a 3rd to 4th tier in the Federation and was a shield-level Helsing from Black Rain Manor. Helsing was a collective term for those marked by the manor, and were ranked based on task completion. The ranks were divided into 4 levels: shield level, sword level, badge level, and knight level. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. This body is so weak. Cassius flexed his limbs. Though a 3rd or 4th tier body was strong compared to ordinary people, it severely limited his potential. His abilities were drastically constrained by this body's limitations. His Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts had originally reached the mid-2nd stage, but now he couldn't even bring out its full power. He was probably not even at the level of a pugilist. Fortunately, East Sea County had another Black Rain Manor. Cassius could quickly regain and even surpass his previous strength there. As for potential risks, he'd cross that bridge when he got there. His first task in this era? Eliminate the Blood Race members in Jasmine Mansion. Although they called themselves the Blood Race, the Helsing members referred to them as blood-sucking ghouls due to their vampiric tendencies. Compared to other dark creatures, the lower-tier Blood Race members were pretty weak. For instance, the average adult man could best a blood slave. Despite their weak combat ability, Blood Race members were cunning and adept at hiding themselves within human society. Over time, they had learned to control their blood-sucking urges, taking small amounts from multiple people to avoid detection. Twilight's current target had combat abilities on par with his own. With the silver-plated arrowheads in his mechanical crossbow, Twilight stood a good chance of taking down the opponent unscathed, or close to that at least. However, he had been severely wounded during this mission because a hostage had been there. Twilight wasn't quite the seasoned Helsing who had come to accept the cycle of life and death. He couldn't help but try to save ordinary people. Although he hadn't been foolish enough to lower his weapon, making himself vulnerable to an easy kill, the hostage situation had significantly affected his performance, leading to injuries for both sides. Cassius, however, was different. Threatening him with a random hostage? Idiots, he'd eliminate both the kidnappers and the hostage without hesitation. Don't tell him how to do his job. He had made up his mind. Cassius surveyed the thick rain fog around him, then stepped back 2 paces and bounded over the wall with a single leap, his hand lightly touching the wall for support. His leather shoes sunk into the grassy ground with a soft, wet thud, as if they were stepping onto a spongy green carpet. Cassius walked forward, his shoes stepping onto the gray-white garden path. He glanced around, found his bearings, and moved toward the mansion. A rectangular building close to the center of Jasmine Mansion where a birthday party had just taken place was dimly lit by 2 lamps in the corners. A couple, nestled in the soft sofas near the floor-to-ceiling windows, were whispering sweet nothings to each other and kissing. "Charles, I'm so happy today," Emily said. Her eyes were filled with joy, a blush dusting across her fair cheeks, and her lips slightly swollen from kissing. "I'm glad to hear that. Oh right, are you still a virgin?" Charles asked casually, his hands around Emily's slender waist. Emily, had a little woozy, didn't find the question crass since this seemed like an intimate inquiry typically asked between lovers. Emily shyly nodded, burying her head in Charles's broad chest. "Yes." Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, and a thunderous boom resounded as if an explosion had occurred, accompanied by a faint shattering sound. "Ah!" Emily screamed and clung to Charles tighter. "I'm scared," she whimpered, her voice pitiful. But Charles did not move. He didn't comfort Emily nor wrap his arms around her back to hold her. "Charles? Charles? Charles?" Emily lifted her head, puzzled. Charles stood rigid like a wooden dummy, stunned. In the dim light, Emily noticed two sharp objects protruding from his head. "Charles, what's wrong?" Rumble? Another lightning flash illuminated the mansion's edge. A scream ripped violently out of Emily's throat. The sharp objects were crossbow bolts, one protruding from each temple. Blood trickled down his temples and chin and onto the floor. Emily stumbled back in terror. The sound of breaking glass came from the floor-to-ceiling window. 3 crossbow bolts whizzed through the air, piercing Charles's chest, causing blood to spurt from his chest. Crash! The already damaged window shattered completely as a man in a suit kicked it in. As a shower of glass shards rained down around him, he strolled in. Lightning flashed behind him, outlining his dark silhouette. "Huh, not dead yet, are you?" Cassius approached the sofa. Charles, who had just been shot in the head by an arrow, was nowhere to be seen. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. "Ah!" Emily let out a terrified shriek from the sofa. "Stop screaming, or I'm taking you out first," Cassius said, without even turning to look at Emily. His voice was cold and indifferent. Emily immediately clamped her mouth shut. Her eyes were already red with fear, and her heart pounded wildly. This intruder had killed Mr. Charles, and she was scared that she was next. Not to mention, she was a natural beauty. Things weren't looking good for her. While she was consumed by those thoughts, Cassius whipped around, raising his mechanical crossbow and pulling the trigger. 3 or 4 bolts shot swiftly toward Emily, hitting the space around both sides of her waist. They sunk into the sofa with a soft thump, stabbing into the shadows behind it. The dark shadow gave a muffled groan and a figure rolled out from behind. Charles shot to his feet, yanking out the silver-plated bolts from his shoulder. Since he wasn't even human, he wasn't going to die just because of a few arrows through the head. However, the silver coating on the arrowheads weakened him, slowing his regenerative abilities slightly. Charles had immediately hidden, pulling out the arrows from his body. But never did he expect Cassius to shoot recklessly in Emily's direction. Wasn't he afraid of hurting a human? This man was truly ruthless. How could he attack such a lovely and charming woman? But Cassius had anticipated this. Fighting wasn't all brawn, it also required brains. The only hiding spots near the French window were the 2 sofas and the coffee table in the lounge area. Charles could only hide behind one of those sofas, most likely behind Emily. From Twilight's previous experience, this Blood Clan member was despicable enough to think hiding behind a human was the safest option. But Cassius was much more cold-hearted. If he wanted to shoot that arrow, then he was going to shoot that arrow. It didn't matter if a beautiful young woman was in the line of fire, he would still let that arrow fly. Thud, thud, thud. Cassius dashed toward the wall switch. In the dim light, his mechanical crossbow skills that he had learned from Twilight were going to be less effective and less accurate. Charles seemed to realize Cassius's intentions. He sprinted over, hands slightly curled. A faint red glow emanated from his skin, quickly enveloping his hands like gloves. Charles wasn't some lowly blood slave, he was a true blood race member, adept at using low-level blood arts. His hands were coated in toxic blood energy, and highly corrosive. A single touch would burn a human's skin off, exposing their bones. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Agile and fast, Charles came up from behind, his hands clawing toward Cassius. Swish, slash, a flash of cold light in the darkness. In an instant, Cassius turned and plunged a bright silver dagger into the bloodsucker's stomach. It happened extremely quickly. He ducked, forcefully knocking Charles's arms aside with his elbows before slamming into him, and driving the dagger deeper into his stomach until, in the blink of an eye, the only thing visible was the handle. Ugh! Charles's eyes widened, pain etched across his face. The dagger had a silver coating? Since when was Twilight so skilled in close combat? Wasn't he supposed to only be proficient with the mechanical crossbow? What the hell kind of twist was this to switch from long range to close combat? The thoughts had barely taken form when a series of muffled thuds resounded. A sharp pain erupted in Charles's abdomen. Looking down, he saw the cause. A mechanical crossbow pressed against Charles's stomach. Cassius activated it at maximum power, triggering the berserk steam mode. A dozen or so silver arrows shot into his flesh with a sickening noise, piercing through Charles's back. Blood sprayed explosively out. Some of these arrows were coated with poison, some had barbed tips, and others were specialized 3-edged arrows designed for bloodshed. Ugh! Eyes wide and furious, Charles glared at Cassius. Cassius stared back, cold and emotionless. Cassius deftly parried and dodged every one of Charles's attacks, none of his strikes so much as even grazed his clothes. In Cassius's eyes, Charles's attacks were laughable, like those of a beast acting purely on instinct, and were far too predictable. Even though Charles was much stronger, Cassius easily deflected all his attacks with minimal effort. Since Twilight's body was still weak, Cassius relied on the destructive power of the mechanical crossbow. After a few rounds, it was clear, Cassius was toying with Charles like he was playing with a child. Arg! Charles roared. He was infuriated, but it wasn't like he could do anything to counter. He was now, in essence, a child. Born from the blood pool less than 3 years ago and having been in human society for less than a year, Charles lacked maturity and combat skills. All he had were his strong body and the basic blood arts that were ingrained into his instincts. Charles's hands, glowing with red energy, slashed through the air. Cassius sidestepped, firing another volley of arrows. Feeling pain in his back, Charles felt mortified. Humans were just food for the noble blood race? How dare this lowly creature continue to hurt him? He panted heavily, turned around, and swiped fiercely. He hit nothing but air, receiving 2 to 3 more arrows for his troubles. Charles roared in pain and anger as one hit his eye. Whoosh! An arrow went through his mouth and directly into his throat. Ugh! He had never been this humiliated. I'm Charles, a proud blood. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows lodged themselves in his cheeks. Ah, damn it! Charles raged helplessly while Cassius calmly fought and retreated. Cassius could handle this idiot easily, he was just a dumb mule. What a weakling, I thought he was high class. Cassius mocked coldly. He was planning to experiment further. AHH. You wretched human, you deserve to die. Enraged, Charles charged at him. Cassius dodged, firing off 3 more arrows. Alright, this guy is a real fool. After some more entanglement and fighting, Charles started to slow, blood pooling on the floor where there were already blood-stained arrows strewn about. Cassius held his crossbow, taunting, I'm waiting for you to bleed out. What are you waiting for? The blood race had a critical weakness, the amount of blood they had in their bodies. The less blood they had, the weaker their abilities and healing power. The best way to kill them was to destroy their heart. However, the blood race's bones were different from a regular human's. Their hearts were protected by tough bone armor. Thus, the alternative was to make them bleed profusely. Heavy breathing echoed in the hall. Charles, realizing how dire the situation was, decided to make his escape. Clarity returned to his mind, and he sprinted toward the French windows. Cassius followed closely behind, firing arrows and turning Charles into a pincushion. Emily stood paralyzed with fear by the French windows. She had considered running, but the intense fight and flying arrows made it too dangerous. Terrified, she shuddered. As Charles ran past her, he had the bright idea of using Emily as a hostage. But 3 arrows shot past him, with one even tearing through Emily's dress and only narrowly missing her thigh by a hair. Emily screamed in horror. Right? This heartless human doesn't care about strangers' lives? Taking Emily hostage wouldn't even be a threat to him, and would only slow me down. Charles gritted his teeth and dashed out, abandoning the idea of taking Emily. Cassius glanced at the terrified, urine-soaked Emily before stepping out expressionlessly to continue his pursuit. In the original timeline, Charles had taken Emily hostage, forcing Twilight into a critical fight, resulting in Charles gravely injuring Twilight and killing Emily. But due to Cassius's ruthless approach, Emily escaped her grim fate by the narrowest of margins. Fate had a funny way of playing out. 2 figures sprinted down the gray-white road of Jasmine Mansion. The one in front was extremely disheveled, leaving bloody footprints with every step. The person behind followed unhurriedly, like a seasoned hunter navigating a dangerous jungle. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Cassius quickly removed the metal cylinder, replacing it with another one from a pouch at his waist. This one was filled with arrows. The mechanical crossbow Twilight used wasn't an ordinary one, it was a specially modified tool by Helsing, capable of rapid fire, high reload capacity, and high damage. Roar! A bellow, like a cornered beast, echoed from the front. Charles seemed desperate, as he twisted around and charged at Cassius while he was in the midst of reloading. With his face distorted and fangs bared, he resembled an ugly black bat. Cassius remained calm, easily sidestepping Charles's attack. He then turned and fired 4 arrows. One embedded itself in Charles's neck. It seemed to have severed an artery as blood gushed out, quickly puddling into a small pool on the ground. Charles lay on the ground, trembling as his strength dwindled along with his blood. A hissing sound came from his throat as he clawed at the floor. He went still, seemingly dead. Cassius didn't approach. He calmly checked the mechanism of his crossbow before raising it and firing madly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of arrows sliced through the air under the moonlight, slamming into Charles's body. The supposedly dead Charles sprang up, staggered a few steps, then collapsed. His body was now thoroughly pierced, resembling a porcupine. So he's a little intelligent, but he's still too inexperienced. Cassius stood where he was, reloading his crossbow with arrows from his waist pouch. He then cautiously approached Charles's corpse, his steps following the trail of blood. Cassius remained vigilant, knowing that with his current strength, taking risks would only waste this time travel opportunity. He experienced just how difficult it was to deal with these dark creatures. These beings had an incredible ability to regenerate. Minor wounds were completely ineffective against them. Terrible injuries, like severing limbs or splitting them in half, were the only thing that worked. Cassius's azure wind flow, which could cover his hands with high-speed currents, would be excellent to use, but his current body couldn't handle it yet. Cassius knew he needed to improve his physical condition to regain his full strength. His immediate goal was to retrieve the vampire's heart for the mission and then seek the Black Rain Manor in the Antam Mountains. His thoughts returning to the present, Cassius glanced at Emily, who was trembling behind the door. Without hesitation, he drew a gleaming dagger from his waist and stabbed into Charles's chest, splattering blood everywhere. After some cutting, he extracted Charlie's heart. It was half the size of a human heart and slightly blackened. It was still beating vigorously. Cassius placed the heart in a bag and walked out of the mansion. Rain washed away the blood on the grey stone road. Charles's body gradually turned cold, its warmth stolen by the raindrops. Holding an umbrella, Emily made her cautious approach from the door. Breathing heavily, she looked down. Crash! A bolt of lightning lit up the sky, revealing Charles's grotesque face, fangs protruding, one eye destroyed, and the other blankly staring. His face was long and ugly, and looked like a rat or a bat. After that rainy night, rumors spread in Nington City about vampire bats preying on beautiful young women. Likewise, tales of a black-clad hunter began circulating. The night thundered and mist hovered above the stone slabs. Using an old trick, Cassius leaped over the mansion wall and landed in a puddle. He scanned his surroundings. Due to the heavy rain, no one was in sight. Recalling Twilight's memories, Cassius remembered renting a room at the Ivy Inn for the mission. The inn was located at 115 Baishi Street, which he could get to just by turning right onto Chinexai Street. Cassius walked quickly, umbrella in hand. The rain was relentless, creating a constant drumbeat on the slightly trembling umbrella. He walked on the right side of the street, where the houses offered some reprieve from the rain. The street was lined with houses, their dim lights barely illuminating the ground. The black street lamps posted intermittently helped Cassius see any obstacles ahead. I didn't expect to feel chilly just from getting a little wet. Cassius twisted his neck, a bit exasperated. Twilight's body was tall and slender, about 1.75 meters. He had some streamlined muscles, but wasn't overly built. In terms of physique, Twilight was definitely fit compared to the average person, but it was a far cry from Cassius's original physique. This body was still in the category of an average person, which meant if it got soaked in the rain, it would probably catch a cold. N/O/vel/B/jn.c//om. Cassius quickened his pace. At a corner, the street light cast a faint yellow glow, and the water flowing on the ground shimmered. The left side of the street led into an alley with a brass trash can placed at its entrance, while an old boxy car parked on the right side. It looked like any ordinary street. Cassius had only walked a few steps forward when a familiar scene flashed in his mind, overlapping with the present. The rain, the dim lights, the white stone street, the old car. Twilight, severely injured, lying on the street, the woman opening the door. Wasn't this where Twilight, gravely wounded after a desperate fight with the blood race, stumbled away and was saved by Julia? Cassius could even hear Julia softly humming the melody that Twilight had heard upon waking after falling unconscious for a day. Twilight had fallen in love with her then. But Cassius didn't care about Twilight's love. The altered events meant Julia would no longer get entangled with Twilight and wouldn't meet a tragic end. Cassius decided to quickly walk past. Suddenly, a creak came from ahead as the door opened. A blonde woman stepped out, holding an umbrella. She had a bag in her left hand and a shoulder bag slung over her right shoulder. She looked around, the rain was pouring down, and the street was empty. A figure crouched on the side of the road, hiding by the left side of the vintage car, looking exasperated. The timing was off. Cassius had killed the vampire and rushed to Baishi Street much faster than a staggering, injured Twilight. Yet, he still happened to encounter Julia right as she opened the door. Was this a coincidence? Or was it destiny? Determination surged through Cassius. Since he had decided not to get involved with Julia, then he wouldn't. Regardless of whether this situation was a coincidence or Twilight's lingering attachment, it wasn't going to change Cassius's resolve. He had his own way of doing things, and nothing could sway him into doing something he didn't want to do. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came closer. Julia had her keys in hand, seemingly intending to open the car door. Cassius exhaled a hot breath from his nostrils. Just as the footsteps stopped, he sprang up and shot toward the left alley like a black lightning bolt. Huh? What was that? Just as she had started to bend down to unlock the door, Julia straightened up, confused. She scanned the street, but all she saw was a curtain of heavy rain. Raindrops splashed on the paved stones, creating tiny explosions of water. She looked around again, shook her head, and put her keys back, planning to take out the trash first. She headed for the trash can. Damn it! You still won't let me go. In the left alley, Cassius squinted, rain dripping from his hair, sliding down his nose, and dripping off his chin. He underestimated how strong Twilight's lingering attachment would be and how determined he would be to meet Julia. But Cassius wasn't one to just accept things passively. He glanced around the alley. The walls were high and covered in moss. It was a dead end. With Cassius's skills the way they were now, he wouldn't be able to clamber over them. What if he pretended to just pass by Julia? Cassius's intuition told him that would still lead to him getting involved with her in various ways. What if he was ruthless and killed Julia right now? But that might cut his stay short and get him kicked out of this time travel by the lingering attachment. The best solution was to not meet Julia at all. Cassius didn't want to live through Twilight's melodramatic romantic story. He just wanted to go to Black Rain Manor, complete his missions, and get stronger. Rumble. Puff, puff, puff. Crash. Thunder rumbled, and strange noises seemed to mix in the distance. Julia slowed her steps unconsciously as she approached the alley entrance. She threw the trash into the can and then boldly stepped inside. At the end of the alley on the right, she stopped. In front of her was a grayish-white wall with a large hole in it, jagged around the edges, as if something long and cylindrical had pierced through or shot out of it. She could see, through the hole, the dim street on the other side. The street was empty, save for the torrential rain pouring down. The rain continued to fall, and the thunder roared. A love story ended before it began. However, this was for the best. Ordinary people could enjoy ordinary, happy lives. Those living in the shadows shouldn't yearn for an unattainable light. It was every tragic figure's fate to fight alone in the darkness until death claimed them. The rain cleared up the next day, revealing sunny skies. A handsome man in casual clothes sat on a black bench at the Nington train station, waiting for the train, with a suitcase by his legs. Those on the rectangular platform shot the occasional curious glance at him. The bright sunlight illuminated his face, highlighting his delicate features and elegant demeanor. His hair was neatly styled, giving him the air of a scholar. Chew. A distant whistle sounded, and the man opened his eyes, shattering the image of a refined scholar. He slowly turned his head, scanning his surroundings with a cold, indifferent, and imposing light that was a stark contrast to his gentle appearance. He stood up, picked up his suitcase, and walked silently toward the platform. A black smoke-belching train clattered into the station, and the conductor stepped down, calling out, "This train is from Nington to Antacity? Make sure you're on the right train? I repeat, this train." 3 days later, in East Sea County, Antacity. At the edge of the suburbs, on a fruit wagon returning from the city, a man in black gazed into the distance. Another day passed, and in the Antam Mountains, in a remote area far from the villages, Cassius carried his suitcase, walking step by step, on a weed-covered mountain path. Sunlight filtered through the trees, casting golden beams that shone on the uneven ground. Occasionally, birds chirped in the distance. He stopped and glanced to his right. Amidst the weeds stood a mottled bronze pillar, with indistinct patterns on its surface and a round lamp-like ornament on top, labeled, "Carriage." Cassius raised his hand, revealing a bronze bell in his palm. Without hesitation, he gently shook it. Strangely, the bell made no sound. Cassius continued shaking it, and the bright sky began to darken, turning as dark as night in the blink of an eye. Thick clouds blocked the sunlight. As the bell kept ringing, it started to rain lightly. Rain dripped through the trees, falling on Cassius's face. He came prepared. He opened an umbrella. Raising the edge of the umbrella slightly, Cassius noticed that the narrow, overgrown path had turned into a wide, smooth road, as if the forest had moved aside to make way. It gave an eerie, mysterious feeling. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. In the distance, the sound of hooves grew louder. Moments later, a carriage drawn by 2 glossy black horses approached. The carriage was covered with black cloth, with semi-transparent veils over the windows and strange runes carved on its body. The coachman was a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Ding-ailing, ding-ailing, ding-ailing. The bell in Cassius's right hand rang clearly. His eyes flickered, and he put the bell away. He stood still, watching the carriage. Time passed slowly, and the carriage remained motionless on the road. The coachman was as still as a corpse, showing no signs of life. Cassius glanced at his watch. More than 9 minutes had passed. Just as he looked up, the carriage began to trudge slowly. "This carriage stays in place for about 10 minutes, Cassius concluded. He picked up his suitcase and quickly boarded. The black carriage gradually gained speed as it moved along the mountain path. In the carriage, Cassius looked outside through the semi-transparent white curtains. The brown tree trunks blurred as they zipped past, and rain dripped from the treetops. The scenery remained unchanged for a long time. When Cassius looked out again, the carriage was no longer in the forest but in a landscape of rolling hills. Vast fields of white flowers, like a white carpet, was on one side of the road while the other side was blackened ground, as if it had been scorched by fire, with wisps of ash occasionally rising up. Cassius squinted slightly. Despite sitting in the carriage, he didn't feel any bumps, as if the world was rushing at him rather than the carriage carrying him forward. Passing through the black and white sea of flowers, Cassius saw a slowly spinning dilapidated windmill in the distance. As the carriage drew closer, he saw figures moving near the windmill. Gradually, the scene by the windmill grew clearer. There was a grayish-white well from which white, statue-like figures continuously emerged. These puppet-like figures lined up in a queue, trudging around the cylindrical windmill house. The walls of the house had wooden handles protruding out which the puppet people grabbed onto as they moved sluggishly around the windmill. It was man-powered. The puppet people circled the house before returning to the well's edge. Without a hint of hesitation, they jumped back in with a splash. Not far from the windmill, a skinny white sheep was turning a millstone out in the open. Cassius fell into a strange silence. The scene before him was bizarre, like a nonsensical dream. Next, he saw more meaningless and bizarre scenes. Palm-sized white crosses covered the side of a jet-black house. 5 people dressed in black stood in a row, slowly opening their clothes to reveal fleshless skeletons, with rotting organs squirming inside. Half of a heart dangled, beating weakly. A man wearing a black hat with horns dug into the empty ground with a shovel, surrounded by black cows moving counterclockwise. 2 identical people argued in front of a large tree. Suddenly, another identical person rushed out from behind the tree, followed by a fourth, fifth, and sixth. In no time, there were a dozen people, all identical, surrounding the tree, who stopped arguing and instead held hands, dancing in a grotesque manner. Despite the rain coming down, the tree's canopy burned with transparent flames. Death, religion, occultism, strangeness, soul and flesh, consciousness, decay, numbness, antiquity, brilliance, madness. All those words ran through Cassius's mind as he faced this chaotic dreamlike scene filled with different elements. A disorientating sensation hit him. For a moment, he wasn't sure what was a dream and what was real. Instinctively, Cassius glanced at the upper right corner, where a bronze ring symbol floated in the air, alongside a long progress bar, marked about half a year long. It's not a dream. This is reality. The confusion in Cassius's heart vanished, replaced by alarm. Something was wrong. He scanned the carriage, his gaze settling on the thin fabric. Could that be the problem? He reached out and lifted it. The clear scene outside the carriage appeared before Cassius. The group of identical people were still dancing around the burning tree. It's not caused by the thin fabric. As Cassius watched, the puppet people all stopped, their heads turning inch by inch to stare at him. Then, one of them screamed and charged at him, the others following on its heels. What the? Cassius quickly dropped the fabric. The figures froze mid-charge, then slowly returned to the tree, and resumed the previous scene. This place is cursed. The carriage sped forward for about half an hour before coming to an abrupt stop. Cassius grabbed his suitcase and got out. His shoes stepped onto the platform surface as he opened an umbrella and surveyed his surroundings. In front of him was a narrow path, flanked by sparse trees that led up to the green moss-covered grey walls of Black Rain Manor. He craned his neck and saw the manor's spire buildings standing tall in the rain. With the wet tiles and bricks, it gave off a gloomy atmosphere. Finally, we're here. Cassius took a deep breath and started walking along the path toward Black Rain Manor. As soon as he entered through the gate, a medieval-style manor came into view. The rain didn't seem like it would stop as it came down on the dome and spire buildings, old grey-white streets, and ancient heavy walls. He walked forward according to Twilight's memory, encountering several people with umbrellas, likely Helsing members here to receive or submit missions. After a while, he passed through a grey-white archway. Cassius stood before the door and knocked lightly. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Twilight. Come in. The door opened, and Cassius walked in. Bronze-colored cast-iron lamps were lit and hung on the walls inside the hall, lighting up the space. A tall, slender man, about 6 feet tall, with freckles and deep-set features stood in front of him. A dark shield mark was branded on the back of his right hand, next to a crossbow pattern. Cassius, who had taken over Twilight's body, also had those two marks. The first mark represented a shield-level Helsing and was branded by Black Rain Manor. The second was man-made and represented the Helsing's Bolt Sect. Black Rain Manor was an autonomous program, and Helsing members were its gears, each with different sizes, types, and uses. Helsing members were divided into many sects based on the skills and abilities chosen at the baptism chapel. For instance, the Warbeast sect injected beast blood to gain superhuman strength, transforming into a beastly creature, and significantly enhancing their abilities. The Mercury sect sawed open the skull and added different colored mysterious mercury to achieve psychokinesis. It looked somewhat like a downgraded version of a mage. The Dark sect attached the organs of dark creatures to gain their powers. The Bolt sect used bows and mechanical crossbows for long-range attacks. Its members were usually slender and agile. There were also Poison sect, Trap sect, Drug sect, and more. Twilight had joined the Bolt sect, and its senior members had provided basic training to him to increase survival rates. While the Bolt sect wasn't large, they were quite unified with members willing to help new recruits. They had a small stronghold in Black Rain Manor, which offered a resting place for Bolt sect members. Twilight, did you complete the task? The tall, slender man asked as they walked. Yes, Cassius replied. It looks like it went smoothly this time. Congratulations, the man said. It was the customary congratulations given to returning members. If the member was severely injured, they would say, "Great fortune follows surviving great danger, congratulations." It was a tradition among the Helsing, as they always took a gamble with their life every time they undertook each mission. Some might never return, and the man wouldn't have to say congratulations again. Hearing congratulations meant they were alive to hear it, and that alone was worth celebrating. The two walked further down the corridor, with Cassius following closely behind the man. Occasionally, other members of the Bolt sect would greet them as they passed by. There were quite a few female members since the Bolt sect required agile physiques. The male members were also relatively slender. There wasn't a single person with a tall and muscular build. Twilight was one of the more robust members here. As Cassius walked through the building, he felt that the scenes resembled those of the Greyseal Martial Arts Hall. Some empty rooms had been converted into indoor shooting ranges where veteran Helsings taught new members how to use crossbows. Voices and shooting sounds could be heard sporadically. The building contained a hall, canteen, and training room. Although the environment was somewhat old-fashioned and simple, it did its job. The guide stopped in front of a door. "Here's your room. Take the key." He handed Cassius a brass key. Cassius looked up at the door. A metal nameplate read, 201. "Thanks, Dark Blade," Cassius said, accepting the key. "By the way, you will be heading to the baptism chapel to hand over your task, right?" Dark Blade turned and advised, "Remember to not enhance anything else." It'd be a complete waste. It'd be more cost-effective to enhance our bold sex dating storm of arrows. Darkblade added earnestly, especially your physique. Don't upgrade that since there's a limit to it, and once you hit it, it'll be useless. It's nothing compared to dark creatures. Enhancing dating storm of arrows can also indirectly improve your physique, so don't waste your task rewards. Don't enhance physique? Cassius frowned. 5 minutes later, he had a general understanding of the situation. Limits and bottlenecks. Cassius was no stranger to these terms. It was the limit of the human body, the barrier that separated human from non-human. According to Darkblade, the most the Helsings were physically capable of was reaching the human limit. Try as they may, they couldn't break through. Did Black Rain Manor lack covert martial arts? Cassius knew that for humans to elevate their essence to a non-human level, covert martial arts were essential. Techniques like the breathing methods and special movements in Elephant Soul, along with the medicines, were key to achieving a breakthrough. Supplementary items like fire oil were also crucial. Without these, humans would be stuck at the limit, unable to ascend any further. Cassius understood all this, but why had a large group like the Helsings, with this many sects, not come into contact with or ever learned covert martial arts? As he thought about the Dangtingda storm of arrows, he came to a realization: it was a skill. If covert martial arts were the orthodox path, then Dangtingda storm of arrows was a heretical path. It had room for improvement and wasn't weak in terms of power, but compared to the Wind Elephant covert martial arts that Cassius practiced, it was several levels inferior. He pondered briefly and felt that the Helsing's mastery of power across various sects seemed somewhat distorted. It was unclear if this was due to natural development or some other reason. Twilight, we're having a small gathering tonight. Feel free to join us if you're interested, Darkblade said, patting Cassius on the shoulder before turning to leave. Cassius stood there, processing the information for a while. After a moment, he entered his room, quickly unpacked, then grabbed his box and left. Pushing open the door to the bold sex base, Cassius held up an umbrella and walked toward the baptism chapel. He didn't do any kind of exploring since Black Rain Manor was absolutely not safe. During the day, Helsings could visit the baptism chapel, the mission hall, the intelligence hall, and bars. But at night, everyone generally stayed in their rooms. Some eerie things appeared on the streets of Black Rain Manor, and almost every month, an unlucky and defiant Helsing would meet a tragic end, serving as a warning to others the next day. Additionally, many streets in Black Rain Manor were off-limits even during the day. Some were inaccessible, while other streets were best avoided, for the same reasons as at night. Walking under his umbrella, Cassius felt someone watching him as he passed a corner. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw a white figure standing at the window of the second building on the left street. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a somewhat old warning sign at the street corner. Faint bloodstains painted its surface. Perhaps some unfortunate person had ignored the warning and died here. Cassius ignored the white figure and continued on his way. After a few steps, he reached a circular intersection with a partially destroyed statue at its center. Only half of a leg remained standing atop the cylindrical pedestal. As he approached, Cassius saw several lines of faint poetry engraved on the stone beneath the statue's feet. Collapsed in blue thorns, weeping with red fever, you abandoned us. But we, the dead, will wrap you in golden robes, so you can become a gilded butterfly in the next life. You are fire, enrobed in flames. Painful flames that burn the living. Ashes of the living, a love poem etched on the forehead of death. There was more, but it was too corroded to read. Could this statue be the owner of the manors? Cassius wondered but didn't dwell on it. He quickly walked into a chapel about 200 meters down the right street. The chapel had a splendid domed hall, colorful stained glass windows, and religious murals. Walking past pointed arch niches and ornate coffers, Cassius sat in a chair in front of the prayer table. He was alone. Nov. L. B /JNN. The shield-shaped mark on the back of his right hand flashed continuously. The tip of the shield began to spin, seemingly guiding Cassius. He stood up, walked to a door, and opened it to find a simple private room on the other side. After entering, the door closed automatically with a thud behind him. Cassius was about to look around when a low, hoarse voice echoed in his ear, emotionless and reverberating. Marked 1, offer your tribute. In exchange for soul power. Cassius looked around but couldn't locate the source of the voice. He looked down at the mark on his right hand and instantly understood. He immediately opened the box and took out a faintly quivering heart. It belonged to a blood race, so it was extremely resilient. Even though many days had passed, it still had some vitality in it, though it had shrunk significantly in size and was currently about 2/5 the size of a normal human heart. Holding the heart in one hand, Cassius walked to the center of the private room. He stood before a chest-high stone pillar with 2 rotating, open palms at the top. He observed it for a moment before placing the blood race's heart between the hands. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Whoosh. A gust of wind blew from nowhere, and a small vortex of black mist materialized on the stone hands. Moments later, the airflow dissipated, and the heart had vanished. The deep voice echoed in Cassius's ear again. 2 units of dark essence have been extracted. The following items are available for exchange. Beast blood. Crow, take the voucher to the Daybreak Hospital at Black Rain Manor for a blood injection. This blood enhances agility, but carries some risk for failure. 1.5 essence. Blue mercury, inferior. Take the voucher to the craniotomy clinic at Black Rain Manor for a craniotomy. This mercury affects the enemy's blood and the user's eyes. 2.0 essence. Howling mouth, 1 piece. Take the voucher to the arthropod hall at Black Rain Manor for a grafting surgery. The howling mouth, taken from a dead sound demon, can produce sonic attacks. 1.6 essence. Tendera burning poison, knowledge administered in the baptism chapel. This poison causes a unique burn that water and wind cannot extinguish. It is doubly effective against dark creatures. 1.2 essence. 10 power of the secret soul, can be used to enhance 3 dimensions of physical attributes. Examples of such attributes include but are not limited to strength, speed, and defense. It can also improve the secret techniques mastered by the marked ones simply by imagining themselves practicing the secret technique when using the power of the secret soul. The power will circulate through the body thousands of times, accelerating the process and achieving instantaneous enhancement. Reminder, 2 essences for 1 unit of secret soul. Cassius was rooted in place, processing the information in his mind. He contemplated each option, from the first to the last. After mulling over all of his options, he came to the conclusion that the various supernatural deo listed at the beginning weren't the most marvelous, but the last one, the power of the secret soul? By simply imagining himself practicing the secret technique, the power of the secret soul would circulate within his body and accelerate the process. This was the true training accelerator. The power of the secret soul could allow an ordinary person's body to instantly grasp secret techniques by transforming their physique into the most suitable form for it. Although combat techniques still needed to be learned, the physical foundation was already there. So long as they diligently practiced, mastery of it wouldn't be difficult. He considered the other rewards but quickly lost interest. In Cassius's opinion, the deo of the supernatural seemed somewhat deviant. While they were able to provide formidable combat power early on, they were dangerous and had significant drawbacks. Not to mention, there were risks involved with undergoing surgery to gain power. Plus, even if it was successful, the ability would be skewed. One would only temporarily gain combat power when activating the ability, but in every other aspect, they wouldn't be any different from an ordinary person. At the end, the drawback from using the ability also wasn't merely inconvenient, it was crippling. For instance, the beast form in the Werbeast sect lasted only about 10 minutes during combat, after which, the person would be weakened and need a long time to recover. Otherwise, ordinarily, they'd also likely be shot dead before they could even move, thus begging the question, was whipping out a gun faster or undergoing a transformation? Then there was the Mercury sect, with craniotomy side effects that caused daily headaches. Overusing the ability might even knock you unconscious. And don't even bother mentioning the Dark sect. Only one organ in the entire body could be enhanced with dark creature powers, with the additional risk of occasional backlash. Those deo weren't even in the same league as the Covert Martial Arts, which emphasized physical breakthroughs that aimed for comprehensive and well-rounded power. Cassius was currently at the pugilist level, which focused on physical strength, but supposedly, the later stages would involve mysterious aspects of the mind, such as force, aura, and willpower. With such a clear and noble deo before him, naturally, he wasn't going to choose the other strange and perilous options. Without hesitation, he exchanged all the rewards for the power of the secret soul. Exchange confirmed, 1 unit of power of the secret soul. The voice in Cassius's ear gradually faded, replaced by the sound of pattering rain. He surveyed his surroundings. At some point, black rain had begun to fall into the chamber. Cassius looked up at the ceiling, where a layer of dark gray mist hung like low-lying clouds. The rain fell on his head, sliding down his hair. That iciness couldn't be the product of some illusion, it was real rain. As the raindrops hit his skin, Cassius felt something burrow into his body. At first, it was barely noticeable, but as the rain intensified, more and more of that presence seeped in, becoming increasingly substantial and easier to sense. It was a small, warm current. Its form was oddly similar to lingering attachment energy, except lingering attachment energy was extremely cold. This current felt warm and was like hot blood flowing through his veins. Was this the power of 1 unit of secret soul? The rain in the chamber abruptly stopped. Cassius opened his eyes and looked around, only to find the ground completely dry, with no trace of the rain that had just fallen. Had that all been an illusion? Ignoring this, he sat cross-legged next to the chamber wall. Having completed the offering, the stone pillar in the center slowly began to close its rotating hands, eventually clasping them together. The spacious chamber then fell into silence. Cassius's mind quieted as he began to think back to him practicing the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts. Like a reflection in a clear mirror, the memory of him practicing the special movements, breathing techniques, and stimulating medicine from Elephant Soul surged in his mind. He reviewed them in his mind 2 to 3 times before the power of the secret soul within him seemed to sense something and exploded, spreading throughout Cassius's body like mist. A warm feeling engulfed him. In the next second, he furrowed his brows tightly as a faint prickling sensation emerged on his skin. It was as if dozens of needles were piercing his body. The prickling grew stronger, and the number of needles increased until there were 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Cassius's entire body began to tremble slightly, as changes that would have taken months or even half a year were completed in an instant. His once pale skin turned crimson, and sweat poured from his glands, drenching his black clothes. A sizzling sound seemed to be coming from his flesh, like his whole body was roasting in a furnace. After an indeterminate amount of time, the pain stopped. Cassius immediately opened his eyes and shook his body. His skin, muscles, and bones all began to crackle, and his physique grew a full size bigger. He twisted his neck, his joints cracking crisply. As he examined his body, Cassius noticed that Twilight's body had grown 2 to 3 centimeters taller, and his muscles had begun to bulge. If he was considered weak and scrawny before, his current form looked like he could at least put up a fight. Cassius instinctively glanced at the upper right corner. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Elephant Herd 67.3%, total 3 stages. Elephant Soul incomplete, Bug Bite 43.2%, total 3 stages. Wind Elephant Fist was lit up, while Elephant Soul was dim, indicating that Cassius had not regressed from his pugilism stage, only that his physical prowess had been suppressed since he was in Twilight's body. There was a small, flickering, illuminated entry underneath the dim Elephant Soul entry. Elephant Soul incomplete, PRIC 5.1%, total 3 stages. This was where Twilight's body was currently at in terms of his training. After some careful analysis, the peak of the Federation's 5th stage was revealed to equate to the peak of the amateur stage, roughly the equivalent of the mid-professional level. The current stage of Elephant Soul was slightly higher, just above the peak of the Federation's 5th stage. Previously, Twilight's physical prowess hovered somewhere between the Federation's 3rd and 4th stages, just above the peak of Stage 3. This meant that 1 unit of power of the Secret Soul had directly boosted physical prowess by 2 stages. It was truly the best training accelerator. Physical prowess wouldn't usually increase this dramatically just from 1 unit of power of the Secret Soul. The main reason it did was because Cassius had trained in the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts, which was specifically designed to enhance physical strength. Using the power of the Secret Soul to accelerate this training yielded surprisingly good results. In the chamber, Cassius stood with his feet apart. 1 foot was forward while the other stood firmly back. His entire body's center of gravity lowered. He held his fists up at his sides, like a boxer. A sense of solid and powerful strength immediately welled up within him. With a swoosh, Cassius's fists struck out like javelins and swiftly sliced through the air. A faint whistling sound could be heard. After completing a simple set of boxing techniques, he retracted his fists and his breathing gradually calmed down. Cassius's ability to control his sudden enhancement in physical prowess with relative ease was because he had once mastered an even greater strength. It was just that simple. If it were an ordinary Helsing, it would have taken them at least half a month to a month just to get used to the power. Not to mention, their combat techniques may not even be able to keep up with their physical prowess. Pushing open the door, Cassius left the chamber and walked out of the baptism chapel. He opened his umbrella and began walking back to his residence. His heart was pounding, not just because his strength had been restored, but because he had confirmed just how effective Black Rain Manor's enhancement truly was. According to the information he had obtained earlier, the legend of Black Rain Manor was rooted in ancient history. There might be traces of it in every era. Despite the fact that the Black Rain Manor would sometimes disappear, Cassius felt his mood lift. By using a legendary antique to return to the past, it was very possible the original owners that he replaced were weaker. If his strength plummeted, he might not be able to handle the situation at hand. Fortunately, Black Rain Manor could prove to be extremely valuable since he could quickly regain his strength by completing missions. The Black Rain Manor was going to prove beneficial to Cassius in future time travel missions when he went to fulfill the previous owner's lingering attachments. Cassius just wasn't sure if the power gained through this method would be recognized by the external system when he returned. In any case, it'd be a bonus if it was acknowledged, as his strength would soar to new heights. Even if it didn't, it wouldn't affect the transfer of Cassius's own trained power back into his main body. The reason he cared was mainly because with the Black Rain Manor's help, he could quickly get through the period of weakness that happened right after a time travel, and regain his original strength. It would consequently increase the success rate of fulfilling the original owner's lingering attachment. Cassius snapped back to reality and returned to the bold sex space. On his way back to the room, he ran into Darkblade again. "Are you done with your enhancements? Not bad. You look different. More energetic. Seems like your Dangtingda storm of arrows has improved quite a bit." Darkblade smiled and draped a white towel around his neck. "Sort of. I did have a minor breakthrough," Cassius said. He sidestepped the comment about his Dangtingda storm of arrows improving and brushed Darkblade off casually. "Haha, no need to be modest. There's a small gathering around 9 tonight in the Right-Wing Conference Hall. You should check it out if you're free. It's just so us Bold Sect folks can bond and share information. Maybe you can make a few friends there." Darkblade patted Cassius on the shoulder and left. "A small gathering, you say? Might be a good chance to gather some intel." Cassius walked into his room. The kerosene lamp he lit on his desk brightened his surroundings considerably. He quickly tidied up the room and made the bed. Cassius had no plans to stay for very long at the Black Rain Manor. Perhaps a night or two, just enough to gather information. As such, he didn't bother with the hassle of sweeping or mopping. The trip to Black Rain Manor was rushed, so he hadn't had time to buy herbs to make medicine or ointments. He could only put on his training clothes and head to the Bold Sect practice room to hone his fist techniques. Bang, bang, bang. The sandbag hanging in the corner swayed constantly, the iron rod swirling up some dust as it groaned from where it was connected to the ground. A fist sliced through the air and struck ferociously with a loud thud, forcing the sandbag to swing violently and brush against the wall. Cassius retracted his slightly reddened fist, rolled his shoulders back, and relaxed his muscles. His lean muscle mass contracted and expanded, with sweat dripping down his reddened skin. With his physical prowess surpassing the Federation's 5 stages, he was now confident he could take down that blood race without the use of a mechanical crossbow. After all, Cassius's elephant herd stage of the Wind Elephant Fist when he was a pugilist was still intact. With his physical prowess enhanced by 2 minor stages, he strongly believed that he could kill the blood race and come out of it with some superficial scrapes. Picking up the nearby white towel, Cassius wiped off some sweat. It was already past 6 p.m. and the smell of sweat permeated the dark room. While the members of Bold Sect also used the training room, it wasn't often. They did, however, have an obstacle-dodging training room that was frequently in demand because the Bold Sect placed their emphasis on 2 crucial skills, archery, which was the first thing they trained, and movement technique. Its members relied on a kite technique to hunt dark creatures where they wound through the battlefield with deadly grace like how one might dance on a knife's edge. Learning to dodge attacks and use terrain were all part of the basics. Cassius wasn't really a fan of Bold Sect's combat style. It was certainly aesthetically pleasing and elegant, but it was much too delicate and breakable. The margin for error was too small and simply not something he preferred. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. When Bold Sect experts fought, they looked like elegant dancers, and they were rarely wounded. But that was because if they got injured, that meant a dark creature had gotten too close. In cases where the archers were caught, they wouldn't even have the opportunity to get hurt because they'd be killed instantly. A low injury rate meant a high death rate. Cassius much preferred brutally crushing others to death than having an elegant style and being the one crushed to death. With a creak, Cassius pushed open the door and took a shower in the washroom. As he raked his fingers through his wet hair in front of the mirror, he laid his eyes on Twilight's extraordinarily handsome face. He had fine black eyebrows that added a level of refinement to his eyes. Below that delicateness was a very muscular physique. Cassius raised his right hand to examine his muscles, recalling his original body's strong, sturdy arms. He sighed and shook his head. Putting on some fresh clothes, he headed to the Bold Sect canteen. Basic food like bread was free, but aside from that, everything else had to be paid. Moreover, it was pretty expensive, much higher than prices outside. However, that was to be expected, considering no one knew where in the world Black Rain Manor was. The only way to transport goods here was by carriage. He had a simple dinner and dawdled around for a bit until it was 9 p.m. One of the halls in the Bold Sect base was brightly lit. Dozens of new and old members sat around several tables, chatting in small groups. There were some drinks and snacks available. There was no host around to entertain them. Everyone was just there to get together and chat. Seated at a table in the corner with his arms crossed, Cassius observed his surroundings quietly. The others at the table were chatting animatedly, where an older member was explaining the differences between missions to 2 new members. Helsings had to complete missions on a regular basis. Shield level members did one every 3 months, sword level every 6 months, badge level every year, and knight level every 2 years. The higher the rank, the longer the interval between missions. The difficulty in missions clearly varied, with lower-ranked missions being easier, while those at a higher rank were often extremely challenging and potentially involved battles where it was do or die. If they completed the mission, all was well and they'd get stronger. If they failed the mission and the marked one hadn't died, Black Rain Manor would send out a decaying knight to kill them. If they managed to survive through sheer grit, well, congratulations, they've earned the chance to redeem themselves. The lucky one would then have to complete the next mission, the difficulty of which would be adjusted to the maximum. If successful, all would be forgiven. Every marked one had 2 chances for redemption. Additionally, if one betrayed Black Rain Manor, the manor would send Decaying Knight after powerful Decaying Knight out to kill them. It didn't matter where you hid because they would follow you to the ends of the earth. Marked ones were under the manor's control for life. Besides the periodic missions, marked ones could take on extra tasks from the mission hall. In theory, there was no limit to how many they could take them all if they so wished. However, no one would be foolish enough to do that since the deadlines for extra tasks were the same. For instance, if a shield level member took 2 extra tasks, they'd have to complete 3 missions within 3 months. If they took 5, they'd need to finish 6 missions in the same time frame. The more you took, the harder it got, and the faster you'd die. The difficulty of the shield grade missions may be lower relative to the others, but they were still dangerous. Some missions could have hidden complications or unexpected situations. For example, when Cassius went to hunt Charles, he ended up finding not just Charles, but also his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather at Jasmine Mansion waiting to eat together. Maybe his entire family tree was there. After all, those who spawned from the same blood pool counted as part of the same family. In such a case, tragedy was almost inevitable. During the small gathering, Cassius listened closely to the others' conversation and picked up some useful information. For example, there was a small sect within the Helsings called the Body Refinement Sect that specialized in combat moves and Qigong. However, the numbers were low, likely because body refinement involved close combat with dark creatures, and they tended to die quickly. The combat moves they studied were, at most, on par with the Wind Elephant basic combat arts, which meant they were quite inadequate. If not for a hardening Qigong manual left by an elder, the Body Refinement Sect would have disbanded long ago. In actuality, hardening Qigong wasn't weak for its level, but because the Hellsing's physiques couldn't break beyond the human limits, its full potential couldn't be realized. With weak internal strength, external strength was severely restricted. As a result, the Body Refinement Sect remained a minor sect, and not a popular one. Recently, members even started selling off their core technique of hardening Qigong at a low price of only 1 unit of dark essence. They even offered a 30% discount when sales were bad, pay 0.7 units, and you were guaranteed to learn and master it. At Black Rain Manor, dark essence couldn't be directly transferred or traded. However, when taking extra tasks in the mission hall, the handover involved mission tokens and target items which members could give to others so they could complete the task in their stead. It essentially allowed for indirect transfer of dark essence. Hardening Qigong? I wonder what stage that is. Cassius's interest was piqued. He hadn't forgotten the time when the Dust Storm group ambushed him, and his body had been riddled with holes from the machine gun. If he could have a hardening Qigong protecting his body, he might actually be able to withstand bullets without getting even a scratch. Half an hour later, the Bold Sect gathering came to an end, and Cassius went back to his room to sleep. Early the next morning, he went to a simple room with a low ceiling in the Body Refinement Sect's base where a young man greeted him. Upon hearing that Cassius was interested in hardening Qigong, the young man got very excited and began chattering away. Cassius asked a few questions and ended up extremely disappointed. The hardening Qigong of the Body Refinement Sect was called the Stone Armor Technique, and it had only 2 stages. Reaching the peak of the second stage would be the equivalent of a badge level. The fact that it couldn't even reach the night level showed how weak it was, suggesting that the upper limit of the supernatural Dao was rather low. Then Cassius thought again. Hardening Qigong was closely tied to physical prowess. Since Hellsings couldn't break through human physical limits, the abilities of the hardening Qigong were naturally restricted as well. Perhaps, when combined with the pugilist or higher realms, the stone armor technique could shine in a different way. Cassius hesitated. At that, the young man gritted his teeth and offered a 50% discount. It would only cost 0.5 units of dark essence to learn it. It was too good an offer to refuse, so Cassius didn't wait any longer. He went back to Bolt Sect, borrowed some essence from Dark Blade, and acquired the stone armor technique. Cassius wasn't in any hurry to learn it, tossing the new manual into his room, and heading into the mission hall. Extra tasks were going to be released today at noon. Cassius needed to regain his strength, so he couldn't afford to be stingy. If he had to rely on doing missions every 3 months, it would take him years to regain his strength. He needed to choose a faster way, which was to take on many extra tasks to earn more dark essence. The mission hall was quite crowded, with 4 blackboard-like panels on the walls, each facing a different direction. The shield level panel had about 20 to 30 people in front of it, and boasted the largest number amongst the panels. At exactly 12 p.m., numerous white strips with black text appeared on the panels, and the crowd rushed forward to select their desired tasks. Cassius, who had sharp eyes and swift hands, wasn't picky. He swiped a handful of task strips, but when he reached for more, the area had already been cleared out. He stepped away from the crowd a little and opened his hand where 5 crumpled task strips lay in his palm. He carefully read through each task. Task 1, kill the D-class charm demon. Murders have plagued the urban area of Windmill City in East Sea County, mostly involving adult men of varying ages and professions. They typically disappear in the evening and are found in an almost mummified state the next morning. It is suspected that a charm demon, a dark creature that uses illusions to transform into a seductive human woman, is luring and draining adult men. Time frame, within 3 months. Dark essence, 1 to 2 standard units. Note, detailed information can be obtained at the mission hall window using the task slip. Remember to take the task token before leaving. Task 2, capture the Black Pixie. Headless corpses have appeared in several fishing villages along the southeastern coast of East Sea County. The victims are of all ages and genders. It has been reported that a black pixie, about the size of a human head, has been seen in the coastal forests. The pixie is hideous and has a green face and fangs, identified as a D-class black pixie. It is currently gathering nectar, using human heads to build its nest. The brains inside human skulls are its favorite food, also known as brain honey. Time frame, within 3 months. Dark essence, 1.5 to 2.5 standard units. Task 3, kill the D-class shadow demon in northern East Sea County, Tingda City. Recently, victims have been dying on the streets at night. No visible injuries except the outlines of their shadows appear blurry. It is suspected that a shadow demon is absorbing their spirit and willpower. Time frame, within 3 months. Dark essence, 2.0 to 2.5 standard units. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Task 4. Task 5. 5 tasks altogether. If Cassius could complete them all successfully, he would gain more than 10 standard units of dark essence, greatly accelerating the time it would take to recover his strength. Furthermore, it was clear just from the looks of these task slips, the world wasn't as peaceful as it appeared on the outside. There were countless bizarre creatures lurking in human society, waiting to hunt down their prey. However, the creatures were relatively far and few between, so ordinary people had no contact with them. Even those following different supernatural Dao were unlikely to encounter them. There had been no news of such beings in at least the 70 years of the Hung Li Federation's Bailiu County Covert Martial Arts Circle. That alone proved that the creatures were well hidden. Only something as strange as Black Rain Manor kept close tabs on them, which was how Cassius was able to obtain such detailed information. This was probably a case of each profession having its own specialty. Cassius placed one of the paper slips back in his palm, his eyes slightly lowered. He hadn't expected to see his old friend, the Shadow Demon, among the targets. Given that Helsings were professionals in the area, perhaps he could gather some information about the Shadow Demons while he was in Twilight's era. Who knows? He may just get some insights into the Shadow Demon's weaknesses. While Cassius was lost in thought, someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to find a burly man about 1.85 meters tall. The man had unkempt, gray-black long hair curling over his shoulders, and deep, rugged features. His green eyes and scruffy beard gave off a kind of savage aura. "Can I help you?" Cassius asked calmly. The man said abruptly, "Could you spare me one?" "No," Cassius replied just as bluntly. "All right." The gray-haired man didn't argue. He simply turned on his heel and walked off in another direction, seemingly in search of others to ask for a task. Cassius stood there, momentarily stunned. He had expected that his flat-out refusal would infuriate the gray-haired man, leading to some sarcastic remarks and a hidden grudge, with the man possibly trying to steal his task later. To his surprise, nothing of that sort happened. The other guy likely didn't hold a grudge either. Cassius's sharp senses could usually pick up on larger emotional shifts, and the gray-haired man really had just up and left. What an interesting guy. Cassius noted the gray-haired man's features and was about to step forward when another man in a black leather jacket intercepted him. A powerful aura emitted from this similarly burly man. A silver V-shaped piece of metal peeked through beneath the leather jacket. "Can I help you?" Cassius said again. "I saw you grab a bunch of tasks just now. How about sharing a few with the rest of us? You can't possibly finish them all, right?" The man in the leather jacket spoke brusquely, with a rather aggressive tone. Cassius smirked inwardly. He had just been thinking how the gray-haired man didn't fit the standard mold, and now here was someone who did. "I can handle these tasks just fine, no need to worry about me." Cassius didn't give the other man any chance to retort. He turned and swiftly squeezed through the crowd and headed toward the window. Behind him, the leather-jacketed man cursed, "Taking 5 tasks at once? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Damn it, and here I was offering to help you out, and fool won't even appreciate it. That moron is dead for sure, look at him wasting 5 extra tasks for nothing. These newbies really don't know their limits." He ground his teeth in frustration, revealing his sharp fangs. The man was a member of the Wind Sect, likely a tiger or a wolf, judging by the shape of his fangs. Cassius had already gone to the window to register, leaving the man with the leather jacket no choice but to turn and look for someone else in the hall. 5 minutes later, Cassius walked out of the mission hall with 5 tokens in hand. He stuffed them into his pocket, and returned to his quarters. That night, Black Rain Manor sent him his regular 3-month mission through his mark. Cassius didn't pay much attention to it after all, he already had 5 tasks to complete, so one more wouldn't make much of a difference. The next morning, he returned the room key to Darkblade, opened his umbrella, and left the manor to return to the mundane world. Cassius had brought back 6 tasks. The task slips he had grabbed were all in the same region, with neighboring locations. Most were in East Sea County, with a few in the adjacent southern Ganang County. Fortunately, all 6 were within 2 counties. If they weren't, he would have had to spend most of his time traveling, making it nearly impossible to complete the tasks. Time, July 15th, year 106, Hungly Federation Calendar. Location, East Sea County, Windmill City, South Road Street. The sky was starting to get darker, and the sun left its final fiery red streak above the horizon, tracing along the edge of white clouds that looked like ocean waves. It was like a vivid and mystic oil painting. The tiles on the buildings lining South Road Street gleamed under the last remnants of sunlight. At the street corner, a middle-aged man who had just gotten off work at a furniture company walked down. Tired eyes unseeing, he reached up to loosen his tie. Work had been exhausting the past few days, and things at home weren't going well either. He frequently quarreled with his wife, and his teenage son's grades in high school were pretty bad. Anxiety and exhaustion had caused the man to lose quite a bit of hair. He didn't feel like heading home after work. He was going to unwind with a drink at the bar on South Road Street first. He figured he'd probably have another fight with his nagging wife when he got home. With that in mind, the man picked up the pace and walked straight into Starlight Bar. 2 hours passed, and it was just before 8 in the evening when he stumbled out the door, face flushed. As he lurched forward, he continued chugging from a brownish-yellow bottle. "Peter, oh Peter, you're just too much of an honest worker. Otherwise, that dumb pig wouldn't keep piling so much work on you." Suddenly, all the fatigue and bitterness in his mind surged forward. Damn it. He hurled the bottle at the wall. Liquid splattered everywhere, and a piece of glass ricocheted and cut his face. Peter yelped and squatted down, his hand flying up to the wound. Once he realized it wasn't bleeding, he ran his hands through his thinning hair. He patted his red face. "Enough complaining, let's go home, Peter," the man mumbled to himself as he stumbled to his feet and continued walking along the street by the wall. As he passed a street corner, he heard a sultry voice not far away, drawing him in like a woman's smooth and tempting scent. "Want to enjoy a special service? Only 50 Federation dollars." Peter turned and saw a sensual-looking woman standing to his right at an alley's entrance where the streetlight met the shadows. A lit cigarette held aloft, she leaned against the wall in a black bodycon dress that accentuated her exaggerated, curvaceous figure. Her long, straight, honey-colored legs were eye-catching. Peter swallowed hard, involuntarily taking a few steps toward her. The woman seemed to sense his interest and flashed a seductive smile. Her face was heavily made up, vibrant and alluring, with her fiery red lips glistening with a moist sheen. She took a drag from her cigarette and blew a smoke ring at Peter. Fuck. Peter cursed under his breath. He had never touched coin nor drug in his life, but women were his Achilles' heel. Sometimes, he'd even sneak a peek at swimsuit magazines during work. Peter was definitely very tempted. 50 Federation coins? What a steal for such a stunning woman. Peter's private stash of money would easily cover it. He patted his pocket and was about to get closer, when, for some reason, his wife's nagging face flashed through his mind. His wife hadn't always been like this. Lizzie had been beautiful when she was young, with a pair of bright, expressive eyes. 15 years ago, she had married a poor, struggling young man. The two of them had stumbled through life together, and although they occasionally argued, they always had each other's backs. Those days were particularly tough, with both Peter and Lizzie working 3 jobs each. Lizzie's rough, unattractive hands and slightly hunched back were the result of washing dishes for a long time. Even after coming home, she still did the housework and put the kids to bed. The pressures of life had gradually worn her down until, little by little, she turned into the nagging wife she was now. Peter stopped in his tracks, his mind now filled with 2 images, one of Lizzie as she was now, and the other of her in her youth. One wasn't nearly as attractive as the seductive woman before him, but the other was 100 times more beautiful. Peter, you coward. Are you really that scared of the old hag at home? You're already standing at the doorstep and can't make that last step in? His alcohol-clouded mind seemed to be arguing with itself. It's not really fear, more like guilt toward Lizzie. Besides, I'm just being cautious. This woman's price is so low, she could have some disease. Not worth it, not worth it, he consoled himself. He reached a street lamp on the main road, and suddenly his stomach churned. He threw up, one hand grasping onto the lamppost. A moment later, a passing thug reached the spot where Peter had just been. His eyes lit up at the seductive voice's invitation, and he began unbuckling his belt as he ambled over. Soon, faint moans came from that direction. You're just going to do it in the alley? That's too wild. Peter, who had just finished emptying his stomach, couldn't help feeling curious. He wiped his mouth and crept to the corner of the alley. Under the dim moonlight, in the shadows of the alley, 2 figures entangled together. It was an inexplicably eerie atmosphere. As Peter watched the scene, he didn't feel aroused. On the contrary, the only thing rising in him was a deep sense of fear and horror. Thud. The thug, who had, moments ago, been so vigorous, collapsed onto the ground. His entire body convulsed wildly like he was being electrocuted, and a wheezing sound escaped his throat. A cloud of white smoke began to rise from his body before he rapidly shriveled up as if all the moisture had been sucked out from him. Holy sh! What the hell? Peter's eyes widened. His legs refused to move. In the shadows, the woman adjusted her bodycon dress, then turned to gaze at him. Seemingly dissatisfied, she seductively licked her full lips with a smooth, red tongue. Since you're already here and watching, don't you think about leaving? The sultry voice sent chills down Peter's spine, freezing him to the core. Paralyzed, he watched the woman strut toward him, her high heels clicking with each seductive step. Suddenly, brisk footsteps echoed from the street. A shadow as swift as a panther darted into the alley, wielding a strange mechanical weapon. Dozens of crossbow bolts rained down at lightning speed on the seductress. The woman reacted in an instant and dodged to the side, only to collide with a man in a trench coat sprinting toward her. He brandished a gleaming longsword which he brought down, slicing sharply through the air. She quickly retreated, her eyes turning pink as she stared intently at the man, but it had no effect. Another barrage of crossbow bolts shot at her like a storm of arrows. Caught off guard, 3 bolts hit her. Her movements slowed and her aura noticeably weakened. The man in the trench coat seized his chance and launched a ferocious assault, using punches, elbows, kicks, and knees, along with a long knife coated in silver mercury. Clang! With a powerful swing, the long knife vibrated, severing 2 fingers through the bone. The woman staggered back in disbelief and clutched at her bleeding neck. Another cold flash of light, and her head flew into the air and was swiftly caught by an outstretched hand that had a black shield emblem on the back. Charm Demon. Target item was the head. Eliminated. The man with a trench coat pulled out a black bag and tossed in the dripping head. He flicked the blood off his long knife, then retrieved a vial from his coat, pouring half of it onto the woman's body. Instantly, a sizzling sound burst out as her body dissolved into a pool of gurgling black liquid that stunk foully. After everything was done, the man pulled a folded hat from his coat, elegantly placing it on his head. It obscured most of his face. Still holding his knife, he melted into the shadows. At the entrance of the alley, Peter collapsed onto the ground in fear. The fight had been terrifying, but even more horrifying was the woman's severed head. In that moment, he had seen her true face. It was ugly and disgusting, like a demon from hell, a gaping mouth with jagged fangs that covered a third of her face, a nose without the nasal bones, and rotting eyes. Compared to that, any woman in the world was a goddess. When he thought about how tempted he had been by such a creature, Peter wanted to slap himself. Glancing at the withered corpse of the thug on the ground, he felt a twinge of relief. Thank goodness he had resisted. Otherwise, it would have been his body on the ground. Peter recalled the man in the trench coat, whose swift and graceful movements had made him look like a whirlwind when he chopped off the monster's head. Like a nameless wanderer, he had silently walked away. A mysterious aura combined with formidable skills. He was a true hunter of the night. As he scrambled to his feet and ran home, Peter carved that image of the departing figure in his memory. As his thoughts drifted to his wife's delicious soup on the table and the sound of his child studying in the room, Peter quickened his pace. I hope Lizzie won't scold me too much for smelling like alcohol. Oh well, maybe I deserve it. Yeah, I'm never going to a bar again. Date, July 25th of the year 106 in the Hungly Federation calendar. Location, a coastal area in East Sea country called Redfish Village. A moist, cool sea breeze swept through, lifting layer upon layer of waves in the ocean. It resembled rows of white egrets soaring in the distance. The waves crashed against the rocks, spraying water up to nearly 10 feet before blossoming into countless white, sparkling droplets. The sea roared and the waves shattered into white, frothy foam, while the black rocks stood unyielding. A man in a trench coat and wide-brimmed hat stood atop the rocks, holding a black suitcase, as motionless as a tree. On the yellow beach beside the rocks, a group of fishermen were pulling their wooden boats ashore, having just returned from the sea. Each person clearly had their own tasks. Some unloaded the freshly caught fish, while others began wrapping the ropes around the rocks. We caught quite a lot today, almost a whole week's worth, said an old fisherman with dark skin as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, admiring the mountain of fish the two apprentices were holding. He smiled in satisfaction. Let's go back and have some hot fish soup, he called out. The other 5 or 6 fishermen laughed heartily as they gathered together and walked, leaving footprints in the sand. Huh, uncle, why is someone up there? A young man with a buzz cut squinted into the distance, toward the setting sun where a figure stood on the rocks. Probably a tourist, the old fisherman guessed, then shook his head. But there's no fish to catch here. A tourist. The young man scratched his head. Then I better go warn him. We can't let him stay near the beach for too long. Those man-eating bees love targeting people who are alone. All right, but hurry up and catch up with the rest of the group. We don't want you to get left behind on your way back, the old fisherman said, rubbing his nose. Okay. The young man quickly ran over. He made his way to the man in the trench coat's side and said, Sir, don't stay here too long, the beach is dangerous. There are man-eating bees the size of human heads in the coastal forest. They often go after people who are by themselves. The young man spoke sincerely, but the man in the trench coat seemed indifferent. The young man scratched his head. Maybe it sounded too far-fetched. After all, who would believe in man-eating bees the size of human heads? If he hadn't seen it himself, he would have scoffed. The young man reorganized his thoughts and started to speak again. Whoosh! A blur flashed before his eyes, and the man who had been standing there moments ago was gone. He had transformed into a shadow, leaping from the rock's summit and sprinting across the beach. The wildly flapping hem of his trench coat resembled a dark cloud. IR. The young man scanned around and was startled to hear terrified screams in the distance. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow the size of a human head hurtling toward his uncle and the others, leaving behind a twisting trail of gray mist to mark its flight path. Just as the man-eating bee was about to catch up with the fisherman, a figure cut in front of it. A shining silver longsword sliced through the air with a buzzing sound. In that moment, the young man's mind was filled with the image of the powerful figure fiercely swinging the steel blade. Date, August 16th, year 106 of the Hungly Federation calendar. Location, East Sea County, Purple Light Street in Tingda City. The night market in Tingda City was bustling, with the dim yellow lights from the tightly packed shops lining both sides casting shadows on the ground. Various street vendors sold all kinds of goods and snacks along the road, and couples were aplenty in the dense crowd. Roy, this ornament is so pretty. Can I buy it? A youthful and pretty girl stood in front of a small vendor's stall. She showed off a bracelet of mixed gold and silver in her hand. Of course. A young man in casual clothes smiled helplessly. How much for this bracelet, boss? A pale man stood stiffly behind them, his expression wooden. Amidst the crowd, the man had eyes for nothing except the young man's back. His eyes were filled with inexplicable greed and malice. Shing! Splat! The man's eyes widened as a sharp line of blood appeared on his neck, and blood began to spurt out wildly. A large hand reached out from behind, firmly grasping him by the hair, and yanked. A man whose wide-brimmed hat covered most of his face gazed at the decapitated head with half-lidded eyes and softly murmured to himself, "We meet again, my old friend. N/O/vel/b/c/om. Ah! Murder? Someone's been killed. Run! There's been a murder." Screams and shouts immediately erupted, and the surrounding crowd scattered in a panic, like a school of fish fleeing in all directions. A headless corpse knelt in the middle of the street as blood continuously gushed from it. Date, October 5th, year 106 of the Hungly Federation calendar. Location, Mita Mansion in Gonang County, Deer City. A grand banquet was being held with many of Deer City's upper-class individuals in attendance. Its prestige was ruined by the screams echoing through the luxurious main hall. The main door burst open with a loud bang and gentlemen, usually dressed handsomely in suits, fled in disarray. A beautiful socialite in a revealing dress lost her balance, twisting her ankle in her high heels, and tripped. Her low-cut dress revealed a soft, white curve, and her eyes welled with tears of pain. but she forced herself to get up and hobble toward the exit. Meanwhile, inside the splendidly decorated main hall, face cold and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Cassius kicked the man in front of him, ripping his longsword out. The corpse crumpled to the ground with a thud. He wiped off the blood. He spat out the cigarette and glanced at his slightly ruined clothes. He could see bone from the 2 to 3 shallow wounds there. The warm blood stung as it soaked through the white shirt underneath. He made a slight miscalculation, but nothing major. Cassius had managed to complete the final task. It took 71 days to complete all 6 tasks. Some were easy to complete, while others proved to be more challenging. If Cassius wasn't in a combat realm far superior to his physical prowess, he might have failed in several of the earlier tasks. Regardless, Cassius had finished the tasks ahead of schedule, leaving him with 10 days to return to Black Rain Manor. 8 days later, on October 13th, year 106 of the Hungly Federation calendar, a man wrapped in bandages, wearing a trench coat, stood on the edge of a remote town. A narrow, overgrown path led to a slender bronze pillar that had stood for who knows how many years. The pillar clearly bore marks of erosion from years of wind and rain. The man held a large suitcase and took out a bell from his coat. He shook it, but no sound came out. A hazy, dreamlike feeling engulfed him, and when it faded, a light rain began to fall from the sky. A black carriage charged through the mud and sped toward him. Cassius's carriage gave a familiar jolt when it arrived at the Black Rain Manor. As usual, he first stopped by the Bold Sex base, tidied up his room, and then carried his suitcase to the mission hall. Unlike regular missions which were directly exchanged at the Black Rain Manor, extra tasks required tokens and the targeted objects to be submitted in the mission hall to exchange for special vouchers for Dark Essence. The special vouchers allowed the marked ones to go to the baptism chapel and get the same enhancements as the ones that came with the regular missions. About 5 minutes later, Cassius received his vouchers for Dark Essence, which came in the form of 5 thumb-sized crystals. It was non-transferable and mystically bound to the marked one's auras. Cassius left the mission hall without incident and headed straight for the baptism chapel. It was a familiar place with familiar private rooms. A stone pillar stood in the center of the room, with hands spread like a lotus. Cassius went directly up to it and placed the 5 crystals along with the voucher from the regular mission on it. He stepped back 2 paces and watched quietly. Similar to the last time, a black fog tornado swirled at the top of the pillar. Except this time, it was so intense, he could feel the airflow swirling around him in the private room. After a while, the airflow dissipated. The deep voice whispered in Cassius's ear once again. 12 units of Dark Essence. Items available for exchange are as follows. Beast Blood, Ghost Wolf. Take the voucher to Black Rain Manor's Daybreak Hospital for a blood injection. This blood offers comprehensive enhancements of speed, strength, defense, recovery, endurance, and explosive power. Comes with a risk of failure, 8.5 essence. Transparent Mercury, superior. This mercury is related to wind flow and can form highly lethal wind blades after training, 7.7 essence. 10 soul power, can be used to enhance physical attributes, including but not limited to, hint, 2 essences is equivalent to 1 unit of soul power, A quick browse through showed that there was a significant improvement in quality for the other items available for exchange and would be quite tempting to anyone who wasn't Cassius. After all, those Deo only appeared powerful, but actually had numerous flaws and often lacked long-term potential. The true Deo was to exchange for a large amount of soul power to enhance the Covert Martial Arts as fast as possible. Exchange everything for soul power. Exchange confirmed. 6 units of soul power. A cloud of chaos hung above his head, grey mist descending like low-hanging storm clouds. A gentle drizzle began to fall, like a web of rain wrapping itself around Cassius. As the raindrops touched his skin, a warm current surged into his body like blood flowing in. Half a minute later, the rain ceased, plunging the private room into silence again. Cassius focused inward, beginning once again to use soul power to rapidly enhance his covert martial arts. The essence of elephant soul passed through his mind, the scenarios playing out like a movie. Boom! The large mass of soul power within him exploded. For a split second, it was as if Cassius were soaking in a hot spring, every inch of his skin feeling overwhelmingly comfortable. In the next second, however, pleasure morphed into pain as thousands of steel needles stabbed him from all directions, driving through his entire body like a piercing rainstorm. He gritted his teeth at the intense stinging. Powerful energy and blood rampaged beneath his skin, causing wave after wave of intense pain to sweep through him from within. Each wave was soon followed by a surge of power that steadily grew. Bit by bit, his power began to return. It was unclear how much time passed as sweat oozed continuously from Cassius's body, only to evaporate from the heat. White crystalline salt particles formed in the cracks of his skin. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his upper body with its bulging muscles bare. Cassius's powerful, pulsing black fascia was a stark contrast to his boiling red blood. A pair of bright eyes opened, the private room coming into view. Cassius stood up abruptly, realizing that he had somehow grown taller again and was now around 1.8 meters. As he moved, his joints cracked audibly. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. There was a familiar progress bar in the upper right corner. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete. Elephant Herd 67.7%. Total 3 stages. Elephant Soul incomplete. PRIC Cling 75.9%. Total 3 stages. It's not enough. This is far from enough. I need a power that's steady and unshakable. Cassius pounded his chest with his fist, where it gave a deep and resounding thud. I haven't even reached the limits of human potential. This body is still nothing but a small fry. He reached out and tore off his already ripped shirt with his large hand, crumpling it into a ball, and stuffing it into the black suitcase. Holding an umbrella, he quickly left, bare-chested. Time flew by, and a month and a half had already passed. The light shower turned the seldom-traveled road in the Anta Mountains muddy. A man in a black cloak stood on the dark mountain path, quietly observing the scene before him. Opposite him, 5 or 6 men with dangerous auras squinted. The tall, burly leader sized up the cloaked man, a playful smile glued on his face. He stroked his scruffy beard. There's been talk at Black Rain Manor lately about a lunatic who's been going all out with taking on extra tasks. That must be you. If you hand over your secret, we might just spare your life. The burly man sneered inwardly. Spare his life? Not a chance. This guy seemed to have found some loophole in the Black Rain Manor's system, with him frantically taking on extra tasks in the past couple of months and completing them all. Numerous Helsings had been agitated, but it had been hard to track the man down. But they had him cornered this time. Secret. A deep voice came from the cloak's shadowy depths. So, you think I completed all those extra tasks because I used some kind of trick? Ha ha ha. I'm right, aren't I? The burly man took a step forward, his aura menacing. Click, click, click. A series of mechanical sounds came from beneath the cloak as the man in black pulled out a ferocious steam-powered crossbow from his back. Bolt sacked. The burly man frowned. He and the 5 behind him let out roars as they transformed into powerful half-man, half-beast monsters, 3 werewolves, and 3 leopard men. Their bodies and muscles swelled, capable of minimizing the damage from the crossbow bolts. Unexpectedly, the man in the black robe casually tossed the crossbow aside, letting it clatter to the ground, and ripped off his cloak to reveal a solid pillar-like body. Standing at 1.87 meters tall with terrifying, dark blue muscles swollen to the extreme, his chest rose and fell with each breath, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. Cassius looked calmly ahead. His pale red eyes were indifferent, but it was merely a facade to hide the fierce bloodlust that lay underneath. Didn't you want to know my secret? He scanned the front, but none of his enemies dared meet his gaze, quelled as they were from the intense pressure and promise of danger in his eyes. Why don't you find out? Try me, and you'll know what my secret really is. Hiss. The air swirled like a tornado around his mouth as Cassius spread his arms like an eagle, his already massive body swelling even more. The veins in his neck popped out like tree branches and throbbed. Awua. The burly leader opposite him howled at the sky, his powerful hind legs kicking off as he charged forward with his black mane whipping wildly in the rain. The other half-beasts charged in viciously, right at their leader's heel. Die. The burly man appeared before Cassius and swung his sharp claws down, his green beastly eyes filled with intense murderous intent. Boom. Huh. The burly man was momentarily dazed and realized he was airborne. Hadn't his claws just been inches away from killing that man? What was going on? The burly man lowered his gaze slightly and saw the pillar-like man standing on the muddy road, slowly withdrawing his fist. A headless corpse was spewing blood out like a fountain in front of him. That's my body, so that means I am dead? The burly man's head spun in the air, his eyes blinking slower and slower. The last thing he saw was the pair of powerful hands tearing a strong werewolf in half. Amidst the outpouring of blood, a massive shadow shot forward like a cannonball. The secret is muscle. Boom! Cassius's fist slammed into the half-leopard man's chest like a meteor hammer, piercing through with a sickening squelch. His momentum didn't stop there, as his arm lifted and carried the leopard man's body, and slammed it into a large tree. Thud! Crackle! Leaves fell like raindrops, like a green shower. The leopard man's feet left the ground, dangling midair. His arms and head drooped, and hot blood spilled relentlessly from his mouth. The Werbeast Sect's injected blood was known for its instant combat power and tenacity. But now, the leopard man's tenacity was rendered useless. When Cassius's iron-like fist punched through him, the fist's terrifying power spread out from the collapsed chest like a shockwave. If one were to dissect the leopard man's body, they would find his internal organs completely shattered. This injury was far more terrifying than having limbs cut off. His regenerative abilities were useless. Squelch! The crimson arm, clenched into a fist, retracted and the corpse fell, revealing a head-sized hole in the tree trunk behind it. Shattered wood chips poured out like water, and covered the leopard man's lifeless head. Beast blood? Ha, that's just witchcraft. Cassius sneered, muttering to himself, only muscles? Only muscles are all-powerful. They're bigger, denser, thicker, stronger. You. The remaining 3 Werbeasts immediately stopped in their tracks. In the blink of an eye, half of their group had been decimated. They weren't killed by some mysterious method. The man before them had used raw brutal force to rip them apart. The sheer viciousness and power displayed were far more intimidating and oppressive than any other method, overwhelming them with fear. Without hesitation, the 3 pivoted and ran. The sound of their footsteps splashing through the mud echoed in their ears, and a voice suddenly appeared behind them. Your bodies may be strong, but paired with poor techniques, your purity is far too low. Bang! Like a smashed watermelon, the head of one escaping Werbeast exploded, the blood spraying out in front. His headless body instinctively ran a few more steps before collapsing into the mixture of blood and mud on the road. The other 2 screamed and ran with all their might. A massive shadow appeared behind them in an instant. One hand shot out and grabbed their heads. One foot kicked their backs. The horrifyingly powerful force sent them flying like they were weightless. They slid more than 10 meters along the muddy ground, their necks spurting blood. Cassius stood in place, his face stony like iron. He held two heads in his hands. No one could stop him from regaining his strength. He would not allow anyone to stop him from completing his mission, not even Black Rain Manor. Damn, my pants are ripped. Cassius stood on the forest path and looked down at the fabric. There were some minor tears from the fierce fight just now. He squeezed the heads with both hands and they popped loudly. Blood splattered all over him. He raised his hand, letting the rain wash away the blood. As the heat of battle faded, a chill took its place, taking residence in his mind. Cassius looked around at the mess of blood and flesh. The two heads he had just crushed had sunk in the mud like flattened balls. Something's wrong, I've been influenced. I normally wouldn't be this violent even when consumed with rage. Is it the shadow demons? He glanced sharply at the shadow behind him. In the pouring rain, Cassius's shadow overlapped with the shadow of a large tree nearby, looking as though it were hiding in the tree's shadow. It's not the shadow demons. This body is Twilight's body from the time travel era. I may have been partially influenced by the shadow demons, but it shouldn't be this severe in reality. So then, it must be because of Black Rain Manor? Is there something wrong with the mark? Cassius raised his right hand, examining the shield emblem on it. Or is it soul power? He furrowed his brows tightly, deep in thought. Twilight had never encountered such a situation before. The Werbeast Sect, Mercury Sect, Dark Sect, these supernatural paths did have some influence on the Helsing's consciousness, but it was primarily due to their wills being altered by the power source like beast blood, supernatural mercury, or dark creature organs. However, soul power, as far as Twilight knew, was a very pure energy, with no strange external factors influencing it. At the very least, Twilight had always used it without running into any issues. How could soul power have no problems? There must be something wrong? Maybe Twilight exchanged for too little of it, while I've exchanged for a lot, and it's just been collecting and building up to the point that there's some kind of effect. Cassius nodded slightly at this plausible explanation. He turned and returned to the spot where he initially was. There was a black cloak, a heavy red wooden box, and a steam-powered silver mechanical crossbow lying on the ground. Cassius stepped forward and quickly donned the specially made cloak. He still preferred wearing this kind of loose black fabric. This way, he wouldn't have to rip his clothes off during a fight. He could just fling off the cloak and, after killing his enemies, put it back on. He bent down and picked up the box. It felt slightly heavy. Cassius then picked up the mechanical crossbow, slinging the black strap over his neck, as if he were hanging a small water bottle. He hadn't forgotten that he was still a member of the Bolt Sect. Several hours later, at Black Rain Manor, in a dimly lit, silent private room in the baptism chapel. Huff, huff, huff. The rough, heavy breathing of a bull echoed in the space, with a faint white mist emitting out of Cassius's mouth and nose. His strong body was flushed red, each muscle contracting and expanding with an elastic spring, and his tendons pulsed like steel bars. The sweat on his skin continuously evaporated due to the immense heat radiating out from his body. Cassius's back released a faint white steam. Just now, he had exchanged 4 units of soul power to enhance his covert martial arts. As for his previous speculation that a large amount of soul power would make someone more violent and bloodthirsty, Cassius temporarily put that in the back of his mind. Right now, the most important thing was to restore his strength. If the cost for rapid strength enhancement was a bit of violence and murderousness, then he was willing to pay that price. A pair of eyes slowly opened in the private room. Elephant soul incomplete, bug bite 15.1%, total 3 stages. He had surpassed human limits, the pugilist, the first level accelerated blood flow. Cassius's recovery speed was astonishing. In just over 4 months, he had returned to the pugilist level. This was the effect of soul power on covert martial arts. It had taken Cassius several years to reach the pugilist level the first time around, and he had to use a lot of precious pills and ointments. But he had bypassed all of that thanks to soul power. It seemed to be a pure energy that aided any skills training, but Cassius felt that it was especially beneficial for covert martial arts. Perhaps the two were originally complementary? He didn't know why that thought had come up. Maybe it was intuition. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Cassius swiftly got to his feet, dressed, and opened his umbrella. He left the baptism chapel and headed toward the mission hall. He wasn't satisfied with just restoring his first level accelerated blood flow. To fully recover, he needed to reach the second level accelerated blood flow. Cassius's original physique level was Elephant Soul Incomplete, Bug Bite 43.2%, total 3 stages. As long as he reached 33.3% of the Bug Bite level, he could open the second node, and get the circulation going between his heart and navel, which would restore most of Cassius's combat power. He was still about 18% short. He wasn't too far off, but it wasn't going to be easy either. The initial stay was supposed to be 7 months, but now that 4 months had passed, it left him less than 3 months. Cassius should still have enough time to recover his strength. And once he did, he could carry out his initial plans. The time had come for extra tasks to be posted at the mission hall again. The wall frames in the area where the shield level gathered were still blank. Although it wasn't time yet and the notices hadn't been refreshed, there was already a crowd blocking the path. All of them wanted to grab a good mission as soon as it was posted. Move, move. A man in a black leather jacket shoved his way through the throng of Helsings. Exuding an air of dominance, he stood about 6 feet tall, with a silver V-shaped medal embedded in his shirt under the leather jacket. There were imprints of sharp fangs in his mouth. That's Gaius from the Werbeast sect. They say he's already as strong as a sword level, but since it's not time for the annual promotion yet, he has to wait. He can only keep taking shield level missions. People in the crowd informed their companions. Let's give him some space. He's really strong. Don't provoke him. Humph. Hearing the murmurs around him, a sneer curled Gaius's mouth. Considering he had sword level strength, mingling with these shield level people made him feel like a crane among chickens. If it hadn't been for the timing, he would have. Smack. A hand slapped down on Gaius's back. Move, said someone with a deep voice behind him. Gaius instinctively glanced at the hand, which had a shield level mark and a small crossbow tattoo around it. A Bolt Sect member. Are you fucking with me? Gaius's eyebrows shot up in rage. He spun around and was instantly met with a pair of indifferent, cold eyes. Gaius froze, his body trembling. The man behind him was half a head taller, and, even through the cloak, he could tell he was extremely muscular. It was like he was a wall. Is this guy really from the Bolt Sect? Isn't the Bolt Sect known for their slim builds regardless of gender? How can someone this muscular practice their techniques? Gaius glanced at the strong arm peeking out from underneath the cloak, the muscles looking like gnarly tree roots. He began to introduce himself. An indomitable force struck him, and the large hand flung Gaius backward like trash. He stumbled, and when he looked up, he found that he had been thrown to the outermost edge of the crowd. At that moment, the wall frames refreshed, and the Helsing members began selecting their tasks. By the time Gaius squeezed back in, all the tasks had been taken. He turned to search for the cloaked figure but found that they had already left. Damn it. Very soon, a month and a half had gone by. It was January 12th, the 107th year of the Hungly Federation. Winter had arrived, bringing bitingly cold weather. Nington City's streets were covered in a light layer of frost in the morning. The occasional horse-drawn carriages and cars trudged by. Pedestrians on the sidewalks wore thick coats and scarves, hands stuffed in their pockets, necks hunched, and white smoke puffing out from their mouths as they breathed. The ornamental trees lining the roads were completely bare, their branches stark against the sky. A row of blackbirds flew overhead. A slender boy with delicate features walked briskly down the street. He was about 5.5 feet tall, and wearing a very warm overcoat that made his already small frame appear smaller. His nickname was Lynx, his real name Leon, and he was a shield-level member. As a new member of the Bolt Sect, he had the perfect build for their agile combat style. Today, Leon had a task to do. A few days ago, the Bolt Sect took on a group mission for shield-level members, targeting a location in the suburbs of Nington City. Group missions were more difficult and dangerous than solo missions, but the rewards were also very generous. The Bolt Sect immediately started summoning their shield-level members. Being a small sect, they didn't have as many people compared to the larger ones. After gathering everyone, they found that even with the new members, their numbers were still insufficient. Many members had already embarked on their regular missions and were nowhere near the Black Rain Manor. With great reluctance, the Bolt Sect's team had to make their way toward Nington City, summoning other members along the way. Though more members meant less rewards per person, it was ultimately safer. A smaller reward was a fair trade-off for safety. The target for this group mission was the Vampire Clan. If they didn't have enough people, it would be impossible to handle them, hence why Leon was sent to find more members. Bolt Sect members usually left information about their temporary residences at the outposts for easy contact and handling of belongings in case of an unexpected death. It was optional to do so, of course. A cold wind brushed Leon's cheek, making him shiver. He wrapped his coat tighter around himself and pulled out a note from his pocket where there was a line of black text: Twilight, Shield Level, Nington City, Garden Street number 29. Below the note was a photo of a slender young man with a gentle smile. There was an indescribable scholarly weakness about him. His appearance fit the typical image of a Bolt Sect member. Leon studied the photo carefully, memorized the face, and quickly walked on, his steps light and agile. Soon, he stood in front of a 2-story house. He took out the photo again, then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, he heard someone coming down the stairs inside, the heavy footsteps swiftly heading for the door. Who is it? A deep voice called from inside. Leon was taken aback. Twilight's voice was incongruous to his appearance. He shook his head and said, "Is this Mr. Twilight? I'm from the Black Rain Manor Archery Club." "I am." "Come in." The door creaked open. Leon looked up and froze as a thick black wall slowly moved toward him. All Leon saw was muscles, muscles, and more muscles. He gulped and looked up. A figure, nearly 1.9 meters tall, with arms like tree trunks and shoulders that resembled solid tires towered over him in the doorway. The muscles packed on his body looked like chunks of rock and he resembled a steel tower. Leon noticed that the man's upper body was bare, glistening with sweat that evaporated into a faint white mist. The heat radiating from him was like a powerful wave, and Leon felt overwhelmed by the oppressive and commanding presence. His legs felt unsteady. His waist was tense and his chest puffed out. He didn't move a single muscle. "Why are you just standing there? Come in." Now that they were face to face without a door in between them, Leon felt like thunder was rumbling above his head. The deep, booming voice made his eardrums tingle. "What the hell? This is Twilight? A member of the Bolt sect who is known for their agility? This has to be a joke? Leon took a deep breath and forced a strained smile. I'm sorry, sir. I must have come to the wrong place. I sincerely apologize. Wrong place. The man frowned. Didn't you say you were from the Black Rain Manor Archery Club? I'm a member too. Sensing the man's displeasure, Leon's slim waist tensed even more. Is this Garden Street? No 29. Yeah, it's written right there on the sign, the man confirmed. He then reached up and tore down a metal plaque from above the door, the nails holding it in place flying out as he pulled it off with ease. This is Garden Street, number 29. It's clearly written here. He waved the metal plaque, which indeed had those words engraved on it. He slammed it back into place above the door. Bang! Dust cascaded down. The cement wall now had a handprint indented in there, with the metal plaque firmly lodged within it. Cough, cough. Leon had inhaled some dust because his mouth had been hanging open in shock. Yes, it is. But Leon glanced at the man's rugged face, wild gray hair, and unkempt beard. He couldn't reconcile this image with the slim, handsome, and gentle Twilight in the photo. The difference was too great. Under the man's intense scrutiny, Leon pulled out a photo from his pocket. It was a full-body shot of Twilight, a standard Bolt sect member. This is the person I'm looking for. You don't seem to. He paused. This isn't you, is it? The man looked at the photo and nodded. That's me, really. Leon was in utter disbelief. Yes. The man held the photo up to his face for comparison. I was much skinnier back then. But Leon began. Let's not waste time. Come in. A large hand shot out, and although the Bolt sect was known for their agility, Leon couldn't react in time. The next thing he knew, he was inside the house, and the door had slammed shut behind him. Clang! It sounded like the metal plaque outside had fallen again. Leon looked up at the enormous man, feeling incredibly insecure. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt. I really hope he really is a member of the Bolt sect. Otherwise, I'm doomed. 15 minutes later, Leon and Cassius were sitting on a brown-yellow sofa in the living room. Cassius's posture was the very definition of casual, with his legs crossed and his massive body sinking into the sofa. The white porcelain cup that he held looked tiny in his huge hands. Cassius raised the cup to his mouth and downed its contents in one gulp. Leon, on the other hand, was hunched into a nervous ball, his legs glued together like a lady's. He took small sips of coffee while shooting the odd glance at Cassius. Clink. The empty porcelain cup was placed on the table. Leon jumped, still not fully recovered from the shock. After comparing the photo with Cassius at length, Leon finally saw the resemblance in the eyes and contours of his face. Plus, he had checked the 2 marks on Cassius's broad hands, confirming that he was indeed Twilight. Compared to the Twilight now with his incredibly muscular frame, he looked like sticks and bones in the photo. At the constant staring, Cassius spoke calmly, "Don't be surprised. I was weak and sickly as a child, and I also fell very ill a few months ago. That's why I decided to train hard so I could build a healthy, disease-free body. It would be such a great insult to a marked one if I died from illness rather than in battle with dark creatures." There was a certain logic to Cassius's somewhat nonsensical explanation. Leon nodded in understanding, although he still found it hard to accept. Cassius didn't just look healthier with his current physique, he looked like a bear, with an even more exaggerated form than the Werbeast sect's high-level bloodline transformations. He was like a towering iron fortress. It didn't quite fit the image of a Bolt sect member. It was like seeing styles from 2 different dimensions. Leon took a small sip of coffee and exhaled. "So, are you willing to join our Bolt sect shield level group mission? It's just in the suburbs of Nington City, so it's not far. The mission starts tonight." He glanced at Cassius, fearing he might refuse. Of course, Cassius agreed immediately. Why would he pass up the chance for dark essence? Even though he was planning an experiment involving the Black Rain Manor, it would be fine to earn some extra rewards along the way. Leon was sincere as he warned, "Mr. Twilight, I must warn you that this group mission is quite dangerous, much more so than solo missions. People could get hurt." "No problem. I trust in the abilities of my Bolt sect companions," Cassius replied nonchalantly. His confidence came from his own power, from the strength of the second-level accelerated blood flow. After over nearly 6 months of completing missions without rest, Cassius had restored much of his strength, and the pace had only quickened toward the end. Since his strength had recovered so rapidly, shield-level missions posed 0 danger to him. In the last couple of months, he had been steamrolling through missions, attacking strongholds directly, and eliminating all enemies. There were times when stronger foes unexpectedly appeared, but he took it in stride and dealt with them easily. Based on some estimations and information, Cassius felt his strength had surpassed the shield level, sword level, and badge level, and he was now getting closer to the knight level. It felt like he was cheating with his level of power, allowing him to complete shield level missions. Other Helsings couldn't replicate his situation. The best they could do at the shield level was to have the strength of a beginner sword level, but no higher. Cassius had 2 unique advantages. 1. The Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts combined perfectly with the Black Rain Manor's soul power, working like a chain with multiple gears. With a single powerful push, an ordinary Helsing's low-level gears might only move forward 1 meter, but Cassius's advanced gears could propel him 5 or 6 meters, maybe even more than 10 meters. Although it was unclear why the Black Rain Manor didn't have the Covert Martial Arts path, it worked uniquely in Cassius's favor. 2. The advanced mastery of Wind Elephant Fist allowed him to control his rapidly increasing power. Normally, one would need to reach the third level accelerated blood flow to master such power, but Cassius could do this due to his prior high-level experience. The other Helsings had no hope of doing the same. Regardless of supernatural powers or skill knowledge, they couldn't enhance nor upgrade too much at once. There was a cost to every method from Black Rain Manor as they were both deformed and flawed. If the power exceeded one's control, it would either drive the Marked One mad or cause them to explode. There was an old saying among the Helsing that had been passed down for years: greed is foolishness, greed is death. Besides the dangerous supernatural methods, there was also danger associated with using soul power to quickly master skills. Cassius had practiced enough to understand each step and situation, which allowed him to expedite his progress. Ordinary Marked Ones faced a different problem. The process of mastering skills through soul power was, indeed, extremely fast. A slight deviation in their mental imagery or a minor flaw in their skill framework could lead to disastrous results. They could either explode or wake up with a deformed body. Training to be light on one's feet could lead to twisted limbs, training one's hands could fracture the bones, training bones could result in paralysis, and training the muscles could lead to severe atrophy. All these outcomes were highly probable. Every method of enhancement was a double-edged sword. As good as it was to be fast, there was also a chance that one could veer off course and be unable to course correct in time. The final result was either death or being completely disposable. Thus, the Covert Martial Arts was truly remarkable. Then again, the Wind Elephant Sect had still been wiped out by the blood of fate. It's almost 9 p.m. shall we? Leon set down his teacup. All right, wait for me a moment. I need to grab something. Cassius stood up and walked up to the room on the second floor. A short while later, he came down wearing a large black cloak, carrying a bulky item beneath it. Judging by the shape, it seemed to be a mechanical crossbow. Okay, let's go. The two of them opened the door and headed for the outskirts of Nington City. Half an hour later, they arrived in front of a two-story house with white walls and a black base. Two figures, one tall and robust and the other short and lean, entered. A low wall, white plaster peeling and revealing patches of black, wrapped around the small building. There was a lot of withered grass tucked in the corners. The ground was gray, hardened, and frozen. Crunch. The black soles of their shoes crushed the clumped dirt. Cassius stood in front of the light yellow wooden door and rapped gently. Knock, knock, knock. A familiar voice, Dark Blades, called out. Who is it? It's the Black Rain Manor Archery Club, sir, Cassius said, using the code for the Bolt Sect. Coming. Footsteps approached quickly from inside. Before long, the wooden door opened with a click. Dark Blade's familiar face came into view. At first, he stared in bewilderment, then his gaze moved from Cassius's chest upward, finally settling on his face. You. Who are you? It's Twilight? It's only been a few months, Dark Blade, and you've already forgotten me. Cassius raised his right hand to show the mark on his hand. Twilight? What? Stunned, Dark Blade gawked at him. But as he stared at Cassius's serious face, he scrutinized him more closely. Gradually, the slender figure from his memory matched up with the strong physique before him. Holy shit! What did that elegant and handsome youth from a few months ago do to transform into such an appearance? Though, he did seem quite powerful now. My old friend? Come in, let's talk. Cassius and his imposing physique pushed his way in, draping one strong arm over Dark Blade's shoulder and dragging him inside. Leon sighed and quickly followed. In a spacious reception room on the second floor, 8 or 9 members of the Bolt Sect sat in yellow armchairs around a large round table. Some looked hesitant to speak, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere. Most of their gazes were fixed on a spot near the window where a burly man, clearly a head taller than the others, sat. His broad body blocked the sunlight, casting a distorted, massive shadow on the wooden table. The organizer of this shield-level task was Dark Blade, who had been at the shield level for a long time and was a seasoned Helsing. Finally, Dark Blade couldn't resist asking, Twilight, how did you become so, muscular? Cassius explained his previous reasons once more. Since Dark Blade was familiar with Twilight's past, he found no reason to question it. An orphan who had essentially raised himself and his sister, and was all too familiar with the concept of hunger. After suffering that devastating blow from losing his sister to malnutrition and poor living conditions, it was natural that he sought out ways to develop a strong physique. It was indeed reasonable. Actually, I was exploring a different combat direction for our Bolt Sect, like muscle-powered mechanical crossbows. As Cassius spoke, he reached behind him. Thud. The table shook. A mechanical crossbow appeared before Cassius. Its shape and decoration were similar to a regular crossbow, except it was much larger, about twice the size of a normal crossbow. The arrows were similarly twice as thick. Just the sight of it gave off a heavy, menacing feeling. I believe that our Bolt Sect's Dangtingda storm of arrows has taken a wrong path. Cassius looked around. Storm of Arrows focuses on archery techniques and body techniques, but the Bolt Sect has placed too much emphasis on body techniques, resulting in many members having slender and agile figures that allow them to evade and hunt dark creatures. But this is precarious. We should reconsider and return to the primary focus of Storm of Arrows arrow damage. This means we need thicker, heavier steel arrows. To shoot these arrows, we need larger and heavier mechanical crossbows. And to handle these crossbows comfortably, we clearly need to have a robust physique. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying just because you have a stronger physique, you should start fighting in close combat with dark creatures. That's unrealistic. Even the most enhanced Helsing physique can't go head-to-head with them. But we can enhance the firepower of the crossbow, and make it into a siege crossbow capable of firing massive arrows. The dark creatures will be minced meat. For this, a strong physique is necessary. My muscle training just came hand in hand when I was trying to improve my archery skills. Cassius solemnly laid out his points amidst the skeptical looks from the other Bolt sect members, though he was just putting on a show for the sect. He was essentially saying, I've been building up my muscles to become a better archer. Well, what you said is one way of doing it. Darkblade nodded. My idea is slightly different. Instead, we could design a high-power, large crossbow that requires 2 or 3 people to operate. This could provide the effective long-range fire support we need in dangerous group missions. Cassius paused, then shrugged with a hint of amusement. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Afterward, Darkblade and some other members of the Bolt sect hashed out the details of their night mission. Cassius also received specific information about the target, a family of 8 blood races. No wonder the Bolt sect had been gathering members before the mission, their number was almost equal to that of the Helsings. If they didn't, the sect would suffer heavy losses. One after another, 3 to 4 more members arrived, making a total of 13 Bolt sect members in the hall. They were now roughly 1.5 times the size of the target and could now move out. There would likely be many casualties, but that was inevitable. Cassius ate a simple lunch and dinner there. By the time he checked the time, it was already around 11:30 p.m. The reason they decided to strike at night was because although sunlight did weaken vampires, it was minimal. Additionally, the vampires scattered during the day, making it hard to capture them all at once. At least, when night fell and the clock struck at midnight, they would gather in one place to enjoy their meal. In Nington City, at the Plinka Manor in the suburbs, the night was deep and the sky was pitch black. The wind pushed huge clouds across the sky, obscuring the moonlight. On the road outside the manor, there was the thundering sound of footsteps. Several shadowy figures moved quickly toward the manor, with a particularly large figure cloaked in black amongst them. Inside the first floor of Plinka Manor, a lavish hall on the right was dripping with grandeur. A long table, covered with a silky blood-red tablecloth with gold and palm-sized floral embroidery, stood in the center. Silver cutlery and smooth porcelain plates had been neatly arranged. Light came from the lit candles in the decorative candle holder set in the middle. The dishes on the table smelled enticing: pan-fried black cod, tender beef ribs, creamy baked lobster, white mashed potatoes, cauliflower soup sprinkled with grated cheese, and a side dish of figs. The rich scent of fat lingered in the air. Additionally, there were sweet wines and various cakes. These desserts, usually served after the main meal, were already on the table. However, despite the sumptuous spread, the 7 diners around the table showed little interest. There were 4 men and 3 women. The handsome men were dressed in tailored black suits, with neat hairstyles. The women wore bright red dresses that displayed their delicate collarbones and fair skin. Their red lips glistened from their makeup. On the right side of the table, a beautiful woman in her 30s sipped her sweet wine. She quietly asked the man next to her, "When will the main course be served?" "I'm starving." The elegantly poised man shook his head. "Lord Franz has gone to get it. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. "All right then." The woman took another sip of her wine, her crimson tongue licking her full lips. She had a strange allure. Suddenly, dozens of black bats, the size of fists, flapped over from the corridor at the back of the hall. 2 human figures seemed to emerge from within the bats' shadows. Boredom forgotten, the diners were instantly excited at the sight and the 7 whispered anticipatorily, "The main course is here. Finally, we can eat. Hope today's blood wine tastes better." Flutter. The bats dispersed, revealing a pale middle-aged man. He was dressed like an ancient noble, with white ruffled lace around his sleeves and neck. "Lord Franz," they greeted in unison. It was clear this middle-aged man held the highest status and power in this family of vampires. He could transform into bats, move at high speeds, implement curses, was able to manipulate blood, and induce fear. Compared to him, the first vampire Cassius encountered was like an infant, possessing only slightly superior physical strength and basic blood arts, making him easy prey. Even Twilight could have defeated that vampire if he hadn't been distracted by the hostage situation. Franz sat down at the head of the table, where 2 large silver goblets were placed far from each other. 2 young girls sat quietly beside the table. Although their breathing and expressions were normal, they looked like mute puppets with their dull and lifeless eyes. "The main course is here. Let's begin," Franz declared. He disappeared and reappeared behind the 2 girls. With a swift slash of his sharp nails across their white necks, blood flowed out immediately. Franz returned to his seat, waving his hand lightly. 2 streams of blood arced through the air and filled the goblets. The sound of thick liquid splashing was pleasant, and the sweet scent of blood filled the room. The vampires present grew restless, some tugging at their ties, others chewing their lips. Their eyes shone with a fervent glow. The seductive woman on the right side of the table swallowed hard. Suddenly, from outside the French windows on the right side of the hall, dozens of powerful crossbow bolts shattered the glass, shooting into the room. "What's happening?" Many vampires screamed. As soon as they jumped up, they were struck by bolts. They were hurt quite badly. Some bolts were coated in mercury, some in poison, and some were oil-soaked and aflame. One unlucky vampire's entire upper body caught fire, but he quickly tore off his suit. N/O/vel/b/c/in.c//om. Is it those lackeys from Black Rain Manor? The vampires soon realized who their attackers were. More arrows kept flying in through the French windows, forcing the vampires to hide behind load-bearing columns. There may be quite a few of them, but not enough to overpower us. From the way they're using crossbows, they must be the group of Helsings skilled in long-range attacks. Franz narrowed his eyes as he analyzed the situation. As a powerful vampire, he knew quite a bit about the dark world. Let's run in and kill them. If we can get close, these archers will be no match for us vampires. Under Franz's lead, 7 to 8 shadows broke through the barrage of arrows and darted into the dark, open grounds of the manor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows rained down in the darkness, with some lodging into the walls, some striking the ground. Sparks flew as some hit the lamp posts. The vampires sprinted forward, using their superior physical abilities to dodge the arrows. Even when they were struck, there was only the briefest glimpse of weakness before they yanked out the bolts and continued their charge. Franz led the attack, moving like a leopard. He used a high-speed movement ability to enhance his speed. The Helsings from the Bolt sect had difficulty locking onto him precisely. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows flew toward Franz in quick succession, but he dodged most of them. The few that came close, he blocked with his hands. Nothing hit his vital areas. Thwack. Under the moonlight, a heavy silver arrow careened toward Franz. His heart skipped a beat when he realized he couldn't dodge it. He raised his claws to block it. A faint red energy traced a path through the air. Thunk. Ugh. Franz let out a roar of pain. A thick, heavy steel arrow had embedded itself a third of the way in his chest. His right hand, which he had raised to block, had its index and middle fingers severed. There was a bloody, gaping hole in his palm. What the hell? How could this arrow be so powerful? It's at least 3 to 4 times stronger than the others? Franz was shocked. He had thought he had his opponent's abilities and strength all figured out, only to find himself caught off guard. When he halted, several Helsings focused their fire on him. Dozens of arrows almost turned him into a pincushion. Franz quickly rolled behind a flowerby to take cover. He pulled out all the arrows from his body. One of them was a steel arrow that was noticeably thicker than the others. Who shot this arrow? He panted, looking toward the dark grounds of the manor. A muffled cry came from about 30 meters to Franz's left. A vampire froze in the middle of his attack, his head jerking. A steel arrow as thick as a thumb had pierced his head, with the arrowhead and tail both sticking out from his temples. His brain was completely destroyed. Although not fatal for a blood race, an injury to the brain could immobilize them for a few seconds. In those crucial moments, dozens of arrows had already buried themselves into this blood race, turning it into a blood-soaked pincushion. Mercury-tipped arrows, various poisons, and 3 flaming arrows ignited its clothes. Despite their strong vitality, the blood races weren't invincible. The mercury weakened it, the toxins invaded its body, the flames burned the surface of their skin, and the incessant bleeding from the wounds drained its strength. This blood race perished quickly. Julio, damn it. Franz took a deep breath as red smoke emanated from his hand and chest, rapidly healing his wounds. No. On the battlefield, several more vampires were shot to death by concentrated fire, while some Helsing members were taken down by the blood race in close combat. Overall, however, the vampires were at a disadvantage. The darkness shrouded the master Helsing archer. Like a calm assassin, he launched countless deadly attacks on the blood race. His arrows were notably thick. We have to take him out first. Franz, having recovered from his injuries, began to observe. A few seconds later, he pinpointed the master archer's position. He was in the shadows on the left side of a house, seemingly blending into the darkness. Taking a deep breath, Franz dashed forward, becoming a blur as he leaped rapidly. His hands turned red, covered with a strange corrosive energy. His nails grew inch by inch, forming sharp curves like scythes, comparable to daggers. Swish, swish, swish. A few arrows shot out from the shadows, but Franz, who was fully focused on his goal, managed to narrowly avoid them. Within seconds, he rushed into the shadows. He immediately spotted the figure in the darkness, a man about 1.2 meters tall, dressed in black. Dwarf. Franz roared as he charged, a terrifying aura exuding out of him. Then, the dwarf stood up from a few meters away. His height suddenly increased from 1.2 meters to 1.9 meters. His burly frame resembled a bear, showcasing strong, triangular muscles. He wore a black cloak that blended with the surrounding darkness, making him appear less conspicuous at first. He had half-crouched to get better aim, which mistakenly gave Franz the impression that he was a dwarf. Franz was momentarily stunned but not scared. So what if he was muscular and burly? A human's physique couldn't compare to that of a dark creature. When it came to fighting in close proximity, a seemingly strong man against a slender, female-like blood race would undoubtedly end in the human's death. He stumped the ground and darted, his claws outstretched. Swish, swish, swish. A series of arrows flew through the air in the shadows. Steel arrows hit Franz's chest, but he ignored them and kept running. The use of crossbows indicated that archery was the opponent's only means of attack, making his strong-looking body nothing more than a paper tiger. Franz materialized in front of the man in an instant, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He crossed his hands and slashed down, his sharp, elongated red claws aiming at the man's neck. This strike could crack concrete? Hiss. There was an unpleasant scraping sound. Franz felt like his hands were cutting into thick, tough leather and were unable to penetrate. He thought it was going to be as easy as slicing through butter, but that didn't happen. The silhouettes showed Franz's raised hands stuck on either side of the man's thick neck. The man looked at him calmly. I've killed at least dozens like you in the past 6 months. Your blood will consecrate my newly made muscle-enhanced steam-powered mechanical crossbow. What? Franz's eyes widened in shock. Crack? His outstretched arms were torn off. Blood spurted from the stumps, revealing disgusting muscle fibers and severed tendons. Thud. Before Franz could react, he was kicked away like a broken doll. His chest caved in, bones cracking. Agony surged and overwhelmed him. Cough, cough, cough. Franz's head slammed into the wall with a thud, and he began to cough up blood. That man, had such terrifying strength. How could he be an archer? This was a blatant deception? Shameless disguise? Gathering his remaining strength, Franz tried to get up, only for a heavy foot to press down on his stomach, pinning him firmly to the ground. Franz felt like his intestines were about to be squeezed out. Blood manipulation? He shouted inwardly. He made one last-ditch attempt to use his ability, but the man before him seemed unaffected. Go join your companions, Cassius said coldly, aiming an oversized mechanical crossbow at Franz's heart. Franz watched, terrified, as he pulled the trigger. Thud, thud, thud. A grotesque large spray of blood blossomed from his chest. The blood race's heart was protected by bones on both sides, but clearly had its limits. Under the flurry of heavy crossbow bolts, the small bones and heart were decimated. The hot liquid quickly pooled into a bloody puddle. To be sure, Cassius grabbed Franz's head with his strong arm and slammed it into the side wall. A series of loud bangs echoed like firecrackers, flesh and blood splattering. Franz's head was flattened into a pancake. Combined with his exploded heart, there was no way he could still be alive. Cassius twisted his neck, about to shoot more bolts when he noticed a white letter on the ground, seemingly dropped during Franz's brutal beating. He picked it up. Cassius opened the letter and quickly skimmed through it. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand a single word. The pale yellow paper was scrawled in twisted black characters that seemed to crawl together. It didn't look like any known language, it was more like scribbles, similar to doctors' signatures on some prescriptions. What is this nonsense? Is it the language of the dark creatures? Cassius flipped the paper back and forth with his blood-stained hands. It was indeed just an ordinary letter. However, he didn't think it was that simple. After all, this letter was kept close to the leader of the vampire. It must contain important secrets. Since the language was evidently one that only dark creatures could understand, or rather, a language only comprehensible among the blood race, they were obviously trying to hide something. The best way to decipher it was to catch another blood race member. Cassius immediately looked toward the inside of the manor, his eyes glinting dangerously. There were still 4 or 5 vampires there fighting with the Helsings. They probably hadn't realized their leader was dead yet, making it the perfect opportunity for Cassius to strike. He quickly stuffed the letter into his pocket and tightened the cloak around him. It was like he turned into a shadow as he rushed out of the darkness. On the left side of the manor, Leon was fighting a blood race. With the support of a seasoned member of the Bolt Sect, he managed to narrowly avoid danger. Having just joined the Bolt Sect not long ago, he wasn't familiar with the various archery techniques and body movements, and would likely die quickly without someone there to assist him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Leon pulled the trigger, firing a bunch of bolts from his mechanical crossbow. The blood race in the distance dodged, but one of the bolts struck him, catching him off guard. Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Leon's delicate face. He had finally managed to inflict some damage on the enemy, and his confidence grew significantly. Leon, watch out, the veteran member yelled from the shadows. Leon snapped back to reality. That blood race he hid had just been an illusion. Like a ghost, the real blood race had already appeared before his eyes, its pale face bearing down on him. With a grotesque and ugly face like a bat, it was a terrifying sight to behold. A red hand, sharp as a blade, slashed down at him. An illusion? No. Leon's face was drained of color. Bang! With lightning speed, a fist the size of a sandbag smashed into the blood race's left cheek, making an exaggerated noise. The blood race's flesh rippled from the force of the punch, its eyes rolling around chaotically. A puff of white mist spewed out from its mouth, and 2 lines of blood trickled out its nostrils. It flew backward at an incredible speed. A huge black shadow shot at it even quicker. With a flick of its cloak, a strong arm snatched the blood race up, and then, in the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the shadows. Leon stood there, his emotions shifting from terror and fear to shock and confusion. It seemed like a big black rat had just darted past, beating up a blood race along the way. Instantly, the situation that had once seemed especially dire to Leon vanished. The once ferocious and menacing enemy had been whisked away to who knew where, like the perilous scene earlier had been nothing but an illusion. Phew! Leon panted heavily. His back was drenched in sweat, outlining his thin and slender body. He had been extremely lucky, but who was that person just now? Were they from another powerhouse watching the battle from the shadows? Leon glanced at the ground and immediately narrowed his eyes. There were 7 to 8 deep footprints on the hard stone pathway. The entire gray stone slab looked as if it had been crushed under an immense force, showcasing the person's terrifying power. Also, the footprints were huge. It must be from a strong, burly man. Meanwhile, Cassius appeared in the shadows behind the house, wrangling a struggling vampire in his strong, tree-like arms. Thud. The vampire's foot kicked lightly at Cassius's side. Unless you have a death wish, you better stay still. Cassius scolded furiously. He looked down to see the vampire's face turning pale, struggling for breath. Its eyes rolled into the back of its head. It seemed he had used too much force and nearly squeezed the life out of it. Damn, what a weakling. Is this all the vitality a dark creature has? I guess the blood race ranks relatively low among dark creatures. He casually tossed the vampire onto the blood-stained ground. Huff, huff, huff. The vampire clutched its neck, wheezing and coughing. Although the blood race was strange compared to humans, they hadn't evolved to being totally bizarre yet. At least they still needed to breathe. Theoretically, if the bolt sex crossbow bolts pierced a vampire's lung, and it didn't recover quickly, it would die too. Regenerative ability was the core power of dark creatures. Cough, cough, cough. The vampire on the ground faked a cough, its eyes darting around. Suddenly, it leaped up, only to be caught by a large, waiting hand. Cassius lifted it by the neck like a chick. Look at who's on the ground first. Get a clear idea of the situation right now. If you really want to die, I can easily make that happen with my fists. Hearing Cassius's words, the vampire caught sight of the bloody mess of what remained of Franz's body on the ground. It immediately stopped struggling, not daring to move anymore. Good, you seem to know your place, Cassius said, pulling out a letter from his pocket and slapping the vampire's face with it. This letter was probably written in your dark creature language. Translate it for me right now. The vampire looked from its leader's corpse on the ground then to Cassius's strong, mighty frame. It swallowed hard and nodded. 30 seconds later. What? Incredulous, Cassius jabbed a finger at the letter. You're telling me this letter isn't written in the blood race's exclusive language, nor is it in a dark creature's language. It's written in a human language, specifically the Hungly Federation's common federal language. Maybe it's written messily. The vampire glanced at Cassius. Filled with trepidation, it swallowed hard. You better not be lying to me, otherwise. Cassius narrowed his eyes, his right hand lashing out like an ominous black serpent, and punching a big hole into the left wall with a bang. Cement and dust exploded everywhere. Some tiny fragments hit the vampire's face. It stung painfully. That will be your fate. The vampire holding the letter immediately shook its head like a rattle. I wouldn't dare deceive you. Cassius nodded slightly. Good, then what does the letter say? The vampire coughed, then began to recite slowly. Oh, dear Madame Phryni, beautiful Madame Phryni, lovely Madame Phryni, you are like the moon in the sky, surrounded and adorned by stars, as you bloom radiantly. The crops have been harvested from the fertile land, the bubbling streams have turned cold, the lush woods have grayed. I still remember our sweet encounter last time. Whether it was floating in a small boat on the shimmering lake, or under the fragrant linden tree, or in the cozy smoke-filled cabin, there are traces of our love in every moment, every place. How I long to play with you once more. Lastly, Madame Phryni, please keep this letter safe. Don't let your husband, Viscount Isis, see it, otherwise, he'll come seeking my death even from 1,000 miles away. The vampire stopped reading and looked up at Cassius. Cassius raised an eyebrow, and the vampire shook its head. That's all. There's no hidden message in it? Maybe there are some words that are actually codes or encoded. Don't think so. It's really just a love letter. Lord Franz seemed interested in Madame Phryni 5 years ago. This really is just a love letter? Cassius asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes. The vampire nodded readily. Without warning. Crack. The vampire's head was ripped off. It wouldn't be able to nod anymore. What a waste of my time. Cassius's right hand smashed through the vampire's chest like a javelin, a circle of red blood erupting against the wall behind it. Anyone who bore witness to his embarrassment, human or ghost, must die. A few minutes later, the Bolt Sect was victorious. They annihilated the entire clan of blood-sucking vampires and suffered fewer casualties than expected. Only 3 Helsing members had died in the battle, and another 4 had injuries of varying degrees. This was a very low loss rate. Under normal circumstances, Helsings only outnumbered the blood race by half. Even if they managed to secure a hard-fought victory, at least half, maybe even most of them would have been killed. Today was a rare victory. The remaining Helsings began to transport the bodies of the blood race from the darkness and into an open space in the middle of the manor. These bodies served as proof of mission completion, and they needed to extract the hearts as evidence. 1, 2, 3, 6, only 6. Darkblade counted them one by one, frowning. Where are the other 2? What about Franz? The strongest one. His face was grim. If the mission target's most crucial element was missing, the final reward would be significantly reduced. Here. A low voice came from the darkness not far away. 2 bodies were thrown over. Thud, thud. The group looked down and saw a vampire dressed in ancient noble attire. His entire body was a bloody sight, his head was smashed flat, and his chest pierced with dozens of large steel bolts. The other body was also a member of the blood race. It had a large hole in its chest and its head had been twisted off. Fortunately, there were still some heart tissues and bits of the heart in the cavity, though it was barely enough for the mission. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footsteps approached. They turned their heads and saw a tall, cloaked figure carrying a bloody mechanical crossbow. The menacing glint of its sharp curve added to its terrifying presence. 5 days later, on a remote mountain path deep in the Antam Mountains, Cassius appeared once again, wearing a cloak and carrying a suitcase. He lifted a bell to summon a carriage. In no time, Cassius re-entered the rainy world. The black carriage raced along the road, its destination still Black Rain Manor. Sitting in the spacious carriage, he glanced up at the time bar next to the ring icon in the top right corner. There were about 50 days left in the time travel period. It had initially been 7 months, and now 5 months and 10 days had passed. Cassius didn't have much time left. The original owner's lingering attachment in this time travel journey was quite unusual. He had only one goal in mind: deal with Black Rain Manor. Any other actions would not earn extra time to stay. So, if Cassius wanted to continue his stay, he had to do something about Black Rain Manor. Obviously, Twilight's lingering attachment would not ask him to deal with Black Rain Manor from the start. There had to be a process. Any moves made to weaken the manor should also suffice. For instance, purposefully not completing the periodic 3-month task, luring the decaying knights on a wild goose chase before taking them down, or destroying the buildings and layouts within Black Rain Manor, thus disrupting its normal operation. Or Cassius's current experiment, fishing. When the carriage entered the rainy world, there were all sorts of strange and eerie scenes on the way to Black Rain Manor. Cassius had every reason to suspect that these bizarre events and humanoid creatures were related to the manor. They were either influenced by its power, or they were simply part of the fabric of its existence. It seemed like a reasonable and feasible guess that eliminating these things would be tantamount to taking down part of the manor. And now that he had recovered his strength, he could give it a go. Though the carriage rumbled forward, it felt very stable sitting inside the carriage. Cassius looked out through the window screen on his side. The scene was different from before. The rainy world was constantly changing. The rain outside was heavier than expected. It wasn't a drizzle but a heavy downpour. Visibility was low, and it was very dim, with forests on both sides of the road. Tree trunks and branches flashed by continuously. No one knew what lurked in the rainy forest. There could be rabbits, brown bears, perhaps even strange monsters. The black carriage sped steadily along the path. Suddenly, the gauzy material on the right side billowed out as a strong arm reached out from within. It exposed itself to the air, swaying back and forth like a hook. If it was meant to be, they would bite. An alluring aura drifted by, unimpeded by the rain. Something seemed to stir in the rain. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the forest, a shadow darted closer, alongside the road. A massive python, as thick as a barrel, slithered speedily across the ground as if it were chasing the carriage. It was at least 10 meters long, its mottled scales exuding a chilling aura. The python quickly approached. Rearing its upper body, its serpentine eyes shining with an eerie light, it opened its jaws wide and lunged. Whoosh! A strong gust of wind blew past. It's here. The arm swiftly retracted. The python snapped at nothing but air. In practically the next second, 2 massive arms, as thick as concrete pillars, stretched out the window. The veins on them bulged like tree branches, and the muscles were knotted like steel cables. A large hand latched onto the python's head. There was an overwhelming burst of power as the hands dragged it into the carriage. The 10-meter-long python was instantly yanked out of the air, like a wide cloth being frantically pulled. Inside the carriage, Cassius looked delighted. He braced his feet against the carriage floor, exerting inhuman, brutal strength with both hands, forcibly dragging a gigantic snake head inside. Buzz! A high-speed spinning white aura enveloped Cassius's entire arm as he unleashed the azure wind flow to its full potential, the accelerated blood flow's immense power surging into his arm muscles. Severing flow. Cassius's right hand sliced through the python's flesh like a spinning white chainsaw, and torrents of blood gushed out and stained the entire carriage. Agonized, the python opened its mouth wide and tried to bite Cassius's body, but with the carriage window and Cassius's arm firmly holding it in place, it couldn't turn or retreat. Meanwhile, a string of thuds came from outside the carriage. As the black carriage sped into a narrow forest, the python's massive body crashed through the trees, causing a tremendous ruckus. Its tough scales couldn't protect its body from being battered and torn. Inside the carriage, Cassius continued his work with methodical precision. His entire arm was now buried inside the python, having cut through about a third of its flesh. The blood had sprayed out a thin red carpet inside the carriage, sticky and pungent. Thump, thump, thump. He could hear heavy footsteps approaching the carriage. Suddenly, a huge force from outside began yanking at the python's body. Fortunately, Cassius reacted quickly, his strong arms clamping down on the wound in the snake's head, his feet braced against the carriage. He sensed that the commotion the python had been making had lured in the unknown presence outside. The two were now engaged in a fierce tug-of-war through the window, both extremely strong. At times, the muscular Cassius managed to pull the snake's body a little further inside, while at other times, the creature outside nearly succeeded in dragging the python out. Cassius knew that the creature outside was stronger than him, because not only was it also moving at a high speed, it didn't have the same leverage he had. As for the black carriage, it seemed to be governed by some sort of rule. The carriage was incredibly resilient and seemed indestructible. Unaffected by the forces at play that were currently happening inside, it continued to move steadily forward. KRRK. The python's scales scraped along the edge of the window. Whatever was outside was pulling it, inch by inch, out. You want to take my catch? Perhaps it was due to his powerful physique enhanced by his training in covert martial arts, but Cassius had a strong desire to compete when it came to strength. He let out a furious roar, his eyes turning red as his muscles took on a hard, black hue. His arms became as solid as iron, veins bulging beneath his skin like wriggling worms. Power flooded through him. His muscles swelled, stretching his skin to the limit. His pores seemed to open up, as if releasing steam. The powerful muscles in his arms turned into a mix of red and black. You want to match strength with me? Well, get in here. With a mighty pull, Cassius yanked the python's head inside the carriage. Rip! The recoil sent him flying backward and crashing heavily against the opposite wall of the carriage. When he looked down, he saw that he had torn off the head of the monstrous python where it lay in a bloody mess. Meanwhile, the creature outside had snatched away the body. The snake's death was undeniably tragic. Damn it! Cassius, his eyes still red, was infuriated. He felt he had lost the tug-of-war. Hot steam was practically coming out of his nostrils. He vented his anger by punching the snake's head, driving his fist deep into it. As if the head wasn't gruesome already, it now had a deep pit at the top. Wait a minute. I didn't lose. I used Azure Wind Flow to create an opening in the snake's head, and when the two forces pulled at the same time, the break naturally occurred there. Cassius gradually calmed down as he reassured himself. He took several deep breaths, surveying the mess inside the carriage, and reminded himself, don't let Black Rain Manor or things like shadow demons hold some kind of sway over you. Impulsiveness, impatience, and bloodlust are the greatest enemies of progress in covert martial arts. He recalled one of the principles of Wind Elephant Fist. When your mind becomes as clear as a stream, the wind becomes unstoppable. The redness in his eyes gradually faded. He scooched over to the window and looked out. In a nearby forest, a massive 5-meter-tall ape was carrying a piece of the snake's body. It ran deeper into the woods, as if afraid its prey would get stolen. Each step it took made a dull thump, like thunder clapping. Cassius silently pulled his head back. You never know what kind of monster you're wrestling with on the other side of the window? Honestly, even though he had lost to this muscular giant ape in strength, it wasn't something to scoff at. Giant snake, giant ape. Such large creatures exist even in the rainy world, huh? I thought there'd only be bizarre, illogically twisted monsters, but perhaps ordinary creatures in this realm have mutated under the manor's power? Cassius speculated, drawing from Twilight's bank of knowledge. Black Rain Manor was an enigmatic entity. No one knew its origin, its purpose, or even when it first appeared. The Helsing only knew that the manor hunted dark creatures, and the more dark creatures it hunted, the more terrifying it became. It revived non-stop. As time went on, other mysterious areas of the manor gradually opened up. It hunted dark creatures not out of kindness but to revive itself. Perhaps when Black Rain Manor was fully restored, it would become the largest dark creature there was. Moreover, Twilight's memories revealed that, according to some historical speculation that was kept hush-hush, Black Rain Manor had appeared more than once in history, dating back to the era of the Moker Kingdom 1,000 years ago. It would be active for a period and then fall silent, and this would happen every several decades. When the manor chose to become dormant, all marked ones would instantly die since they were expendable. As Cassius pondered, the carriage wheels continued to carry him forward before finally stopping at a station not far from Black Rain Manor. Cassius got off, not bothering to open an umbrella, and allowing the rain to wash away the blood on his cloak. A Helsing, who was on the side waiting for the carriage, glanced with some surprise at Cassius before ringing the bell vigorously. The black carriage, which had been stationary, responded to the bell's call, slowly turning and changing direction. The Helsing and Cassius brushed past each other as the former entered the carriage. Immediately, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Ah! Cassius walked expressionlessly along the forest path, glancing at the upper right corner. There was good news and bad news. The good news was that the time bar had indeed increased, proving Cassius's guess correct. The bad news was that the time bar had only increased by 1 day, which was disproportionate to everything that Cassius had done. He guessed this meant he still had to try hunting the decaying knights down. Fortunately, Cassius had prepared for this. He hadn't completed the 3-month task, deliberately stalling so he could see whether he needed to defy Black Rain Manor based on what happened in the end. It seemed like he would indeed have to be hunted. Nov. L. B//JNN. According to Twilight's memory, the decaying knights were divided into several types. They were all, without exception, extremely powerful and possessed formidable combat techniques. Each of them was a master who had steeped themselves in combat techniques for centuries. Once they were dispatched, it almost certainly spelled out a Helsing's death. Without a doubt, the decaying knights were intimidating. If Cassius wanted to turn from hunted to hunter, he would need to do a lot of planning and preparation. Muscle wasn't everything. Half an hour later, at the Bolt Sect outpost of Black Rain Manor, a tall figure stood in the rain, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. A crisp, pleasant female voice came from inside. Hello, a cute and pure girl around 20 years old, with fair skin and short hair cut into a charming bob, stood in front of Cassius. Her face had a hint of naive innocence, as if she were a newcomer. At this moment, the girl wore a fearful expression. Cassius was clearly not a member of the Bolt Sect who boasted slim bodies. On the contrary, the heavily built man outside the door, with his strong body wrapped in a black cloak, carried an oppressive aura and the smell of blood. A pair of cold eyes stared from under the black hat. The girl swallowed nervously, taking 2 steps back. She clenched her fists and mustered up the courage to speak. Why you? Hello. May I help you? This is the Bolt Sect outpost. We usually don't allow outsiders in. I'm not an outsider. A deep voice sounded. Cassius stepped inside and waved his strong arms before the girl's eyes. The bold sect insignia on them was unmistakable. Where's Darkblade? My room key is still with him. I'm taking over Mr. Darkblade's duties now, so I have the key. The girl relaxed when she saw the insignia on Cassius's hand. Initially, she thought Cassius was from another sect and looking for trouble. She hadn't expected him to be a member of the Bold sect. Half a minute later, Cassius grabbed the key and made his way to his room. At the door, the girl watched his broad back going down the hallway like a moving wall, and she muttered to herself, "Since when did our Bold sect have such a big guy?" She frowned and looked down, her pupils shrinking when she saw the ground. There were wet footprints stained with blood. As was routine, Cassius returned to his room to shower, then headed to the Bold sect canteen to eat. During this time, many eyes swiveled his way, all filled with either fear, shock, disgust, or admiration. Apparently, since the group mission 5 days ago, there have been rumors about Cassius. Not long after lunch, Darkblade came to see him. He handed Cassius an extra task token and task voucher. Based on his contribution in battle, this was his due reward from the group mission, amounting to approximately 3.5 units of dark essence. It wasn't too bad, at least, it was better than a regular shield task. Together with Cassius's original task, he now had over 15 units of dark essence. It was time to strengthen himself one last time before hunting the decaying knights. An hour later, Cassius walked down the grey brick street toward the baptism chapel. He found himself, once again, in a familiar old place, a dim private room. All tasks and item exchanges were completed, and he had gained a total of 16 units of dark essence. After the shower of black rain, Cassius had gained 8 units of soul power. He sat cross-legged on the private room floor. He didn't immediately start using it and instead looked up to the top right. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Elephant Herd 68%, total 3 stages. Elephant Soul incomplete, Bug Bite 46.7%, total 3 stages. After 6 months of relentless slaughter, Cassius had restored his power level, even improving both of them. His physique had advanced by 3.5%, which was the same amount he had increased in order to experiment with soul power. According to the conclusion drawn by the Helsings, if one's strength increased too much at once in Black Rain manner, the marked one might not be able to control it, and the force could corrupt and damage their body. In severe cases, the body could explode and die. Cassius tested this phenomenon. He found that what the Helsings said was true. If you enhanced your power too much at once to the point where you couldn't control it, it could cause unknown consequences to the body. However, Cassius's Wind Elephant Fist level was higher than his Elephant Soul. Theoretically, his precise control of power exceeded his physical level, meaning Cassius could increase his Elephant Soul's Bug Bite up to 68% without harm. He tried it once in his last enhancement where he increased his physique in Bug Bite by 3.5% in one go. His hypothesis had been slightly off. Cassius could indeed enhance his Bug Bite up to 68% where it reached the 3rd level accelerated blood flow, but his body still needed time to adapt and adjust. He estimated that each 5% enhancement of Bug Bite required about 1 to 2 months of rest. After all, at Cassius's level of power, he could even wrestle with giant apes. Ordinary people would be quite terrified by his 5% enhancement. According to his calculations, Cassius needed roughly 4 to 8 months to enhance his physique to the 3rd level accelerated blood flow. It wasn't too long nor too short, and therefore quite acceptable. After all, if one went through the Covert Martial Arts training step by step, it would take years to advance from the 2nd level accelerated blood flow to the 3rd. Unless they were exceptionally talented. Setting those thoughts aside, Cassius assumed the secret technique stance. Suddenly, a surge of heat spread from the core throughout his body. The strong muscles and bones in various parts of his body began to rapidly change under the effects of the soul power. The muscles became more compact and firm, its improved shape capable of exerting force better. The bones grew heavier and broader, shining white like porcelain. Changes that would take years occurred in an instant. Cassius opened his eyes and clenched his palm. He could feel a powerful surge within him, a strength that grew steadily stronger. Elephant Soul incomplete, Bug Bite 46.7%, Rightward Arrow Bug Bite 51.7%. The day when Bug Bite reached completion crept closer. He felt the soul power within him. He still had about 4.5 units remaining. After having used 3.5 units for the enhancement, Cassius couldn't help clicking his tongue. It was getting harder as he progressed. Previously, a unit of soul power could enhance PRI cycling by over 10%, but now the exchange rate was nearly 1% per unit. Remaining, 4.5 units of soul power. Cassius couldn't help but set his sights on a type of hardening Qigong, stone armor technique. In the real world, Cassius had gained first-hand experience by personally testing it. He was a pugilist at the 2nd level accelerated blood flow stage who could withstand small firearm shots when fully activated. He still had to dodge when it came to light machine guns. If Cassius were hit by a barrage of bullets, even he'd have a hard time coming out of it unscathed. This was especially the case when it came to more powerful weapons like heavy machine guns or sniper rifles. He'd still have to run from the ones that could easily penetrate his body like high-powered firearms. The further he got, the better. A pugilist's punch can penetrate armor as thick as a finger joint, and have reflexes quick enough to catch a flying sparrow. Each time a blood node in the body clears, one's explosive power would instantly double, continuing until the navel, heart, and brow nodes fully connect to form a loop. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. At that stage, one would be granted a terrifying physical strength and unparalleled endurance to the point that they can survive for more than half a month without food or water. The cycle of the 3 nodes will continuously accelerate, refining the body and nurturing a mysterious power beyond what is physically possible for a human body. This power is known as Qi. Different Qi can also be generated through practicing different covert martial arts and having varied life experiences. Once Qi is activated, one's strength and will to fight would also increase at a constant rate. Qi envelopes them, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. A covert martial artist may even be able to accurately perceive and predict enemy movements within the scope of their Qi. Mastering Qi, refining combat skills until they are perfect, and evolving the body alongside a chosen Dao that is the essence of a sect master, otherwise known as a combat artist. Only at the level of a combat artist can the body withstand machine gun fire and survive a sniper's bullet without fatal injuries. However, this can only occur when one fully practices the purest state of covert martial arts. It is also possible to rely on external forces. Cassius's thoughts turned to the covert martial arts and techniques. To put it bluntly, techniques were a severely simplified and diminished version of covert martial arts. While it emphasized certain areas, covert martial arts was comprehensive, elevating every aspect of the human body overall. Techniques, on the other hand, focused purely on one aspect, and lacked the foundational structure and the means to break through and evolve the human body. The effect of a technique could surpass that of the covert martial arts when it came to a specific technique-focused area. For example, Azure Wind Flow, the incomplete technique that Lisa had left him, possessed an astonishing destructive power. If Cassius continued practicing it, he might even be able to form a tornado sphere. Similarly, the stone armor technique was also a type of technique that focused on physical defense. There were rumors that, when fully mastered, one would appear to be wearing hard stone armor on their entire body, enabling them to resist various kinds of sharp and blunt attacks. Unfortunately, the body refinement sect practitioners among the Helsing did not perform outstandingly. The hardening Qigong did not demonstrate much power and often led to injuries, even death, during tasks, as they had to be at the forefront of battles against dark creatures. As time passed, the body refinement sect practitioners deemed it a useless technique. However, over the past few months of reading and practicing the stone armor technique, Cassius discovered one issue. The Black Rain Manor's enhancement did not allow the Helsing to break through the human body's limits to reach the stage of a pugilist. Although the body refinement sect practitioners trained in the stone armor technique and trained their bodies to support the hardening Qigong, their physiques were below the human limit. The fact that the body refinement sect could still pass down their lineage, even as they faced non-human dark creatures in such a state, was a testament to the quality of the stone armor technique. Cassius believed that if the hardening Qigong was used by someone at a level beyond a pugilist, its true power might be revealed. In the chamber, he took out a manual and began reviewing it, carefully rereading the important details. 10 minutes later, Cassius set down the stone armor technique manual. He relaxed his body slightly, allowing his firm muscles to pulsate while the burning blood in his veins circulated steadily. Let's do this. I'll use soul power to enhance the stone armor technique. Cassius closed his eyes. In an instant, soul power dispersed throughout his body. The stone armor technique began replaying over and over at 1,000-fold speed. Every inch of his muscle exuded a heavy airflow that suddenly rose inside of him and toward the surface. The pain was akin to being hammered 1,000 times in every limb and bone. As his bones and joints started to crack, Cassius frowned but did not show any sign of pain. This was just the first layer of the stone armor technique, so the pain was nothing compared to the agony brought about from enhancing the Wind Elephant covert martial arts. Gradually, the heavy airflow began to secrete from his muscles to his skin like an invisible liquid, covering layer after layer on his skin, like applying multiple coatings of sunscreen. The changes in his tendons and muscles were subtle, but the skin and muscles beneath it began to writhe and mutate. They became denser and heavier, as if his body was covered with a sheet of light armor. He suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the upper right corner. Stone armor technique, light armor beginner, total 2 stages. The first stage of the stone armor technique was light armor, the second stage called heavy armor. Each stage was further divided into beginner, proficient, and mastered. Unlike Azure Wind Flow, it did not display a percentage, though he was unsure if it was due to the technique being complete. Cassius reached out and pinched his skin, immediately noticing it was much tougher. His defense had been heightened. He felt relieved. As expected, hardening Qigong was meant to amplify the existing physique. The stone armor technique wasn't completely useless. Well, he'll keep going then. Remaining, 3.7 units of soul power. Cassius closed his eyes again, his entire body trembling as he felt soul power circulate inside him. A vital force gradually spread from the core of his body in the form of a heavy airflow, continuously passing through his bones and muscles to reach the skin. Stone armor technique, light armor proficiency, 2 layers. Remaining, 2.5 units of soul power. Cassius did not open his eyes this time. Needless to say, he simply pushed through. Whoosh! 2 units of soul power dispersed instantly. Cassius's entire body ached, and his bones cracked audibly. He stood up, showcasing his wildly bulging muscles. Unlike before, His strong muscles were covered with a faint gray layer, making him look like he was covered in marble. Additionally, his skin had the thick, solid feel of stone. He raised his large hand and hit his chest hard, producing a resounding thud. It sounded like stones clashing together. I can feel it. My defense has gotten stronger, Cassius said, glancing at the upper right corner with satisfaction. Stone armor technique, light armor mastery, 2 layers. As he stared, a line of small black text, resembling an explanation, appeared beneath the entry. This is. Cassius squinted his eyes. Skin hardening level 1, due to practicing hardening Qigong, the muscles and skin on the surface of the body has increased slightly in density, becoming tougher and more resilient. It is now capable of withstanding slashes, stabs, blunt force, and other types of damage. Slight increase? Just how much is this slight increase? Cassius excitedly began experimenting, eager to see the effectiveness of his level 1 skin hardening. The chamber soon echoed with the dull thuds of blows, and after a few minutes, he came to a rough conclusion. When Cassius was in his normal state and didn't purposefully exert or channel his energy, the stone armor technique enhanced his defense by 40%. But in a fully explosive state, the stone armor technique boosted his defense by 80%, nearly doubling it. It was quite a significant feat. Prior to training in the hardening Qigong, Cassius could already withstand bullets coming from small firearms, with the only injuries he suffered superficial. But now with this 80% increase, small firearms wouldn't be able to even break his skin, and light machine guns or automatic rifles would likely be of no threat. It would be as if Cassius was wearing a permanent bulletproof vest. Not only could skin hardening render a person completely impervious to bullets, it could also effectively withstand slashes or stabs from cold weapons as well as strong blunt force, almost like wearing an all-purpose leather armor. Furthermore, this was only light armor. If he were to master heavy armor, Cassius's physical defense might improve by leaps and bounds. Admittedly, there were some highly effective techniques. By specializing and focusing on one aspect, one would eventually be totally unmatched. Additionally, techniques had their own unique advantages. In an open area, Cassius took on a combat stance and performed a simple set of wind elephant fist exercises. As he punched and kicked, the initial discomfort from the various changes to his body faded away. The side effects the Helsings claimed would arise from rapid, excessive enhancement was negligible, practically non-existent, for Cassius. One reason was because Cassius had spent the past 6 months studying the stone armor technique and was well prepared. Another reason was that, at the second level accelerated blood flow stage, his body had fully adapted to the rapid enhancements from the hardening Qigong. 5 minutes later, a tall figure in a cloak walked briskly down the grey road of the Black Rain Manor. His cloak fluttering slightly behind him, it vaguely revealed the strong muscles underneath along with a layer of grey stone. The next day, a conversation was taking place in a simple, dark room within the Black Rain Manor. How much do you need? Sticky oil may not be rare, but each bottle is worth at least 1,000 Federation dollars. How about this? If you buy more than 5 bottles, I can give you a 10% discount, a man said slowly, a black pipe in his mouth. His hair was disheveled, and he dressed sloppily. He looked to be in his 40s. Give me a 30% discount, the customer in front of him haggled in a low voice. No way, that's too much. I'll buy 10 bottles, 30% off. Sold. The man quickly shook Cassius's hand. Then, he took out a small box where 10 transparent bottles, each about the size of half a fist and containing a thick, dark green liquid, lay. Though all the bottles were sealed, the box emitted a foul odor of swamp gas. 10 bottles of sticky oil, a total of 7,000 Federation dollars. The man wore a shrewd smile on his face. The Helsing rarely used dark essence for ordinary transactions, because it seemed like such a waste to exchange it for money or mundane luxuries. Ordinary Marked Ones struggled even with the compulsory missions every 3 months, much less having the strength to complete extra tasks. Furthermore, a low-level compulsory mission only rewarded a mere pittance of 1 or 2 units of dark essence. To survive their next task, they'd have to use most of the dark essence they had earned to enhance their abilities. As such, Marked Ones usually used money to conduct ordinary transactions. In Twilight's era, 7,000 Federation dollars wasn't cheap. Its purchasing power was comparable to that of the British pound during the Industrial Revolution. This amount could easily buy a small estate. As for where Cassius got his money, well, many of his tasks involved him madly hunting dark creatures down, some of whom had blended into high society by creating noble identities for themselves. In an effort to better infiltrate cities and hunt humans, they acquired vast wealth. Once Cassius took those creatures down, he naturally took whatever he wanted. After all, fortune favored the bold. He had plenty of money, so 7,000 meant nothing. Accepting the box from the man, he took the chance to ask, I heard you also have. In the room, Cassius reached into his cloak, quickly pulling out a stack of bills and handing them to the man. 20 minutes later, a cloaked figure holding an umbrella and carrying a large mahogany box stepped into the rain. Behind him, a middle-aged man waved enthusiastically, beaming. You'll be the first to know when I get good stuff. Remember my brand, boss, it's called Melancholic Rose Miscellany. In the afternoon, at a shop in Black Rain Manor, a Marked One was hanging a freshly crafted, sturdy medieval-style shield on the wall. It was an inverted triangle, with sides that curved outward and a menacing axe emblem in the center of the shield. Heavy footsteps came from outside, and a burly man walked in. The marked one put down a white cloth and hurried over. How can I help you, sir? Iron scale armor, flanged mace, battle axe, flail, scimitar, tulak cleaver, rapier. On second thought, give me one of each of these weapons, and have them sent to the Bolt Sect. The marked one's eyes lit up at the customer's request. A big order had come in. 2 days later, in the largest training room of the Bolt Sect came the continuous clanging of clashing weapons. A scimitar slashed through the air at a slant, a flash of silver light following. Clang! 2 thick fingers clamped onto the blade. The man wielding the blade jerked it backward, but no matter what methods he employed, he couldn't retrieve the scimitar and was forced to release the hilt. He shook his head, smiling wryly. Twilight, that's all the moves I've learned from the Kiyamu scimitar technique. As for the more advanced ones, you'll have to forgive me for my lack of skill. No worries, thank you for your help, Mr. Tassi, Cassius replied. He handed the scimitar back. Then he took out a small stack of bills from his pocket. Here's the remaining 1,000 Hungly Federation dollars. This is yours, Mr. Tassi. Thank you. Tassi sheathed the scimitar and nodded gratefully. Marked ones weren't short of money, but it was situation dependent. In just an hour of sparring and demonstrating some martial arts moves, he had netted himself 1,500 Hungly Federation dollars. What a steal! He stuffed the bills into his pocket and pushed the door open to leave. Outside the door, 4 or 5 marked ones holding various weapons were sitting and waiting, chatting amicably among themselves. As Tassi emerged, several people turned to look at him. He smiled, patted his left chest and nodded. Without a word, he walked toward the corridor. The people on the chairs also smiled and continued chatting. After a moment, a voice came from inside the training room. Next, Mr. Bartley with the flail. A burly man stood up. My turn. 2 days later, on the outskirts of Nington City, at Joachim Manor. It was a remote place, with the nearest landmark being a small town half a kilometer away, and was at least 5 or 6 kilometers from the city center. 2 figures in suits embraced each other at the entrance. Mr. Twilight, Joachim Manor is now yours. Use it however you wish. I also wanted to thank you for your generosity. You gave me the chance to make some extra cash. All right, I'm off. Goodbye. The middle-aged man got into the carriage beside him. As the black carriage stuttered to a start, the curtain at the left window lifted up, and the man waved with a smile. A tall figure in a suit stood silently at the entrance. In his hand, the man held a blueprint that detailed the structure of Joachim Manor. In addition, there were many kinds of designs within the manor that had yet to exist in reality, specifically traps, spikes, pits, stakes, explosives, landmines, and so on. That evening, many young and strong farm laborers in the villages nearby received news that a generous lord had arrived at Joachim Manor with plans to hire some workers to completely renovate it. The more people, the better. Moreover, they'd be paid an ample hourly rate. The more work they did, the more they earned. For a while, the entire village was restless. A few more days passed until one night in Nington City, 2 boxy cars parked on the decaying floor in an abandoned warehouse under a hazy moonlight. They emitted a rotten smell. 2 groups were in the midst of a deal. Shall we inspect the goods first? Sure. One of the boxy cars opened, revealing a considerable number of smuggled arms. There were landmines, grenades, submachine guns, heavy machine guns. Not bad. The tall shadow nodded. Where's the money? The slightly shorter figure asked. Here. The tall one handed over a briefcase directly. 10 minutes later. Pleasure doing business, the 2 said. Both satisfied parties got into their boxy cars and drove off in opposite directions. Late in the night at Joachim Manor, a car drove into the nearby warehouse. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Half an hour later on the second floor of the villa, Cassius sat on the sofa, sipping his freshly brewed black tea. He pondered for a moment and shrugged off his cloak, revealing a set of hard, silver, tight-fitting armor. The armor not only boasted strong defensive capabilities but was also fairly flexible. If Cassius were to use his full strength, it'd still hold together even with his bulging muscles. He raised the teacup and took a big gulp of hot tea. Glancing at the pistol on the coffee table, Cassius stood up. Behind him was a counter that looked like decoration with all kinds of brand new cold weapons and a set of metal armor. He walked through the living room to the balcony, glancing over the manor's vast interior space. On the surface, it seemed peaceful, but danger lurked beneath, with various traps hidden within. Oh right, he still had a few landmines left to bury. Although having prepared to this extent, Cassius was still somewhat dissatisfied. Due to the tight time frame, he couldn't implement many of his ideas, but it should still be enough to deal with the first assassination attempt. He had a magnificent gift waiting for his dear decaying knights. After several days, in the Entam Mountains, at Black Rain Manor, boom, boom, boom. The thunder in the sky rumbled like a giant iron ball was rolling across the ceiling. The manor trembled violently as the torrential rain and fierce wind lashed down from the sky. Black rain was falling in a heavier and more violent downpour than usual. What's going on? Everyone inside the various buildings of Black Rain Manor, whether they were in the mission hall, sect bases, or the shops, raised their heads slightly to gaze up at the sky. A marked one failed to complete their compulsory mission. I wonder which unlucky fool it was? Haha. Idiot's probably a rookie. Someone must really want to die if he's trying his damnedest to not do a compulsory mission. You'd have a better chance of surviving if you just force yourself to do the mission. But he's basically signed his own death sentence by running away. Those decaying knights around the manor are about to move out. That kid is doomed. Some mist-enshrouded tall shadows who had been wandering aimlessly around Black Rain Manor suddenly trembled. As one, they turned and stepped forward. A black carriage was speeding down the road leading into the manor from the outside. A Helsing, sitting by the window, glanced outside when a series of unfamiliar hoofbeats sounded ahead. He pulled back the curtain slightly and looked out, spotting a tall warhorse clad in heavy armor galloping forward, carrying a knight with a sword on its back. The ostentatious-looking silver cross-shaped hilt of the sword protruded from behind the knight's shoulder. The end bore a skull emblem and was stained with congealed black-red patches. It oddly resembled a massive cross, giving off a sense of decayed metal. The decaying knights have been dispatched. Hundreds of miles away, in Nington City at Joachim Manor, a tall figure sat cross-legged in a dim chamber. His towering and robust body looked solid with the surface textured like hardened rock. Sweat dripped from his slightly flushed body with a soft plop, resembling beads falling off a string and hitting the ground. Some of the sweat evaporated into a white mist due to the intense heat emanating from his body. The originally light black shield emblem on the back of the man's right hand burst into a bright red glow, as intense as a flashlight. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. And so it begins. Cassius felt a sinking feeling in his heart and an inexplicable sense of impending doom. It was as if there were eyes high above watching him, utterly devoid of any human emotion. There was only a cold, merciless logic, tinged with mechanical bloodlust. Opening his eyes, he looked down at his hot right hand. The shield emblem gradually dimmed, returning to its original brightness. However, the once ordinary medieval-style shield now had a menacing spear, shot from an unknown place, stabbing through it. The center of the shield had been shattered, seemingly killing the person behind it in one blow. Is this basically saying I'm a dead man? Heh. Cassius let out a cold chuckle and closed his eyes once again. 2 days later, in the outskirts of Nington City, dark clouds obscured the once clear sky as twilight settled in. The occasional lightning flash cut through as rain poured down. The rain came suddenly, and within seconds, everything was shrouded in a transparent blur. Tall and small trees alike stood staunchly in the fierce storm while large raindrops pounded furiously against the gray walls. Crash! Another flash of lightning tore through the sky, followed by thunder that roared like a crack of doom. The loud boom was enough to make one's scalp tingle and one's chest feel as if something hard and heavy had smashed into it. Nay? A black carriage stopped on the country road. Moments later, a man holding an umbrella slowly meandered along. He was wearing a large black cloak and held a huge box in his left hand, which seemed to contain a suitcase and clothes. The rain from the sky hit the umbrella's surface and burst into sparkling water droplets. Cassius, in his waterproof black boots, left a trail of footprints as he walked through the muddy country road toward the manor a few hundred meters away. Slightly tilting the edge of his umbrella, he glanced up at the dark sky and then raised his left hand to check the time. Click. The minute hand moved, and the time changed to 6:01 p.m. Cassius whipped around, staring back at the road behind him, the look in his eyes sharp and cutting. The shadows of the trees were blurry from the rain. There was no one else besides him. A normal villager wouldn't be wandering around in such a downpour. Cassius paused for a second, then turned back, and resumed walking. The sound of his shoes squelching in the mud echoed. After walking less than 10 meters, an elongated, thin figure appeared in the hazy rain behind him. It was covered from head to toe in metal armor, with iron plates riveted like fish scales, and a conical iron helmet on its head. In its jointed metal gauntlets was a tufa-slashing sword. The cold rain fell on the brutal-looking joints of the armor, running down with a slight reddish tint. It was unclear if it was rust or some dark red substance dissolving from the armor's crevices. Beneath the knight's helmet, a pair of wooden eyes opened. In the next second, an unprecedented bloodlust burst through, scattering the previously blank expression. The slashing sword knight, driven by cruel sadism, took its first step. Kill, 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 kill. Bang! The sound of wood shattering suddenly came from ahead. At some point, Cassius had turned around. He was still holding an umbrella in his left hand, but in the other, he had a massive heavy machine gun called Silver Rain, named for being able to fire off a storm of silver bullets as fierce as a deluge on a battlefield. It had a caliber of 11.43 millimeters, weighed 27.2 kilograms, and could theoretically fire 600 rounds per minute, or 10 rounds per second. Click. Tat 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 tat. The machine gun bullets wildly cut an arc through the rain with its powerful silver barrage. The recoil struck Cassius's firm body, with the only tremor being the umbrella above his head. His expression remained unchanged. Raindrops splashed off the surface of the black umbrella, scattering onto Cassius's shoes, coat, and face. Directly opposite of him, the slashing sword knight was about to charge forward, but the sheer force of the bullets forced it to come to an abrupt halt. Golden sparks erupted on its arms, legs, groin, chest armor, and helmet. In a single second, 10 machine gun bullets struck the knight, the violent force of it pinning it in place. Ding 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 ding. Metal thuds rang crisply out without pause. The knight's armor seemed to be coated with a dull gray substance, which absorbed the bullet's fierce onslaught. Roar. The knight staggered back unwillingly before pushing forward with an angry roar, trying to rush at Cassius as it slashed down. However, the heavy machine gun's firepower easily forced it back. After a continuous flurry of bullets, the knight's armor began to show signs of damage. Some protective force started to dissipate as the dull gray substance on its surface faded. In the distance, the exhausted knight raised its arms to shield its face. Sparks flew all over its body as the bullets struck. You fool! You'd have a better chance at flying than coming at me right now. You really underestimate the power of human technology, heh. Cassius continued to fire mercilessly. The despair that had consumed him when he claimed that his death was imminent was gone. Guess firearms aren't as inconvenient as I thought. Even with his body nearing the third-level blood flow acceleration and training in hardening Qigong, he still had a hard time withstanding the ruthless onslaught of a heavy machine gun. The fact that the decaying night lasted this long was a miracle in and of itself. Supernatural beings certainly had their own bizarre strengths, but one couldn't underestimate the rapidly evolving and relentless advancements of human technology. Unless it was something like a shadow demon where physical attacks just passed through their bodies, anything still bound by the laws of the material world had to bow to the laws of physics. Bullets, grenades, missiles, even nuclear bombs. Temperatures of tens of millions or even billions of degrees Celsius where a single explosion could vaporize everything in an instant. Regardless of how nonsensical things were, everything had its limits. Nothing could have withstanded such an unparalleled destructive force. Ding 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 ding. The slashing sword knight staggered back, then lunged to the left to dodge the bullets. However, the bullets pursued it relentlessly, striking the ground, and spraying up mud. The knight was shot down to the ground and desperately tried to get back up, but the bullets forced it to stay down and prevented any kind of movement. Clang! A fist-sized, oval-shaped object was thrown through the air. It smacked the knight's metal helmet before landing with a splat in the nearby mud, creating a small crater. As the knight's pitch-black gaze landed on it, a grenade exploded. Boom! The explosion's force covered a blast zone of several meters. Clang! A broken slashing sword arced through the air before finally lodging itself into the muddy ground. This decaying knight is kind of dumb. It seems to be driven by some kind of emotion. All it seems to know is how to attack. Cassius pondered briefly, then threw another grenade. Boom! Clang! A shattered helmet was blasted off. It looked like Cassius had bested the decaying knight from Black Rain Manor, and who could really blame it? After all, the rusted medieval knights had never seen, never mind fought against, modern weapons. As they were only recently developed by the Hungli Federation, the machine guns and grenades had not even been battle-tested yet. In the past few decades, the Federation had seen rapid advances in war technology, new gunpowder, automatic rifles, bombs from planes, and more. The pace at which technology in the current period was progressing was beyond imagination. Who would have thought that within just a few decades, humans would go from clumsy propeller planes to landing on the moon? Rat-tat-tat. Another burst of machine gun fire rang out in the distance. Cassius looked at the shattered armor from far away, thinking the decaying knight inside should have been eliminated. But when he glanced at the top right corner, he noticed that the progress bar hadn't moved. It's still alive? Could it maybe resurrect? As Cassius pondered this, he heard the sound of hoofbeats get increasingly closer in the misty rain. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the manor. Each heavy footstep he took left a small crater in the muddy road. Behind him, a knight on horseback charged, a massive metal cross-shaped sword in its hand. The two, one fleeing and the other in hot pursuit, approached the manor gate. While running, Cassius had used a combination of bullets and grenades to significantly obstruct the knight, allowing him to be the first to rush into the manor's entrance. His eyes flashed as he vaulted over the wall with one hand. Behind him, the knight spurred its seemingly cumbersome warhorse over the wall, horse and rider tracing a graceful arc through the air. Its hooves touched the ground and with a splat, it fell into a pit that had been dug in advance. Thud! The knight and its horse crashed to the bottom, where thick, arm-width iron spikes awaited. The armor collided so hard with the spikes, it folded inward. The armored warhorse let out a wail, apparently from suffering significant injuries. One of its hooves was clearly twisted and broken, and black fluid leaked from its belly, impaled by a spike. Cassius coldly observed from the open space next to the pit. He wasn't trying to be ruthless on purpose, but he couldn't just let the traps he had set go to waste. Roar! A deafening roar echoed from the pit as a massive figure, about 1.9 meters tall, leaped out. A mere 3-meter pit couldn't hold it and, with a single jump, it emerged once again. It immediately locked onto Cassius as it jumped, a sharp cross sword propped on its shoulder. Its body hunched slightly in preparation to roll and launch a surprise attack the moment it landed. But as soon as the knight touched the ground, it plummeted into another pit with a splat. This time, it was a much deeper one. There was a loud crash as the knight collided with something in the pit. In the dim light, it could see a pile of wood heaped together there. Several transparent bottles containing a thick, dark green liquid were clustered in a corner. One of the bottles had already been broken, releasing a foul odor, the liquid spilling out and mixing with the water in the pit. The knight regained its footing and looked up at the thin sliver of sky. Just as it was about to roar, a round object was tossed in. Boom! As soon as the grenade hit the ground, it exploded, shattering several bottles instantly, and igniting the viscous sticky oil. The fire, impossible to extinguish even with rain, raged. Its intensity caught the stack of wood in the corner and set it on fire. The firewood seemed to have been specially coated with the sticky oil to be rain-resistant. In no time, the flames roared, rising up to 2 to 3 meters high. As if in defiance of the rain, the fire surged out of the pit, fierce and unyielding, while helpless roars and pitiful wails echoed. The highly conductive armor sizzled, emitting a scent reminiscent of roasting fat. Clang! A towering knight struck the iron gate with its battle axe, instantly cleaving the bars in two. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was fully encased in a massive, cumbersome suit of metal armor, which seemed ancient and unbreakable. The battle axe knight gripped a double-edged axe, with each head nearly as wide as a grown man's torso. It looked incredibly heavy and formidable. It stood in the rain like a fortress, the muscles of its grey arms knotted like tree roots. On the stone-paved path, the battle axe knight's bloodthirsty eyes stared at Cassius, exuding an intense aura of oppression and bloodlust. A harsh growl escaped from beneath its helmet as it walked, its thick legs stepping onto a stone slab ahead. Another step and boom! A landmine hidden beneath the floor exploded instantly, blowing off a leg that was as thick as a human torso. The battle axe knight lost its balance and crashed to the ground on its left side. It retreated backward a little. Boom! Boom! 2 more carefully placed landmines nearby exploded in quick succession. As the sounds faded, a smoking piece of metal armor rolled on the ground. For a moment, the only thing that could be heard in the Joaquin Manor was the sound of flames crackling in the deep pit. The rain continued pouring down as Cassius surveyed his surroundings. The 3 decaying knights seemed to have been taken down, but he did not relax in the slightest. The progress bar in the top right corner had not moved, indicating that Cassius had not yet succeeded in his goal of weakening Black Rain Manor. The decaying knights in the storm were still a threat. Cassius studied the 2 corpses in the manor, then slowly made his way toward the building. Using the hidden markers on the ground and his mental map, he performed a series of strange maneuvers, quickly returning to the front of the main door. He placed his foot on the first step, jumped over the second, and landed on the third. He had to skip the second since 3 landmines were buried beneath it. With a mismatched stride, he moved up a few more steps. When he arrived at the door, he didn't push it open and instead sidestepped, moving to the right until he stood before a small window. Cassius was being particularly cautious as he knew that a single misstep could cost him his life. He had spent a fortune on multiple batches of smuggled arms, all of which he used to heavily fortify Joaquin Manor. Many seemingly ordinary spots were, in fact, laden with traps. Once Cassius untied a thin fishing line at the window, he pushed it open and slipped inside, landing silently. He glanced back over his shoulder. 2 grenades hung behind the window. Had he recklessly pushed it open, the fishing line would have triggered an explosion. The grenades were only the beginning. Even the walls of the hall had explosive charges placed at intervals, done in a way that ensured if the decaying knights tried to breach the walls, they'd be met with a deadly surprise, and yet wouldn't trigger a chain reaction that could make the entire building collapse. Cassius nodded slightly at the setup, then turned toward the door. There were no grenades there. Instead, 5 or 6 heavy machine guns were pointed directly at the entrance, rigged to fire the moment the door opened. If anyone dared enter through the front door, they would face a barrage of 50 bullets per second, a storm of metal that would tear through even the thickest steel in an instant. Cassius headed for the 2nd floor. This space was just a place for him to temporarily live in, and had no additional defenses. He quickly entered one of the storage rooms filled with various smuggled weapons and restocked his grenades. He also grabbed a bandolier, and even secured a military shotgun on his back. Cassius then retraced his steps swiftly. By the time he returned outside, only 2 minutes had passed. Cassius glanced at his watch. It was 6:06 p.m., 5 minutes since he encountered the first decaying knight. Nothing's changed. Was my intuition wrong? Cassius frowned slightly. The cold rain continued falling on his head. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a blade slicing through the air from behind. A sharp sword slashed across Cassius's back, causing him to stumble forward before quickly rolling to face his attacker. When he looked back, he saw a decaying knight fully clad in metal armor. It wore a dull, cone-shaped iron helmet and wielded a sharp tufa-slashing sword. It revived. Cassius wasn't surprised. He was more concerned about something else. N/O/vel/B//in.C//om. When did the slashing sword knight appear behind him? And how did it manage to get there? Even with Cassius's heightened senses, he hadn't detected the danger in time. Did it teleport? Or did it possess some other strange ability? The slashing sword knight in front of him stomped its feet and charged with a fierce momentum. There were no traps set in the small area as it was a safe zone that Cassius had established. As a result, the slashing sword knight rushed forward, unimpeded. In an instant, only a scant few meters separated him from Cassius. Cassius quickly reached back and whipped out the heavy machine gun, but the thick barrel had nearly been severed by a deep slash mark. There was no time to switch weapons. Shing! The decaying knight viciously swung its slashing sword, cutting through the air at a deadly angle. Bang! The sword struck the heavy machine gun and sliced it in half instantly, sending metal fragments flying in all directions. Whoosh! A massive figure forced its way through the debris raining down, slamming into the decaying knight's chest armor like a cannonball. Wearing a specially designed iron glove, Cassius's fist landed explosively in the knight's iron armor, leaving a fist-sized dent in his wake. The slashing sword knight had to stagger back several steps to regain its balance. In the pouring rain, Cassius ripped off his black cloak, revealing his strong, towering frame. Underneath the cloak, he wore a tight-fitting, gleaming silver armor that clung to his powerful physique. Guns aren't the only thing I know how to use. A sinister curve formed at the corner of his mouth. With a powerful step forward, the ground beneath him cracked with a loud bang. In an instant, Cassius vanished from his spot, reappearing beside the slashing sword knight. He unleashed a ferocious spinning kick, the massive shadow of his leg slashing through the air and into the knight's arm. There was a resounding metallic clang and both parties were blown back from the impact. However, they wasted no time in clashing again in a fierce melee. The Tufa slashing sword drew a sharp crescent in the air as it sliced through the rain. His right foot planted firmly on the ground, Cassius sidestepped quickly to dodge the strike, while simultaneously delivering a powerful wind elephant fist. The decaying knight yanked its sword back, and awkwardly raised its weapon overhead before swinging it down in a brutal strike. It felt like the sword, and not the figure, was in control. Clang! Fist met blade. Cassius forced the sword back as his entire body trembled and his muscles bulged beneath the armor, thick veins throbbing as his blood surged. His body swelled in size, and one powerful stomp completely shattered the ground beneath him into smithereens. Elephant's roar. It was a lightning-fast straight punch delivered in a state of accelerated blood flow. His massive fist smashed into the decaying knight's chest, causing the surrounding gray substance to immediately darken. The already dented iron chest plate collapsed completely and cracked open. Black liquid reeking of decay oozed out from the several fissures that appeared. Clang! 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 Cassius unleashed a flurry of punches, each as heavy and powerful as the last, as he hammered the knight's chest. The knight's armor trembled from the force of his strikes, causing the rainwater clinging to it to explode into mist. Shing! The slashing sword swung sharply in from the side. Die! Cassius ignored it, raising his thick, blackened arm and smashing it forward, taking out countless cold raindrops midair before finally meeting the knight's head. With an enormous crash, the blow knocked the helmet and head clean off. Boom! The ironclad figure collapsed heavily to the ground. Cassius frowned, the slashing sword was still lodged in his side where it protruded out of his armor. He pulled it out, noticing a tiny bit of blood trickling from the hole. Despite his close-fitting metal armor and having mastered stage 1 of the hardening Qigong, stone armor technique, he hadn't managed to fully withstand that last strike. The decaying knight was indeed exceptionally strong, with razor-sharp close combat techniques and a wealth of battle-hardened experience. It was like facing a sword master who had honed his skills over centuries and possessed an unparalleled level of aggression. The slashing sword knight's physique was equally inhuman, roughly at the level of someone who just achieved the first-level accelerated blood flow. Coupled with its formidable movements, it managed to endure Cassius's attacks for quite some time. Unfortunately for it, relying solely on skill left it at an extreme disadvantage in the face of Cassius's mastery of covert martial arts. Moreover, it seemed to be driven by some kind of emotion as its movements were somewhat stiff and lacked fluidity in its transitions between combat moves. Cassius had used less than 50% of his strength to kill it. He glanced at the left side of his waist, where his muscles contracted and stopped the bleeding immediately. Just as he was about to move, a stream of grey mist shot out from the ground and was instantly absorbed by the shield emblem on the back of his hand. Fragments of decayed memories flooded his mind. Cassius quickly looked down and saw that the slashing sword knight's body had vanished. He frowned as he noticed something pop up in the top right corner of his vision. Tufa slashing sword, first stage entry level, total 3 stages. As he focused, more detailed explanations flowed into his mind. Tufa slashing sword is an ancient slashing sword technique, often used on the battlefield and known for its highly aggressive killing moves. Cassius had received a memory imprint which had been directly absorbed by the shield emblem, granting him a portion of the slashing sword knight's combat skills. He couldn't help wondering why he hadn't gained anything the first time he killed the 3 decaying knights. Perhaps prearranged traps didn't count, and he had to be the one to actually kill them? But this only led to another question. If the Black Rain Manor had sent the decaying knights to hunt, why did killing them give the hunted experience? Cassius quickly used his covert martial arts to probe around his body, and immediately noticed something was amiss. A faint decayed aura clung to him, eerily similar to that of the slashing sword knight he had just defeated. This can't be good. Is this some sort of tracking mechanism? Cassius pondered for a moment, growing increasingly discomfited. While the decayed aura was faint now, if it increased 1,000 or 10,000 times, it could become a real problem. But if he kept killing the decaying knights, who seemed to have the ability to revive infinitely, the aura would likely intensify very quickly and strengthen Black Rain Manor's ability to track him. Was there a limit to Black Rain Manor's powers of perception? Or did their ability weaken with distance? If he were far enough away, it might take Black Rain Manor months, maybe even half a year, to find their target even with the decaying knights. The decayed aura was supposed to prevent such situations, though it also, ironically, increased the hunted's strength in the process. At first glance, it seemed incredibly illogical, but it actually made sense according to Black Rain Manor's own twisted logic. The manor seemed like it was a rigid, unrefined AI system, strict in following predetermined rules. Because why wouldn't it assign other Helsings to hunt the traitors down? That approach would have a higher success rate than relying on the seemingly powerful decaying knights. After all, humans had the ability to develop their own initiatives, and with enough incentive, they'd be terrifying. Sniping, setting traps, planting bombs, poisoning, honey traps. The possibilities were endless. So long as the Black Rain Manor regularly updated the target's location, the rebel would, at the very least, be harassed to death. That would be far more frightening than the predictable pursuit of the decaying knights. Black Rain Manor was simply following its own set of operational logic. When a marked one failed to complete their regular mission, they were labeled a traitor. Once their mark changed, the manor would dispatch the decaying knights from the rainy world. Finally, rain would begin falling around the traitor, activating the decaying knight's hunt. That was the logical sequence. Cassius shook his head. Black Rain Manor's efforts to enhance their tracking on him were futile as he had no intention of running away. He only needed to kill this wave of decaying knights to buy himself some more time since his deadline was fast approaching. Once he was done, Cassius would shamelessly return to complete his mission. According to the Black Rain Manor's rules, every traitor had 2 chances to repent. After surviving the decaying knight's pursuit, they'd be assigned to an extremely difficult task upon returning to the Black Rain Manor. If they completed it, their record would be wiped clean. If they failed, they would be hunted down to the ends of the earth. That was, if they didn't die trying to complete the task first. Other than that, Cassius wasn't too concerned about the decayed aura that came hand in hand with the combat techniques, because when he returned to the real world, he'd only bring back the essence of his growth. Things with hidden dangers like the decayed aura would most likely be purified. Did this mean he had essentially gotten the technique for free? Although the cold weapon techniques weren't particularly useful to Cassius, who specialized in covert martial arts, there was never any harm in knowing a few more things. Additionally, accumulating experience from different sects might help his own covert martial arts progress through analogy. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. The sound of rapidly approaching hoofbeats jerked Cassius back to reality. Cassius turned sharply and saw the decaying knight on horseback charging toward him. The cross-sword knight, which had been burned to death by fire, had revived once again. The horse stumbled and fell into a pit, its legs flailing and kicking up dirt. Boom! The explosives detonated. A smoking iron helmet flew into the air. Damn it, don't die now. Cassius cursed internally. Deaths caused by external forces and traps didn't count. He clenched his iron fists and charged forward, igniting another fierce battle near the manor. 2.5 hours later, Cassius, after numerous trials, finally discovered a pattern. Firstly, the slashing sword knight took 5 minutes to resurrect, the cross-sword knight 7 minutes, and the double-axe knight 10 minutes. Upon revival, they would instantly vanish into the black rain, reappearing randomly within Cassius's vicinity. Secondly, Cassius needed to use 40% of his strength to kill the slashing sword knight, 50% for the cross-sword knight, and 70% for the double-axe knight. And if he used explosives and firearms, he only needed 10% of his strength for each. Third, the decaying knights didn't seem to ever get tired, with unlimited revivals, and a power seemingly linked to the rain falling from the sky. Another 10 minutes passed. Around 9 in the evening, the rain suddenly ceased. The dark clouds drifted away, revealing the vast, empty sky once more. The decaying knights did not revive again, their resurrection ability having disappeared along with the rain. Inside the ruined manor, there was evidence of explosions and burn marks everywhere. Countless craters dotted the landscape, and the walls and buildings were heavily damaged and partially collapsed. A tall, battered man stood amidst the craters, his once sturdy armor now shattered. His gray, rock-like skin was coated in blood. Cassius exhaled 2 streams of hot air from his nostrils. It smelled faintly of blood. He was severely injured, but he seemed rather pleased. In the top right corner, the progress bar had made a significant jump forward. Other than that, Cassius had killed the slashing sword knight over 30 times, the cross-sword knight around 20 times, and the double-axe knight 14 or 15 times in the span of 3 hours. The decayed aura on him had grown so thick it was practically overflowing. In contrast, the 3 lines of combat techniques in the top right corner had made some rapid advancements. Tufa slashing sword. Midax storm cross sword. Yaka blood battle axe. Tufa slashing sword, 2nd stage mastered, total 3 stages. Midak cross sword, 2nd stage proficient, total 3 stages. Yaka blood battle axe, 2nd stage beginner, total 3 stages. The list looked impressively neat. All 3 cold weapon techniques had reached the 2nd stage, a level that would typically take a skilled veteran years, even decades, of focused practice to achieve. As for the 3rd stage, that was the equivalent to a master's level in that weapon. Even after repeatedly killing the slashing sword knight more than 30 times, Cassius still hadn't reached that level. Cassius wasn't too concerned since it'd just be an added bonus. His true foundation of power lay in the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts, specifically the Wind Elephant Fist and Elephant Soul. Cassius clenched his fists, feeling the significant progress his Wind Elephant Fist had made during the intense 3-hour battle. After all, he hadn't been fighting dark creatures that relied on instinct or strange abilities, he had been up against decaying knights who had mastered combat techniques. When his fists clashed with various styles of combat, each encounter made him consider different ways to evade, strike, and defend, all of which enriched his Wind Elephant Fist. His skills sharpened every time he fought against different styles, different sects, and even different weapons. Battles that were a matter of life or death also pushed a person's limits, teaching them how to punch faster, connect moves better, and unleash more powerful strikes. All of this benefited a covert martial arts practitioner's deo of martial cultivation. Cassius's previous training had been too smooth of a ride, crushing weaker opponents didn't enlighten him with the true essence of combat insight. It was those evenly matched, back and forth, life or death struggles against proficient opponents that brought him profound benefits. Humans were creatures that held a combination of the past, present, and future. However, in extremely perilous situations, past and future would be discarded to focus on the here and now. Earlier, Cassius had only one question in his mind: where should my fist go? He found this straightforward, pure sensation almost intoxicating. Cassius took a deep breath. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete. Elephant Herd 68%. Total 3 stages. Rightward arrow Wind Elephant Fist incomplete. Elephant Herd 71.2%. Total 3 stages. In just 3 hours of combat, his progress bar increased by at least 3%. More broadly, Cassius realized that if he fought just 10 more of these battles, he'd break through to the 3rd stage of the Wind Elephant Fist. Unfortunately, he'd essentially have to pay for this kind of progress with his life. No one would ever enter a life and death struggle of their own volition unless they were a martial arts fanatic who had trained themselves to madness. Cassius preferred battles where he could easily crush his opponent with his own 2 hands. Fighting with opponents close to or above his realm was impressive, but it felt like walking a tightrope, frustrating and dangerous. It was nowhere near as satisfying as Cassius's preferred approach of using power in a higher realm to crush a lower one. When your fists and muscles were bigger, all you'd need is a single punch. Period. Thus, his attitude toward martial arts advancement was simple: break through when it was time to break through, get stronger when it was time to get stronger. It was pointless to constantly hold yourself back. What good was there to spend 3 to 5 years building a foundation? While you're still meandering at the professional level, I've already undergone my 3rd level accelerated blood flow. One immensely powerful punch, and your head would explode. The greater the strength, the stronger the body, and the more it nurtured an unbeatable momentum. Was rapid advancement akin to building castles in the air? Absolute nonsense. Every rock-hard muscle on my body is tangible and visible. You can't possibly tell me that's fake. Keep talking, and I'll crush you with these muscles. Cassius decided to return to Black Rain Manor first to complete his mission, collect Dark Essence, and push himself to the 3rd level accelerated blood flow. Once that happened, with all 3 nodes connected to create a self-sustaining cycle, he'd be able to enter a whole new realm within the pugilist stage. Then, Cassius would have the strength to double-cross Black Rain Manor once again. In his current state, it was still risky to activate the 2nd level accelerated blood flow. He glanced at the progress bar. There were 6 months left, or about 180 days. Even though killing 3 decaying knights extended his time, it hadn't been easy. Never mind the fact that they could constantly revive themselves, each was a master of combat techniques in their own right. Even among the highest ranks of the Helsings, there were probably few knight-level members who could stand their own against them. The fact that the rank was called knight level likely had something to do with the decaying knights. Under the moonlight, Cassius staggered back to the small building. First, he used the military medical kit he had specifically bought to bandage and treat himself. Afterward, he began dismantling some of the setups inside the building, according to what he remembered and his blueprints. Once done, Cassius rested for a few hours before resuming his dismantling and inspection. Most of the traps had already been triggered, but there were still some that needed to be disarmed, and it took Cassius several hours to complete. After finishing the final touches, Cassius drove the fully loaded vehicle out of the manor under the cover of darkness. As he stood at the gate, he threw a match into Joachim Manor. Boom! The fire instantly roared to life, the special sticky oil of the Helsings producing an unimaginable heat. The wildly dancing golden red flames quickly engulfed the entire manor. Amidst the enormous flames, a black car sped down the road. It was February 7th, year 107 of the Hungly Federation in Antacity of East Sea County. With the vigorous expansion of overseas routes, the ships not only brought resources and goods from other countries but also introduced unique historical cultures, along with martial arts gyms from various countries. In particular, the sword gym, hidden in a secluded alley, belonged to a sword sect in the northern country of the Hungly Federation that specialized in using a cross sword. According to the gym master, he taught a knight's sword technique that had been passed down through his family for centuries. It was a highly practical and combat-focused technique. The master wasn't talking out of his ass either. Half a year ago, Antacity held an intermartial arts gym exchange competition where masters of each gym participated for a chance to win prize money and fame. Many confident gym masters had joined, so the competition was filled with experts. It didn't matter to Ramon, the master of Coldflower Cross Sword Gym. He brutally took down many opponents and advanced to the top 3, ultimately finishing in 2nd place. The placement was well-deserved, and the news brought in a steady stream of students to Coldflower Cross Sword Gym, despite being in a remote alley. Ramon held a high status within Antacity's circle of cold weapon enthusiasts, and he often played the role of a stern instructor. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. However, on that fateful day, he was almost completely obliterated by an even colder man, and to add salt to the wound, in the very field of cross-sword combat that he excelled in, 2 figures faced each other in the open space, one tall and one short. A few disciples of the Coldflower Cross Sword Gym watched from a distance as Ramon, fully armored, gripped a long metal cross sword tightly with both hands. The sword's cold hilt was soaked from his sweaty palms. Ramon's eyes under his mask were fixed on his opponent, not daring to look away for even a second. He was breathing quickly and heavily, his mouth dry, and his heart raced uncontrollably. The tall man across from him was exerting such immense pressure that it felt as if a mountain loomed before him. Every time Ramon tried to strike, his opponent seemed to know in advance, and he countered with astonishing techniques. Ramon felt as if he was standing naked and exposed before the man's gaze, completely seen through. The feeling of being overpowered was unbearable. It reminded Ramon of when he sparred with his father when he was young. A similar thing had happened back then when his father had effortlessly anticipated every single one of his moves. He cautiously took a few steps on the field, but couldn't find the courage to strike. However, with his disciples watching, his decades-honed resolve in swordsmanship wouldn't allow him to back down without a fight. Ramon gritted his teeth and lunged forward, putting everything he had in thrusting his cross sword. Clang! The clash of metal rang out with a hum as the two long swords collided. Ramon's sword was deflected, but that was quickly followed by a silver blade cutting through the air with incredible speed and at a tricky angle. The long sword slashed diagonally, forcing Ramon to quickly parry with a sidestep. As the blades clashed, he lowered his body to absorb the force, then swiftly slid forward. His sword followed his movements and slashed horizontally. Clang! A long sword flew toward him, striking hard at his cross sword's point of balance. Ramon's eyes widened in disbelief as his palm went numb. The force distorted his grip, and the cross sword flew out of his grasp, landing on the ground with a crisp ring. He struck right at the balance point of my force? What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it. Ramon gasped, his hands numb and mouth agape. Thank you for the match, the man across from him spoke in a low voice. He handed his cross sword to a student and turned to leave. Wait. Ramon hurriedly removed his mask. May I ask what swordsmanship you used just now? What technique is it? The man didn't turn around and continued walking toward the door. His voice was faint as he tossed out, mid-act balance disruption technique. It wasn't until the man's figure disappeared through the gym's door that Ramon snapped out of it. He began removing his protective gear. His white shirt underneath was glued to his back from the sweat. Mid-act cross sword. Balance disruption technique. Impressive. He murmured weakly, feeling a bit drained. After a while, Ramon picked up the fallen cross sword, only to notice something unusual. He casually swung it a few times, executing a few moves. He'd been stuck in this particular realm for a long time, but he had finally made some small but crucial advancements. Had he been guiding me all along? Well, thank you. Elsewhere, on the bustling streets of Antacity, Cassius walked expressionlessly along the sidewalk toward his residence. Contrary to what Ramon thought, Cassius had no intention of instructing him at all. Ramon had accumulated enough experience, and it was due to the immense pressure Cassius brought that he made a slight breakthrough. Over the past few days, Cassius had challenged many halls that used cold weapons in Antacity, familiarizing himself with the combat techniques of the 3 cold weapons he had recently acquired, and honing them. Every sect had its own essence and advantages, leading to some remarkable results. For instance, there was a small technique in the mid-act storm cross sword style called the balance disruption technique that was quite practical in that it could destroy an opponent's balance point in their attacks. The technique could potentially be applicable for sword and fist techniques, and surely the effects for the latter would be significant. However, Cassius would have to be the one to figure out how to absorb and adapt this technique into the Wind Elephant Fist. He walked all the way back to his temporary residence after a simple lunch at the hotel. His suitcase in hand, he went around inspecting various carriage points in Antacity. Cassius had encountered a significant problem over the past few days. Black Rain Manor was targeting him? Cassius's bell could no longer summon carriages at the carriage points? This was likely one of Black Rain Manor's punitive measures. There was no change for marked ones, but there would be no kindness for traitors. Even if Cassius managed to survive the decaying knights pursuing him, the shield mark on the back of his hand still had a piercing spear. His identity as a traitor weighed him down. A traitor? Then, so be it. Cassius didn't care much. He had already thought of a way to enter the rainy world. In the suburbs of Antacity, a few hundred meters away from the train station, a muscular middle-aged man carrying a suitcase walked briskly along the crossroads of a dirt road. Seeing a slender bronze pillar by the roadside, he stopped, took out a bell, and began shaking it vigorously. No sound came out. In no time, a black carriage rumbled toward him. The carriage stopped, and the middle-aged man was about to step onto it, when a black shadow shot over like a whirlwind and leaped onto the carriage ahead of the middle-aged man. The man's clothes clung to his back as the wind blew. He stared blankly ahead. The carriage curtain lifted, revealing a cold face, and a heavy envelope was tossed at him. Sorry, something urgent came up. Here's your compensation. The middle-aged man caught it and opened it to find a thick stack of Hung Lee Federation dollar bills inside. After a careful count, he saw it was quite a substantial amount. This much? A bit over the top just to save time, isn't it? He shook his head but accepted it with a smile. While others liked to save a minute or two of time, he much preferred money. It was a perfect exchange. The black carriage began to move forward. After racing along the road for a dozen meters, it suddenly vanished. A tall figure tumbled down from midair, rolling awkwardly on the ground. The middle-aged man widened his eyes at the scene. He had never encountered such a situation before. The carriage can disappear. That's something new. On the other side, Cassius stood up with a grim expression. Damn it. He slammed his heavy fist angrily into a roadside tree, wood chips exploding like rain. A trunk as thick as a thigh flew straight out and planted itself into the ground. The man stood just half a meter in front of the trunk. His eyes were wide. I saw the whole thing. I won't get eliminated, right? In the end, the man wasn't eliminated. He worked with Cassius in summoning the carriage a few more times, but all attempts failed without exception. Half an hour later, Cassius allowed the man to leave. Cassius stood at the crossroads, looking up at the azure sky. No one, not even Black Rain Manor, can stop me from completing my mission? When he left, his expression was steely. Cassius did have another idea in mind, but it was relatively dangerous. First, though, he needed to catch another unlucky fellow for his experiment. An afternoon passed, and he tracked down the poor, unfortunate soul. Correction, he found his partner in crime. Cassius and his large stack of cash were quite persuasive. Mr. Yuri Herdick, the recently inducted Helsing, immediately agreed to work with him. For Yuri, this was nothing but an extra day of work in exchange for 5,000 Hungly Federation dollars. Despite some misgivings of the potential risks, it didn't take much for him to agree to the collaboration. He was a newcomer who had just become a Helsing and found himself balancing on the precarious edge of life and death. With this large sum of money, he could at least enjoy a little bit of happiness during his missions. If he could occasionally indulge in the extravagant life of his dreams, even if he was killed by a dark creature, he'd die without regrets. Cassius spent $5,000 to hire Yuri. Naturally, he conducted some more experiments that afternoon. He also sketched the specific shape and structure of the black carriage, then went directly to a company specialized in making carriages to ask them to modify one according to his design. The largest carriage company in Antacity was called Solar Steed, whose carriages were well known in several nearby cities. They offered a range of styles from high-end to low-end. Clients needed to present their identities if they wanted a custom design, and if the request wasn't respectable enough, Solar Steed would flat-out refuse to do business with them. They wanted to preserve an old-fashioned aristocratic style, which meant even custom orders had to adhere to the company's overall style. A fine carriage could take a month to half a year to make. All of a sudden, said company welcomed a mysterious customer who asked to modify an iron-framed carriage and stack it with steel plates. He didn't need it to look good, he just needed it to be durable. Work around the clock if need be to finish the modifications by tomorrow. Does he take us for some cattle cart company? We're Solar Steed, a prestigious high-end carriage manufacturer in Antacity, known throughout East Sea County. He thinks he can just wave a few stinkin' dollars and order us around? Ridiculous. The owner of Solar Steed originally wanted to rant like this in his office, but the customer was offering far too much. A little money smells stinky, but when there's a lot of it, the scent turns sweet. Customers had to present their identification. Custom orders had to follow the company's overall style. It took up to 6 months to complete a custom carriage. Those were merely excuses. The current owner of Solar Steed had long been dissatisfied with the old rules left by the previous generation. It had just been a coincidence when he agreed to take Cassius's order to modify the carriage. Yes, that's right. His main goal was to break those outdated conventions. To break these old rules, Fred, the owner of Solar Steed, personally oversaw the work, supervising the employees through the night as they modified the carriage, layering sturdy steel plates as per the customer's request. Put one here, yes, right there, and another one there. Just pile it all up like we're making an armored vehicle. Fred waved his hand commandingly, one eye on the design in his hand. An old employee wiped his brow. Boss, if we put this much steel on it, I'm afraid the horses won't be able to pull it. Who cares? We're just working with what he gave us. Maybe he's got it all figured out. Fred shrugged it off. Adding steel plates to a carriage didn't break any federal laws. By the next evening, the armored carriage was completed. Cassius paid a hefty sum with gusto. He got exactly what he wanted. While his reckless spending wasn't necessarily wise, nothing could buy the comfort he desired. In any event, he still had plenty of money left, and this currency couldn't be taken back to the real world, so he might as well spend it. On the night of February 8th, year 107 in the Hungly Federation calendar, 2 of the strongest horses pulled a heavy armored carriage to the edge of Antacity's suburban train station. The horses were exhausted, so Cassius led them back. When he returned, he had a large black bag filled with heavy items. With the horses out of commission, Cassius threw the items into the carriage and used his extraordinary strength to push the carriage forward. The wheels left deep tracks on the ground. He soon arrived at a carriage stop set up by the Black Rain Manor. A somewhat anxious young man waited beside a mottled bronze pillar. He looked about 20 years old, with delicate features and golden curls. His demeanor and appearance looked very similar to Twilight before Cassius replaced him. Cassius looked up at the starry sky. We can start now, Yuri n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Okay. Yuri nodded and took out a bell from his pocket. He shook it. Out of nowhere, clouds obscured the bright moonlight. Half hidden behind the clouds, the stars eventually disappeared as a light drizzle blanketed the grounds. At some point, a bizarre path replaced the surrounding dirt road, leading the black carriage over to them. Black cloth draped over it, the windows hung with a semi-transparent gauze, and the wheels and carriage surface were carved with incomprehensible twisted symbols. Wait. Cassius squinted. Yuri, sit in the front carriage as usual. Remember, no matter what you hear coming from behind, don't try to look out the window. If you die midway, the carriage is done for. Got it, got it. Yuri nodded vigorously. Cassius got to work. He had about 10 minutes before the black carriage started moving again. He pushed the modified armored compartment to the back of the carriage, securing it with special clamps at the front of the compartment, with levers on the sides. He then took out several thick iron chains, linking parts of the black carriage with the armored compartment. Cassius gave the chains a yank, and they tightened under the immense force. These specially made chains were of excellent quality and exceptionally strong. They would not break. Great, that should do it. He nodded in satisfaction and instructed Yuri to get in the carriage. As for Cassius, he settled into the armored compartment. Through his experiments, he discovered he couldn't touch the manor's black carriage. If his fingers lingered on the carriage for some time, it would disappear, seemingly recognizing him as a traitor, which meant his original plan of lying down on top of the carriage was rendered moot. Thus, Cassius had to use this method of one carriage towing another to avoid contact. But this was extremely risky. The rainy world had many strange phenomena, including mutated giant creatures and the decaying knights. Without the black carriage to shield his aura, Cassius would be like a giant piece of fish bait, practically begging for dangerous monsters from the rainy world to attack him. Thus, building an armored carriage to protect himself was necessary. When it came to his own life, Cassius was relatively cautious. There was no such thing as being too safe. As Yuri got into the carriage, the two sleek black horses in front began to move forward on the path. The mysterious coachman, cloaked in black, remained as calm as ever. Clop, clop, clop. At first, the horses had to trot in place a few times, likely due to the weight of Cassius's specially armored carriage. After a few more steps, the black carriage began to move sluggishly forward, and the armored carriage followed suit. Cassius felt the slight sway of the carriage and nodded approvingly. The black carriage, after all, was a supernatural creation and must have some special abilities. Despite his fierce game of tug-of-war with the giant ape through the window, the high-speed carriage had remained intact. Pulling the armored carriage was evidently not a problem. With a jolt, the black carriage gradually picked up speed on the road, dragging the heavy, dark armored carriage behind it. The black carriage took them on a different road in a completely different environment. The black carriage entered a vast expanse of eerie gray grass covering the entire plain. A thin, winding yellow line stretched out in the midst of the gray where a small black dot was moving rapidly. Clang! Cassius lifted the iron plate outside the carriage window and looked out through the sturdy bars. There were no strange scenes, no mutated giant creatures. It was quiet all around him with only the soft patter of rain and the rumble of the wheels breaking the stillness. The silence made Cassius uneasy. He would have felt better if there were one or two strange attacks. Instead, the situation reminded him of the calm before a storm, like the danger was gathering together, just waiting for a moment to erupt like a volcano. Fortunately, Cassius was prepared. He opened a black bag he had placed near him, revealing an array of military weapons. There was a Silver Storm heavy machine gun, P-11 grenades, a Tiger shotgun, and a Type 46 assault flamethrower. Yes, Cassius managed to get his hands on a flamethrower. Although he didn't know why the arms dealer had such high-powered weapons, maybe someone in the military of a relatively high rank was selling them out the back door. Cassius also had a batch of sticky incendiary oil, perfectly paired with a flamethrower that could shoot flames over 10 meters. Obviously, he didn't want to use it if he didn't have to. The carriage continued forward for about 10 more minutes. Cassius suddenly heard the chaotic sound of hooves mixed with the rain. He looked out toward the distant plains. Raindrops fell in a dark drizzle, slightly obscuring his vision, but not enough to prevent Cassius from seeing a squad of knights coming right at him. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8. 8 decaying knights. Some held spears, others wielded giant swords, some carried battle axes, and some swung flails. They all rode black war horses and wore old, rustic armor with sinister spikes protruding out at the joint with their crimson cross-patterned knight's boots resting on the stirrups. The lead knight raised his weapon, a conical lance, and roared as he stormed toward the carriage. His eyes, cold and cruel, glinted from beneath the snake-belly helmet. Rat-ta-ta-ta-ta. The helmet, along with the head, exploded. Dozens of large-caliber bullets drilled into the head of the lance-wielding knight. Black liquid splatted. The knight fell from his horse with a thud. A black machine gun muzzle was mounted on the armored carriage's window, and behind it were Cassius's cold eyes. He held the heavy machine gun, with a nearly 5-meter-long fabric bullet belt beside him. The smell of gunpowder filled the air. Taste the power of technology, you fossils. Cassius pulled the trigger, and the machine gun trembled violently. Clang, 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 clang. Golden sparks burst from the surface of the charging decaying knight's armor. The machine gun bullets were much stronger than the arrows of ancient times in terms of penetration, power, and firing rate. Cassius continued shooting, successfully suppressing the decaying knights. But the machine gun quickly overheated from the continuous fire, and the knight seized that brief moment when he switched to another machine gun to quickly close in on the carriage. Clang! A massive axe struck the window guardrail. It jolted violently and sparks flew, but the sturdy rail held firm. Cassius took the opportunity to fire off a rapid and wild round of bullets, shooting down another decaying knight off his horse. Now, the group was down to 5. Clang! A cross-sword slashed. Boom! A battle axe collided. Ding! A spear thrusted. Bang! A flail swung. The entire armored carriage resonated with the raucous sounds of weapons striking iron plates from all directions, rumbling like thunder. Yuri, sitting in the black carriage ahead, felt it too. But he obeyed Cassius's instructions, merely gritting his teeth and curling up in the corner of the carriage, trying not to look or think about what was happening outside. Inside the armored carriage, Cassius was steady as a mountain. Before setting out, he had tested the thickness of the carriage's iron plates and knew it could not be penetrated by continuous shelling. The decaying knights had almost no chance of breaking through with their melee weapons, since the defense was impregnable. Boom! A grenade exploded midair, smashing half of a decaying knight's helmet. Machine gun bullets followed, destroying the other half, and the headless corpse tumbled from the horse. A glass vial shattered on a knight's armor, sticky black liquid splattering all over it, which was soon followed by a searing jet of fire, instantly engulfing the decaying knight in flames. The flames and incendiary oil reacted violently, creating an intense heat that even the rain couldn't extinguish. It burned ever more fiercely. The metalkin of a knight, now rendered a man on fire, toppled to the ground, black smoke billowing from his body. The dark gun barrel spewed fire, and the shotgun roared. This only went to show that until supernatural powers reached a certain level, human technology still had a crushing advantage. Because even if it weren't Cassius in the armored carriage but an experienced soldier, it would likely have been the same outcome. The slaughter of the decaying knights by firearms? It wasn't clear how long the whole fight lasted. The decaying knights died in batches, then revived in the rain, and it went on and on like this. The machine gun roared hoarsely until it finally fell silent, as if it had jammed. There was a rectangular carriage platform near Black Rain Manor. Two mysterious figures, a male and a female Helsing, walked, fingers linked together. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They appeared to be a couple. They looked a bit fresh-faced, likely having just become marked ones not too long ago. While chatting, they strolled to the platform. The man reached into his pocket to take out a bell and was about to ring it when a black carriage rumbled toward them from a distance. Perfect timing, the man said, exchanging a smile with the woman, then exclaimed in surprise. Why is there an extra carriage behind? They saw a heavy carriage tied behind the black carriage with chains. The surface of the carriage looked harsh and menacing, with the entire surface covered with large black iron plates. Dense scratches from cold weapons and explosion marks that looked like blooming flowers scored the top. The area around the windows was scorched black, like it had been burned by extremely hot fire for a long time. The pungent smell of gunpowder lingered in the air, even in the rain. It seemed that the carriage had just been through a fierce battle. This is... The couple on the platform couldn't help but gape. A white-faced Yuri quickly stepped out from the black carriage, breathing a sigh of relief. The series of collisions and explosions from earlier had been absolutely terrifying. Through the gauze, he had vaguely seen a group of knights charging through the rain, besieging the armored carriage behind. Hopefully, Mr. Twilight was unharmed. Under the astonished gazes of the couple, Yuri swiftly walked to the armored carriage and knocked on the scorching iron plate. Knock, knock, knock. He took a deep breath. Mr. Twilight, are you all right? There was no response. Yuri knocked again. Mr. Twilight. Creak. The front door of the carriage swung open. I'm fine, everything went well. A tall, dark figure stepped onto the platform. His gaze swept past Yuri and to the distant manor's spire, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The smuggling had been a success. This smuggling trip had been fraught with danger. Black Rain Manor had deployed a team of decaying knights specifically against Cassius. If he hadn't customized the armored carriage as a precaution, he might have been entangled in a bloody battle with the decaying knights. 3 decaying knights, with the ability to revive over and over again, had taken turns attacking, pushing Cassius to the point of severe injury. If all 8 had attacked at once, his chances would have been grim. Cassius dispelled his thoughts and patted Yuri on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm fine. He then walked to the black carriage and unfastened the scratched-up iron chains, detaching the armored carriage from the horse-drawn one. With Yuri leading the way, Cassius began pushing the carriage. The two slowly made their way along the path, one in front and one behind. On the platform, the couple exchanged puzzled glances. The young man looked at the carriage stopped in front of them and finally said, Ozana, let's wait for the next one. The blonde girl beside him nodded dazedly. Meanwhile, Cassius pushed the carriage up the grey and white path and into Black Rain Manor. The old stone slabs were incredibly hard, and despite how heavy the armored carriage was, it couldn't leave any kind of dent as it rolled over them. The only evidence of it being there were the 2 faint white track marks. Yuri was quite reliable. 5 meters ahead, turn right. Cassius's strong arms strained, and the armored carriage slowly rotated, changing direction without stopping. Halfway through the turn, he suddenly heard Yuri exclaim, Mr. Twilight, the mark on the back of your hand is glowing. Cassius frowned slightly but continued to push. Under his powerful muscles, dark blue branch-like veins bulged and contracted. His immense strength pushed the armored carriage forward, changing direction before coming to a stop. He withdrew his arms and glanced at the back of his broad hand. The shield mark was indeed glowing, or rather, the spear piercing the shield was glowing, emitting a red light. What the hell is Black Rain Manor up to now? They won't let up on me. Cassius narrowed his eyes. There was a strange and pervasive sense of malice around him, like every brick and tile in the manor seemed to be pressing down on him. Reflecting briefly on Twilight's past, it seemed he hadn't been targeted as relentlessly as Cassius. He couldn't figure out what made him different from other traitors. Oh, right. Cassius slapped his forehead. He had killed 3 decaying knights? Ordinary traitors were hounded by decaying knights. Since they couldn't fight them head-on, the most they could do was set traps to delay the decaying knights as they ran for the edge of the rainy world's boundary. n/o/vel/b/c/om. Yes, they didn't have to endure 3 hours of hard fighting like Cassius. Normally, it'd count as a success if they ran and fought, all whilst evading the decaying knights and sprinting out of the rainy world's range. But Cassius was different. He deliberately didn't complete Black Rain Manor's regular missions just so he could kill a few decaying knights. It wasn't like he could leave the rainy world's coverage either, because if he did, the decaying knights would retreat. And if they retreated, how would he kill them and earn more time to stay? For example, ordinary traitors were like petty criminals being chased down by decaying knights who acted as enforcers. If the traitors managed to escape during the chase, the boss would give them an opportunity to live. Cassius, on the other hand, was like a vicious criminal who purposefully broke the law to bait the enforcers. As soon as the decaying knights gave chase, he turned around and killed them. This was undoubtedly a slap in the boss's face. 3 loud slaps to be exact. The boss was bound by the rules and still had to give Cassius a chance. But during this process, they would definitely set traps, hoping to kill him before he completed his atonement task. Logically, that made sense. After he figured it out, Cassius shook his head without anger. He was naturally on the opposing side of the Black Rain Manor. It made no difference to him whether they attacked sooner or later. Eventually, he would have to fight them. It would be best, of course, to postpone this fight. Cassius planned to enhance himself to the utmost and drain Black Rain Manor's resources before backstabbing them. He had his strategy all thought out. Don't worry about this for now. Let's keep going. Cassius waved his hand, and although Yuri was curious, he complied. Not just because of Cassius's generosity, but also because Cassius had promised to introduce him to the Bold Sect. Though small, the Bold Sect was decent. Yuri felt he was well suited to this combat style. On the grey-white street, one person led the way while the other pushed the heavy carriage. The only sounds were the patter of rain, their footsteps, and the rumble of the carriage wheels. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the Bold Sect's residence. Cassius knocked on the door. Coming. A clear, pleasant voice of a girl came from inside. The door opened, revealing a cute and innocent-looking girl with short black hair falling around her ears and fair skin. Hello, oh, it's you again. The smile on her face froze upon seeing Cassius. Her eyes slowly roved from his chest to his face before finally meeting his cold gaze. Rachel remembered this man, the cold-faced muscular guy covered in blood from last time. The oddball in the Bold Sect. After the last group mission, little Leon had complained to many people about a mysterious muscle man who had joined them during the mission. Their nighttime mission against the bloodsuckers felt like a bear lurking among rabbits. He had turned many physically strong blood races into mush. His combat style was completely different from how a typical Bold Sect member fought, supposedly originating from a new branch he had created, the muscular mechanical crossbow. Names had reputations, and after everything that Rachel had heard about Cassius, she thought his stories were bloody and violent. Although she knew he was a fellow Bold Sect member, she still felt a bit scared. She stepped back cautiously and stammered, "Mr. Twilight. Come in. Ah, here's your key." Rachel hurriedly found the room key from her waist and handed it to Cassius tremulously. Cassius took the key and said, "Is there a secluded yard or any other place to park a carriage?" Seeing Rachel's confused look, he shook his head slightly. "Never mind, I'll ask Darkblade." He then turned and called Yuri inside. The two walked toward the oval passage, one after the other. Half an hour later, under Darkblade's guidance, Cassius pushed his precious armored carriage inside a secluded courtyard beside the Bold Sect's outpost. He still needed this to return home. In the grey-white courtyard, Darkblade glanced at the carriage, covered in knife and axe marks, and pursed his lips. He very wisely didn't ask questions. Cassius had paid for his services. "Is your hand injured?" "We have doctors within the sect," Darkblade said, noticing the black bandages wrapped around Cassius's hand. Cassius nodded slightly. "I'll go see one if I need to." Returning to the Bold Sect's outpost, Cassius washed up and introduced Yuri to the Bold Sect. Several hours passed, and after a meal, Cassius decided to visit the baptism chapel. It issued the traitor's atonement tasks, which were different from regular missions and extra tasks. When he arrived at the entrance, Cassius was surprised to find Darkblade and Yuri there as well, each holding an umbrella and looking ready to go out. The three exchanged glances. It turned out they were all planning to go to the baptism chapel, so they decided to head over there together. They walked under their umbrellas while chatting about mundane things or the oddities of Helsings. Despite his fierce appearance and cold demeanor, Darkblade turned out to be quite talkative. At the sight of Cassius's strong and tall figure, he began waxing nostalgic about his past. He used to be strong himself, Darkblade claimed, and had once worked as a sailor on a merchant ship where there had been a cowardly, beautiful little guy with golden curls who often had his ass played around with. Unfortunately, Darkblade never tried it himself, but he heard that the weakling had a nice sheath. Hearing this, Yuri, who also had golden curls and was relatively weak, felt a chill run down his spine. The similarity was too much, and it scared him a little. The conversation soon shifted, and Darkblade began talking about a recent event that happened at Black Rain Manor. Not long ago, the sky had suddenly exploded with a clap of thunder, followed by a torrential downpour. This was a sign that someone among the marked ones had betrayed Black Rain Manor, with the manor consequently sending out the decaying knights to hunt them down. Darkblade lamented that the traitor would probably die a very miserable death. According to him, even the top-level knight-level marked ones didn't dare to betray Black Rain Manor, because a marked one at that level would be doomed as anyone else when facing the decaying knights. Recently, the Helsings had been discussing this matter, and the drunks at the Iron Blood Tavern were all carousing that the guy was definitely dead. Hearing this, Cassius's expression didn't change. But Yuri, who was beside him, widened his eyes. He had only recently become a marked one and didn't know much about Black Rain Manor or its rules. Now, after Darkblade's explanation, Yuri instantly thought of the decaying knights closing in on Twilight. Could it be that the daring person that Dark Blade mentioned, the man who betrayed Black Rain Manor, was none other than Twilight? It had to be. But Twilight didn't end up dead by the decaying knights' hands as everyone thought. Instead, he was alive and well, even seemingly unscathed. Just now, Dark Blade had said that even a knight level marked 1 couldn't escape the decaying knights. But Twilight did? Did this mean Twilight was even stronger than a knight level? The continuous explosions and booming sounds from before. Shocked, Yuri's heart pounded and he found himself breathing heavily. He glanced at Cassius's tall figure with sparkling eyes. His delicate face couldn't hide his astonishment. The young and naive Yuri thought to himself, Twilight must be incredibly powerful. The three of them walked at a steady pace, their shoes splashing the thin layer of water on the ground. The moss on the roadside was a dull grayish-white color. Wait. Cassius, who had been silent, stopped in his tracks. The other two on his right also paused. What's wrong? Dark Blade asked. Don't you feel like we've been walking around in circles? We were just here on this path, Cassius said. His expression was cold as he scanned around. Have we? Dark Blade wasn't entirely sure either. Many areas in Black Rain Manor were very mysterious, but during the day, as long as they didn't enter areas with warning signs, nothing unusual would happen. They had walked all the way here without seeing anything. It was just an ordinary path, so it should be fine. After a moment's thought, Dark Blade said, let's keep walking. His sentence abruptly stopped, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He quickly looked up at the building on the left. About a meter above the ground, a dark square window embedded into the pale white wall, was wide open. A dwarf stood there, only revealing its ugly big head. No eyes, no nose, the face smooth like a white porcelain surface. All it had was a hideous big mouth at the bottom. A strange and terrifying aura filled the air. The big mouth opened slightly, showing a blood-red cavity that extended inward like gears, and a sharp voice sounded, Mommy, Mommy, where are you? Boom! The nursery rhyme cut off abruptly. Bricks and stones flew out uncontrollably, and the entire wall with the square window disappeared. It was as if a gigantic monster had taken a bite out of it, leaving a jagged hole. A nearly 2-meter-tall little giant grabbed the edges of the hole with both hands and squeezed its strong body through. I don't know where your mommy is, but here comes your daddy. With that, Cassius flung himself straight in like a cannonball. A demolition-like noise immediately came from inside, as if a bulldozer, roller, and pile driver were operating simultaneously. The entire 3-story building shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. One moment, the first-floor walls were being torn down, the next, the second-floor windows were blown out, and then the next second, objects were falling from the third-floor roof. Crash! A section of the white wall, several meters wide, fell and broke apart. A tall figure followed after. I thought it was too dangerous and pitiful for this kid to live alone at home, so I sent him off to see his mommy. Let's go. Cassius coldly spat out a few words. He didn't sound like an affectionate big brother helping a child find his mother. On the contrary, he sounded more like a vicious robber breaking in and smashing everything. After a long time, the stunned Dark Blade finally eked out a single word, okay. He was outwardly dazed but inwardly cursing. Was that a child? It was clearly one of Black Rain Manor's eerie entities. A terrifyingly eerie entity, for sure. Oh heavens. On the right, Yuri didn't say a word because he had to keep spitting out wall dust. He had been so shocked that his mouth had fallen open, and when the wall fell, he accidentally swallowed a mouthful of dust. Facing the pervasive malice around him, Cassius's lips curled into a cold smile. He walked in front of Dark Blade and Yuri. His tall figure was like a wall blocking the wind and rain. Let's go, I'll bring you out. Bang! A dark, massive fist swung like a meteor hammer, landing heavily on the jaw of a humanoid monster. The creature flew backward, crashing into a wooden door on the side of the street. With a crack, the door smashed into yellow and white splinters. Cassius strode over with a cold expression. His waterproof boots stepped on the doorframe. Swish! A withered, wrinkled claw resembling a tree branch shot out from the darkness, its 5 sharp points aiming straight at Cassius's neck. Crack! A large, strong hand grabbed the claw, 5 fingers wrapping around it and unleashing a torrent of power like a mountain flood. A piercing scream, like that of a baby's, tore out from the shadows. The sharp claw that had reached out was nothing but pulp now, with bones, tendons, and skin twisted and mashed together. Whoosh! A fierce wind whistled as Cassius swung the monster in the darkness like a meteor hammer. The creature, as pale as a mummy, shrieked as it zipped through the air before crashing heavily to the ground with a thud. Almost immediately, Cassius picked it up again and smashed it through a wall. The sound of continuous drum-like impacts echoed. Bang, 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 bang. Crack! The creature's arm broke off, and its entire body flew out like a cloud. It bounced across the ground like a skipping stone, leaving a long trail. Finally, with a splat, its bloody head hit the hard base of a wall. A shudder ran through its body like it had been electrocuted. It died just like that, with its head tilted and legs splayed out. Whoosh! A withered arm arced through the air, landing precisely in the crook of the dry corpse's remaining arm. From a distance, it looked like a drunk had collapsed and fallen into a deep sleep on a street corner. Far away, Cassius had already turned and walked off. Dark Blade and Yuri trailed after him, not daring to fall behind. They understood that they had entered a mysterious and dangerous area of Black Rain Manor that they had never traversed before, likely one that originally had warning signs. According to Helsing lore, getting lost in such places meant the chances of finding your way out were nearly zero, regardless of if you were alone or in a group. On the grey-white street, flanked by square, grey-white residential buildings that looked like sharply angular building blocks, Black Rain Manor was dim even during the day, with oil lamps being lit inside some of these buildings. Slivers of faint yellow light illuminated the shadowy figures through windows and door cracks. The air was filled with sounds of old men coughing, couples arguing, babies crying, furniture being moved, and footsteps on stairs. This street was both silent and bustling, like a real, living community, filled with the ambience of everyday life. But Yuri felt a chill run through his body. This was no prosperous city or town. This was the rainy world. This was Black Rain Manor? The more normal it seemed, the more abnormal it was. The calmer it appeared, the more terrifying it became. The more ordinary it looked, the more eerie it felt. Where were the ordinary people in the manor? Tap, tap, tap. The three walked with steady, powerful strides, Dark Blade and Yuri matching Cassius's pace. If they didn't, they would have bolted like scared rabbits as soon as they encountered these eerie sights. Yuri's heart was pounding wildly, and he swallowed hard. Suddenly, a drunkard with a bottle burst out of a nearby shop. Yuri almost had a heart attack. The drunk grabbed Yuri's arm. "Kind sir, lend me some money. Let me buy another bottle of wine." Bang! The drunk's head exploded like a watermelon. A large hand reached over, shoving the bottle into the drunk's neck, then hammering it in like a pile driver. The glass bottle was forced into the gushing wound. Shit. Yuri's eyes were as wide as saucers upon witnessing the gory scene up close. He stuttered as he pointed at the corpse. A shadow whipped past, flinging the corpse dozens of meters away in an instant. "Don't just stand there and look like an idiot. Keep up." Cassius's cold voice snapped Yuri back to reality. Yuri quickly wiped the blood off his face and ran to catch up. 5 minutes later, at the entrance of a store, a tall figure blocked the door frame. Every monster that roared out was grabbed and slammed into the wall like a hammer. The entire building shook constantly from the heavy impacts. Before long, 4 to 5 half-human, half-bull monsters were nailed into the grey-white wall, their lifeless limbs slightly swaying. These monsters are popping up way more frequently. Cassius brushed the dust off his hands. This could either mean he was nearing the edge of the normal area of Black Rain Manor, which explained why more monsters had appeared to block the way, or he was going the wrong way and was now entering an even more dangerous, eerie area. But surely his luck couldn't be that bad. Cassius turned around. Confidence oozed out of him as he said, "We're almost out. Stick close to me." Dark Blade and Yuri nodded like chickens pecking at grain, fully aware that their survival hinged on their proximity to Cassius. Faintly sensing the danger at the next intersection, Cassius slowly exhaled, then pulled off his cloak, and tossed it to Yuri. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, his chest heaving. Power flowed into his muscles and bones like air inflating a balloon. He spread his arms, his muscles swelling. He was the very embodiment of a classical sculpture of strength and beauty with his strong, upright upper body and pebbly texture of his grey-white skin. Go! A powerful, savage aura burst forth. Yuri and Dark Blade trembled, quickly following. 5 minutes later. Snap! A black shadow shot forward like a cannonball, leaving a grey footprint on the ground. With one punch, he blasted apart the monster leaping at him in midair. He whipped around, delivering a swift roundhouse kick that flung a tentacled monster into a building. His massive iron fist struck continuously, moving with such extreme speed that the raindrops in his path exploded into mist. It looked as though a layer of fog was wrapped around Cassius's fists, forming a half-circle shield. In the rainy alley, the numbers grew as monsters swarmed from both sides like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. Cassius unleashed his full power, using fists, feet, elbows, and knees to fight. With his superhuman physique, each strike was incredibly powerful. The air was soon filled with airborne figures. Cassius was like an indestructible spearhead, plunging deep into the horde of monsters, his powerful fists carving a path while two small figures, Yuri and Dark Blade, followed behind, gritting their teeth and trembling as they struggled to keep up. Perhaps because most of the monsters' focus was on Cassius, the two did not face much resistance. Get out of the way. Cassius's punch sent a blocking monster flying. Yep, the manor was determined to eliminate him. As if misleading him into unknown territory wasn't already bad enough, it also decided to summon a horde of eerie creatures to kill him. But this small obstacle was far from enough. Another 3 minutes passed. At the edge of a wall, a strange woman in white with long black hair was muttering a nursery rhyme. Son, my son is. Boom, stop singing. You'll reunite with your son soon. A female corpse was flung into the air like a kite, landing with a splat on a rooftop. Cassius cracked his neck and brushed off the numerous white marks on his body. It sounded like rocks knocking into each other. He looked around. Houses lined both sides, with a high wall blocking the way ahead, a dead end. Cassius thought this was likely another trick by Black Rain Manor, using a dead end to make him think he was going in the wrong direction so he'd turn back, exhaust his stamina, and fight until he died of exhaustion. But he trusted his own judgment more. As he moved along, the number and strength of the monsters increased, and the path became more perilous. At the most dangerous point, a wall appeared ahead. There was no doubt about it. The normal area that Cassius sought after was behind that wall. We've arrived? He turned to Dark Blade and Yuri, both of whom had suffered some small injuries. As usual, stay close behind me. The other side may not be safe either. Darkblade and Yuri nodded vigorously. Huff. Breathing heavily like a bull, Cassius's right arm muscles suddenly swelled. In a flash, he disappeared and transformed into a huge black shadow, crashing through the wall with Darkblade and Yuri following closely behind. Finally, we're back in the normal area. Cassius lowered his arms, which he had used to shield his face from debris, and opened his eyes with a smile, but it quickly froze as he looked ahead. There was a sparse grove of trees, with patches of grass beside them. A winding path ran through the middle, with a carriage station at one end and the manor entrance at the other. On the left path stood Leon, who was holding an umbrella. His delicate, pale face was filled with shock. Twin exclamations of surprise came from behind Cassius. Darkblade was bewildered. Weren't they supposed to be in the normal area of Black Rain Manor beyond the wall? How did they end up outside the manor? Cassius frowned as well. This was not what he expected. The path had become increasingly dangerous, implying Black Rain Manor was blocking their way to the normal area. Unless Black Rain Manor hadn't been blocking them at all, and had merely misled them into a dangerous unknown area. Cassius, being overly aggressive, had believed the more dangerous the path, the more correct it was, eventually breaking through the entire unknown area and charging out of Black Rain Manor. Impossible, absolutely impossible? Cassius decisively rejected this idea. He trusted his intuition. This was undoubtedly because Black Rain Manor couldn't fully execute its scheme due to his overwhelming strength. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound came from behind. The three turned to look. The broken grey wall started emitting mist, slowly repairing the uneven edges of the hole. Some strange repair mechanism of Black Rain Manor seemed to have been activated. Cassius took a few curious steps forward to take a closer look. Unexpectedly, the wall trembled violently, as if fearing Cassius's approach. A massive amount of mist erupted, quickly shrouding the hole, and restoring it to its original state. That's no fun. Cassius patted the cool wall with his large hand and shook his head. Mr. Darkblade, and Mr. Twilight, what are you doing here? Leon, who had been startled, walked over from several meters away. He had indeed been quite frightened. Having just taken a carriage back to Black Rain Manor, he had been walking toward the entrance when the wall beside him suddenly exploded. Out came a towering, muscular man with a bare torso. One couldn't help but fear this muscular giant might suddenly go berserk like a rhino, pounding people into a pulp with just a few punches, or crushing them into mush with a bare hug. Behind him, Darkblade heaved a sigh of relief and casually concocted an excuse for Leon. He vaguely said that the three of them had gotten lost in Black Rain Manor, and ended up wandering through various twists and turns until they reached a dead end. Twilight had been forced to break through the wall. Mr. Twilight, your cloak. Having just narrowly escaped death, it took a while for Yuri to approach Cassius. He returned Cassius's still intact cloak. Thanks. Cassius took it and put it back on. We should be the ones saying that, Mr. Twilight. Yuri wiped his forehead. He was drenched, but he wasn't sure if the moisture was rain or sweat. Cassius didn't respond. Darkblade and Yuri were merely collateral damage in Black Rain Manor's quest to target him. He didn't feel deserving of Yuri's gratitude. Let's go back to the Bolt Sect base. With that, the four of them returned to the manor. During the return, Yuri and Darkblade were on edge, as if anticipating something to jump out at any moment. Leon found their behavior strange, while Cassius remained calm. A few minutes later, they arrived at the Bolt Sect base. Cassius immediately wanted to visit the baptism chapel again, but Darkblade and Yuri waved their hands, saying they needed at least 2 to 3 days to recover before daring to go out again. So, he left the base alone. Walking down the familiar grey road with an umbrella, Cassius felt someone's gaze from above on his left. He looked up sharply, seeing a girl in a lace dress peeking from a window. She froze, her hollow eyes streaming with tears. Just as she was about to scream, a hand quickly slapped over her mouth. An old woman hoisted the girl onto her shoulder, spanking her while running away like the wind, as if Cassius were some heinous monster. For the rest of the walk, he encountered no strange incidents, arriving at the baptism chapel without anything happening. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. In the grand hall, under the ornate ceiling, Cassius's tall figure stood in front of a prayer table, flanked by 2 elegant metal candlesticks, where rows of black chairs had been placed behind it. The task for his atonement was scrawled on the surface of an old, yellowed scripture: find the Aqaba ruins. Aqaba ruins. Cassius's heart skipped a beat. Search missions were much more difficult than assassination missions. With an assassination mission, you at least had a specific target and location, then all you had to do was kill the target however you wanted. But search missions relied heavily on luck and had a high degree of uncertainty. If you were lucky, you might find it in a day or 2. If you were unlucky, you might never find it even in 10 years. Cassius would have preferred an assassination mission, but he didn't really have the luxury of choice. He had to accept the atonement task of finding the Aqaba ruins. He was already prepared for the possibility of failing the mission and running away. His thoughts still in turmoil, Cassius kept reading. The atonement task's details spanned several pages. He scanned each page, pausing slightly when he reached key information, especially the one that was time-sensitive. Mission time, 180 days. 6 months wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Cassius had a feeling that Black Rain Manor had deliberately assigned him an extremely tough task. Finding the Aqaba ruins in 6 months would be incredibly challenging. Then again, he had killed the 3 decaying knights sent by Black Rain Manor. The 6-month deadline was extremely short for such a task, but Cassius could begrudgingly accept it. His elephant soul technique was 15% away from completion. Each enhancement using soul power improved it by about 5%, plus he needed to rest 1 or 2 months in between each enhancement. This meant he could enhance himself at least 3 times before completely betraying Black Rain Manor. He'll reach the 3rd level accelerated blood flow, and he might even be able to perfect his stone armor technique by then. But this also depended on whether he could accept extra tasks during the atonement task. If he couldn't take on extra tasks, then Cassius would have to find some way to fool the other Helsings into giving a considerable amount of dark essence. He had originally planned to scam a large amount of dark essence from Black Rain Manor anyway before severing ties with them completely. This way, he wouldn't have to repay it later. Cassius had no qualms about doing this. He had only one goal in coming to this historical period, and one goal only, to shut down Black Rain Manor. Burying those sinister thoughts back inside him, Cassius continued flipping through the book. A map was tucked between the pages. He carefully pulled it out and found an old piece of parchment. The parchment was slightly yellowed, showing signs of age and brittleness. Fearing he might tear it if he used just a little too much strength, he cautiously spread it out. It was a medieval-style map with abstract drawings. The various regions, rivers, and mountains were written in ancient names, and the distances and proportions were inaccurate. Some areas of the map were damaged, with key information covered by reddish-brown stains that looked suspiciously like blood. Cassius shook his head. He couldn't make head nor tail of it. He needed to find a linguist who studied the ancient languages, preferably from a university with an archaeology department. This way, an archaeologist could restore the map, and the linguist could translate the information. Fortunately, these matters could be solved with money. It would just take time. Cassius wasn't in any hurry. He planned to spend the next few months enhancing his strength to the maximum before attempting the mission. This way, even if he failed, it wouldn't be a complete and total loss. With a solid plan in place, Cassius carefully took the map and left the baptism chapel. He didn't stop for dinner and headed directly to the mission hall to test if he could accept another task. The answer was yes. Black Rain Manor was quite magnanimous, or maybe it had no choice but to follow the rules. From that day on, a cloaked figure appeared in the Helsing's gathering spots in Black Rain Manor, such as the Iron Blood Tavern. This place was a mixed bag in Black Rain Manor with all kinds of people and sects coming and going. Consequently, news traveled fast. Over the past few days, Cassius made some acquaintances and gathered some intelligence, especially regarding dark essence loans, because, that's right, even Helsings had loan sharks. Although marked ones weren't ordinary people, they still had ordinary needs. Helsings often faced difficult missions, and rather than risking their lives, they could borrow dark essence to enhance themselves and get through tough times. This was a common trait among both ordinary people and marked ones. There were formal loan services within the Helsings, as well as underground black market loans. These black market loans were essentially high-interest loans with low barriers to entry. One could borrow at any time and even in exorbitant amounts. Cassius aimed to contact several of these black market lenders. Once he set his plan in motion to completely betray Black Rain Manor, he was going to borrow a large amount from each lender, using it to enhance himself. It didn't matter if he didn't use it all up, as long as he reached the peak of physical control. Once enhanced, he'd make a quick exit. If the lenders were sensible and didn't pursue him, then that would be good. If they sought revenge, Cassius wouldn't hesitate to get rid of them. As the saying goes, eliminate the lender, then you eliminate the debt. Another day, in the eastern region of Black Rain Manor, in a secluded corner near the back door at the Iron Blood Tavern, a tall man in a cloak sat drinking. He seemed mysterious and quiet, his cold demeanor at total odds with the lively and rowdy atmosphere around him. Cassius glanced at a burly man nearby, who was drinking heartily, beer drenching his tangled chest hair. He slammed his cup down and shouted in satisfaction. In a farther corner, a man and a woman, both marked ones, were getting intimate, heedless of how they were in front of everyone. Others were playing drinking games. Helsings had their own ways of coping with the pressure of facing death, drinking, fighting, or women. Cassius took a sip of his drink and tapped his fingers on the table. He was waiting for someone. A short, red-haired man walked in. He looked around the bar before making a beeline for Cassius. Cassius stood up without a word and headed for the back door. The two of them stepped into a quiet alley behind the bar. "I've made contact for you. The Black Wolf Society, a branch of the Werbeast sect, does this kind of business, and so does the Reaper's Eye, a branch of the Mercury sect, though they operate on a smaller scale. If you want to borrow dark essence from them, you might only get a little," the red-haired man said in a low voice. "Anything is fine. I don't mind," Cassius replied expressionlessly. "Here are their addresses for transactions and their business hours." The red-haired man handed over 2 slips of paper. Cassius accepted and put them in his pocket. He then pulled out a wad of federal currency and handed it to the man. "It was a pleasure doing business with you." The red-haired man smiled as he pocketed the money. "Yes, it was." Cassius shook the man's hand. With his help, Cassius had obtained contact information for 5 high-interest lenders. He was confident he'd be able to borrow a large sum of essence eventually. N/O/vel/B/C//OM. Scamming wasn't really that satisfying. Cassius preferred to scam loan sharks. But there was no rush. He wasn't planning on running just yet. With the contacts in hand, he could borrow the essence at any time. The next day, Cassius brought Yuri along in the same manner as before. However, unlike last time, Black Rain Manor did not target Cassius again. Perhaps it was because he had taken on the atonement task. In any case, until he left the rainy world, Cassius encountered no danger and smoothly returned to the real world. This time, not only did he bring back a 6-month atonement task, he also brought back numerous extra tasks. As Cassius's strength increased, completing shield-level tasks became as easy as eating and drinking and posed no challenge at all. Time flew by, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. June 10, 107 of the Hungly Federation calendar. In a secluded and dark private room of the baptism chapel, a burly man with a bare upper body was slowly practicing his fist techniques. His leg, which was raised high in the air, stepped onto the ground. Boom! The floor shook, and a black shadow flashed across his arm, followed by a sharp whistle as the airflow surged wildly. A powerful straight punch stopped midair. The wall from 2 to 3 meters away snapped from the force of the punch just thrown. Cassius slowly retracted his fist, his chest rising and falling rhythmically like a drum. This was the breathing technique of the elephant soul. A faint white mist hovered around his nose, and a deep, elephant-like roar emanated from his chest, creating a sense of heaviness. Huff! Cassius opened his eyes. His Wind Elephant Fist technique had improved after over 4 months of training, achieving a slight enhancement. Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Elephant Herd 71.2%, total 3 stages, Rightward Arrow Wind Elephant Fist incomplete, Elephant Herd 74.8%, total 3 stages. Assuming that the Elephant Herd stage was divided into 5 steps, Cassius had only 1 step left. He was getting close to the combat artist level. In the dim light, he reached out and patted the muscles on his shoulder, producing a rasping sound like 2 rough stones rubbing together. Cassius's tall body seemed to be covered in a faint white stone-like layer, giving off a robust and tough aura. This was his normal state. If Cassius exerted his full effort in hardening Qigong, his body would appear to be clad in armor. Although his flexibility decreased, his defense had seen a significant uptick. Stone Armor Technique, Light Armor Major Culmination, total 2 stages, Rightward Arrow Stone Armor Technique, Heavy Armor Major Culmination, total 2 stages. In 4 months, his hardening Qigong progressed from Light Armor Major Culmination to Heavy Armor Major Culmination. This 2-layer technique had reached its peak. Cassius had now reached the extreme state of the Stone Armor Technique. Skin Hardening Level 2, due to his hardening Qigong practice, his muscles were tougher, and his skin harder. His defense and resistance to blows had significantly improved and could now withstand. With this hardening Qigong, if Cassius used his full strength, even a machine gun couldn't break through his defenses. His breathing gradually calmed. He finished his warm-up and adjusted himself to his optimal state. Sitting cross-legged, Cassius glanced at the upper right corner. Elephant Soul incomplete, Bug Bite 61.7%, total 3 stages. He felt the abundant soul power within him. Without hesitation, he calmed his mind. A surge of soul power erupted, enveloping every inch of Cassius's body. The familiar strengthening process began anew. In a certain sense, practicing covert martial arts was a continuous process of communicating with and tempering the body. In this process, the physique continually grew stronger, akin to a general training a motley crew into a disciplined and formidable army, like forging weapons to increase their physical strength, equipping them with armor to enhance their defense, training them to be disciplined in having control over their strength. Cassius now felt like a general, striving to coordinate both the overall situation and optimize the structure of his army. Most importantly, he was ensuring every soldier was well fed to make a robust army. In the private room, the burly man was bare-chested. His powerful, reddened muscles surged and rolled like waves. Sweat dripped down like a broken line, hitting the ground with a plop, creating a wet circle around him. As he breathed through his nostrils, a small white vortex formed. His heaving chest emitted a trumpeting-like sound. Cassius closed his eyes. His body felt like it was alternating between cold and hot. One moment felt like bathing in icy water, the next like falling into a volcano. The extreme cold and heat frantically stimulated his senses, making the process torturous. The most unbearable points were in 3 places: the navel, the heart, and the brow. At this moment, a hot current was rampaging between these 3 points, each acting like a slingshot, continuously accelerating the current. Each time the current passed through a point, it moved faster through his bones and organs, leaving a knife-like pain in its wake. Besides the current, his blood was also accelerating between 2 points, the heart and the navel. The thick red blood rushed through his veins at an incredible speed. Without him entering the accelerated blood flow state, his blood had already sped up to 3 times its normal rate and continued to rise. Cassius's body was racked with a splitting pain, but he could feel something happening, a sense of unification and transformation. Blood acceleration, airflow acceleration, loop after loop, the speed increased little by little, until a certain moment. The blood acceleration broke through 3 times and hit 4 times. Buzz! His brain roared as if struck by a hammer. An invisible vortex unfolded from his brow. The paths of the hot current and blood flow overlapped, and merged frequencies. A massive force erupted like a lit bomb, sweeping through his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. A series of crisp sounds like deep-fried beans erupted, as Cassius's bones and joints made popping noises all over his body. A muffled groan of unbearable pain escaped from his throat. Cassius's muscles rippled like waves, resembling fish swimming in the sea. The heat from his body radiated outward, transforming him into a scorching hot furnace. Sweat flowed from his glands, immediately evaporating into white steam. In just a few minutes, his tall and robust frame was enveloped in steam, obscuring his figure. Only the subtle sounds of muscle movement could be heard, occasionally accompanied by the crisp sound of bones cracking. Boom, boom, boom. At some point, the faint sound of a heartbeat joined in as well and grew louder as time passed. Initially, it sounded like light clapping, then a drum beat, and now it thundered like a roaring storm. The dull thumping echoed throughout the private room, making the entire space tremble. Fine white dust silently fell from the corners of the room. All the sounds vanished in an instant. One moment it was noisy, the next it was dead silent. Faint white steam continued to rise from Cassius's bare upper body, wrapping him in a swirling vortex. A pair of sharp eyes flew open from within. Whoosh! Hot air spurted out from his nose and mouth in a long stream, splitting the white steam in two to make way for the tall figure from within. He took 2 steps forward and stood quietly in the private room. His strong, perfect body, which had red and white interwoven throughout, was exposed to the air. The white was the rock-like membrane running along the surface of his skin, while the red was the hot blood flowing through his veins. His heart was filled with an unprecedented sensation that his strength was now at its peak. Power coursed through his body, his skin, muscles, bones, and blood all teeming with unimaginable energy. Cassius felt like a balloon, an endless stream of air being pumped in and swelling him rapidly. He instantly threw himself into practicing the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts, assuming the combat stance of the Wind Elephant Fist. He punched and retracted his fists, kicked and pulled back his legs continuously. He then threw in his elbows and knees, combining various attack methods. The private room echoed with the sound of raindrops, and the ground trembled with each step. In the dim light, a figure moved frantically, each movement exuding an aura of grandeur. With his robust body nourished, Cassius never felt uncomfortable despite his vigor increasing as he trained. The muscles all over his body, including his forehead, seemed to be visibly bulging. Boom! The ground shook violently. A forward charge, a punch, roar. Cassius dazedly felt like an elephant was rampaging through the private room, roaring and trampling, causing the air to solidify and tremble. The airflow roared past, forming a vortex in midair. He froze mid-punch. Very slowly, he retracted his fist. He replayed the incredibly powerful punch in his mind. Had that been chi? Momentum? Though he tried his best to recreate that move, unfortunately, he couldn't. The punch required a specific condition. Because he had just broken through the third accelerated blood flow cycle, it formed a loop at 3 nodes. With his physique rapidly enhancing, his energy had overflowed and was primed to erupt. But after that punch, the momentum was gone, and his state went back to normal. Recreating that realm was unrealistic. Is this the power that only a combat artist can wield? Cassius murmured to himself. He wasn't too discouraged. With his cheat ability, he knew the combat artist level was within his grasp. And yet, he still longed for that power realm beyond humanity's reach, a deeper development and refinement of the body, a transcendence beyond the flesh. Amateur, professional, pugilist, combat artist. The path of covert martial arts was still a long one. Cassius was merely standing at the first significant threshold. When he looked back, he could see the steps leading up to the combat artist, but the mysterious and long staircase ahead was shrouded in mist, just waiting for every devoted covert martial artist to climb. Every covert martial artist had one opponent, themselves. The process of cultivating covert martial arts and developing the body was a long and arduous struggle with oneself. Most people fell, defeated by their own hands. From the moment Cassius started practicing covert martial arts, he was committing himself to an eternal fight against blood, sweat, and tears, binding himself as a form of self-imposed restraint. But, even if he was bound for life, what did it matter? It was worth it. If he could still look ahead, then every step he took had a unique significance. Fighting against the heavens was an endless joy, fighting against the earth was an endless joy. Fighting against oneself was also a type of endless joy. A pugilist, and even more so a combat artist, would not find the long and arduous path of covert martial arts discouraging. On the contrary, it fueled Cassius's determination. After all, Cassius has never fought alone. The mysterious and unfathomable time travel ability was also a part of him. Although Cassius's achievements were largely due to his diligence and hard work, with the time travel ability merely serving as a catalyst or auxiliary factor, he still had to admit that the ability had significantly helped him. If he had to quantify it, the ratio would be roughly 9-to-1, with him being the 9 and the ability being the 1. So, if Cassius claimed that his progress was primarily due to his own efforts, it'd be a realistic and convincing statement. In the private room, he looked up at the upper right corner. Elephant soul incomplete, bug bite 66.7%, total 3 stages. He had reached the pinnacle of martial artists, the 3rd level accelerated blood flow. This was Cassius's unprecedented peak state and he could control it. Since his Wind Elephant Fist level was still higher than his Elephant Soul technique, he didn't have to worry about losing control. The level of a covert martial artist's strength was determined by their covert martial arts, physical condition, combat skills, and additional techniques. As the foundation, the most crucial factor was undoubtedly the physical condition, with the other factors being influenced by it. For example, Cassius previously used Azure Wind Flow, but couldn't control the formation of a spiral airflow. Now, with his third-level accelerated blood flow, he might even be able to succeed at forming a tornado sphere with his hands. Azure Wind Flow, Stage 285.7%, total 2 stages. From the end of the second time travel, to the time Cassius spent back in the real world, to his experiences during the third time travel until now, he hadn't stopped training Azure Wind Flow. This incomplete technique could only be honed over time. Soul power couldn't accelerate the Azure Wind Flow, and even if it could, Cassius would never risk it. Incomplete techniques were unstable, powerful techniques were dangerous, and Azure Wind Flow was the combination of both. He feared that using soul power to accelerate it might cause his arms to explode. Not just maybe, it was highly likely. Soul power was best suited for enhancing techniques that had a stable framework, a rich historical background, and a proven track record. Using it to improve these techniques at least minimized the risk of encountering unforeseen dangers. Cassius wasn't going to make that kind of unnecessary risk. He opened the door of the private room, the door creaking, and stepped out. At the same time, the door of the adjacent private room also opened. A beautiful woman with blue hair strolled out, her eyes fixed on Cassius. Even as they left the baptism chapel, Cassius could still feel her gaze. He paused on the gray-white street, and turned around to ask, "Do you need something?" "And no," the woman stammered, then shook her head. Cassius turned away coolly and walked quickly into the distance. The blue-haired woman watched his tall figure disappear, recalling the tremors and muffled sounds from the private room. The strong movements had been palpable even through the sturdy walls. That ruckus must have something to do with this cold-faced muscle man. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. On June 14th, 107 of the Hungly Federation calendar, in East Sea City, at Wenmingde University. As one of the top universities in Donghai City, not the best, but certainly among the top 3, Wenmingde's campus was well equipped, had flexible policies, ample funding, and had gathered the top talents across various fields, including ancient languages, archaeology, and cultural heritage preservation. A few months ago, a professor at Wenmingde University, specializing in ancient languages, received a commission request. The task was to decipher information on a map as well as restore the map itself, and he would be given a handsome reward. The client was quite generous and paid half of the reward upfront. Professor Tennessee had never seen such a thick stack of cash before. This one payment was enough to make him financially independent. And there was still the other half to come. As a result, Tennessee was very dedicated to this commission. Money aside, he was genuinely interested in the map. He had majored in ancient languages because he had been passionate about it, and though the flame of curiosity had dimmed over time, he felt it reignite with this commission. To complete the task and receive the remaining reward, Professor Tennessee worked tirelessly. He scoured the library for relevant documents and hired several colleagues to assist. He also enlisted the help of the university's archaeology experts for professional artifact restoration. Despite the challenges, the decoding process was ultimately successful. Professor Tennessee sent a letter to Mr. Twilight over a week ago, informing him that the decoding was complete. He guessed Mr. Twilight was already on his way. At noon, the sky was clear, without a trace of cloud, as if it had been cleansed of all impurities. The sun shone brilliantly, and a light breeze swept away some of the heat from the campus. Many students sat in groups on the black benches along the shady avenues, either being playful with one another or chatting cheerfully. Couples were a common sight. University students were in the prime of their youth, full of enthusiasm, confidence, and curiosity. A gray-white fountain stood at the entrance of the avenue, forming a roundabout leading in different directions. Water gently flowed down the entirely white fountain while a marble statue, depicting what was likely a former principal, stood on a stone pedestal in the center. Next to the fountain were several benches, where a couple was currently sitting, whispering sweet nothings and discussing recent campus gossip. The boy leaned in for a kiss. Suddenly, a tall shadow loomed over them. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the number 3 administration building is?" The deep, indifferent voice startled the boy, squashing his earlier romantic intentions. He spun around angrily. "You are." The boy was stunned. A tall man in a casual suit towered over him. Despite the formal attire, his 1.9-meter frame exuded a powerful presence. The expressionless look on his face seemed to say someone owed him a large sum of money. His overall aura conveyed a domineering, indisputable authority. The boy felt that if he didn't answer right now, the man might punch him the next second. So, he quickly and politely gave directions. "Thank you." Cassius adjusted the wide-brimmed hat on his head and walked away. He had tried to be as friendly as possible, but since his covert martial arts training had enhanced his life essence, the gap between him and ordinary people had grown larger. This gave him an inexplicable aura, making strangers feel like rabbits before a tiger when they first saw him. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. With a slight shake of his head, Cassius headed toward the number 3 administration building. He passed the fountain statue, walked along the shady avenue, through a training field, and several teaching buildings. Once he arrived at a relatively secluded area in the eastern part of the campus, he stopped to observe. A stone with engraved characters stating number 3 administration building stood in a flower bed. He looked up at the yellow and white building and hurried in. Half an hour later, on the right side of the 3rd floor of the administration building, Cassius sat at a desk by the window where sunlight was streaming in. He sipped tea while he read some documents. A bald, bespectacled middle-aged man with an ordinary, if not slightly shifty, appearance sat on the opposite end. Academic prowess could not be judged by appearance alone. Despite his unremarkable looks, Professor Tennessee was a well-known scholar in ancient languages and had significant expertise in the field. At the moment, he was nervously sipping tea, glancing occasionally at Cassius and the bulging yellow envelope in Cassius's suit pocket, usually used for holding large amounts of cash. He squinted slightly, putting down the documents. So, Professor Tennessee, you determined the name and location of a mountain range on the map, and then inferred from that. Yes, one of the mountain features on the map you provided was quite distinctive. After consulting the Wenmingda University Library and with the help of some geography colleagues, I gathered a lot of information for comparison's sake and finally pinpointed the location. Professor Tennessee took a deep breath. It's in the northern part of the Hung Li Federation, up in Shire County and in the Alfama Mountains where there are two cities there, Mirror Lake and Bright Mountain. I've already investigated the situation over there, Professor Tennessee said. He stood up, opening a black drawer, and pulling out a thick stack of documents. Cassius grabbed and quickly skimmed through them. They contained information on the history of the two cities as well as specific details about the Alfama Mountains. It was quite detailed, and he nodded in approval. Professor Tennessee is very thorough. Tennessee sat back down and smiled. He wasn't some half-baked scholar. He had real expertise, which was why he was a professor at Wenmingda University. As long as money was involved, no problem was too difficult for him to solve. He picked up his tea and took a small sip. Before he could swallow, he noticed a bulging yellow envelope on the table. A large hand slid the envelope across, stopping just in front of the porcelain cup tray. Here's a small token of my appreciation, Professor Tennessee. Gulp. Professor Tennessee quickly swallowed, a smile spreading across his face as he very naturally slipped the envelope into his pocket. Just from the feel, he knew the cash inside was more than sufficient. 15 minutes later, Professor Tennessee stood at his office door, warmly calling out to Cassius's departing figure, "If you need anything, Mr. Twilight, feel free to come to me again." Tennessee didn't move from his spot until Twilight disappeared round the stairway. He patted his bulging pocket, a smile reappearing on his face before shutting the door with a click. A cheerful whistle could be heard faintly from inside the office. On June 18th, in the year 107 of the Hung Li Federation, the weather was clear. Shire County, located in the northern part of the Hung Li Federation, was a large county with nearly 20 million people. In topographic terms, Shire County was flat and resembled what an oval-shaped egg would look like if it were lying on its side on a table. Bordering the Alfama Mountains to the west, while the east connected to the ocean, Shire County was home to several medium-sized coastal cities. Economic development naturally decreased from the coast progressing inland, with the least developed cities being Mirror Lake City and Bright Mountain City, both of which were near the Alfama Mountains. But calling them the least developed was only in relation to the other cities in Shire County. In comparison to the rest of the nation, Mirror Lake City and Bright Mountain City were still considered above average. The two cities primarily supplied timber and developed tourism. During the summer, they were popular destinations for escaping the heat. As such, ensuring tourist safety was quite the concerning matter. Both Mirror Lake City and Bright Mountain City had consistently done well in that regard, with a decent and admirably efficient police force. Due to the combination of those factors, the number of tourists have steadily been on the rise, leading to the flourishing of various tourism-dependent industries. In a police station at Mirror Lake City, Sheriff Burton sat in an office, reading the Mirror Lake Morning News while sipping his scalding coffee. Which bored tourist pulled a prank this time? He shook his head in exasperation. In the corner of the newspaper was a lengthy report reading mysterious symbols found at Croxton Farm in southern Mirror Lake, accompanied by a black and white photo. The photo showed an isolated area at a farm with incomprehensible black symbols on the ground. The circular design had chaotic lines inside that resembled teeth or claws, and some inscrutable tadpole-like characters. The article included expert analysis, stating that the symbols were drawn using black charcoal mixed with some plant ash. Burton couldn't help chuckling. This was all part and parcel of Mirror Lake City's rapidly growing tourism. There'd always be one or two attention-seeking, risk-taking tourists. Just half a year ago, there had been the Purple Lake incident. Many tourists had claimed that they had seen parts of the lake's surface turn into a stunning and magnificent magenta early in the morning. At the time, there was much speculation which caused a huge stir. Some claimed it was a divine sign, while others thought it was a mystical scientific phenomenon. In the end, it turned out to be a group of visiting university students who had been dumping purple dye into the lake every dawn just for fun. The students were eventually caught and detained at the police station for several days for damaging the lake environment. That nonsense in the Mirror Lake Morning News about mysterious symbols was likely a similar thing. Plus, if it really was some sort of cult ritual, wouldn't they use blood to draw the symbols? Using charcoal and plant ash to fool people? It was probably some folks that had too much time on their hands and nothing better to do. Burton shook his head and put down the newspaper. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. Burton raised his head slightly. Come in. A young officer immediately walked in, his face concerned. Sheriff, another disappearance was reported this morning. What? Burton frowned. He could already feel a headache coming on. The past half-month had been a nightmare for the police station. There had been a string of disappearances in Mirror Lake City, with many tourists perfectly fine one day, only to vanish without a trace the next. It seemed like it was happening again. As he expected, Burton was soon called into his superior's office. 5 minutes later, he was out and he speedily headed over to where the criminal investigation team was stationed. Criminal investigation team, follow me. We've got another case. A little over half an hour later, a small town between the Alfama Mountains and Mirror Lake was brimming with officers in dark blue uniforms. They questioned the townspeople while they jotted down notes. Nothing unusual happened last night. It was just like any other evening. A few of us went out to town with Sarah so we could try some of Mirror Lake City's local delicacies. She was still here this morning and said she wanted to go for a walk. Then she just up and vanished. We searched everywhere for her and all we could find was the necklace her mother gave her near the lake. Are you talking about that blonde college girl? I saw her heading toward the lake around 6 a.m. when I was walking around town this morning. Later, I saw her friends asking around, looking for her. At the edge of town, Burton turned to ask an officer. Any useful leads? None yet, but the other teams are searching around the lake. We've mobilized more officers than usual this time, so we should be able to find something. Over an hour later, in the dense woods of eastern Mirror Lake, floating white clouds dotted the blue sky and sunlight bathed the treetops, making the green leaves glisten. The wind rustled through the trees, the leaves whispering overhead like a gentle rain, sometimes from the east, and other times from the west. Sunlight, simultaneously warm and cold, filtered through the leaves of some sparsely grown trees to cast long, dappled shadows in a clearing. The surrounding scenery looked peaceful and serene. If you ignored the corpse on the ground, that is. The slightly overweight Burton, dressed in his blue police uniform, periodically wiped sweat from his chubby face. A tall, thin man with a hooked nose stood beside him, puffing on a black pipe. It was the Special Task Force's Sheriff Randy. Randy took a drag from his pipe and said to Burton, "Strange, isn't it? It looks like she was taken by a wild animal, but there are no bite marks, just these puncture wounds on her neck." They looked at each other then back at the female corpse on the ground. Her clothes were neat and showed no signs of struggle. Her face was pale and judging by the expression on her face, it looked like she had died somewhat confused. 3 pairs of puncture marks resembling snake bites marred her slender neck. A few minutes later, their colleague from the forensics department provided an initial assessment. The woman had died from severe blood loss, though not from the wounds itself. It was as if some creature had drained her blood. The 3 pairs of punctures on her neck were likely left by whatever had fed on her. Wolf? Bear? Tiger? Or maybe some kind of bat. Burton's mind raced as he read the report, though he couldn't fathom what kind of creature could drain all the blood from an adult using only a few small punctures. Let's head back first and file the report with the chief. 3 days later, on June 21st, year 107 of the Hungly Federation. Another disappearance? This is the 15th one this month. Burton rubbed his throbbing head and set the newspaper down before hurrying to the chief's office. 2 minutes later, Chief Kenneth sighed. There's nothing more we can do about this. Let's just do our jobs well. After all, something else is involved in this. He paused, then continued. I reported this to our superiors 3 days ago, and they said they'd send someone to handle it. By my calculations, they should be here soon. Kenneth and Burton chatted for about 10 minutes longer. Then, a soft knock sounded on the door. Come in, Kenneth said, looking up. An officer rushed in. Chief, there's an oddly dressed man outside who wants to see you. We've put him in the lobby for now. Oddly dressed. Burton couldn't help but ask. Yeah, it's a scorcher today and he's dressed all in black. Wide-brimmed hat, trench coat, sunglasses, face mask, and gloves, the works, the officer said. They had a strange look on their face, clearly having never encountered such an oddity before. Meanwhile, a steam train came to a hissing stop at the Mirror Lake City's train station. Passengers, please disembark. This is Mirror Lake City, the conductor called out as he stepped off the train, guiding the crowd. One by one, the passengers grabbed their luggage and quickly left the platform. The conductor called out into the carriage, "Is there anyone still on board? We've reached Mirror Lake City." A few seconds later, a tall, handsome figure emerged from the carriage. His long, golden hair flowed like a lion's mane and shone brightly under the sunlight. The surrounding passengers glanced over but kept their distance, seemingly awestruck by his statuesque physique and extraordinary looks. The conductor, struck by the passenger's remarkable appearance and indescribable aura, was rendered momentarily speechless as well. The golden-haired man, however, paid no mind to the attention. He gazed up at the azure sky where fluffy clouds partially covered the sun as a flock of white birds flew by. What wonderful weather! It's no wonder my martial uncle chose to retire here, he murmured to himself. Suitcase in hand, the man squeezed through the crowd as the conductor watched on. Later that afternoon on the same platform, the sky turned into a blend of yellow and red as if it were straight from an artist's palette. The floating clouds looked like a golden field, or perhaps a shimmering sea. Another train arrived at the platform, hissing as it released steam. Amidst the conductor's calls, numerous tourists disembarked in small groups, with clear destinations in mind. Click. A black shoe landed on the platform and a man who was around 1.9 meters tall stepped down. He wore a light gray t-shirt and black pants, and although he carried a large suitcase that was at least twice the size of everyone else's luggage, it didn't look out of place. Perhaps it was because of his enormous size that even the suitcase seemed so small in such a well-built man's hand. The man glanced at his watch, then quickly walked forward, blending into the crowd of tourists. The next morning at Lillian high-end apartments, Cassius opened his eyes from his bed. A sliver of sunlight flooded in through the gap in the curtain, splitting the white sheets in two. He quickly washed up and waited in the spacious living room. N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. A knock sounded at the door. "Mr. Twilight, your breakfast is here," a sweet, pleasant female voice came from outside. "Coming." Cassius went to open the door. A young woman with a lovely visage and graceful figure stood outside, dressed in a uniform. She waited quietly, holding a tray in her fair hands. "Come in." Cassius walked back inside, and the waitress followed, placing the breakfast on the table before respectfully leaving. Lillian high-end apartments provided some services similar to hotels. Cassius sat at the table and began eating his first breakfast in Mirror Lake City. It tasted pretty good. As he ate, he thought back to the information he had roughly memorized. It wouldn't be easy finding the Aqaba ruins with those clues. After all, they only narrowed down a region. Progress was minimal. Whether he could find it in just over a month was still up in the air, and Cassius was ready to bail at any time. After finishing breakfast, he casually picked up the complimentary Mirror Lake morning news from the tray, and his eyes instantly zeroed in on the bold headline, "Series of disappearances shock Mirror Lake City." The article detailed the situation, citing over 20 disappearances in Mirror Lake City within a month, involving both locals and tourists. The police had found 3 bodies, all dead from blood loss, and all seemingly drained by something. Vampires. Cassius shook his head indifferently. He had seen his fair share of these kinds of reports. Sometimes they were true, most times they were false. It wasn't unusual for them to make the papers. He read further. The article mentioned that nearly all the missing persons had disappeared somewhere by Mirror Lake where it was closest to the Alfama Mountains. Based on the evidence, it seemed that the victims had been taken there. Wait. Mirror Lake, mountains, a dense forest, vampires, ruins. Cassius muttered to himself as several elements began to piece together. A vague image started to emerge in his mind. A piece of Twilight's memory. Fake death pill. There was a particular note in Twilight's original memories where he stumbled upon a ruined site in one of his missions and acquired a secret elixir recipe that could induce a state of feigned death. The elixir was so potent it could deceive the mark on a marked one's hand and even trick the decaying knights. Twilight's mission had brought him to a tourist city nestled between a mountain and a lake where he was supposed to hunt down vampires, as the area seemed to be quite a significant vampire nest. Cassius's eyes were nearly closed as he sat at the yellow table, deep in thought. He struggled to recall Twilight's hazy memories. From what he could remember, Twilight had undertaken the Black Rain Manor mission in the summer. The city he visited had just celebrated a grand local festival, and it seemed that Mirror Lake City and Bright Mountain City had similar traditions. On that day, citizens of both cities would gather water from Mirror Lake. Carrying their wooden buckets or basins, they would then fling water onto the streets using a leafy branch. Passers-by, regardless of their status, would be warmly greeted, so it was best to stay indoors if one didn't want to get soaked. The festival, known as the Wood Rain Festival, took place every year on July 1st and seemed to have evolved from being a religious custom. It bore some resemblance to the Holy Bath Festival observed in many southern counties. Residents of Mirror Lake and Bright Mountain staunchly believed the lake's water had magical properties and sprinkling it on oneself would bring good fortune for the entire year. While hunting vampires in the mountain forest, Twilight had stumbled upon a dim cave. Inside, he discovered a ruined site where he found the secret elixir. He had intended to explore further but was forced to retreat because he sensed danger. Cassius strained to recall more, but all he could grasp were vague images and fragmented sequences. Finding a small cave in the vast mountains based on such little information was going to be near impossible. Moreover, he couldn't be sure if the ruined site in the cave was indeed the Aqaba ruins that Black Rain Manor had tasked him with finding. Twilight's memories were still too blurry, like a dream he couldn't fully remember. If not for a few key terms coincidentally aligning, Cassius might not have been able to trigger that memory at all. I'll get familiar with the area first before hiring a local guide later and using a map to search for clues in Twilight's memories. Cassius squinted his eyes and downed the last of his milk. The next day at the Mirror Lake City Police Department, Kenneth was in the chief's office, massaging his temples with a frustrated look on his face. He was about to lose his mind with all of these disappearances in Mirror Lake City. Naturally, as the chief, he was under immense pressure. He hadn't been sleeping well lately. Every morning, he woke up to see his already thinning hair falling out. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Kenneth went completely bald. However, there was some relief in the fact that the specialists sent from the county had arrived the day before. The leader of the group had a private conversation with Chief Kenneth in his office yesterday, revealing some shocking and terrifying dark secrets. An unimaginable underworld, hidden beneath the surface of the peaceful human society, harbored man-eating dark creatures, bizarre and unknown entities, and mercury hunters wielding extraordinary powers. And that was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless more chaotic and dark phenomena lurked deep in the abyss. As the saying goes, let professionals handle professional matters. The group who called themselves Mercury Hunters had already begun investigating the string of disappearances in Mirror Lake City. Kenneth could only hope that they could help get this mess resolved as quickly as possible. Rubbing his eyes with a sigh, he picked up a small stack of files from the right side of his desk and prepared to get to work. Knock, knock, knock. The door promptly opened after the 3 knocks. Kenneth immediately knew who it was, his niece, Kathy. She had just graduated 3 months ago and had joined the Mirror Lake City Police Department as an intern. Kenneth sighed. Laying his pen down, he raised his head and asked, "What is it, Officer Kathy?" A tall, fair-skinned young woman dressed in a deep blue police uniform stood in front of him. Kathy had neat, short hair, clear black eyes, and sharp eyebrows that looked like they had been etched into her face. The expression on her face exuded confidence and composure. "Chief Kenneth, I would like to request a transfer to the Criminal Investigation Team or the Special Task Force," the girl said as she closed the door behind her. "What do you want to do in those places?" Kenneth's eyes widened in surprise. "People have been disappearing in Mirror Lake City lately, and I want to work on the front lines with the Criminal Investigation Team to bring the criminals to justice. If not there, then the Special Task Force will do, Uncle." Kathy smiled as she took a few steps closer to the desk. "Stop joking around. Neither of those things are happening. You better stay put in the office and not do any kind of funny business for the remaining 3 months of your internship. Go back to your work." Kenneth frowned and waved her off. "And don't call me Uncle while we're here." Kathy visibly deflated. "All right, Uncle. Off you go, don't disturb me while I'm working." Kenneth shook his head. These were dangerous times, and frontline officers like those in the Criminal Investigation Team and Special Task Force would likely have to cooperate with the Mercury Hunters sooner or later. If they found the vampires that the Mercury Hunters spoke of, even armed officers might not be able to escape unscathed. He certainly didn't want his niece to return with a missing arm or leg. Not to mention his sister would surely storm the police station with a knife if anything happened to her daughter. Time flew by, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon, almost close to 5. Kathy finished up interning at the office for the day. With her uncle being the police chief, she wasn't assigned too much work, and the moderate pace of the office was just right. Feeling a bit down, Kathy declined her colleague's invitation to dinner, and changed into her casual clothes so she could head directly home. She considered talking to her mother over dinner, hoping that her mom could help persuade her uncle, but she had a feeling her mother might side with her uncle and not want her to join the criminal investigation team. As such, she was feeling torn and distracted, and without her realizing it, she had wandered into the corner of an unfamiliar alley. Kathy came back to her senses and was about to retrace her steps when she noticed a man and a woman strolling down a quiet road on the corner. They both appeared to be tourists. They didn't seem to know each other and kept a fair distance between them. However, the man walking behind suddenly sped up, and in just a few steps, caught up to the woman. Kathy's eyes widened, and she was about to rush over when she realized that the man wasn't trying to rob or assault her. Instead, he gently tapped the woman on the shoulder. The woman turned around, confused, and froze in place. Kathy was too far away to hear what they were saying, but she did see the man turn and head down an alley, with the woman dazedly trailing after him. Walking hand in hand, they looked like a close and intimate couple. Is this something I should be seeing at my age? Kathy was dumbfounded. She thought she had been about to witness a criminal case, only to find herself in the middle of a civil one. According to Hungary Federation law, such behavior typically resulted in 10 to 15 days of jail and a fine of up to $100 Federation. For less severe cases, it could go up to 5 days of jail or $10 Federation. If it occurred in a public place, like on the streets, the offender would have to sit an additional 3 days in jail. Though a bit taken aback, Kathy thought, a small catch is still a catch. Fueled by 50% responsibility, 30% curiosity, and 20% thrill, Kathy began quietly tailing them. She didn't notice that a man in a black coat and sunglasses had peeled himself away from a shadowy corner and was following them as well. The man's movements were more surreptitious, as if he had professional training. Somewhere in the outskirts of Mirror Lake City, on an open field near a small town, Cassius squinted and looked up at the distant mountains. Rays of light from the setting sun shone through the gaps between the clouds, transforming the sky into a deep red, like a vast, turbulent ocean. The evening glow spread from the mountains to the dense forest, giving the mountains a hazy gleam, before finally reaching the lake. It shimmered with a misty light. The sparkling lake surface captured the reflection of the forest foliage and nearby white-walled town, creating a beautiful oil painting. With such a beautiful scenery, it was no wonder people came out in droves to visit Mirror Lake City. Spending the summer here as a tourist would have been delightful. However, Cassius was not a tourist. He had important business in Mirror Lake City. Since yesterday afternoon, Cassius had been searching for the cave from Twilight's memories. He had even hired 2 local guides and seasoned hunters who frequently ventured into the Alfama Mountains, who split into 2 groups to search. Unfortunately, the Alfama Mountains were simply too vast. Even the forested areas near Mirror Lake and Bright Mountain cities were expansive. Despite having a lead that the cave was somewhere near the lake, Cassius and the others had spent 2 full days searching without finding any useful clues. Moreover, one of the guides had accidentally injured himself during the search and had to be sent back to his home in Blue Lake Town to recover. Things were off to a rough start, and Cassius was feeling a bit disgruntled. He picked up the map and glanced at it again, comparing it with the vague images in his mind. Cassius began walking along the edge of Mirror Lake, and after a few hundred meters, he noticed 2 figures by the lakeside heading toward the forest. A couple? No, both were men. But who else would venture into the woods at this hour? Well, maybe they were a couple. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Cassius decided not to interrupt their activities, and continued down his planned route, comparing the map as he went. As Cassius walked past where the two men had been standing, he caught a whiff of a familiar scent and frowned. Dark creatures. After countless missions where he had personally slain many such beings, his senses were sharp. He reacted instantly, like a wolf catching the scent of prey. It was the perfect chance to blow off some steam by killing something that was never meant to exist. He followed the trail. Tall trees loomed above. The area was close to the lake and tourist zone, so the trees weren't very dense. Litter occasionally dotted the ground, indicating that tourists often wandered nearby. Two figures made their way through the uneven clearing. The burly man brought up the rear and asked impatiently, "Is it good enough now, babe? Let's just do it here. Don't be so hasty." In the dim light, a slender young man turned around. His face was fair and cute, with curly, soft brown hair that fell to his shoulders. His features were stunning, even more delicate than most girls, and he carried a certain noble elegance. "Don't worry about it." The burly man walked over, and the two began to act all lovey-dovey. Under the dappled shadows of the trees, the burly man leaned down slightly, then stiffened. The young man had sunk his sharp teeth into the man's neck, drawing blood. At the same time, a paralyzing toxin flowed through the bite, rendering the burly man motionless. He wanted to struggle, but the venom had already spread throughout his body, leaving him utterly immobilized. The burly man was now nothing more than a blood bag. Eyes forced wide open, he watched as the small figure sucked voraciously on him. The surroundings grew quiet, the only sound was the gulping noises. In no time, the man's face turned white. A short while later, his eyes rolled back, and his drained body collapsed to the ground with a thud. "Delicious," the young man said with a sweet smile, licking his lips. In the dim light, his lips were painted a bright, vibrant red and looked like ripe cherries. Blood dripped steadily from his extended fangs. He retracted his fangs in the next moment and the slender figure soon began walking back toward Mirror Lake. After about 100 meters, he suddenly noticed a tall figure approaching from the distance. The young man rubbed his stomach. He could still eat. His mouth began salivating again. Smiling, he walked forward to meet the figure. 10 seconds later, the two were in a clearing. What a muscular man. The man before him was several times bigger than the burly one he had just drained. The two were like night and day. The young man was secretly startled, but above all, he was delighted. The more muscular the person, the stronger their physique, and the more satisfying their blood tasted, going down like a fiery liquor. Thirsty for another sip, he didn't bother with any pleasantries and immediately used his mental domination on the man. It was a vampire specialty that sent out waves of fear to the human race. The tall man opposite him stood by a tree. He didn't move. "Hee, got him," the young man whistled, his flawless face delighted, and his eyes sparkling like amber. He bounded forward lightly, and as soon as he got close to the muscular man, he leaped up, sinking his fangs into the man's neck. The fangs dug deep into the grayish-white skin. Ding! The two sharp fangs snapped off and ricocheted through the air. Blood spurted out from the broken ends. Ah! The young man clutched his mouth in pain. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Hard enough for you. A voice suddenly came from above. "It's like stone." The young man muttered angrily, then froze. Huh. He instinctively tried to leap back, sensing something was off. A firm, strong hand reached out and yanked the terrified youth back to Cassius's side. A towering figure blocked the rays of the setting sun, casting an enormous shadow that instantly enveloped the young man. "Tell me something useful, anything that you think is worth your life. You could, of course, choose to struggle and resist, which would entertain me even more. I could use a stress ball today." 10 minutes later, Cassius got what he wanted. What started as a casual question unexpectedly yielded some very valuable information. Terrified of death and evidently still just a child, the young blood race was interrogated into spilling everything. And, of course, the information was related to the blood race of Shire County. Firstly, the blood race in Shire County was a vast and powerful force, consisting of both direct and branch lines. Rumored to be one of their birthplaces, the Alfama Mountains held extraordinary significance, with the blood race across the northern region of the Hungly Federation having some connections to that place. The direct lineage of the blood race that were active specifically in the western Shire Counties Bright Mountain City and Mirror Lake City were different from ordinary vampires. Those vampires could not only wield various blood arts but also undergo a bloodline transformation, morphing into massive, bloodthirsty, and bestial half-human, half-bat creatures. The ability was known among them as the blood gift. The blood gift significantly reduced a blood race's regenerative abilities, but dramatically increased their physical strength. Their overall power would at least double from their untransformed state. That advantage granted the direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline dominance over other ordinary blood race branches. However, they preferred to keep a low profile and had no desire to expand their influence, choosing seclusion. They even avoided cities like Mirror Lake City and Bright Mountain City, preferring to stay hidden in the dense forests of the Alfama Mountains. They were relatively primitive and isolated. The direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline emerged in droves every 10 years for a sacrificial ceremony. Many branch bloodlines from across the Northern Hungly Federation would send their elite members to participate. The young vampire Cassius captured was from one of those branches, a mere infant that was recently born from the blood pool. He was just 1 year old and still in his developmental stage. During that phase, vampires had an intense craving for blood, but their strength was limited. They often resorted to using charm or seduction, which had a high success rate, and even if it failed, it'd go undetected. Unfortunately, the young vampire had chosen the wrong target. As a result, he was easily captured and tormented, spilling all that he knew in a single breath. The recent series of disappearances and murders in Mirror Lake City were clearly linked to the influx of vampires. The direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline were planning a blood chalice ritual on the 1st of July called the Night of No Moon. They were selective and only sent sacrifices of the highest quality to a specific ruin in the Alfama Mountains. The goal was to gather 99 sacrifices and offer them at a ritual altar near the Lusa Falls. If they did it at precisely the right time, the ceremony ran flawlessly, and the sacrifices suitable, the direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline would receive the burning blood. The burning blood was immensely beneficial to the blood race. Cassius wanted to delve deeper into the benefits, but the young blood race couldn't provide any specifics. All he knew was that it was advantageous, but he didn't know anything else aside from that, likely due to his age. Many of the deeper details had not been divulged to the young blood race. He only needed to understand that the burning blood was extremely helpful. That also hinted that the young blood race held a significant position within his branch, indicating he was not an ordinary member. After hearing all this, Cassius naturally focused on the ruins. The direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline occupied an area that included a ruin. Could this be the Akaba ruins he was searching for? It was definitely possible. Cassius pressed the young blood race for more details about the ruins. Unfortunately, he didn't know which specific part of the Alfama Mountains the direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline occupied. Reclusive and xenophobic, they rarely interacted with the other blood races, and when they did, it was only within Mirror Lake City or Bright Mountain City. The only time they appeared in large numbers was on July 1st, the Night of No Moon, for the sacrificial ritual. In addition, branch line blood race could interact with the direct descendants from the Alfama bloodline when they were helping to capture sacrifices. Once they found suitable targets, they would take them to small outpost huts scattered throughout the Alfama mountain forests. Members of the Alfama bloodline would receive and inspect the sacrifices each night. The quality of the sacrifices would then determine the benefits the branch line blood race received. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. In fact, the young blood race had been to one of those outposts before. Cassius decided to check it out that night. The clouds were gathering over the uneven clearing in the forest. The sun had completely set, allowing the partially obscured moonlight to cast a dim, white glow through the layers of trees. The young blood race trembled beside a large tree, eyes full of fear as he stared at Cassius. Having been ripped off and pinned on his bloodied shoulder stumps, his arms dangled in the air by the fingertips. Despite the excruciating pain, the young blood race bit his lip to keep from shaking, remembering Cassius's warning: if his arms fell off, his legs would follow. The man was more ruthless and brutal than any other dark creature. Killing someone was just as easy as eating a meal. By the way, I've been asking you questions for a while, but I don't know your name, Cassius said serenely, casually shaking the blood off his hands. Jian. My name is Jian, the young vampire stammered. The young vampire's voice quivered with fear. All right then, Jian. I'll allow you to use your healing ability to mend your injuries now, Cassius said. He slapped the tree trunk behind him, leaving 2 bloody handprints on the bark. The leaves shook as if in a rainstorm. After wiping his hands on his makeshift towel, Cassius brusquely asked, do you have any guards from the Fagoli family with you? Did you bring them here? Jian appeared to have not heard him. He trembled all over as his arm stumps rapidly regenerated and the flesh grotesquely knitted itself back together. Heh. Cassius sneered. So all that stalling earlier was just so you could buy some time, huh? 1, 2, 3. Bang! The ground shook violently as the spot where Cassius had been standing caved in. He was suddenly standing above a deep pit. In the dim moonlight, a blurred shadow shot across the forest floor, racing toward Mirror Lake. 3 more shadows came from that direction, swift and determined. They moved with a light yet rapid pace, their hands glowing with a strange red energy as if they were wearing crimson gloves. The lead blood race bared his fangs as his face twisted into a fearsome snarl. Human? You really? Bang! A figure's head exploded in midair, blood spewing in all directions. The headless body fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings, dropping from a height of more than a meter. The body twitched uncontrollably as blood spurted out chaotically, its strength gone in an instant. Even though the heart, which was a vital organ, remained intact, it had no time to recover. What the hell? Shit. The other 2 blood race witnessed the scene from several meters away. Their eyes widened in shock, and their hearts nearly stopped. Had Stephen, the strongest among them, just been taken out by a single punch? No tricks, just raw power. The same thought flashed through both blood races' minds. Retreat, they screamed in unison. Just as they were about to turn on their heels and flee, a dark figure materialized behind them, radiating an intense heat that wrapped around them both. Meanwhile, Jian was running for dear life, using all his strength to flee into the depths of the dense forest. His once cute face was now twisted in fear and his breaths came in heavy gasps. Thank goodness I was smart enough. The family guards near Mirror Lake rushed over as soon as they noticed something was off. I would have been dead for sure if that man got a hold of me. It felt like Jian's heart was bouncing around his chest, convinced as he was that Cassius would kill him once he was done with him. That icy, fierce killing intent was almost impossible to conceal. If he stayed any longer with that man, he would surely die. Luckily, he had barely managed to escape. Now, he just needed to keep running into the forest and make sure that man didn't catch up. Boom! A bloody mass of flesh shot through the air like a bird crashing into a mountain, slamming hard into the large tree trunk in front of Jian. The immense force caused the mass to burst apart, scattering chunks of red and white flesh over the entire area like a shower of stars. A round object arced through the air and landed squarely on Jian's chest. He instinctively caught it and looked down. Eli Leandro. In his hands was the severed head of Leandro, one of his 3 guards, a skilled blood race fighter. Did all my guards just get killed? No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They've been through hundreds of. Jian froze as he felt his back press against a body as solid as a wall. A wave of intense heat radiated from behind him like a powerful magnetic field, ensnaring and making him unable to escape its pull. Jian felt his legs give out and his head spin into a dizzy blankness. His entire body trembled violently as if it were about to crumple. A killing intent as chilly as the autumn wind loomed from behind. You know, I didn't have any plans on killing you just yet. Contrary to the heat radiating from the wall, the voice was cold and merciless. Jian stiffened, forcing himself to stand tall. He saw a shadow cast on the ground by the moonlight. The tall figure behind him extended a large hand, like a terrifying black serpent ready to devour his head in the next second. No, Jian cried out in despair. The giant serpent lunged, a sharp whistling sound accompanying it. Jian felt a gust of wind brush past his head as a massive fist smashed right through the tree trunk before him. Bang! A loud crash echoed from behind the tree. Ha, ha, ha. Jian gasped for breath with wide eyes. I'm alive, I'm still alive, thank goodness. That man wasn't trying to hit me, he was. An enormous hand landed on his shoulder and flung him 3 to 4 meters to the side where he crashed into a tree trunk. Cassius squinted. A direct descendant of the Alfama bloodline. His right arm swelled instantaneously as a whirlpool of white airflow spun around his hand. Huge chunks of yellow wood splintered away from the hole and the entire tree shook uncontrollably before it crashed onto the ground with a loud crack. Swish! The person behind the tree moved. The falling tree trunk shot toward Cassius as they kicked forcefully. Interesting, what impressive strength. Is this the transformed state of an Alfama direct bloodline blood race after using the blood gift? Cassius positioned his feet, one in front of the other, stance as steady as a mountain. He swung his right arm back and unleashed a fierce chop with his hand. Swish! A dangerous white line sliced through the air and the tree trunk as thick as a human torso was cut cleanly in half. A massive fist blasted out from the darkness and right at him. Cassius practiced the Wind Elephant Covert Martial Arts, which was a style known for its powerful and broad attacks. As such, his strategy was always to start with a strong, direct clash. Taking a powerful step forward, he channeled force from his tightly coiled muscles and swung his fist with tremendous momentum. Thud! The fists collided with a resounding impact, wood splinters careening through the air. Cassius was slightly taken aback. The opponent's strength was formidable. Cassius, in his usual state, was only slightly superior. He couldn't underestimate the other's power. Rustle! Their arms whipped through the air as they clashed once again. A loud bang echoed and the fine pieces of fabric from their clothes ripped and flew off in an instant. Cassius charged forward, his elbows and fists striking quickly. The various stances and techniques of the Wind Elephant fist unfolded fiercely and the two exchanged blows like a typhoon, their limbs colliding with relentless intensity. Bang, 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 bang. The heavy sounds echoed throughout the area, startling the birds in the forest into fleeing. Jian watched with his mouth agape beside a large tree. His eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of their battle and all he could see were after images. It seemed like they had exchanged hundreds of blows in just 2 to 3 seconds. The surrounding trees shook constantly from the shockwaves, with a couple even collapsing. The ground was covered in small craters from their rapid footwork. As Jian heard the exaggerated crashes and terrifying impacts, never had he felt such a strong desire to survive. He got to his feet, intending to escape while the two were engaged in combat. Just then, a shadow flew toward him, brutally stabbing him through his chest. It didn't stop there. The object embedded itself in the tree trunk behind him, completely impaling it. Jian looked down in disbelief. Blood gushed out of his chest where he had been pierced by a tree branch as thick as a calf. His strength steadily drained away, along with the flowing blood. His chance to escape had slipped out of his hands. Dozens of meters away, the two figures clashed and jumped away from each other. Under the moonlight, Cassius, on the right, assumed a stance from Wind Elephant Fist. His feet were firmly planted with his center of gravity slightly forward. His strong hands were raised on either side of his head, with bulging veins running across his iron fists. On the other side, a burly blond man who was almost as tall as Cassius also took his stance in the clearing. His knees were slightly bent and his muscles tensed. One hand was in front, the other behind. Both large hands were shaped like tiger claws, the tendons on the back of his hands vibrating. The two stood opposite each other, locked in a deadly stare-down. Their powerful and dangerous auras slammed together like waves, nullifying the others and making the air around them feel as solid as resin. The cold night wind glided over the treetops as pale frost filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a speckled pattern on both men. The blond man spoke abruptly, "You're strong. State your name." Cassius narrowed his eyes. "Wind Elephant Sect, Cassius. And you?" Duomo, Three-Eyed Mad Lion Sect. Three-Eyed Mad Lion. Cassius had never heard of that Covert Martial Arts sect before, but since Shire County was in the northern part of the Hungly Federation, the Three-Eyed Mad Lion Sect was likely a northern sect. His previous 2 time travels had taken place in the southeastern part of the Federation, so he wasn't familiar with the northern Covert Martial Arts sects. It's quite surprising to find such a hidden gem while touring Shire County. You look to be around 30 years old, a few years younger than me, the blonde man named Duomo spoke slowly. With your strength, you could easily rank among the top 3 of the younger generation in the northern Covert Martial Arts circles. Is the Wind Elephant Sect a reclusive sect based in Mirror Lake and Bright Mountain? I've never heard of it. The Wind Elephant Sect is not a northern Covert Martial Arts section. Cassius seemed to recall unpleasant memories. I am the 15th generation disciple of the Wind Elephant Sect. I am also its last surviving member. His eyelids drooped slightly. That was the wrong question to ask. I feel worse now. Get ready for a beating. What? Duomo was slightly taken aback. He knew he'd probably just accidentally poked a sleeping bear with his question, but how was he supposed to know anything about Cassius's past? Why was this guy, TSS, like a snake ready to strike? Cassius bent backward like a bowstring as white airflow swirled around his nose and mouth. He bared his neat white teeth at Duomo in an inexplicably menacing grin. Crack, crack. His muscles and bones started to tremble frantically. In an instant, Cassius's entire muscular frame expanded, his whole body swelling several times its size. His upper garments burst until they were hanging like rags, revealing his body that now stood over 2 meters tall, like a giant made of rock. The thick, throbbing, wriggling veins were so prominent under his iron-hard muscles that the hot red blood underneath could be seen through his skin. Holy! As Duomo watched in shock, Cassius lifted his head. His red pupils, glowing like a pair of headlights, had a hint of violence. I know you didn't mean to, but it still puts me in a bad mood. To soothe my hurt little heart, just let me hit you. Take this punch, and I'll forget you ever asked that question, the voice said. Duomo's gaze shifted downward to Cassius's giant arm hanging at his side, as large as a battering ram. Beneath the rock-like muscles were worm-thick veins, like pulsating tree branches. The diameter of the arm wasn't much smaller than the tree beside it. If a punch like that hit him, he'd surely die. Sensing Duomo's stare, he tried to hide his arm behind his torso, as if hoping to avoid detection. But its massive size was impossible to conceal. Realizing this, Cassius showed his arm without hesitation. He clenched his fist and held it in front of his chest. I'm not one to hide anything, I'm pretty straightforward. I just feel like hitting someone right now. My fist might be a bit big, so bear with it. Bang! Cassius's leg muscles compressed and swelled, generating a massive burst of forward force. He shot out like a cannonball, rapidly closing the distance, each step leaving deep craters in the ground. His fist tore through the air viciously, like a spear penetrating its target. Boom! His fist slammed into a large tree, causing yellow splinters to shoot out like water. The thick tree trunk, as wide as a grown man's torso, snapped violently with a loud crack and was left on a diagonal angle. Duomo quickly dodged to avoid the strike, his brows furrowed at the overwhelming power he sensed behind that punch. Even if he got hit and lived to tell the tale, he'd still be suffering some seriously grave injuries. This Cassius guy, his strength is beyond what I imagined. Buzz! A swift hand chop, wrapped in white chi, sliced through the air like a blade. Duomo quickly sidestepped, crouching low to dodge. The tree behind him wasn't so lucky, there was a clean cut across half of its trunk and it trembled, on the precipice of falling. Why are you dodging around? I can sense you walk the righteous Deo as well. Too afraid to take even one punch from me? The voice taunted. Duomo didn't know how to respond to Cassius's insult, so instead, he planted his feet firmly on the ground and sped off in the opposite direction. That guy was far too battle-hungry, possibly even mentally unstable. He should not stay here any longer. Duomo's footsteps struck the ground rapidly as he darted into the darkness like an arrow loosed from a bow. A raging figure was hot on his heels, each step echoing with a thunderous boom. Boom! A fist, surrounded by white airflow, rushed after him again. Are you a freaking battle maniac? Duomo yelled as he ducked and spun, whipping his leg around like a steel bar. Thud! His shin collided with an elbow in midair, the impact shredding Duomo's pants. Both men's muscles rippled like waves at the clash. Stop hounding me. I saw nothing and I asked nothing. I've got my own things to do. I don't have time to join you in your madness, Duomo said while swiftly counter-attacking. His fists, palms, and feet blurred as they continually deflected Cassius's heavy strikes. His movements carried a subtle technique and charm. Strangely, their combat styles seemed to complement each other. What is this technique? The more Cassius fought, the more thrilled he got. Duomo seemed to possess an incredible intuition, able to discern the blind spots in his opponent's attacks and break their power just as it was being gathered. If I tell you, will you stop pestering me? Said Duomo in exasperation as he parried one of Cassius's heavy punches with a reverse palm strike. All right. Cassius agreed heartily and charged forward, arm swinging and slicing through the air in a curved white arc. Bam! Duomo twisted his body, instinctively lifting his arm to strike Cassius's wrist as his punch came in at high speed. It was strong enough to disperse the force of the swing. Any other covert martial arts practitioner would have had their wrist shattered by that blow. Cassius would have met the same fate had he not trained in hardening Qigong and perfected the stone armor technique. Cassius's wrist slammed into Duomo's fist at a breakneck speed. It was as if the enemy had used his own power against him. This technique is called hard eye, or simply the third eye. It temporarily enhances dynamic vision, reflexes, and some sort of intuition that I can't quite explain, Duomo said as he stepped forward, his body instantly dodging Cassius's interception. His punch landed on Cassius's solid chest, creating a loud bang as the impact forced him back. He quickly pivoted, launching himself forward, and disappearing into the shadows in just several quick leaps. Cassius stepped back and lifted his right foot, bringing up a large clod of dirt and grass. He reached out to touch his chest, no injury, but a tingling sensation lingered as if some special force had been applied. Shaking off the dirt from his shoes, Cassius glanced into the dim forest, muttering to himself, hard eye, so that's where the three-eyed in the three-eyed Mad Lion sect comes from. What a powerful secret technique. During the series of clashes, he could feel the framework of his opponent's covert martial arts seemed more complete than that of the Wind Elephant Sect. Though their styles couldn't be any more different from each other and their techniques varied, Duomo's covert martial arts was overall a notch above Cassius's Wind Elephant covert martial arts. It was at least a second-tier covert martial arts, possibly even first-tier, though Cassius couldn't be sure. He stood there, pondering for a while. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Cassius hadn't actually been going berserk just now. He was merely trying to force Duomo to demonstrate his true capabilities. Moreover, it had been a long while since he had met a master of covert martial arts, and a simple exchange had left him itching for a real fight. Wouldn't it be more unreasonable for him to not have won? In that brief period when fist collided with fist, Duomo could sense that Cassius held no killing intent. It was a sparring match where both parties suppressed a certain level of their abilities. They had to restrain themselves, otherwise, it would evolve into a battle to the death, at which point it'd become a full-on clash between masters of covert martial arts which they'd no longer be able to stop even if they wanted to. Cassius had held back at least half of his strength, and Duomo had likely restrained himself quite a bit as well. He couldn't be sure if the other was a master pugilist, but at the very least, Duomo also had second-level accelerated blood flow. The three-eyed Mad Lion sect behind Duomo must be very strong. Cassius's heart stirred. He was quite interested in the hard eye secret technique that Duomo mastered. But considering his opponent's covert martial arts sect, he thought it best to play the long game. He was curious whether the collision between the mid-act balance destruction technique and hard eye secret technique would spark something new. If the two were combined, could they create a deadly punch? A part of him was fervently eager, but Cassius tempered his emotions. He glanced at the torn strips of cloth on his body, annoyed that he hadn't brought his cloak this time. A large hand extended out and casually tore them off. His pants were also mostly gone. There was no fabric left at the lower legs, just jagged black rags around the knee area. It's not cheap to buy new clothes after every fight, Cassius chastised himself, then turned and took a step forward. His robust, towering figure was instantly swallowed up by the darkness. Several hundred meters away, the entire uneven clearing was a mess with remnants of a fierce battle having taken place. There were broken and fallen trees everywhere, and the ground was pockmarked with footprints and holes. Additionally, a large amount of sawdust was scattered across the soil. A deathly pale Jian lay beside a tree, his lips tinged purple. His legs kicked out, but each attempt to crouch or stand failed. All he managed to do was leave evidence of his struggle on the ground. Blood flowed everywhere, most of it already absorbed by the soil. Jian was drained of strength. Any movements he made completely exhausted him, to say nothing of mustering the energy to pull the trunk piercing his chest. As time passed, Jian's situation became not just about whether he could free himself or not, but about potentially dying from weakness. Help! Save me! Jian kept shouting, but the forest did not answer him. Growing more desperate, his eyelids grew heavier. Just as Jian was about to lose consciousness, he heard dull footsteps coming over. Jian raised his head weakly and saw a tall figure about 3 meters away. He murmured, save me. I need blood. Blood. The next second, a vast shadow covered up Jian's entire form. Blood. His eyes lit up, and he looked up with a pleading, almost dog-like expression. Jian's mouth opened wide, his tongue crazily secreting saliva as it stretched outward. You want blood? I can give you that. Cassius lowered his head. But can you even bite it? Even if he didn't activate the stone armor heavy armor technique, his skin would feel like it was clad in a suit of tough, formidable armor. I can bite. Let me try. Jian's eyes widened as he felt a finger shove into his mouth. A sweet, bloody taste burst out from the broken skin. An indescribable delicacy? The blood seeping from Cassius's fingers was like the ultimate delicacy to the weakened Jian. Honey at its finest, a nectar and ambrosia. It wasn't just because of his extreme thirst for blood, but also because Cassius's blood, the third-level accelerated blood flow of a pugilist, was of an exceptionally high quality. It was as if he had taken 3 small steps into the superhuman realm, the essence of his body experiencing a subtle yet profound change. It was especially evident in the blood flowing through Cassius's veins, which was heavy and viscous like lead and mercury. If a vampire were blood experts, they'd ascertain that 1 drop of Cassius's blood was equivalent to half a liter of a normal person's. An average adult male weighing about 70 kilograms had about 4.5 to 5 liters of blood in his body. 10 drops of Cassius's blood would equal the full volume of an adult. The starving Jian uttered a soft, nasal sound at being able to taste such high-quality fresh blood. Humming comfortably like a suckling puppy, he adopted a submissive posture. Suddenly, the finger in his mouth was pulled out. Jian was very reluctant but dared not defy Cassius's intent. He'd only just begun and what blood he had sucked from the finger puncture had been very little. It was barely enough to fill even half his hunger, plus he was still injured. Not to mention, he'd be hungry again after healing his wounds. And that was exactly the state Cassius hoped to see. The only good blood race members were the extremely weak ones, since they, under threat of his fists, would not have any ulterior motives and obey his commands. Beside the tree trunk, Jian smacked his lips, still unsatisfied, his amber eyes somewhat longing as they followed Cassius's retracted fingers. Be good now, or next time that stake isn't going to hit the right side of your chest, it's going left, right where your heart is. Cassius expressionlessly reached his large hand out and tore off the branch as thick as a calf's leg. With a casual flick, the straight branch shot out, nailing directly into a nearby tree trunk. The tail of the branch buzzed, quivering back and forth. Jian leaned against the rough tree bark, his weak legs scrabbling against the ground before he got to his feet, trembling. Then he pressed his right hand on his chest wound, and the little remaining blood energy he had began to gather there to accelerate the healing. On the other side, Cassius wasn't watching Jian. Instead, he moved toward Mirror Lake, blending into the darkness. Even after seeing that, Jian dared not run away again. Docile, he simply leaned against the tree trunk and continued healing his chest injury. Minutes later, a figure emerged from the darkness. Cassius was dressed in a white shirt and black suit trousers, a beige tie hanging around his neck, a typical office worker's attire. However, the set of clothes did not quite fit him as it was several sizes too small. Cassius had managed to squeeze into them, but 2 buttons on the shirt remained undone. His bulging chest muscles and pronounced abs were faintly visible. He had gone to find something to wear as his fight with Duomo had left him with ripped clothes and trousers turned into shorts. Thus, Cassius tracked down the 3 blood race guards he had killed earlier. One's chest had been pierced through by a steel fist and another severed at the waist. Both of them didn't have much in the way of clothes and whatever was left was stained with blood. Only the first one, whom he had killed by blowing off the head, had his office attire intact. Undeterred, Cassius put them right on. Jian, whose injuries had nearly healed, silently glanced over. Cassius didn't feel any malice in the young man's gaze, a tiny bit of regret, but more or less a sense of submission and fear. Perhaps he had managed to tame the young blood race member through a mix of kindness and intimidation? Or maybe it was Stockholm Syndrome. He shrugged dismissively, then adjusted the somewhat blotchy collar of his shirt and rolled up his sleeves. Since you've almost recovered, lead the way. Pale-faced, Jian opened his mouth. If I do, could you let me drink a bit more blood? Are you giving me orders? Cassius raised an eyebrow. You're a prisoner, your life is in my hands. What makes you think you have the right to negotiate? Come here. His voice was steely. Jian wanted to say something more but felt a gust of wind from behind. His world spun wildly, and by the time he regained his senses, he was already draped over Cassius's shoulder, a firm hand gripping him. Jian panicked and tried to struggle, but the hand pressing on his slender waist suddenly tightened, and he felt an intense pressure as though with just a little more force, he would be split in 2. He did not move again and could only comply. Lead the way. I want the location of the blood race outpost. Cassius's tone left no room for negotiation as he melted into the darkness. Meanwhile, in a suburban area near Mirror Lake City close to the forest, a man in a black jacket moved swiftly through the woods, carrying a slender figure on his shoulders. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but he seemed quite familiar with the terrain of the night forest. Hoo-hoo. A few owls hooted overhead. The man came to a sudden stop and turned his head, quickly scanning left and right. Upon finding no one, he resumed walking. Dozens of meters away, behind a cedar tree, Kathy pressed her back tightly against the trunk. She tried to keep her breathing steady even though her heart was pounding uncontrollably. Her sweaty palms made it difficult to grip the pistol firmly. Half an hour ago, Kathy had thought it was a consensual civil case. That was until she followed them and realized something was wrong. The man had taken the woman to a remote suburban area and carried her on his shoulders and into the forest. It was like the woman was a mannequin. She did not resist at all, which was how Kathy knew something was amiss. This was not a case of prostitution but of human trafficking. Although the woman seemed cooperative, something was clearly off about her. She was probably drugged and controlled by the man. Yes, that was likely it. Honestly, Kathy was excited. During her 3 months as an intern at the Mirror Lake Police Department, all she had been exposed to was paperwork and no frontline duties. Moreover, with an uncle who was the chief of police, she was even less likely to be put in a situation where she could be in danger. That frustrated Kathy, who had a strong sense of justice and pride. Compared to the safe and dull office work, she much preferred to be on the front lines with the criminal investigation team or the special task force. Unfortunately, her uncle would never allow her to transfer roles. Kathy had already thought about how to discreetly bring this up through her mother, but she hadn't expected to encounter such a case on her way home. Her senses were keen. She felt this case might be connected to the recent series of disappearances in Mirror Lake City. If she could solve it, her uncle would be astonished, and her colleagues would look at her with newfound respect. But she wasn't an idiot. She'd act according to the situation. If it turned out to be a criminal gang, she would naturally fall back and report the information to the Mirror Lake City Police Department. The most pressing task right now was locating the criminal gang's hideout. Everything else could come later. Kathy's heart pounded as she silently counted a few seconds. The footsteps in the distance were becoming fainter, so she cautiously peeked out, looking ahead in the dim moonlight. About 60 meters away, a man's silhouette gradually moved further away. Kathy immediately followed, treading carefully. Not long after she left, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Then, a shadow clad in a black trench coat emerged and leaned against a tree. That person was evidently far superior at concealing him than Kathy. Despite being only a few meters away, she had not noticed him at all. The dim moonlight filtered through the leaves, forming a patchy design on the trench coat man's head. He removed his sunglasses, revealing a pair of ocean blue eyes, deep and tranquil. The man in the trench coat reached into his chest pocket. The next moment, he pulled out a dagger and left a triangular mark on the tree trunk behind him. Afterward, he crouched slightly and peered out, before quickly and lightly walking down the path. The moon hung high in the sky like an oval white porcelain plate as wisps of clouds drifted around it like waves. The pale moonlight spilled onto the ground and the shadows of the cedar trees fell diagonally on the soil, turning into flattened dark masses. In the forest, an old, dilapidated, pale yellow wooden house stood atop a gentle slope covered in wild grass. The house appeared to have been built by a forest ranger or a hunter who had ventured into the mountains. However, it seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Black mold crept over some of the wooden walls. Cold wind constantly blew through the few holes in the walls, creating eerie, whistling noises. Crack. A black boot crushed a white wildflower underfoot. A man with curly brown hair stopped less than 200 meters from the cabin, shaking his head as if glancing toward the distant hut. Suddenly, he chucked the woman from his shoulder down and whirled around, covering several meters in a single step. White fangs jutted out from his lips and he seemed to be wearing a pair of red gloves. In the time it took for her to blink, Kathy watched with bulging eyes from her hiding spot behind a tree as the man, who had been dozens of meters away, leaped forward. His pale vampire face grew rapidly closer, his pupils filled with hunting intent. Bang, bang, bang. Almost unconsciously, the startled Kathy immediately pulled the trigger. Bullets flew from the gun barrel. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets penetrated the man's body and blood sprayed from his wounds. However, he didn't seem affected. On the contrary, the injury seemed to activate his bestial nature. His face grew even more fierce and monstrous. The curly-haired man's right hand, covered in red energy, swiped across a tree trunk, leaving a dark corrosive trail. Just as Kathy was about to be grabbed by the neck, whoosh! A crossbow bolt shot out from the darkness beside her, aiming for the left side of the curly-haired man's chest, straight at his heart. However, the curly-haired man seemed to sense the attack and quickly shifted his body to the side. The crossbow bolt still struck him, but not in the heart. Instead, it hit just above the left side of his waist. Who? The man roared in pain but was greeted by several more crossbow bolts flying toward him. The curly-haired man quickly sidestepped but realized something was wrong with the area around his wound. A feeling of weakness and discomfort rapidly spread from the left side of his waist to the rest of his body, like a numbing anesthetic. He quickly reached out and jerked the crossbow bolt out. A blood-stained silver arrowhead glinted under the dim moonlight, its metallic surface seemingly coated with something. Those damned mercury thorn hunters. The curly-haired man's brows knitted together as he looked at the bleeding wound. A figure in a black trench coat emerged from the shadows. He appeared to be about 25 years old, with a defiant demeanor. He had a crew-cut, pale face, and deep blue eyes. While he held a semi-automatic crossbow, he also had a yellow quiver slung on his right side, and a sharp long knife hanging by his left side. The man in the trench coat moved steadily, each step bringing him to a still-shaken Kathy's side. He did not look at her but spoke as if he were talking to himself. Using guns against the blood race is futile. To deal with these monsters who hold on to life tenaciously, we must be the ones to make a move. The man in the trench coat's voice was loud as if he were showing off to someone. He quietly reached into his quiver to retrieve another crossbow bolt, and pricked his finger on the sharp point, dripping blood onto the arrowhead. Step back, this is not a battle suitable for ordinary people. The man in the trench coat continued to talk to himself as he took another arrow and dripped blood on it. He did the same for the long knife at his left side, smearing it evenly with the corner of his coat. These weapons were coated with a special kind of mercury, but that alone did not make them mercury thorn. Only when the mercury was mixed with the fresh blood of a blue-eyed mercury hunter could it be called mercury thorn. The mixed mercury's potency had a short life, so it could not be prepared in advance and had to be made on the spot. Should a blood race member be struck by mercury thorn, they would be greatly weakened. Their entire body would become numb and feeble, the speed at which they'd react would drop, and even their self-healing abilities would be significantly reduced. That was the foundation upon which the mercury hunters dared to fight the blood race. The man in the trench coat had followed covertly, keeping an eye on Kathy while also using her as bait. While the blood race member ahead was distracted by Kathy, he'd be able to expose a weakness sooner or later and the man in the trench coat could then seize the opportunity to strike. It proved to be the correct approach. The mercury thorn on the arrowhead had penetrated the blood race member's body, and its effects should be manifesting, making him exceptionally weak. The man in the trench coat was calm and collected as he dashed forward. He charged toward a tree trunk 10 meters away, his semi-automatic crossbow held steady at chest level. At the slightest movement, a powerful arrow would be released. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The man in the trench coat abruptly pulled the trigger, sending a volley of arrows flying at once, but they dared to hit nothing. Some were embedded in the tree trunk while others burrowed into the distant bushes. Watch out! A scream from Kathy echoed from behind. Not good. The man in the trench coat quickly rolled on the ground, a gust of wind slicing past him. He felt a pain in his back and stumbled forward. When he turned back sharply to look, the curly-haired man with primitive bat-like traits was coming right at him, his right hand dripping with blood. Is that the blood gift? Wait, it's not? He's just using a high concentration of bloodline, some of his ancestral traits showing when he's at full strength. The man in the trench coat's thoughts raced. The effect of mercury thorn was far superior to that of regular mercury, and was the best tool for blue-eyed hunters to hunt vampires. A typical blood race member would be paralyzed and extremely weak with just one arrow with mercury thorn, draining their strength until they'd be just slightly stronger than a normal human. However, this only worked on ordinary blood race members. The more advanced and pure the bloodline, the stronger their resistance to mercury thorn. Those with the strongest resistance were the direct descendants of the Alfama bloodline. Upon activating blood gift and turning into half-human, half-bat formidable creatures, those direct lineage members could even temporarily ignore the effects of mercury thorn. Only a large amount of mercury thorn invading their bodies could do anything, and this was only slightly better than using regular mercury. The blood race in front of him was not a direct lineage blood race member, but he could be regarded as a close elite branch. If he used all his strength, his body, which had characteristics from the direct lineage bloodline, would be quite resistant to thorns and mercury. Shoot more arrows and make more slashes to inject enough mercury. The man in the trench coat had a clear goal in mind and retreated sharply, using rapid crossbow fire to impede the vampire's advance. The man used his crossbow and long knife in tandem as he navigated the forest. The crossbow suppressed the opponent's movements, while the long knife dealt close-range slashing strikes. Since the blood race member had been initially injected with a good amount of mercury thorn, his reflexes were slower. Thus, the two entered a standoff, leaping back and forth through the shadows, with frequent collisions echoing through the dark. Kathy immediately followed, wanting to take shots from a distance to help the man in the trench coat distract the creature. However, the fight was too intense, and Kathy feared she might accidentally hit the man in the trench coat or her bullets would get in the way. Therefore, she hadn't made her move yet. Unknowingly, whether intentional or not, the two fought their way toward the cabin, and within minutes, the trio had reached the edge of a grassy area. At that moment, the man in the trench coat sensed something amiss. He swung his blade fiercely, forcing his opponent back. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw two figures rushing out from the cabin. Both were clearly blood race members, each stride covering more than 3 meters. They looked almost like they were gliding. Their figures moved swiftly, the distance closing with each second. 3 blood races? Is this supposed to be the recent gathering point for the blood race in Mirror Lake City? The man in the trench coat was horrified. His gaze slid, his eyes drawn to another figure in the distant woods. Another one? And he looks very powerful. The man in the trench coat felt as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean. All he tasted was death. It seemed he had foolishly poked the blood race's version of a hornet's nest. Ha ha ha. A cold laugh came from the opposite side. The curly-haired blood race member had spotted his 3 companions storming toward him. He recognized the 2 coming from the cabin, and though he did not know the one rushing from the woods, he also seemed to be a formidable blood race expert. His build was like a towering iron structure, moving with incredible speed despite him carrying a victim. He was clearly a strong reinforcement. Bang, bang, bang. Kathy immediately fired, and the man in the trench coat also pulled the trigger of his semi-automatic crossbow. Both aimed toward the direction of the cabin, as the area around the cabin was a clearing, unobstructed by dense trees. With the numerous trees blocking the blood race member coming from the woods, their accuracy with their bullets and arrows would be significantly reduced compared to the other side. The 2 blood race members moved swiftly on the grass. When it came to projectiles, they were virtually untouchable, which was why the man in the trench coat had initially opted for an ambush. The blood race were extremely agile and light creatures of darkness, so it was hard to hit them with long-range attacks when they were on high alert. "Follow me," the man in the trench coat shouted. He dug his feet into the ground as he prepared to make a quick retreat. However, the curly-haired blood race member, although bleeding severely, closed the 7 or 8 meter distance swiftly. Despite his injuries, his strength still surpassed that of a normal strong adult man. The man in the trench coat immediately found himself entangled by the wildly swinging bloody hands. Damn it! He gritted his teeth, preparing to retreat at the cost of injury. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat as if a huge boulder was pressing down. Out of the corner of his eye, the towering figure in the distance had, within a few seconds, gotten close, moving even faster than the blood race members on open ground. The curly-haired blood race member's face lit up as he shouted, "Brother, stop him!" Whoosh! His massive chest squeezed in the air, and the figure moved like a crazed bull, each step on the ground sounding like muffled thunder. "Let's get him together," the curly-haired blood race member crowed. He paused. The air rushed at him, parting his hair down the middle, as a fist, cast like iron, glided toward him. The curly-haired blood race member could even see the fist's veins, twisted like steel wires. "Aren't we on the same side?" was the last thought in his mind. Boom! His head exploded under the tremendous force, spraying out blood in a wide arc. Kathy and the man in the trench coat, who were about to shoot, widened their eyes in disbelief. Infighting among the blood race. One of their own killing another? No, the strong man who had attacked was a real, pure human, and the captive he was carrying on his shoulder was the actual blood race member? The man in the trench coat keenly recognized what was happening. Put down the gun, they're on our side. We'll intercept the other blood race members. Next. A calm voice arose from beside him. The man in the trench coat felt himself being pushed aside as the strong man stepped past him. The trench coat man's shoulder sank under the weight of a young, unconscious blood race member being draped over his shoulder. He suppressed his revulsion and shouted a warning to the figure in front. Don't be reckless, my friend. That's a formidable elite blood. Thump, thump. The dull sounds seemed to be in response to the trench coat man's caution. He suddenly saw two figures flung backward in the air. Like birds with broken wings, they crashed to the ground and bled. One hit the ground and slid nearly 10 meters across the grassy field, leaving a long trail. The other flew straight toward the cabin, not unlike how a bird might crash into a mountain. With a crash, an oval-shaped hole was smashed open. Roar. A beast-like roar came from the cabin. The door shattered instantly, and wood chips cascaded down like rain. A monstrous creature that appeared half human and half bat broke out. Its face was grotesquely hideous, with fierce fangs protruding outward. Its body was covered in bulging pale red muscles that seemed exceptionally powerful, with a layer of dark red mane over its skin. Blood gift? That's a direct descendant of the Alfama bloodline. We're no match, my friend, hurry. Bang, 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 bang. The half-man, half-bat creature materialized in front of the man, its fierce claws and fists attacking like a violent storm, each strike carrying immense and corrosive power. The dull collisions sounded like drum beats as sparks flew from its claws. The man's white shirt was instantly torn apart, revealing a terrifyingly muscular and marble-like gray-hued torso beneath. It looked like a set of heavy armor. The man stood his ground with his legs planted like a tree, his whole figure towering and immovable. He watched motionlessly as the bat creature furiously pounded him. This is just. The man in the trench coat stood frozen in place. He's harder than iron. Kathy was stunned, lowering her pistol. She continually pressed her dry lips together, afraid to even breathe too hard. The air swirled violently, dust and leaves rising in the vortex. The bat creature seemed to regain some of its sanity and looked up, a little puzzled to see a broad grin on a kind and friendly face. Only, this was the god of death smiling at him. Done tickling me? It's my turn now. His fist tore through the air with a roar, smashing toward the creature. For a moment, the bat monster was overwhelmed by such majestic power. Its spirit felt like a frail boat tossed about in a terrifying storm. The air continued to churn chaotically as a deep voice resonated. You don't have to pay for the shirt you ruined. As the bat creature's vision darkened, losing consciousness, the last thing it heard was, your life will suffice.